Chapter 1: The Sword Enthusiast, the Swordsmanship Prodigy. Location: off seed when a seed is sown. It will sprout when a picture is planted. It will eld countless images. Every own contributes a piece of heartfeltert, bringing happiness doustal. The Great Yin Dynasty. Qin City, Fengtian Prefecture. Under the blazing sun, Li musquatted in the training arena, his superbody glistening with sweat. Around his neck hung a miniature sword pendant, and in his hand, he wielded a 3-foot-long sword, continuously executing swift strikes. Whoosh! With that thrust, the sword sliced through the air, sharp and precise. The finesse of his swordsmanship would Levian yo knew how witness said it in awe, exclaiming Gathis talent for the sword, with that promising future ahead. However, the unlooking members of Lithamalinear beither expressed pity or evelyn schadenfreude, their faces painted widenlessacree. Just a Fulwick knows nothing but swordplay, practicing for 5 uhalayers. No under thakel him sword enthusiast, ha. No matter how well he wields that sword, if he cannot open his spiritual veins, what good is it? Haze, in the end, nothing but a waste. Ah, what apathy, a waste is still a waste cannot defy fate. Since he's a good for nothing, hesh who dressen himself toit. Ha ha, how old have thought that Thesanoff to formidably Chichuan, a master of transformation realm, would turn out to be cultivatora connotive in practice? Li Kit Quanasare now, Nadekbertin sword cultivation in Qin City. His word placer passes Alan Qin City, and he has achieved transformation realm, making Hyman his strongest in the city. Renowned for his prowess, with a single sword strike capable of severing grivers, he's known as Thwatter Severing Sword, Thepeler of the entire life family. In the known realms of cultivation, there are body refinement, spirit transformation, pill condensation, and divine travel, with a future realms of ascendancy, harmonization, tribulation, and ascension remaining virtually unheard of. Even among the numerous strong individuals synth Great Yin Dynasty, a practitioner of transformation realm possesses formidable strength, effortlessly vanquishing demon sandmonsters, capable of defending a region. The highest combat power arena loaf Qin Cities within the transformation realm, with its numbers no tech seeding gamer handful. Only a select few with exception talent and aptitude can enter this realm. However, on Sionichi Vest transformation realm, they can unleash various divine powers, flithrotheskis, move mountain sandseas, and become immensely powerful. With the vastness of the universe before them, they can roam freely without constraint. Li Kichuan Satin Mintoff transformation realm naturally oddisto his remarkable talent in cultivation. Yet, his son, Limu, has merely inherited his father's talent or play. He has been unable to in his spiritual veins, the very foundation of cultivation. Without spiritual vians, he cannot practice, and thus cannot become a cultivator. He cannot evinced Pintathello austere of body refinement. Unable to in his spiritual veins and become a cultivator, what's the point of practicing swordplay? It's a waste of time. Indeed, what can't the sword of a commoner do? Slaughter pigs? Alas, ironically, event those suhas laughter pigs can cultivate now. Thesa disciples were not far from Limu and spoke with doubting intent to conceal thyre words from him. Naturally, every taunt fell upon him like a heavyweight, clear as day. Yet, Li mushant the thelthus worded not trembling thesli test each move remained exquisitely precise. As if the collapsing heaven scood not sway his dedication to her practice. After some time, Limu complete the Sitov sword techniques, sheathing his sword and wiping the bead soft sweet from his brow. These people, as Salways, love to chatter. Must a waste do hokanatopen his spiritual veins send your theoreticule? Li music get inwardly. While wielding his sword, Hekud cast aside negative emotions, focusing solely in his art. Butants ceased practicing, the distractions would invite a blyer turn tones near him. However, there was no alternative over the past few years, from fellow leser vansto the steamidolder sand official soft phoned on prefecture, hodid nakasipabithim? Asked the 7th son of Thwatter Severing Sword, Li Chichuan. He began practicing swordplay Ossics, mastering human level technique, the Azure Water Sword Technique Benin, earning the Tight Leaf Swordsmanship Prodigy. By 11, he had achieved reap mastery of the realm, creating Quitister. His father placed high hopes in him, believing he could inherit and surpass the Lease of Thwatter Severing Sword. The lower realm represents the pinnacle of firmament sword techniques. Beyond at least momentum realm, accessa beyond lata cultivators. Many have devoted a their vesta thepathof to sword, yet few may attain such hates. After all, thepathof swordsmanship is no easy journey. The level of cultivation does not correlate with swordsmanship. Numerous transformation realm masters smano, they've even reached the realm. Yet, limu, at the tender age of even, hatal ready achievage reap mastery in the realm, a testament to historifying talent in swordsmanship. Sword cultivators seri among the most formidable factions within the cultivation world. A powerful sword cultivators undoubted lie a terrifying presence. If their swordsmanship reaches a high enough realm, they can even fight above a their level. It is said that Li Museon China centra swordsmanship prodigy, with anemia surable future ahead. The head off Hefamily, he inching, own off to four prominent familias off Qin City, even proactively visited Feng Tian Prefecture, proposing a betrothal between his beautiful and exceptionally gifted daughter, Hisia, and Limu. Wife Lori Alma achieved it to leave in. I diseasado envisioned that Hans becomes a cultivator. I twill not belong before he enters the momentum realm, undoubted lie atop the air genius. Alas, Fata did not favor him. A 12, Li Mu's attempt to pin his spiritual veins failed, and his status plummeted. Now, 5 years later, Hisavin Tienan still asked not a pin to spiritual veins. Thoth he familia has said nothing, that discerning can't see that thigh's engagement is likely to fall through. My swordsmanship phasal redirichidite zenith. Toadvin Sephartharan to chupant the momentum realm, it must open miss spiritual veins to cultivate. Lemia wiped the sweet from his body, doned his training gatire, and pondered industris. Butho canyon lock miss spiritual veins? Spiritual veins are at the foundation new upon which cultivators rely for their practice. Without the ability to pin them, cultivation is impossible. Generally, by Thejof 12, when the meridians fully develop, one a confusion opening vein pilto clear the spiritual veins throughout the body indefinithidantion. Then, one can begin to absorb the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth, becoming a body refinement cultivator, transcending the mundane. Yet, Lima spiritual vein seem a simpenetra by sedimantine and doesn't soft opening vein pill shave preved futile, remaining forever unopened. Evenly Chichuan, this master off transformation realm, fin shimsel fatalis. Without the ability to pin his spiritual veins, he cannot cultivate. This has led this to Tus and Feng Tian prefecture declining day by day. Without strength, there is nostatus. Having lost this future, even Telolius servant in the state no longer bothers to concern themselves with him. Even his 7 elder siblings Shave Cell Dom interacted with him Zinzathin. Only Hygia Unjust brother still maintains contact with him. On a blood to cultivate, what is cease of in divine's wordplay? A flicker of bewilderment crossly muses. He gripped the sword and hishened, and dint the next mint, Claritira turned to his. Top reserve life, protect myself, and slay enemies. The sword, at all times, will prove useful. Even if I cannot cultivate in main averse pinteth the momentum realm, it shall not give up. At present, Theon lithingly mucan rally upon a sword. He has endured immense pressure to reach this point, relying solely in his unwavering dedication to immerse himself in the sword day and night. Thus word has become his pillar of spirit. Otherwise, a satinager Sudan live facing, chadristic fall from grace, he would have a likely crumbled longijo. Lemura said his shed to Theski, Theskerching sun higabove, signaling noon. It's stimata retaramaramal. Practicing sword play require substantial physical strength, and cannot forego food. Li mustroed toward the training arena sexit. Feng Tian prefecture spans vast grounds, covering several hundred acres, divided into Naranduder circles. Thiner circle houses the high-ranking member soft, life family, and some talented individualese, recognized Bethethamalimé, also reside ethera. Limohadrivius lie livid within. However, after turning 16 and reaching adulthood last year, he moved to toff the inner circle of Feng Tian Palace, allocate Dasmal courtyard in the outer circle's corner. Given his status, this treatment is salary did the lowest possible. Limudo has not doubt that if you were not the sonifly Chichuan, you would have a likely been expelled from Feng Tian prefecture long ago. Cheener, is the meal ready? Upon entering the small courtyard, Limu called out. Cheener, a servant left to him by his mother, Is 3 year Shisenyaran as served hymns in Kachildhood. Li Mus mother disappeared when he was 5, and Nuna no share whereabouts. Sir, Themia Lisready, Kinner responded. Kinry sain excellent kunai fit e belisfa led with 4 or 5 dishes, exquisitine flavor and aroma, making Ganez mouthwater gist from Thescent. Commit with middantal way settle for leftovers. Li muse it down and begin to feast heartily. Kiner shook her head, resolutely stating, that wanto. I amral Yasser van Tan should wait for you to erst. Li musha kashed to him, asifal and young master, such formality showed little significance. After 5 years together, Kinner asked Navirons complained, and Li Muhas long regarded Hera's family. Li muse it down his utensils, fixing Gasgazian cheener, urging her toss it down. Kinner resitated for a moment butyl timit Li relented, taking Gassier tan beginning toa. By themed off themial, the 5 jumptuous dishes were near limpty, with the vast majority having found their way until he must mock. Kinner kept glancing Gatly Mew from Thekarophery, as if she had something to say. Speak, what is it? Li Mew glanced over. Sir, this month's allowance has go medownits and live 5 deal soft silver. 5 taels of silver? Lima furrow dedispro, disposa de significant tissue. As the saying goes, Thepower studa literature, Theric studa martial arts. Practicing martial arts can be quite costly. Just for food alone, Lemieux needs to spend at least 20 taels a month in provisions. In a typical household, 20 taels, if spent frugally, could perhaps sustain a family of 3 for an entire right year. However, when additional expenses such as medicinalurbs and various sundries are factored in, a monthly expenditure would require at least 50 taels. Evers and Sethian master was discover adunable to in his spiritual veins. The monthly allowance has been consistently decreasing. It started at 5,000 taels, dropped toten last month, and das node when led to mere 5th this month. If this continues. Kinner did not finish her thought, but Limu understood too well the implications of such trajectory. In recent years, had it not been for the remaining monthly allowance, he would have long since been unable to afford the training office wordsmanship. In 8 months, if he still cannot appin mis spiritual veins, the clan will seize it to provide Muthanyala wants. Living Gothpas savings, with no income ingresses, washered lie a sustainable path. Kinner straightened herself, casting a cautious glance at Limu. She appeened her mouth sif to speak, thin bither lip, hesitating. What shua sabauto say was naturally within your purview. Yet, she felt the teeth remainsalent, new Neil sooner of voicito the master. Finally, she summoned her courage and spoke. Young master, perhaps you should consider sissing sword practice? Chapter 2 With sword in hand, cut thoughts in my heart. If they were to forego sword practice and lead a simpler life, their remaining silver would suffice for Limu to live without worries. Indeed, heck could have been rent to Chapand engage in business. With Lima status, even without cultivation, nun will der derito bulim. A stable lefesai yaltha gentleman in Chin City was certainly within his reach. Yet, if he continued his relentless pursuit, with a month line coming off 50 or 60 taels and another sorso for venu, it wouldn't lie last for 3 or 4 months at most. Limup lasted Thebol down unfittable, closing Isaias in contemplation, while Kinner looked at them with concern. To abandon sword practice? Indeed, Huazel Rita 17 why should he persist in his training? Without the ability to in his spiritual veins, he could never become a cultivator. Without becoming a cultivator, Heck'll never step into Threelmoth force. And without reaching Threelmoth force, what significance is Theron wielding gas word? He might find Icolin Gingivin tas lathemist basic half demonic beasts. Moreover, Limuisel Reta 17. Even if Amara Cluarito occurrent he append to spiritual veins no, it will be somewhat late. At 17, those Zuffus age group were likely already at the 6th or 7th level off but our finment, weren't they? Should I, then, give up sword practice? Limu murmured, his thoughts in turmoil. What was the true purpose of persisting in sword practice? Even if onuer to master the mundane's word, it wouldn't be capable of cleaving metal and slaying mere mortal sand beasts. Ta cultivator sandemonic beasts alike, he was likely not different from an ordinary person. Was me koisi a mistake? Lim using Kinto self-doubt. Question Seko Eden Hismond. Wase Tronto have dedicated 5-8 years to sword practice, tirelessly day-night? Wase Tams Takedo continue swinging the sword despite, spiritual veins remaining unopened? Wayside teronius do si nitha pathof to sword in solitude, even when in a paid? Wash sheezing cessant drawing goff to sword, year after year, merrily a feudal year? How did O thirst perceive him? What did Theather disciple soft heckland thing cough him? How did his father view him? And what toff his missing mother how did she regard him? No, I am not wrong. Lemurus said ashed, speaking to himself, he's I as gaming with determination. My sword concerns noon but mijalfi wield my sword because me heart yearns for it. The sword had long since bekomi and into gralper toffly mus life. Had begunilding gas word athi tinderagi offsix, and a thad been levini earsazents. Tothis day, Mustafa's life had been spent in Thepper Sutov swordsmanship. The sword had accompanied him to Thepik Sophizake Sistensi and Hadel so stewed be him through heavily Sophis life. Wielding gas word required no justification. For the sword Hadel ready bekomi a partofis vera being. What others thinkis off no consequence dome. Lima shookished slowly, Isaiah say blaze with a fiercer fire. Thes word is me life. In this lifetime, even if I am forever runnable to in mis spiritual veins, I shall strive to hunneth his mundanes word to thirl move slang immortals. Moreover, the world is vast. Is it not possible to confront the divine you at a mortal body? Limu close set his eyes, his shirt stirring. Crack. Lima grasped the sword beside him. His sword, regardless of the seasons, day or night, never left the side. Clang, clang. Lima slowly drew the blade, its sharpness reflecting in his keen gaze. Kiner watched in confusion, uncertain we hear young master had sudden line to this word. Is shallest this tangible sword to sever thine tangible shackles in my heart. A swordsman must possess clarity of mind, untainted bethesics dees, and a heart asperias at childs to achieve profound realm. For the past 5 years, since Lee must fall from grace, had been to subjecto firmers throughout the capital. For a 12-year-old, such drastic swings between heaven and hell were undeniably cruel. Thoth Hefen poured his motions into swordsmanship, he was not immune to the occasional entrapment toffishi arts barriers. Especially during thestalness of tonight, when endless worries would gallop through his mind like eontum steeds. Intho sements, hekuden liris and practice s-word. Yet, in sacastate, even his word would feel the toughest troubles. When burdened be worries, event he lightest word would grow heavy. The deep night asatomy when heart sorrowstles on emotions are most sensitive, especially for Angman. The said distracting thought shad troubled him for long, and had never known how to confront them. A teenager, after all, was still too tender, especially when Faye said with such dilemmas. Now, with Kinner's encouragement, Heffanali confronted his true feelings and found distancer. What doth the rumor Sanjabez matter to him? A swordsman must wield a clear heart, moving forward without hesitation. Hued cute away these said distractions. Thes word scripture states when Bodian swordnite, sword and heart merge, man and sword become eon, al mundane thoughts are dispelled. Whoosh! Infinitive lie spacious room, le mutants twithis word. Kinner sat athedable, quietly observing, well aware of their young master's sword skills were exceptional and, the thwood nothing here in Thes lightest. The sword in hand is tangibleet, can cleave a through to heaven's sand earth, mountain sand drivers. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Li must word play with spure, having gall redira chet the panaclio florelm, his technique will bordering on thou, and theorem wasoon filled with dazzling silver light and the sound of freshing wind. The sword in the hardest intangibleet can't subvert the desire soft immortal world dan banish phantoms. Hisdens with the sword way same date achieving thestato unity between man and sword, drawing upanalis vitality and spirit. With a tangible sword, hesupto guide the intangible thoughts. Swish. Lemu raised this word above he shed. In that instant, Kinner felt as thought the entire world, every space, wash being drawn in tatatone sword. It seemed that in this universe, only a single sharp sword hung in the air, suspended. Asha swung the sword, Lemu envisioned a matchless divine's word in his mind, hovering above, poised to descend. Focusing on thitable before him, he visualized a task themeless distractions swirling in his mind. A formidable emanated from Lemu, piercing the heavens. Kinner was left in awe, even failing to notice that the small sword-shaped pendant around must neck glowing faintly. Cut. Clang. As Li Musword ascended, Themomentit methodable, Eterntosh, Anthoplate scattered to the ground. Crash, crash. Li Mustud Thier, sword in hand, staring blank Theshard soft porcelain strewn across floor, and afterment, his eyes begin towel with tears. Is this sword's might? The realm of force. Yes, this is the realm of force. Li Mugriped hiswortly, calling gout in excitement. Cheener, finally coming to Hersons, widened Hirias in disbelief. The realm of force? Is this the sword's realm of force? How cold thisb? Wasn't it said Thaton must open their spiritual veins to enter realm of force? Could it be thought the Masters's spiritual vein serial re-die open? Kinner Gazadatli mu, overwhelmed with joy. If the spiritual vein swere opened, heckled cultivate. Perhaps, Thaton's promising sword prodigy was on the verge of returning. In the hall of heavenly providence, within Thener court. Brotherly Chichuan, do not take offense at bluntness, but givenly muscurrent situation, heist nalongera swidea blemach foro eurfamilicia. Perhaps we should consider dissolving the engagement. Amid legidman, bearing a striking resemblance to Tolimu, was conversing with a guest beside him. Suddenly, from the northeast corner of the outer circle of Halof heavenly providence, a sharp harasher jed toward Theski. Li Kit Quan turned toward the northeast direction with a puzzled expression, murmuring, "Is the Torah, the sword's might? Given the position, could it Bethit subpoena spiritual veins?" Chapter 3. The Engagement. The breaking of barriers. Li Mu's spiritual pulse has awakened. He Yin Shang furrowed his brow, for he had come specifically regarding the engagement between Li Mu and He Shiyu. Li Mu, now over 17, what does it matter if he has opened his spiritual pulse? After wasting 5 years, he is destined to achieve little. A sense of displeasure brewed within He Yin Shang. Why did Li Mu choose this moment to awaken his spiritual pulse, of all times, when he was called upon to assist He Shiyu in annulling the engagement? Previously, Li Mu had been regarded as a confirmed waste due to his lack of an awakened spiritual pulse. Thus, the dissolution of the engagement seemed only natural. He merely needed to speak to Li Qichuan, offer a slight apology, and with a mutual understanding, this matter would be laid to rest. However, should Li Mu now awaken his spiritual pulse, the situation would become considerably more complicated. After all, an awakened spiritual pulse signifies a departure from being a waste, thereby weakening the He family's rationale. Had he opened it 2 years earlier, with that astonishing talent in swordsmanship, he could still be considered a genius, He Yin Shang mused. But now? The most precious period for cultivators is from 12 to 20 years of age. If one cannot break through to the body refinement stage and attain the spiritual transformation stage within this time frame, impurities in the body will become deeply rooted and difficult to eliminate, posing a fatal hindrance to future cultivation. Now, at 17, Li Mu has but 3 years left until he turns 20. In those 3 years, the Li family could only hope to cultivate him to around the 7th level of body refinement. Moreover, the Li family is not composed of fools. To elevate a single individual to the 7th level in 3 years would require resources sufficient to nurture several into the spiritual transformation stage. Ultimately, it hinges on Li Qichuan's attitude towards his son. He Yin Shang attempted to glean something from Li Qichuan's expression. Li Qichuan's demeanor was as calm as a still pond, revealing no turbulence, as though merely witnessing a trivial occurrence. Ding, ding, ding. Li Qichuan lightly tapped his teacup, his eyelids lowered. Lost in thought, Mu Air has not awakened his spiritual pulse for these years. If he were an ordinary mortal, he would indeed be unworthy of Shiyu. He Yin Shang's spirit jolted. Li Qichuan had finally spoken. Li Qichuan's tone shifted. However, given the commotion today, perhaps there may be some unforeseen changes. A marriage is not easily established. Let us not hastily conclude. Why not, Brother Yin Shang, accompany me to observe before we make a final decision? Very well. Though He Yin Shang felt discontent within, he had no choice. After all, he was the one who had initiated the engagement between the two families, and it would not do to appear overly reluctant now, He Yin Shang thought. I hope Li Mu knows better than to act ungrateful, lest it leads to discord between our families. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations, young master. With the emergence of sword intent, it must signify the successful awakening of the spiritual pulse. Qin Er beamed at Li Mu, offering her heartfelt congratulations. If anyone, apart from Li Mu himself, were to feel the greatest joy at his spiritual awakening, it would undoubtedly be Qin Er. Over the past 11 years, she had witnessed Li Mu ascend to greatness, only to suddenly fall from grace 5 years ago. During these 5 years, the young master had endured countless mockeries and insults. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely succumbed to despair instead of continuing to practice swordsmanship. Qin Er mused quietly. Fortunately, the young master possessed unwavering resolve, devoted solely to his sword. Now, with sincerity and perseverance, he has finally broken through to awaken his spiritual pulse, though she did not quite understand what had transpired. The aura Li Mu had just unleashed, along with the power of that strike, could not be mistaken. Aside from practicing swordplay, the young master had engaged in no other pursuits. Qin Er believed that perhaps it was Li Mu's years of dedication that had culminated in this awakening of his spiritual pulse. In truth, even Li Mu himself was unclear about what had occurred in the moment he raised his sword. He felt as though he had merged with it, his essence coalescing into a singular force. Forming a unique momentum, it was as if he himself were an unparalleled divine sword capable of cleaving heaven and earth. As that sword descended, the momentum erupted forth, instantly reducing the table to a pile of powder. Has my spiritual pulse truly awakened? Li Mu gazed at the shards of porcelain scattered across the floor, murmuring to himself. Cultivation levels are categorized as body refinement, spiritual transformation, creation, Dan condensation, divine travel, heavenly connection, harmonization, tribulation crossing. And immortal. It is said that only by awakening the spiritual pulse and entering the body refinement stage can one consolidate sword intent. Yet, he felt no difference within his body and sensed no presence of spiritual energy. Qin Er exclaimed excitedly, "It cannot be wrong. The master once said that an ordinary sword may reach the law stage at most, while only cultivators can glimpse the momentum stage. Now that the young master has unleashed sword intent, he must have awakened his spiritual pulse." Qin Er spoke with conviction, exuding certainty, yet Li Mu remained silent. The emergence of sword intent is not directly tied to spiritual energy, as the sword manual clearly states. Sword intent is an invisible force formed from the cultivator's essence. The true determinant of sword intent lies in the cultivator's mastery of swordsmanship and mental resolve. With a steadfast mind and a pure heart for the sword path, one can channel their energy, blood, and spirit, coalescing into intent and unleashing boundless power. Spiritual energy can enhance the body and nurture the spirit, yet it bears no direct correlation to the formation of sword intent. Li Mu speculated that the belief that only by opening the pulse can one comprehend sword intent arises because an ordinary person's mental resolve, without the nurturing of spiritual energy, seldom reaches a state free of distractions to coalesce into unity. Perhaps I have not opened my pulse. It may be that my recent strike, with a unified intention, met the requirements for forming sword intent. However, whether I have opened my pulse or not, I can simply verify it with the testing stone later. Rather than guessing aimlessly, Li Mu refrained from further contemplation, redirecting his gaze to his sword, feeling a surge of gratitude. Grateful that he had never considered giving up all these years, practicing in the heat of summer and the cold of winter. On the training grounds, regardless of the seasons or weather, his figure wielding the sword had never been absent. Even when he had reached the pinnacle of the law stage, and countless others told him he could not progress without opening his pulse, Li Mu remained unwavering, believing that the sword in his hand would not deceive him. The more he practiced, the more refined his swordsmanship became. How could there be no possibility of progress? He disregarded the misunderstandings and skepticism of others, enduring endless ridicule and disdain, repeatedly swinging his sword, and at last, he was rewarded. The 8 realms of swordsmanship: law realm, momentum realm, chi realm, intent realm, heart realm, soul realm, spirit realm, Tao realm. The law realm is known as the pinnacle of the ordinary sword. Li Mu attained the law realm at the age of 11, and for 6 years, he had remained stagnant. Now, he has finally broken into the momentum realm, which signifies an extraordinary sword. Although he has only just entered, it undeniably indicates that his swordsmanship is indeed advancing. Li Mu closed his eyes, experiencing once more that profound sensation he had just felt, and a sharp, unmatched aura suddenly emanated from him. Crack, crack, crack. Li Mu opened his eyes to find the shattered dishes on the floor vibrating under the influence of the momentum he had released. Is this sword intent? It relies not on spiritual energy, but rather solely on the mastery of the sword path, and yet it can be so wondrous. Just as Li Mu reveled in the joy of having cultivated sword intent, footsteps began to echo outside, drawing nearer. Tap, tap, tap. Qin Er wondered, who could be seeking the young master at this hour? Creak, the door slowly swung open, revealing two stern-faced middle-aged men entering, none other than Li Qichuan and He Yin Sheng. Master? Hearing Qin Er's exclamation, Li Mu was jolted from his elation. Father? Uncle He? Chapter 4. A marriage nullified. Mu Er. Li Qichuan scrutinized the seventh son. He once held high hopes for Li Mu, now stood slightly taller than him. His physique robust and powerful from years of sword practice, with long arms. The youthful innocence once gracing his face had disappeared after 5 years, replaced by a resolute calmness. His once gentle features now bore sharp angles. He has grown, Li Qichuan observed Li Mu, silently reflecting. Li Mu, too, silently regarded Li Qichuan. Ever since he had been deemed incapable of awakening his pulse at the age of 12, their encounters had grown increasingly scarce. Now, this imposing visage before him evoked neither warmth nor familiarity, leaving his heart devoid of any ripples. Upon reflection, this was likely their first meeting in a year. Time is the sharpest sword, capable of severing all ties. For both father and son, the figure before them was both familiar and alien. He Yin Sheng examined the two, puzzled by their silence. Just moments ago, Li Qichuan had appeared concerned for Li Mu, advocating for the dissolution of the engagement. Yet now, in the presence of his son, he seemed a different person altogether, speaking not a word, truly strange. Qin Er stood trembling nearby. The oppressive atmosphere rendered the air within stifling, making it difficult to breathe. At last, it was Li Qichuan who broke the silence. Have you comprehended sword intent? He inquired. Yes, Li Mu replied. Li Qichuan nodded, his tone neutral, leaving his true thoughts inscrutable. Demonstrate sword intent for us. Li Mu silently drew his sword, clearing his mind of distractions, recalling the sensation he had just experienced. Ping, ping, ping. A sharp and domineering aura suddenly pervaded the room, causing the shattered pieces of porcelain on the floor to tremble once more. Crack! Li Mu sheathed his sword, dissipating the sword intent, and everything returned to normal. He Yin Sheng displayed an expression of astonishment, unable to fathom that this young man's mastery of the sword had indeed reached the realm of momentum. However, this presented a dilemma. Since Li Mu's swordsmanship had ascended to such heights, he must have already opened his spiritual meridians. How could he approach this subject? To be frank, comprehending the essence of the sword at the tender age of 17 marked him as an extraordinary talent in this Qin city. Yet the issue lay in the fact that his spiritual meridians had opened far too late. If he did not reach the realm of spiritual transformation before the age of 20 and cleanse the impurities within his body, he was destined to remain at a standstill for the rest of his life. Even if he grasped the essence of the sword, a practitioner of spiritual transformation would be far from sufficient for his daughter. Let alone the fact that He Xia had expressed her desire for a husband to be at least a master of transformation. Even He Yin Sheng, as her father, could not consent to such an arrangement. Li Mu's nephew had grasped the sword's essence at such a young age, a cause for celebration indeed. It seemed that his nephew's spiritual meridians had finally opened, a double blessing, yet regrettably, he had come without any gifts due to the haste of his visit. He Yin Sheng pondered how to naturally steer the conversation towards the engagement, and how to persuade Li Mu to agree to annul it. Father, Uncle Fong, Li Mu suddenly spoke, after comprehending the sword's essence. My body has not changed, nor have I sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Qin Er felt a tightening in her heart, incredulous. Could it be that the young master's spiritual meridians truly remained unopened? Oh? The tone of Li Qichuan wavered for the first time, his brows knitting slightly. Meanwhile, He Yin Sheng felt a surge of joy within. If this young man truly had not opened his spiritual meridians, then the matter was much simpler. He had come specifically to negotiate the annulment of the engagement, and if Li Mu had indeed opened his meridians and insisted on the engagement, he would have found it quite difficult to broach the subject. After all, if he was no longer a waste, there would be no other justification for disregarding the engagement. Extend your hand, Li Qichuan instructed. Li Mu complied. Extending his right hand, Li Qichuan placed his fingers upon Li Mu's wrist. A faint azure light flickering and entering Li Mu's meridians, only to retract moments later. Li Qichuan furrowed his brow. Indeed, Li Mu's meridians remained unopened, as solid as dark iron, and even his own spiritual power was unable to penetrate them. A glimmer of delight flashed in He Yin Shang's eyes. His expectations had been realized, however. The talent Li Mu displayed in the realm of swordsmanship was truly formidable. To have comprehended the essence of the sword without opening his spiritual meridians was unprecedented in Qin City. He felt a twinge of regret. Had Li Mu opened his meridians normally, with his innate talent and the Li family's nurturing, he would have likely been nearing the realm of spiritual transformation by now. A 17-year-old capable of grasping the sword's essence at the level of spiritual transformation was a rarity even across the Grand Yin dynasty. How unfortunate! Yet the world does not accommodate such what-ifs. Li Mu's meridians simply could not be opened. Without the ability to open his spiritual meridians, what good was it to comprehend the essence of the sword? He was doomed to remain a waste. Of course, such thoughts remained unspoken. He could not voice them in the presence of his father. Nephew, do not be disheartened. The lack of opened spiritual meridians does not signify the end. With your innate talent for swordsmanship, I believe that even as a mere mortal, you may one day step into the realm of momentum. Though He Yin Shang spoke these words in comfort, a smile graced his face, revealing that he considered them mere pleasantries. It is exceedingly rare for a commoner to accidentally enter the realm of momentum. As for the realm of energy, he would rather believe that Li Mu could open his meridians. After all, there was not a single practitioner of energy within the entirety of Qin City. He Yin Shang turned to Li Qichuan, who remained silent, his brows furrowed, and inquired, "Brother Qichuan, since Li Mu's spiritual meridians remain unopened, and he is still a commoner, you have no further excuses to evade the matter." Li Qichuan sighed, saying, "Li Mu, I must inform you that your Uncle Fong has come today regarding your engagement to Xia." Why engagement to Xia? Li Mu was taken aback, having completely forgotten about it. Shortly after the engagement was set, it became apparent that his spiritual meridians could not be opened. Throughout these 5 years, aside from the day of the engagement, he had not laid eyes on Xia even once. To escape the burden of idle gossip and the pressure in his heart, he had devoted himself entirely to sword practice, leaving no room for thoughts of engagement. Upon seeing that Li Qichuan was finally willing to speak, He Yin Shang eagerly seized the opportunity. "I assure you, the matter of annulling the engagement will remain confidential, and do not take it too much to heart. While your talent for swordsmanship is remarkable, the path of cultivation cannot be forced." With this, there was no need to continue further. Regardless of how exceptional his swordsmanship talent, if he could not cultivate, he would ultimately be perceived merely as a commoner. He Yin Shang believed that as long as Li Mu had a sound mind, he would naturally comprehend the implications of his words. Qin Er observed Li Mu, a hint of worry appearing in her eyes. An annulment, especially one stemming from the personal circumstances of the male party, would undoubtedly be a significant blow to him. Could the young master endure such a setback? Li Mu contemplated briefly. The engagement held little significance for him. He had no feelings for Xia, whom he had only met once. Although he had heard she had transformed into a great beauty, it bore no relevance to him at this moment. His heart was solely occupied with the sword. Matters and individuals outside of swordsmanship held no interest for him, nor did he wish to concern himself with them. His primary focus was to advance further along the path of the sword. As for the engagement, if it were to be annulled, so be it. Li Mu's expression remained calm, as though discussing a trivial matter unrelated to him. As long as Sister Xia consents, the engagement will be null and void. He Yin Shang initially felt elated, but soon inwardly scoffed. As long as Xia agrees? Does Li Mu truly fantasize that Xia would harbor any sentiments for a commoner such as himself? Ridiculous! Yet he found Li Mu's straightforwardness rather refreshing. At least he did not cling desperately to the engagement, saving him some effort. Li Qichuan interjected, "Brother Yin, do not forget our previous agreement. He Yin Sheng patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured, Brother Qichuan, I will not publicize the annulment. With his objectives achieved, He Yin Sheng had no reason to linger. He bid farewell to Li Qichuan and departed. Qin Er was dismissed, leaving only Li Qichuan and his son in the room. How have you been these past years? Li Qichuan inquired. Thanks to father, I have been faring quite well, Li Mu replied, neither obsequious nor arrogant. Li Qichuan nodded. Is that so? The conversation between the father and son felt as stiff as that of strangers, devoid of any warmth. The room fell into a prolonged silence. Time passing quietly, Li Qichuan remained silent, and Li Mu had no intention of breaking the silence, as there was little to discuss. Over the past 5 years, as the duration of his inability to open his spiritual meridians extended, Li Qichuan's attention toward him had diminished correspondingly. Though they resided in the same Fengtian prefecture, a few steps away from one another, they had only crossed paths 3 or 4 times a year. Now, the two had reached a point of estrangement akin to that of strangers. Li Qichuan gazed at the sharply defined features of Li Mu's face and suddenly asked, In a year, you will turn 18. Have you considered what to do next without your spiritual meridians opened? According to the Li family's rules, any male who reached the age of 16 and had not opened his spiritual meridians within 2 years was required to engage in family business. Li Mu was already 17 and would soon be 18. I shall continue to practice the sword, Li Mu responded without hesitation. The moment he unleashed his sword's essence, he had made his decision in his heart. He would persist in his sword training. Since he could comprehend the realm of momentum with his mortal body, it indicated that cultivation was not a constraint on the path of swordsmanship. He would forge ahead along the path of the sword. Li Qichuan scrutinized Li Mu, earnestly asking, Are you certain? Without opened spiritual meridians, even if you master the sword techniques to perfection, you will still be unable to contend with practitioners. My resolve is firm. Even if I were to perish, I would not waver. Li Mu's gaze was resolute, and his words rang with conviction. Li Qichuan observed Li Mu's expression as he seemed lost in thought, as if recalling something. After a moment, he sighed, If you wish to practice the sword, I will not hinder you. However, the family rules cannot be altered for you in a few months, when you turn 18. If you fail the trials, I will have no choice but to assign you to manage the family business in the Li family. All males were required to undergo trials at the age of 18. And failure to pass would result in being assigned to manage the family enterprise, regardless of whether their spiritual meridians had been opened. This was done to eliminate those with poor aptitude and to avoid wasting resources. Li Mu nodded. I understand. Li Qichuan remained silent for a moment, his gaze wandering over Li Mu before settling upon the small sword pendant around his neck. Is this the pendant your mother left for you? He inquired. Yes, Li Mu replied. This pendant was gifted to him by his mother a year before her disappearance, when he was merely 5 years old. Along with it, he also received the sword currently in his hand. It was during the same year of his mother's vanishing that Li Mu picked up the sword, revealing his extraordinary talent in the art of swordsmanship. So be it. Li Qichuan left a remark and turned to depart. Li Mu accompanied him to the gate, gazing at his father's retreating figure, his heart unperturbed. Whether it was his father or mother, the imprints they left in his life paled in comparison to the profound significance of the sword he wielded. The sword, rather than the unfeeling father or the mysteriously absent mother, had accompanied him through the darkest 5 years of his life. During those unbearable nights, it was the sword that provided him with a semblance of solace. It was the sword that sustained his fragile spirit, preventing him from plunging into the abyss of despair. In Li Mu's heart, nothing could offer him greater peace than the sword he held. Young master, the master has left, Qin Er reminded him. Li Mu responded lightly. Qin Er looked at him with concern and said, Young master, are you all right? Not only had he failed to awaken his spiritual veins, but he had also been rejected by the He family. In Qin Er's eyes, the blow Li Mu received today was far from trivial. The inability to awaken his spiritual veins signified a bleak future, while the broken engagement was a matter of lost face. Either circumstance would be hard for any normal person to bear. Li Mu was momentarily stunned, unable to grasp why Qin Er asked such a question. And it took him a moment to react. Do not worry, Qin Er. These are merely trifling matters to me, Li Mu smiled. His mood was not just good, but rather splendid. over the past 5 years? He had long since accepted the reality of his inability to awaken his spiritual veins. Even a reaffirmation of that fact today would hardly stir his heart. As for the broken engagement, he hadn't given the betrothal a second thought, so naturally, he felt neither sadness nor embarrassment. Instead, the understanding he gained about the sword's essence today left him in an unprecedented state of elation. Knowing that he could continue to refine his skills in swordsmanship was a discovery that thrilled him more than anything else. Qin Er looked at Li Mu in confusion, unable to comprehend why he was behaving so unusually. If it were anyone else faced with such circumstances, they would either break down in tears or at least feel despondent. Yet here was Li Mu, smiling happily. She could not fathom what would constitute a significant matter if these were merely trifles to him. Perhaps, for Li Mu, the sword in his hand was indeed the only matter of true importance. I shall return to my sword practice. Qin Er, please take care of the house. Li Mu stretched, gripping the sword, and headed towards the training grounds. Qin Er sighed. Her young master remained unchanged, his mind consumed by sword practice. Even in such circumstances, he could still find peace in it, which was why others dubbed him a sword fanatic. Oh no! We'll have to buy new tables and dishes again. Looking at the disarray in the room, Qin Er felt a pang of pity. Their remaining silver was scant, and her young master still needed to train. See ya, I have delightful news. Your engagement with that Li Mu has been annulled. He Yinxing declared as he stepped through the door. A stunning young lady, resembling a celestial being, joyfully threw herself at He Yinxing. Really? He Xia's eyes sparkled as she gazed at her father. Would I deceive you? He Yinxing grinned. Although there was a minor hiccup, this Li Mu actually comprehended the sword's essence. I almost thought it couldn't be cancelled. He Xia's mouth fell open in astonishment. Li Mu managed to grasp the sword's essence. He must be 17 this year, right? She quickly regained her composure. But unfortunately, even if he comprehends the sword's essence, he has only just awakened his spiritual veins. By 20, he might only reach the 6th or 7th level of body refinement. It's far too late. She had once proclaimed that her husband must at least be a master of the transformation realm. Like her father, however, reaching the 6th or 7th level of body refinement at the age of 20 meant he was destined to remain stuck at the spirit transformation stage, far removed from the transformation realm. Indeed, to comprehend the sword's essence at 17 is a mark of undeniable talent in swordsmanship. Alas, it appears you are simply not fated to be with him. He Yinxing teased. Humph, father, you only jest. Yet if he has awakened his spiritual veins, how could the Li family possibly agree to the annulment? Such unions typically pertain to the dignity of two families, and unless under extraordinary circumstances, annulments are absolutely forbidden, lest the relationship and face of both families suffer greatly. If Li Mu had not awakened his spiritual veins, there might have been some justification. However, once awakened, even if he had yet to reach the spirit transformation stage by 20, the He family would have no choice but to marry He Xia off. He Yinxing shook his head, because that Li Mu, despite comprehending the sword's essence, has yet to awaken his spiritual veins. Yet to awaken his spiritual veins? He Xia was astonished. It was the first time she had heard of someone entering the realm of essence without having opened their spiritual veins. He Xia practiced swordsmanship herself and was acutely aware of the difficulty involved in the He family. Her talent in swordsmanship was among the very top tier, currently at the 7th level of body refinement. Having only recently attained minor success in the law stage this year. Although she was a year younger than Li Mu, she had mastered the law stage at 11. Now, he had grasped the realm of essence without even opening his spiritual veins. Compared to Li Mu, her so-called talent in swordsmanship felt like a joke. In an instant, she felt a twinge of regret. Had Li Mu awakened his spiritual veins normally, she might indeed have married him. He Xia thought to herself, alas, there are no what-ifs in life. Without the awakening of his spiritual veins, even if he comprehended the sword's essence, it would ultimately be in vain, and their fates would remain unconnected. Well, this good news must be shared with Xin and my brother. The annulment means I can finally choose my own partner. He Xia joyfully dashed out, eager to share the news with her brother and friends. Just so, but please do not divulge this news to anyone else. He Xia advised her brother He Qing, Yifeng. My sister has broken off her engagement with that Li Mu. Have you not always had a liking for her? Now is your chance, He Qing excitedly whispered to his close friend Yi Feng. Did you know? Xia has severed ties with that Li Mu. This is what Xia herself told me, so do not share it with anyone else. Xia's close friend, Su Xin, emerged from the door and immediately relayed the news to her other close friend. Chapter 6. Whispers Abound. My heart lies only with the sword. Whoosh, whoosh. A sharp sound of slicing wind resonated in the training ground as Li Mu dedicated himself to wielding the sword. Sigh, have you heard? Recently, the He family came and annulled the engagement between Li Mu and Xia. Is that true? Could it be false? Li Mu hasn't even opened his veins yet. How could the He family allow that little phoenix to marry a waste like him? As passing disciples of the Li family caught sight of Li Mu, they couldn't help but murmur among themselves. In recent days, the rumors surrounding the annulment of Li Mu and Xia's engagement had spread throughout Qin City, discussed in venues from the 4 major families down to the local taverns. Strangely, however, the news of his comprehension of the sword's essence seemed to have gone unnoticed. The cacophony of whispers flooded Li Mu's ears, transforming into an endless torrent of distractions that clamored in his mind, causing his sword to dip slightly. Slash! Li Mu's gaze sharpened, and he called out, focusing his spirit and energy, entering the realm of essence. As he swung his sword, he silently envisioned a divine sword in his mind. Whoosh! As the sword sliced through the air, a powerful gust of wind, far surpassing any previous effort, erupted, silencing the entire training ground. As Li Mu brought his sword down, the sword he envisioned in his heart struck simultaneously, clearing away the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Li Mu's spirit returned to tranquility, and he resumed his meticulous practice of sword techniques. The onlookers regarded Li Mu with trepidation, but after a few moments, they resumed their chatter. Hemph! What use is even the most formidable sword technique? As an ordinary individual, in 2 years, he'll likely find himself beneath even the most common disciples of his family. Indeed, who can't swing a sword? Who is he trying to intimidate? In 6 months, he will reach adulthood. Let us see if he can retain any dignity when he fails the trials. Li Mu remained silent, unperturbed by external matters, immersing himself in the sword. Finding calm amidst chaos was also part of his cultivation. A sword wielder must always maintain an absolutely calm heart, not allowing the environment to sway them. Since he had carved out the sword's essence a few days prior, he had begun to delve into how to further elevate his swordsmanship. The sword's essence embodies the culmination of one's spirit, energy, and will, reflecting a profound resonance between body and mind. Li Mu believed that among the 3 elements, the spirit was of utmost importance. The reason he could comprehend the sword's essence was that, on that day, he had invoked the sword to awaken the spirit within his heart, transforming it into the sword of his mind, slicing through the myriad distractions in his consciousness and achieving clarity. Thus condensing the essence, a sword wielder must possess unwavering determination, forging ahead without hesitation. If one's mind is cluttered with distractions, then the heart of the sword becomes chaotic. If the heart of the sword falters, the sword in hand will falter as well, leading to the loss of the sword's essence. I may not be able to prevent distractions from arising, but I can cleave them away. Each time a distraction surfaces, I shall cut it down until my heart is clear, devoid of any distractions. As for He Yanqing, who had clearly promised to maintain confidentiality, why did the news of the broken engagement spread so widely? Li Mu could hardly be bothered to ponder this matter. His mind was solely occupied with the sword. Within the inner circle of the Fengtian mansion, in the Fengtian hall, Li Qichuan wore an expression of indifference. Though a flicker of irritation crossed his eyes as a young man, strikingly similar in appearance to Li Mu, stood before him. This He Yanqing has gone too far. He had explicitly assured that this matter would remain undisclosed. Yet within just 2 days, it had become common knowledge throughout Qin City. The larger the family, the more they value their reputation. Everyone was aware of Li Mu's circumstances regarding the opening of his spiritual vein. And now with the He family breaking their promise, it was evident to all that Li Mu was the cause, as Li Mu's father. It was only natural that Li Qichuan felt the sting of this public disgrace first. The young man slightly bowed and respectfully said, "Father, do not be angry. The situation has already occurred, and our immediate priority is to find a way to mitigate the repercussions. Chun'er, do you have any suggestions? Li Qichuan inquired, gazing at his second son. Li Chen it was well known throughout the Fengtian mansion that after Li Mu fell out of favor, Li Chen had become Li Qichuan's most cherished son. Li Chen replied, for now, we should issue a strict order for seventh brother to remain within the mansion to avoid inciting public gossip, and we should send someone to negotiate with the He family to find a way to quell this matter. Li Qichuan said, then I entrust this matter to you. You handle it, and I shall rest assured. As for your seventh brother, you need not worry. He practices swordplay daily and rarely ventures outside. Understood. Li Chen respectfully exited the Fengtian hall. Glancing at the blinding sun above, squinting his eyes, at this moment, Li Mu should still be practicing his sword at the training grounds, right? Oh, my good brother, you have certainly astonished me. Had you not been unable to open your spiritual vein, I fear it would be you, not I, whom father favored the most. Li Chen muttered to himself. Initially, when his father informed him of Li Mu's comprehension of sword momentum, he was filled with trepidation. He worried that Li Mu would once again capture his father's attention, and in turn, his own standing might be jeopardized. Fortunately, although Li Mu had grasped the sword momentum, he had yet to open his spiritual vein, which relieved him greatly. Without a spiritual vein, one could not become a cultivator, and thus, he posed no threat to Li Chen's position. You shall devote your life to perfecting your swordplay, while I shall fulfill father's expectations. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Li Mu sat down and was astonished to discover not only 6 exquisite dishes on the new table, but also a beautifully bound book with golden thread, inscribed with the words true understanding of the sword path. Where did this come from? Li Mu inquired of Chiner. Chiner replied, this was sent by the master last night. I saw that young master was still practicing swordplay. So I refrained from disturbing you. Li Mu not only practiced swordplay throughout the day, but also trained until the moon was high in the sky, at which point Chiner would generally be asleep, as she had to rise early the next day to prepare meals for him. Why didn't you give it to me during breakfast? Li Mu asked, puzzled. Chiner sighed. I called out to you, but you were so engrossed in practicing swordplay that you didn't even hear what I said before leaving. Ever since Li Mu comprehended the sword momentum, his practice had become increasingly frequent and focused, almost to the point of obsession. He often found himself contemplating how to improve his swordplay even while eating, sometimes pausing mid-meal to gesture with his chopsticks. As Li Mu picked up the true understanding of the sword path and flipped through its pages, he was immediately filled with joy. This was indeed a manual detailing how to advance from the realm of momentum to the realm of qi. However, after flipping a few more pages, his brow furrowed. The methods presented were tailored for cultivators, utilizing sword momentum to channel spiritual energy, but I have yet to open my veins and possess no spiritual energy. Li Mu shook his head and remarked, never mind. At least some of the content can still be referenced. Speaking of which, this is the first time in 5 years that father has given me something. As he ate, Li Mu delved into the study of the true understanding of the sword path. Chiner could only shake her head, observing her master so singularly focused on the sword that it seemed as though the words forever alone were etched upon his forehead. She wondered if there would ever be anyone who could draw his gaze from matters beyond the sword. Uncle He, I trust you are aware of my purpose here. Li Chun casually blew on the hot tea in his hand and said coolly. He Yinxing felt a wave of discomfort at the thought. It was understood that since it was Li Qichuan's son visiting, it should not have been his responsibility to host. However, given that he had fervently assured that the news would not leak, and yet it had spread like wildfire by the very next day, he, as the guarantor, had to provide an explanation. He Yinxing smiled and said, rest assured, my dear nephew, I will certainly conduct a thorough investigation and properly punish those indiscreet disciples. You may return and report to Brother Qichuan. Thank you, Uncle He, Li Chen replied, departing. Once Li Chen had left, He Yinxing's expression darkened. Inform Xia that she is to be confined for a month. Under no circumstances is she permitted to leave the house. That same day, following Li Chen's negotiations, the He family took the initiative to clarify that the engagement had not been dissolved. Of course, this was merely a public facade. In reality, the marriage contract between the two families had long since turned to ashes. After a month or two, once the fervor surrounding the incident cooled and no one was concerned, matters would simply revert to how they had been. However, the The He family's announcement stirred ripples across the community, akin to a stone cast into a pond, creating waves of speculation. As Hesia matured, her beauty eclipsed that of all in Qin City, and her extraordinary talents attracted countless suitors, both openly and covertly. Yet, she was already engaged, to none other than Li Mu of the esteemed Li family. One of the four great clans, Li Mu typically remained secluded within the Fengtian mansion, diligently honing his swordsmanship, thus rarely exposing himself to the world. The suitors could seldom catch a glimpse of him and could only curse him in their hearts. However, with the news of the broken engagement spreading overnight, the fervor within this group of hot-blooded young men was ignited. Members of the Yi and Shao families, as well as other promising young men from the Li family, flocked to pay their respects to Hesia. In no time, the gates of the He residence were nearly trampled underfoot. However, due to Li Qin's intervention, the He family, eager to avoid a public confrontation with the Li family, had no choice but to clarify the rumors. Yet, the throngs of infatuated young men, fueled by their passion, were not so easily placated. They clamored for Li Mu to immediately sever ties with Hesia, declaring he was unworthy of her in recent days. Shouts for Li Mu's name echoed even before the gates of the Fengtian mansion, illustrating their dissatisfaction with someone they deemed a failure occupying the affections of such a beauty. Li Mu, however, had no interest in these distractions. He was fully absorbed in studying the contents of the true understanding of the sword path, lacking the time to engage with these misguided youths. Even with the combined efforts of the He and Li families to suppress the uproar, the fervor showed no signs of abating. After all, many within the Li family harbored affections for Hesia and were irked by Li Mu. Moreover, some in the He family, unaware of the truth, still held grievances regarding the engagement between their cherished little phoenix and Li Mu. As the uproar intensified, it finally reached Li Mu himself, the very epicenter of the turmoil. Li Mu, do you dare to face me in battle? At the training grounds, the challenger was none other than Li Batian, the son of the Li family patriarch. Chapter 7. The beauty as a source of trouble. Will Li Mu accept the challenge? Li Batian was the sixth son of the current Li family patriarch, Li Xiu, of a similar age to Li Mu. Though his swordsmanship had only recently entered the realm of law, his cultivation had already reached the 7th level of body refinement. Disciples gathered around the training grounds, eager to witness the spectacle. Why would Li Batian suddenly challenge Li Mu? Doesn't everyone know he has feelings for Hesia? Why do you think he's challenging Li Mu? How many in Qin City don't admire Hesia? Who does he think he is, trying to show off? At least without Li Mu, he would be the most promising candidate in the Li family. Li Mu ignored the shouts from Li Batian and continued to practice his sword techniques. Li Batian leaped onto the training platform, indignantly declaring, Li Mu, do you dare to ignore me? In truth, it was not that Li Mu was purposefully disregarding him. Rather, his entire focus was immersed in the perception of the sword. He was in pursuit of that elusive sense of Li Batian, enraged, shouted, Li Mu, if you are a man, come and fight me. Let me see if you are worthy of Xia. It was astonishing that this Li Batian, being the son of the patriarch, could not maintain his composure. He was overly eager to prove himself. In recent days, the He family's gates had been nearly trampled. With reports of Yifeng from the Yi family and Xiao Yuan from the Xiao family having visited, each with obvious intentions. Goodness, they're all acting as if they've been injected with adrenaline. Have they never seen a woman before? You lack the strength to compete. Otherwise, I bet you would be even more excited than they are. Hesia, recognized as the most beautiful woman in Qin City, would have been relentlessly pursued had she not been bound by an early engagement. This was evident from the moment news of her broken engagement with Li Mu spread, with the other 3 great clans and young talents from Qin City flocking to visit her, an undeniable testament to her allure. At this age, young men were naturally inclined to seek out conflict and display their prowess, and even the slightest provocation could lead to clashes, especially when it involved a goddess like Hesia. As for Li Mu, he truly appeared as the rumors suggested. Once he immersed himself in sword practice, he became utterly oblivious to everything else, as if he were a sword fanatic. Li Batian was seething with anger. He could not simply wait for Li Mu to finish demonstrating this sword technique. Otherwise, where would he place his own dignity? Would he brazenly jump onto the stage, shout a few words, and then foolishly wait for the other party to complete their sword training? Wouldn't that make him look like a fool? However, according to the rules of the Li family, unless both parties consented, one could not take the initiative to attack another member of the clan. Yet, Li Batian had his own methods. The martial arts arena was scattered with numerous stone pillars, intended for the family disciples to practice their martial skills. Li Batian approached the nearest stone pillar to Li Mu, aligned himself, and summoned the spiritual energy within him, causing a faint light to emanate from his right palm. In the refinement stage, each time a meridian was opened, one would advance a level, and with each advancement, one would gain an additional 500 pounds of strength. Li Batian had already reached the 7th level of refinement, allowing his physical body to unleash nearly 4,000 pounds of might. Comparable to that of a humanoid beast, with a shout, he struck out, and a solid stone pillar, roughly the size of a person, was instantly shattered, with countless fragments scattering in all directions like exploding firecrackers. The onlooking disciples were taken aback, and some who stood too close were unfortunate enough to be struck by the flying debris, suffering grievous injuries. The majority of the shattered stones, however, were directed towards Li Mu under Li Batian's control. Although the family rules prohibited unsolicited challenges and sneak attacks, it could easily be dismissed as an accident while practicing martial skills. Dozens of sharp stones, varying in size, whistled through the air, hurtling toward Li Mu, who was currently facing away from Li Batian, engrossed in his swordplay and blissfully unaware of the imminent danger. However, at the very moment the stones were about to reach him, Li Mu turned around as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Sweeping his sword across, with a series of sharp clinks, the stones were all deflected, shattering into even finer fragments that scattered across the ground. As Li Mu adjusted his grip on the sword, his gaze sharpened, and Li Batian felt a tightening in his chest as he was caught in the piercing intensity of that look, momentarily rendered speechless. Although Li Mu was immersed in his sword practice, it did not mean he was oblivious to the world around him. On the contrary, it was during his sword training that his senses were most acute. However, when he was in the state of practicing, his mind would automatically filter out everything irrelevant, leaving only the presence of the sword in his thoughts. Once he exited that state, the things he had deliberately ignored would flood back into his consciousness, akin to the common phenomenon of hindsight. Therefore, as soon as Li Mu's awareness shifted from the sword, he instantly comprehended everything that had transpired and the purpose of Li Boshan's actions. If you dare disturb my sword practice again, do not blame me for disregarding our kinship, Li Mu stated coldly. Having his sword practice interrupted left Li Mu in an exceedingly foul mood. The elusive sensation of qi, already difficult to grasp, had just begun to manifest within him, only to be abruptly shattered by Li Boshan's petty jealousy, igniting his ire. The crowd fell silent, astonished that Li Mu dared to threaten Li Batian in return. However, even Li Batian himself felt a vague sense that Li Mu was not simply jesting. The reason was clear. The aura emanating from Li Mu at that moment was overwhelmingly terrifying and oppressive. Especially his eyes, which bore the intensity of sword light, firmly locking onto Li Batian and causing him to break out in a cold sweat. What manner of monster is this? How can an ordinary mortal possess such an astonishing aura? Li Batian was filled with dread. Only Li Qichuan and Li Qian in the Fengtian prefecture were aware of Li Mu's comprehension of sword intent. He Xia had only shared news of her engagement annulment with her brother and best friend, completely omitting any mention of sword intent. She believed that revealing Li Mu's breakthrough would inevitably bring her negative repercussions. This had resulted in the current situation, where all of Li Mu's envious rivals remained oblivious to his newfound mastery of sword intent. However, now that he had stepped forward, retreat was not an option. Otherwise, he would become the subject of ridicule. I am at the 7th level of refinement, my strength overwhelming. The only area where I am slightly inferior is in swordsmanship. Yet I refuse to believe I could falter. Li Batian took a deep breath, expelling the fear in his heart. Li Mu, if you are a man, accept my challenge. Do not let everyone look down on you. I will not take advantage of you. You have not opened your meridians, and I will not use spiritual power. Let us duel fairly based on our sword techniques. If you defeat me, I promise to trouble you no more. Li Batian declared loudly to Li Mu. The surrounding disciples scoffed. Li Batian was indeed shameless. Even without using spiritual power, his 4,000 pounds of might would likely send Li Mu flying with a single strike. Was this truly a fair duel? I could do the same, of course. They only dared to murmur among themselves, as Li Batian was the son of the clan leader and held a higher status than them. Li Batian was fully aware of the shamelessness of his actions, yet he was indifferent to it in this world. Absolute fairness did not exist. In his view, not using spiritual power was already quite generous towards Li Mu. Li Mu, give me a straightforward answer. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Chapter 8. The Mortal Sword. A sword to the throat. Li Mu caressed the hilt of his sword, and a glimmer of anger flickered in his otherwise indifferent eyes. It had been a long time since he felt true anger, to the point that he had almost forgotten what it felt like. Unable to open his meridians, his status had plummeted, leaving him only with feelings of dejection. In the days that followed, he immersed himself in the sword, practicing relentlessly. Despite countless ridicule and mockery from many, he persistently gripped his sword, refusing to waste his spirit on futile emotional outbursts, harboring not a shred of resentment. Yet at this moment, he felt a genuine surge of anger. That fleeting sensation of chi, profound and elusive, had taken him days to cultivate, yet it was all undone by Li Boshan's petty jealousy. Li Mu's dark pupils swept across the arena, taking in the array of faces, some excited, some curious. It seemed that unless he resolved this matter, he would not be able to practice his sword in peace. Tightening his grip on the sword, he made his decision. Since you insist on this, then let it be. Li Mu accepted the challenge. The onlooking disciples widened their eyes in disbelief, as if they could hardly fathom his agreement. Was he out of his mind? Even without using a sword, Li Batian could easily overpower Li Mu with his 7th level of refinement. Perhaps he was confident, believing himself to still be the invincible sword genius of the past. Unfortunately, that past was now a distant memory in the present. Some were astonished, others scoffed, and some sighed. Even though Li Batian claimed he would not use spiritual power, no one believed Li Mu could defeat him. After all, the disparity was simply too great. One party possessed nearly 4,000 pounds of might and had just entered the realm of sword law, while the other was merely a mortal. Albeit with superior swordsmanship, yet against such overwhelming strength, everyone believed that even the most exquisite technique would be futile. Li Mu was far too impulsive. There was no doubt he would be defeated. This was the consensus. However, in Li Mu's eyes, there was not a trace of fear. His expression remained as calm as a still pond, revealing no signs of distress, though he was merely an ordinary mortal. Lacking the physical prowess of Li Batian, in terms of swordsmanship, he held a distinct advantage. Cultivation and combat power had never been synonymous. Just as the same sword technique could be executed with varying styles by different individuals, similar cultivation levels would yield different combat capabilities depending on the practitioner. It was often said that among practitioners of the same realm, those who comprehended the state of intent were utterly invincible. I wonder how my comprehension of the state of intent compares to that of a refinement practitioner. Li Mu mused, curiosity stirring within him about how his swordsmanship would fare against different levels of practitioners. However, since Li Batian would not use spiritual power, dealing with him would likely be akin to facing an ordinary person. The crowd parted, creating a sufficient space for the two to engage in battle. Li Batian drew the sword from his waist. The hilt was intricately adorned, gleaming in a golden hue, clearly crafted from extraordinary materials. With the blade itself engraved with dragons and phoenixes, shimmering with brilliance, a splendid sword. The other disciples gasped in awe. Not everyone could afford such a luxurious weapon, especially not those who were not the clan leader's son. Li Batian, in a fit of pride, performed a flourish with the sword. Looking at Li Mu with a taunting gaze, Li Mu glanced at the ornate sword in Li Boshan's hand, his expression reflecting disdain. A sword is a tool for killing, to be solemn and straightforward, unobtrusive in its design. Something so gaudy and superficial hardly resembled a warrior's weapon. It felt more like a prop for a performer. Devoid of the true essence of the sword, merely inviting ridicule, Li Batian declared loudly, "Li Mu, do not say I bully you. I can let you have 3 moves." Li Mu replied indifferently, "There is no need. You may proceed directly." With that, Li Mu sheathed his unremarkable sword. Without the use of spiritual power, Li Mu truly did not regard Li Batian as a threat. Li Batian narrowed his eyes and coldly snorted. You said it yourself. Do not blame me for taking advantage of the weak. Having uttered these words, he reversed his grip on the treasured sword and boldly approached. As the saying goes, to wield a weapon backward is to give the advantage to one's opponent. Such swordplay, naturally, is a display of contempt employed solely to humiliate others. No one would use it in a proper confrontation. Li Batian had come with the sole intention of defeating Li Mu and showcasing his prowess before he Xia. Moreover, the manner in which Li Mu sheathed his sword incited great displeasure in him, prompting a determination to thoroughly crush Li Mu's arrogant spirit. Could it be that he believed he could defeat me with a mere sword sheath? Sword fanatic? I see nothing but foolishness. I shall use the very swordsmanship you take pride in to utterly shatter your arrogance. Li Batian grinned menacingly as he approached Li Mu, his treasured sword slicing through the air with a swift, whistling sound, a testament to its formidable power. The onlookers held their breath. Should that sword strike true, it could cleave Li Mu in twain in an instant. Clang! A flash of silver light dazzled the eyes of the spectators. Li Boshan's countenance turned pale with fear, his gaze fixated on the glimmering blade before him, hardly daring to breathe. This sword bore no intricate designs, nor did it have a lavish hilt. Even the tassel was absent, appearing utterly unremarkable. Yet, at this moment, this seemingly ordinary sword was pressed against his throat, and Li Batian could feel the chilling aura emanating from its edge. While it is true that a practitioner at the body refinement stage possesses a physique vastly superior to that of a mundane person, he had yet to reach a state where even his throat could withstand blades and spears. Furthermore, judging solely by speed, Li Batian was certain that if that sword continued its trajectory, it would surely pierce through his throat. The other disciples stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, unable to comprehend what had transpired. That strike was simply too swift, like a flash of lightning, blurring their vision and severing their senses, leaving them utterly unaware of when Li Mu had drawn his sword. In their eyes, Li Mu had, but a moment ago, been poised with his sword sheathed, yet in the next instant, the blade that should have remained in its scabbard was already poised at Li Boshan's throat, a mere breath away from piercing through. What kind of swordplay is this? How could it be so fast? I didn't even see how he drew his sword. Absurd. Is he truly just an ordinary person? Terrifying. This was the immediate sentiment shared by all who witnessed that strike. The mere thought of facing such a sword made cold sweat break out on their foreheads. Is this the prowess of someone who has mastered the law of the sword? An ordinary person can subdue a practitioner at the 7th level of body refinement with a single blow. Li Mu slowly lowered the sword that had been aimed at Li Batian, his expression remaining calm and unruffled. Although his understanding of swordsmanship had indeed reached the realm of momentum, he chose not to employ it in this duel. That strike was the pinnacle of his comprehension within the realm of law. Aptly named Silver Light, Li Mu, dealing with a practitioner who did not utilize spiritual energy and wielded such clumsy swordplay did not warrant reliance on momentum. Otherwise, all his years of practice would have been in vain. Thud! Clatter! Li Batian, utterly defeated, collapsed to the ground, his exquisite sword falling into the dust. In his dazed gaze, remnants of fear and disbelief mingled, creating a scene both tragic and comical. Gulp! Li Batian swallowed hard, but halfway through, he recalled the chilling sensation of the sword's tip, rendering him paralyzed with fear. For the first time in his life, he felt the specter of death looming near. In that fleeting moment when Li Mu had drawn his sword, it seemed as if an invisible harbinger of death beckoned him from the side. You have lost. With a clang, Li Mu sheathed his sword and spoke coolly to Li Batian. Chapter 9. The schemes of the Li clan disciples. You have lost. Those 3 words, though spoken with a casual air, resonated like the sound of metal striking stone, echoing throughout the arena. Now, I shall resume my sword practice. Do not disturb me again. Li Mu gazed down at his vanquished opponent, his demeanor unruffled. Li Batian stared blankly at Li Mu, but in the next moment, his eyes blazed with indignation. I refuse to accept this, Li Batian roared. If you have the ability, let us fight again, and I shall wield my spiritual energy against you." Li Mu furrowed his brow and replied with a hint of mockery. "What? The clan leader's son cannot accept defeat." Li Batian truly brought shame upon himself. Indeed, defeat is defeat. There is no need for denial. He even spoke of not seeking trouble after losing. How absurd! The surrounding disciples exchanged pointed remarks, each taking turns to deride Li Boshan's character. Li Boshan's face flushed with embarrassment. This battle had been a complete rout, a swift and decisive loss from the very start. Li Batian rasped, "Had I not underestimated him at the outset, I would not have lost so miserably. I refuse to accept this." He possessed considerable strength, yet to undermine Li Mu's confidence, he had recklessly exposed multiple vulnerabilities, only to be silenced by a single thrust to the throat. Truly a case of self-inflicted hardship. In Li Boshan's view, had he given his all from the beginning, even in defeat, he would not have felt this utterly humiliated. Li Mu replied, "Even a lion spares no effort when hunting a rabbit. On the battlefield, no one will grant you a second chance simply because you underestimated them." Li Mu stepped closer to Li Batian and stated, "According to our agreement, since you have lost, do not show your face before me again." Having said this, Li Mu walked past Li Batian and resumed his sword practice in the arena, seeking to reclaim that elusive sense of momentum. Li Batian glared at Li Mu, his fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound as his body trembled with rage. Yet ultimately, he gritted his teeth and walked away. After all, without Li Mu's consent, he could not resort to using spiritual energy to force the issue. Under the clan's rules, even the son of the clan leader could not act recklessly. Should he dare to strike out, his brothers would ensure he regretted it long before Li Mu had the chance to say anything. Li Batian picked up his sword and departed, teeth clenched in frustration. Swish! After driving away Li Batian, Li Mu continued his sword practice in the arena, as if nothing had transpired. However, the gazes of the other disciples from the Li clan had shifted. The initial disdain and mockery had transformed into wariness and awe. The disciples who had witnessed the duel gathered together, discussing the recent battle. This Li Mu, though of mundane origin, had astonishingly reached such heights in swordsmanship. Truly impressive. That strike was so fast that I could barely comprehend it. It's simply unbelievable. What a pity that he cannot awaken a spiritual vein. Our Li clan has lost a prodigy. Some felt a twinge of regret for him. Such astounding talent in swordsmanship, yet unable to unlock a spiritual vein. One must say that fate can be quite cruel. Reflecting on that recent strike, none could deny their astonishment. Suddenly, someone posed a question. Do you think that if Li Batian had used spiritual energy, Li Mu could have won so easily? Others hesitated before responding. That strike, while incredibly swift, would likely not hold up against a practitioner utilizing spiritual energy, which enhances their entire being along with martial skills. Li Mu would probably not be a match. The rest nodded in agreement. Indeed. While they acknowledged Li Mu's exceptional swordsmanship, they ultimately recognized that the gap between an ordinary person and a practitioner was vast. Without the ability to harness spiritual energy, the disparities in physical prowess and other realms such as perception were starkly evident. If Li Batian were to employ spiritual energy, he could easily deflect that strike. Even if he could not evade it entirely, however, this was contingent upon him not underestimating his opponent. If caught off guard and suddenly attacked, even a practitioner could find themselves in dire straits. Without the use of spiritual energy, while practitioners are undeniably stronger than ordinary folk, they remain susceptible to mortal harm. Li Batian had experienced this firsthand. In that fleeting moment, he had been ensnared by the sword, his soul captured, leaving him no time to react. After all, invoking spiritual energy requires time. It cannot be summoned at will. In summary, Li Mu's swordsmanship is indeed extraordinary. Within the realm of the mundane, he is likely unrivaled. Even if he encounters practitioners, he could still achieve victory in the absence of their spiritual energy. Yet, once others become aware of his capabilities and prepare accordingly, his advantage would vanish. Thus, in confrontations with practitioners, he remains at a distinct disadvantage. As the discussion drew to a close, a respected disciple concluded with a statement that garnered consensus from the others. After defeating Li Batian this time, it would likely be difficult for him to triumph over practitioners again. Indeed, everyone understood his swordsmanship. They would surely not underestimate him, and any match would undoubtedly involve spiritual energy. A sly-eyed disciple lowered his voice and remarked, "To be precise, only we, the disciples of the Li clan, are aware of this." Other disciples perked up. "Are you suggesting that the talented individuals from other clans?" The sly-eyed disciple chuckled. "They are currently scheming to find trouble with Li Mu over Hixia. As long as the onlookers today do not spread the news, almost all the disciples present in the training arena, aside from Li Batian, are gathered here. Given the manner in which Li Batian was just defeated, it is unlikely he would voluntarily inform anyone. They remain unaware of Li Mu's true capabilities and will undoubtedly approach him without using any spiritual power, thereby repeating the same mistakes." A flicker of excitement glimmers in their eyes. Not everyone is willing to challenge Li Mu for the sake of Hixia. Most recognize their own limitations and understand that a goddess like Hixia would never deign to notice them. Yet, this does not deter them from enjoying the spectacle, and even adding frustration to the talented individuals pursuing her. "If I cannot have it, neither shall others easily attain it. Yi Feng of the Yi family and Xiao Yun of the Xiao family. These two have always been arrogant, often looking down upon us. If they were to be defeated by an ordinary person, I wonder if they would retain the audacity to pursue Hixia thereafter." Yi Feng, the foremost prodigy of the Yi family, reached the 8th level of body refinement at the tender age of 17, and his swordsmanship is already at the minor completion stage of the law realm. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun, the pride of the Xiao family, attained the 8th level of body refinement at 16. Although his swordsmanship is slightly inferior, he has only just entered the law realm this year. These two represent the strongest among the younger generation of Qin City. Even Li Batian pales in comparison to them, as he has only achieved the 7th level of body refinement, which explains his eagerness to stand out. He is acutely aware of his inferiority to them. Someone smirks as they envision the scene of these two being struck down in terror by a single sword strike from Li Mu. The others share a knowing smile. What could be more entertaining than witnessing the downfall of the talented? The answer is watching the talents of others face defeat. Suddenly, one person inquires, "But Li Mu practices swordsmanship at home every day and never goes out. How will he encounter those two?" The proposer immediately hangs his head, realizing the barrier of reality as his imagination reaches its peak. Surely, he cannot remain in the Feng Tian residence for eternity. As soon as Li Mu steps outside, "We will discreetly inform those two, and I doubt they will resist the bait." Thus, although Li Mu has defeated Li Batian, his prowess is only whispered among a select few of the Li family disciples present, while the outside world remains oblivious to him. Naturally, Li Mu is unaware of their discussions. He is solely focused on seeking that elusive sense of energy, distanced from this group. Little does he know, these fellow disciples are secretly hoping he will take down the prodigies of the Yi and Xiao families one by one. However, even if he were to overhear their conversations, it is unlikely to stir any emotions within him. After all, aside from delving into the true understanding of swordsmanship, he has no inclination to contemplate other matters. How to transcend from the realm of force to that of energy with an ordinary body is his primary concern. Yi Feng and Xiao Yun, merely a pair of foolish youths. He has no intention of engaging in trivial conflicts over a marriage contract that no longer exists. Chapter 10. What defines a sword? What defines obsession days passed in succession, with Li Mu maintaining a routine of moving between the training arena and his courtyard. Rising early to practice swordsmanship for half an hour, he would then return to the courtyard for breakfast. Only to head back to the training arena to continue his practice at noon. He would return for lunch, study the true understanding of swordsmanship for a while, and then resume his training in the evening. After dinner, he would practice once more and read the true understanding of swordsmanship before sleeping, repeating this cycle day after day. This was the rhythm of Li Mu's life in the training arena. A group of over a dozen Li family disciples gathered to whisper among themselves, the very same onlookers from before. They watched Li Mu with expressions of disbelief and confusion. This Li Mu? No wonder they call him the sword maniac. How could he spend an entire day doing nothing but practicing swordsmanship? My heavens, he is practically a machine. Who spends all day practicing swordsmanship? Aside from eating, he is solely focused on training, without a moment's rest. Goodness, I've got to hand it to him. Presently, In their gazes toward Li Mu, only admiration and numbness remain. This fellow is utterly inhuman. It is one thing to practice intensively for a day, but Li Mu has maintained this for several consecutive days. Does he not tire? They could hardly fathom the hellish nature of such training. Merely watching it made their scalps tingle. After 2 hours of practice, I would be sore all over. How can an ordinary person endure such a regimen? Indeed, it is absurd. Everyone expressed their inability to comprehend the situation. Today, they have gained a profound understanding of why Li Mu is referred to as the sword maniac. What defines obsession? It is simply this. When he practices swordsmanship, he appears as if he has gone mad, tirelessly and without rest. Moreover, his swordsmanship remained consistently high in quality from morning until afternoon. They were astounded. Given such relentless practice, it is no wonder he achieved the completion of the law realm at the age of 11. Someone grew irate. Damn it! At this rate, will he just continue practicing swordsmanship at home? How will he ever confront Yifeng and Xiao Yun? The crowd shook their heads in dismay. There was no way. At this rate, even a natural disaster could not sway him from his sword practice. Ultimately, they dispersed in disappointment, realizing that Li Mu might indeed remain confined to the residence, wholly absorbed in his swordsmanship. Li Mu paid no heed to their departure. The only thing that mattered to him was the sword in his hand. Whether there were people in the training arena or not, whether the weather was stormy or clear, none of this could hinder his practice. A day of ceaseless sword training might be a torment for others. But for Li Mu, it was merely a mundane routine. As a master of swordsmanship, his control over himself and his comprehension of sword techniques are remarkably profound. Ordinary individuals require 12 parts of effort to unleash 10 parts of power with their swords. Yet, he only needs 5 parts of effort to unleash 12 parts of power. This is the result of years of relentless practice. Initially, when he learned he could not awaken a spiritual vein, Li Mu was nearly crushed by despair. At that time, to escape reality, he forced himself to practice swordsmanship frantically from dawn till dusk. Engaging in physical activity makes it difficult to dwell on troubling thoughts, and it proved to be the right course of action. Each swing of the sword left him no time to contemplate the painful truths of his situation. He poured all his thoughts into the sword, obsessively pondering how to make his strikes faster and stronger, and how to refine his techniques further. It was during this time that the silver light was born. In the moment he unleashed that strike, Li Mu instantaneously forgot all his troubles. His eyes filled only with that breathtaking sword light. From then on, he firmly resolved to dedicate himself to the path of swordsmanship. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Li Mu rarely exhibited a trace of fatigue between his brows. Although the sun was obscured by clouds, the golden rays peeking through the edges still confirmed its presence, indicating that it was merely morning. Li Mu murmured, 7 days have passed, yet I still cannot grasp this fleeting sense of energy. Ever since he expelled Li Batian last time, he has sensed this mysterious energy several times. However, each time he believed he could seize that fleeting sensation, it always slipped away at the last moment. This kind of sensing is exceedingly draining. Even for him, after 7 consecutive days, it has become somewhat taxing. Perhaps I am too impatient. Clang! Li Mu sighed and sheathed his sword. Having recently advanced from the realm of law to the realm of force, it is indeed too hasty to aspire to break into the realm of energy so soon. If others were to learn of his ambitions, they would likely be left dumbfounded. The realms of swordsmanship are not akin to a cultivator's progression. They cannot be rushed. Many powerful beings have yet to enter the law realm. Among the few transformation realm experts in Qin City, none have been reported to have reached the energy realm. Tio achieved success in the art of the sword. Both talent and effort are indispensable. This morning's practice shall conclude here. Li Mu decided. He planned to return and thoroughly study the descriptions of the realm of force in the true understanding of swordsmanship, contemplating how best to advance further. Creaked at Li Mu pushed open the door, finding that Qiner was absent. A youth clad in green robes sat in the room, engrossed in perusing the true understanding of swordsmanship. Xiao Chen? Li Mu was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile. Li Chun, the 8th son of Li Qichuan, and Li Mu's younger brother, is merely 14 years old. Among all the siblings, Li Chun shares the closest bond with Li Mu. Though they are not full siblings, their relationship is exceptionally strong. Even after Li Mu's inability to awaken a spiritual vein, Li Chun treated him with the same warmth. This is because Li Chun also has a great passion for swordsmanship and admires Li Mu, the most talented swordsman among their 8 siblings, without any disdain for him due to his inability to cultivate. Li Chun looked up slightly, closing the true understanding of swordsmanship, momentarily stunned. His eyes then sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Seventh brother. Ive come back to see you. When did you return?" Li Mu casually inquired. Last year, their older brother, Li Hong, took Li Chen out to see the world and had not yet returned. Now that Li Chen is back, Li Hong should have returned as well, right? Li Chun seemed to perceive his brother's thoughts and replied, "I returned early today. Elder brother will come back with the Yanwu Guard after some time." Yanwu Guard is the military force of the Great Yin Dynasty, and Li Hong is an officer within this esteemed unit. Qin City, a modest settlement under the jurisdiction of the Great Yin Dynasty, is jointly governed by the 4 prominent families. Each of these families maintains their own representatives within the Yanwu Guard and the court to ensure the legitimacy of their governance. For instance, Li Mu's elder brother, Li Yu, currently serves as a 9th-grade official in the Great Yin Dynasty, albeit not stationed in Qin City. The return of the Yanwu Guard? They are coming to Qin City? Li Mu furrowed his brow. This was hardly encouraging news. Chapter 11. Stepping out of the door, gaining experience in the mundane world. The military, of course, exists for the purpose of warfare. The Great Yin Dynasty is presently embroiled in conflict with the Great Moon Dynasty to the west. Qin City, situated at the extreme western edge of the Great Yin territory, though separated by 2 passes, is not too distant from the front lines. Li Chun reassured, "Fear not, 7th brother. The Yanwu Guard is merely passing through Qin City. They are not stationed here. There are still the Tianqin and Tianqing passes ahead. Those Great Moon barbarians cannot breach them. Besides, if a conflict were to arise, it would likely be against the larger city, Fushui City, adjacent to us. What advantage would there be in conquering our small Qin City?" Li Mu contemplated this, acknowledging that although the 2 factions had been at odds for years, casualties had not been extensive. It was evident that neither side intended to fight to the bitter end. They were merely engaged in a mutual depletion of resources. Curiously, Li Chen asked, "By the way, 7th brother, why is it that upon my return, I overheard so many discussions about your betrothal to sister-in-law?" Li Mu shook his head, saying, "Do not refer to her as sister-in-law. I have already annulled my engagement with He Xia." Li Chun, seemingly puzzled, exclaimed, "What? Then why is everyone saying you are to marry He Xia?" In the Great Yin Dynasty, it is customary for young couples to wed between the ages of 16 and 20. He Xia, already 16, was under pressure from Li Qichuan and had recently dispelled rumors, leading many to believe the two were on the verge of marriage. Li Mu replied, "Do not heed the rumors circulating outside. Not long ago, the head of the He family personally visited my father." Li Chen muttered, "What a pity. I remember He Xia was quite lovely in the past." Li Mu shook his head, asserting that at this stage, his focus lay solely on the sword, and even if He Xia were a celestial being, he would have little interest, unless she happened to be a sword immortal. "How old were you when you first met her?" "Enough of this idle thinking. You should practice your swordsmanship more." Speaking of swords, Li Mu raised the sword he held, revealing the true essence of swordsmanship, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "7th brother, have you already comprehended sword intent?" This treatise on swordsmanship begins with the concept of sword intent, elucidating the true meaning of the sword and detailing how to enter the realm of qi, which explained Li Chen's inquiry. Li Mu nodded, acknowledging that there was nothing to conceal. Li Chen's eyes glimmered with anticipation as he pressed, "Does this mean, 7th brother, that your spiritual veins have been opened?" Li Mu laughed and scolded, "I knew you would ask that." He then shook his head, sighing, "Though I have entered the intent realm, my spiritual veins remain unopened." The light in Li Chen's eyes dimmed, feeling a sense of regret for his brother. With 7th brother's talent, should he succeed in opening his spiritual veins and entering the Yanwu Guard, he could at least start as a centurion. Perhaps he might even be sent to the Yanwu Academy for further training. The Yanwu Academy, the premier institution of the Great Yin Dynasty, specializes in nurturing various cultivation prodigies. However, the requirements for admission are exceedingly stringent. Within Qin City, there is not a single individual qualified to enter the Yanwu Academy. Those who emerge from the academy are at least at the transformation realm. It should be noted that the entire Qin city has no more than 2 individuals at the transformation realm. Among Li Mu's generation, only Yifeng and Xiao Yun currently possess the most potential to reach the transformation realm, while Li Batian, despite his commendable talent, ultimately falls short. As for the He family, the most gifted member is He Siya, who, at 16, has reached the 7th level of body refinement and achieved minor success in swordsmanship. Being of the same caliber as Yi and Xiao, it is no wonder she boldly declares that her future husband must at least be at the transformation realm. The Yinwu Academy? Li Mu murmured. If only I could open my spiritual veins, perhaps there would be a chance. However, he could not help but shake his head. I believe 7th brother is already impressive enough. Entering the intent realm with a mortal body is a feat I have yet to witness in anyone else. Sensing the atmosphere shift, Li Chun quickly interjected, by the way, 7th brother, how about we take a stroll today? I've heard you've been practicing swordsmanship every day without rest. A stroll? Li Mu lowered his head in contemplation. Reflecting on it, he realized he had not stepped outside even once this year, always cooped up at home practicing swordplay, which indeed seemed unwise. The path of swordsmanship is not one to be rushed. The fact that he had been unable to grasp the feeling of qi for 7 consecutive days indicated that his realm had yet to mature. I have also not taken a break in quite some time. It is indeed time for a little relaxation. For the past 5 years, he had persevered through wind and rain, never ceasing his sword practice. Li Mu nodded. Very well, let us step outside for a while, to refresh our spirits. Perhaps this change in scenery will benefit my understanding of swordsmanship. Li Chan breathed a sigh of relief. In the past, whenever he had invited 7th brother to go out, his brother would refuse under the pretext of practicing swordsmanship, seldom venturing outside. It seemed that breaking into the intent realm had naturally transformed 7th brother's mindset, making him less obstinate than before. Li Chun thought to himself, those embroiled in their own circumstances often lack clarity, while observers possess insight. Upon seeing 7th brother, Li Chun noted that his demeanor had markedly changed. Compared to before, he exuded less of a solitary gloominess and more of a serene calmness. Initially, he could not pinpoint the origin of this transformation, but now he vaguely sensed it was likely due to the breakthrough into the intent realm. The shift in strength had altered 7th brother's state of mind. Li Chan mused. 5 years prior, when news of his inability to open his spiritual veins spread, 7th brother had faced a setback, retreating into the realm of swordsmanship and becoming taciturn. That time, I was merely 9 years old, yet I could perceive the change in the attitudes of those around 7th brother. It was as if the world had turned upside down. Even the most ordinary servants gazed at 7th brother with pity. With his pride, he could hardly bear it. Back then, Li Mu was indeed in a wretched state, having fallen from grace, lonely and helpless. The recollection caused Li Chan to shake his head in sorrow. Thus, he sealed his heart with the sword, ceasing all social interactions. Even when I went to visit him, it was difficult to elicit a smile. Yet today, upon entering, he smiled upon seeing me. Li Chan felt a whirlwind of emotions. This was the first time in 5 years he had witnessed a genuine smile from 7th brother. It seemed that after comprehending the sword intent, 7th brother had finally emerged from the shadows, capable of confronting his past. Unbeknownst to Li Chun, Li Mu had already severed the lingering distractions in his heart, gradually restoring his former self. However, witnessing his most admired brother return to normalcy filled Li Chan with genuine happiness. He silently hoped for 7th brother's swift opening of his spiritual veins. What are you daydreaming about? If you don't catch up, I shall leave without you. At the entrance of the courtyard, Li Mu wore a relaxed smile and waved to Li Chan. I'm coming. Li Chan blinked in surprise, then quickly smiled and hurried after his brother. 7th brother, why are you carrying a sword even when going out for a stroll? Li Chan remarked, bemused, as he eyed the sword hanging at Li Mu's waist. Li Mu patted the hilt of his sword, speaking with profound significance. A swordsman's sword is something that must never leave one's side. Hey, isn't that Li Chen? He is actually back? A few disciples idly gathered at the eastern gate of the Fengtian prefecture, one of whom, with a shifty gaze, exclaimed, Look, the person next to him seems to be Li Mu. Another pointed out, indeed, with a glint of excitement in his eyes, The first one remarked, "This guy has finally decided to step outside. Let us go find Yifeng and Xiao Yun." Chapter 12. Undercurrents and beautiful dangers. As autumn deepens, the weather is crisp and invigorating, with white clouds obscuring the sun. A perfect day for an outing. Upon crossing the high steps of the eastern gate of the Fengtian prefecture, Li Mu immediately felt a refreshing breeze caress his face. Taking a deep breath, he remarked in astonishment, "As soon as I stepped beyond the gate, the air outside feels remarkably fresher." Elichin chuckled. "It's surely a psychological effect. Seventh brother, you've just been cooped up at home for too long." "Perhaps," Li Mu conceded, focusing on the invigorating autumn wind that swept through him. The essence of autumn felt like a gentle stream, flowing through his skin and into the depths of his soul, imparting a subtle sense of delight. Reflecting on it, he realized he had not stepped outside in 5 years. Li Mu mused internally. Typically, tasks such as purchasing groceries, medicine, and sundries were solely handled by Qin Air, while he devoted each day to practicing swordsmanship at the training grounds, returning only to eat and then continuing with his practice. Strolling? Shopping? Given his notoriety, he would likely draw attention wherever he went, becoming the subject of endless gossip. Wasn't he the reason he practiced swordsmanship day and night to escape such scrutiny? Fortunately, he has finally learned to confront everything with composure. Gently caressing the hilt of his sword, Li Mu felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility in his heart. As long as the sword was by his side, he believed he could handle any situation that might arise. Li Mu casually inquired, "Shall we go for a stroll?" Having not ventured out for 5 years, he wondered what changes had transpired in Qin City. It was better to let Li Qian decide. Li Qian scratched his head, pondering briefly before suggesting, "How about we visit the Wanxiang Pavilion?" The Wanxiang Pavilion was a renowned establishment, famed for its vast array of goods. It sold everything from divine weapons and rare treasures to information and martial arts techniques. If one had sufficient wealth, anything could be acquired there. Moreover, the Wanxiang Pavilion was a formidable force within the Dian dynasty, possessing considerable strength. Otherwise, it would not dare engage in such commerce. "Very well," Li Mu replied without hesitation. For him, any destination would suffice. Inside a modest private room of a tavern, a young man and woman sat across from one another. "Young Master Yi, I am truly grateful for your kind invitation." The young woman expressed to the handsome youth clad in a purple robe. The enchanting girl, who introduced herself as Su Xian, was indeed a close friend of Xia. She wore a form-fitting light green gown that accentuated her alluring figure, adorned in a manner that belied her age. The young man in the purple robe was none other than Yifeng, a renowned genius of the Yi family in Qin City. Yifeng smiled warmly. "Miss Su, you flatter me. Let us simply regard each other as friends. No need for formalities." Su Xian could not help but chuckle inwardly. Who in Qin City was unaware of Yifeng and Xiao Yun's arrogance? Looking down upon others? Now, he was acting so graciously. She was well aware that her connection to Xia afforded her certain privileges, especially since Xia had been confined at home, barred from venturing outside and meeting anyone. As Xia's close friend, Su Xian knew a bit about the underlying circumstances. Yifeng's invitation was likely an attempt to extract information regarding Xia from her. Between friends, there is no need for politeness. "This is but a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it," Yifeng said, pushing an apparently ordinary wooden box towards her. Su Xian was taken aback by Yifeng's directness and was about to refuse when he interjected. "Why not take a look first?" Hesitantly, Su Xian lifted a corner of the box, and her face instantly flushed as her gaze became fixated on the item within. Ahem. Perhaps realizing her lapse in composure, she cleared her throat, swiftly closed the lid, and trembled slightly as she tucked the wooden box away. With a captivating smile, she licked her lips and said in a soft voice, "Then I shall bravely accept young Master Ye's kindness." As her beautiful eyes danced, her crimson lips curled slightly, revealing her evident excitement. Yifeng was pleased with her reaction and nodded approvingly. "Now that Miss Su has accepted my gift, it signifies our friendship. As friends, I have a matter I wish to seek your guidance on." Su Xian thought to herself, "Here it comes. There is an old saying, one cannot bite the hand that feeds." Having accepted his gift, it would be impolite to remain silent. "Young Master Yi, are you inquiring about the marriage between Xia and Li Mu?" Su Xian ventured, carefully observing Yi Feng's expression. Astute. Yi Feng chuckled. I have a fondness for intelligent women. Although the He family had publicly dispelled the rumors, asserting that the engagement between Li Mu and He Xia remained unchanged, Yi Feng believed that the news of the annulment had not surfaced without reason. There must be some hidden motives. More importantly, he could not fathom the He family's willingness to marry such a remarkable woman to a waist who could not even open his meridians. Su Xian silently thought, Xia, do not blame me. Yi Feng has offered too much. After all, this matter will eventually come to light, and sharing this information with him is not a grave offense. With a smile, Su Xian slowly revealed, in truth, the engagement between Xia and Li Mu was secretly annulled long ago. Yi Feng's eyes lit up, confirming his suspicions. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a servant rushed in, causing Yi Feng's brow to furrow. Did I not instruct that the door be guarded and no disturbances allowed? The servant, caught in Yi Feng's piercing gaze, felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly reported, Young master, Li Mu has left the Fengtian mansion. He is currently at the city's West Bell Tower. Oh, Su Xian and Yi Feng both exclaimed in surprise. Li Mu had actually ventured outside? At such a critical juncture, how could the Li family allow him to roam freely, seemingly disregarding the engagement? If they wished to quell the uproar and allow the engagement matter to fade away, the most prudent course would be to strictly prohibit the two from leaving. Or was it possible that Su Xian had misled him? Yi Feng's gaze silently scrutinized Su Xian. Su Xian hurriedly clarified, I would never dare deceive young Master Yi. Then let us go and see for ourselves. Yi Feng replied nonchalantly, the He residence. Through a nondescript small door used by the servants, a woman shrouded in a deep black robe with a veil covering her face stealthily crossed the threshold. Miss, should we not return? What if the master discovers us? A weak voice called from behind the door, startling the woman, who feared she had been caught. What are you doing out here? Hurry back. Did we not agree that you would disguise yourself as me to deceive them? He Xia urged anxiously. But the substitute began to protest, only to be interrupted by He Xia. There are no buts. Quickly go back. I will just visit the Wanxiang Pavilion for a while, and will return before nightfall. With that, He Xia closed the door and swiftly departed. Chapter 13. Observing the world and comprehending sword Qi. The realm of Qi. Take your time. I have not had the chance to properly appreciate Qin City in a long while. Li Mu remarked. Ally Chun had no objections. All right. The two strolled leisurely along the street, observing the myriad of sights around them. Li Mu gazed out. The towering bell tower stood resolutely in the center, flanked by a row of shops stretching from one end of the street to the other. Countless pedestrians bustled about, engaged in lively conversations with friends or haggling with shopkeepers, filling the air with vibrant chatter. The scenes from his memories aligned perfectly with the sights before him, leaving Li Mu momentarily entranced. Qin City remained as he had remembered it, with little change, yet an instinctive feeling told him that something was different. More precisely, he sensed an additional element in the Qin City he beheld, one that held significant importance to him. Unconsciously, he grasped the hilt of his sword, a habitual gesture during moments of contemplation. As Li Mu scanned the street, he noticed that the tavern where he had dined during his childhood still stood, filled with patrons and a cheerful atmosphere. Next to the tavern, an elderly woman in a general store handed 2 pieces of candy to a boy and a girl, creating a warm scene. The familiar buildings retained their shapes from his memories. Change undoubtedly existed, yet he could not pinpoint it at that moment. Li Chun, do you not feel that Qin City is different from before? Li Mu inquired. Li Chun replied in confusion. Huh? Not at all. It looks exactly the same to me. Is that so? Li Mu mused softly as he stepped into the crowd, the peculiar sensation growing increasingly vivid. As he beheld the simultaneously familiar and foreign scenes, an ineffable feeling surged within him, evoking excitement and trepidation, an emotion he had been pursuing for the past 7 days. He sensed certain aspects of his heart melting away like snow, while simultaneously, a refreshing essence flowed into his being. He could not articulate what had vanished or what had entered, yet he undeniably felt this transformation. Observing the throngs of people bustling about, Li Mu perceived a cacophony of voices merging into gentle streams, flowing into his body and soul. It was an extraordinary sensation, as if amidst the vast expanse of the world, a unique aura permeated the air. An essence that he had been lacking. Limu felt his soul tremble. Reminiscent of stubborn stones emitting soft sounds, cascading down countless tiny fragments. This essence permeated every inch of Limu's skin. Entering his heart, he felt his core gradually filling with something simultaneously familiar and alien. At that moment, he finally understood what distinguished the Qin city he remembered from the one before him. It was the people. Limu exclaimed in astonishment. Huh? Li Chen was taken aback. Limu fixed his gaze on Li Chen and declared, in my recollection, Qin city was not filled with so many people. Li Chen was perplexed. And then? Grasping the hilt of his sword, Limu's eyes sparkled with realization, a smile breaking across his face as he exclaimed, now I know how to break into the realm of Qi. Li Chen's mouth fell agape, utterly bewildered by this abrupt leap in conversation. Limu did not continue to explain. Instead, with a sharp clang, he drew his sword and began to wield it amidst the throngs of people on the bustling street. Whoosh, swish, swish, the sword's edge sliced through the air, creating a gust of wind that sent several nearby onlookers fleeing in panic before they dared to glance back, their attention now drawn to the spectacle unfolding before them. Who is this? Why is someone sword dancing in the street? Ah, the one beside him seems to be Li Qichuan's eighth son, Li Chen. Now that you mention it, the one performing the sword dance must be his seventh brother. Li Mu, right? Almost immediately, Li Mu's identity was recognized by the crowd. There was no escaping it. His reputation and deeds were already well known throughout Qin City, especially after the recent incident involving He Siya, which had garnered immense attention. However, Li Mu paid no mind to the curious glances directed at him. Having entered the realm of power, he concentrated his spirit, energy, and essence, blocking out all external distractions, his mind solely focused on the faint glimmer of insight he had just sensed. What he perceived from the throngs of people in Qin City was an ethereal aura. In truth, each individual possesses a unique essence. Yet, this essence is generally so faint that it is nearly imperceptible. However, the overwhelming presence he sensed amidst the bustling street was a colossal energy, a confluence of myriad weak auras. Just as earth accumulates to form mountains, and rain stirs the winds, just as waters gather to create deep abysses from which dragons emerge, the convergence of human presence creates a remarkable vigor. Inside the tavern, men indulged in copious amounts of wine and meat, their animated conversations exuding a fervent energy. By the roadside, an old woman beamed as she watched two children joyfully devouring sweets. Radiating a gentle warmth, on the street, the flow of people was incessant, the cacophony a tangled web of sounds, brimming with a complex vitality. Cultivators harness their own spiritual energy to urge forth there. Seeking to discern the essence of the atmosphere, I may lack spiritual energy, yet I can still sense the vitality of all beings. Limu felt a surge of excitement as he attuned himself to the ebb and flow of this energy. Continuously consolidating his sword intent, striving to transform this fixed power into an ethereal essence. As soon as the sword intent unfurled, an unexpected chill swept through the street like a fierce gale. Chaotic as a blade, causing nearby pedestrians to feel a sting against their skin. Compared to when he first comprehended sword intent, Li Mu's current prowess was evidently more formidable. Li Chen, standing closest, could not help but grimace. Feeling as though every part of him was under the scrutiny of a sword's edge. Is this my seventh brother's sword intent? How powerful! Despite the prickling pain coursing through him, Li Chen felt an overwhelming thrill. This was his first time witnessing his seventh brother manifest his sword intent. Though he had not opened his spiritual meridians and was not a cultivator, merely a commoner, he could unleash such an aura. Truly, the is extraordinary. In the next moment, the sword intent suddenly shifted, transforming from its ferocious state into a serene presence, like mist enveloping a mountain, imbued with a refreshing coolness that permeated the air. Yet, Li Chen felt a profound sense of trepidation. Having practiced swordsmanship himself, influenced by his father and elder brothers, he had brushed against the boundaries of the realm of law, though he could never compare to his seventh brother. A sword is inherently a weapon of death. Sharp and unyielding, yet his brother's sword intent radiated a gentle essence, A sword devoid of killing intent is the most unpredictable of all, for one can never discern when it might strike. After a brief moment, the sword intent transformed once more, becoming robust and upright, akin to a towering mountain reaching for the heavens, or a river surging into the vast ocean, instilling a sense of awe in all who beheld it. With each change in his sword intent, Li Mu's aura intensified, reaching its zenith at this moment. With unwavering focus, he gripped his sword, gradually raising it above his head. As he lifted the sword intent that pervaded the realm ascended in tandem. Contracting with each inch he elevated it. For every inch the sword was raised, the sword intent condensed further, and the aura emitted by Li Mu's sword grew increasingly terrifying. Passers-by on the street gazed at Li Mu's sword in a trance, unable to avert their eyes, as though their very souls were being drawn in. The sword seemed to transform into a black hole, ensnaring everything in its vicinity. In a daze, all present experienced an illusion. As if even the sunlight were being absorbed by this silvery divine blade, plunging the world into shadow. At this moment, Li Mu's blood surged, his heart pounding like a war drum, his muscles taut, his mind intensely concentrated, orchestrating and harmonizing his entire being with the rising. With the sword now overhead, Li Mu executed a swift downward slash. There was neither a violent rush of wind nor any startling din accompanying it. This strike was executed with such speed that it was even quicker than the flash of silver light emitted by Li Mu himself. Yet, the onlookers could still discern every detail of the strike as it unfolded. The blade sliced through the air, producing no sound, flowing effortlessly as though it encountered no resistance, appearing almost weightless. As the sword came to rest, it did not cleave through anything, the tip hovering a fist's distance above the ground. As if nothing had transpired. Only a deep, straight groove emerged from the stone slab beneath the sword's tip, extending 5 meters forward, halting at the feet of a young man in a purple robe who was approaching from the outskirts. Sword Chi, Yifeng inhaled sharply, struggling to utter 2 words. Chapter 14. Everyone underestimated you. You are the true genius of Qin City. Sword Chi, Yifeng stared at the profound mark beneath his feet, disbelief etched across his face. Only those who have reached the realm of Qi in swordsmanship could wield such a technique. How could Li Mu possibly achieve this? Behind Yifeng, Su Xian was also wide-eyed, her mouth agape in astonishment, unable to comprehend. They had arrived slightly late, just in time to witness Li Mu's sword strike, an invisible sword chi emanating from the tip of his sword, landing precisely before Yifeng. The realm of? Yifeng fixated on Li Mu, his mind in disarray. In all of Qin City, there was currently no one who had attained the realm of. Even the head of the Yi family was merely at the level of. Moments later, it seemed as if Yifeng had just regained his composure, suddenly exclaiming, "Your spiritual meridian? Has it opened?" Typically, one must reach at least the body refinement realm to comprehend the realm of. While the realm of is said to require cultivation to the creation realm to even be attainable, that previous move was undeniably sword chi. Could it be that Li Mu's spiritual meridian has indeed opened? Is it possible that what the He family claimed was true, that his engagement with Xia has truly not been dissolved? Yifeng's heart was filled with uncertainty, his expression darkening. Li Mu regarded the young man in purple before him. Feeling puzzled and countered, "Who are you?" Yifeng was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated that there would be someone in Qin City who did not recognize him. "Seventh brother, he is the genius of the Yi family." Yifeng, Li Chun whispered to Li Mu, struggling to contain his astonishment. The sword strike just now had once again reshaped his understanding, for after all, that was sword chi. Li Mu suddenly realized, "Oh, so it's him." Yifeng drew in a breath. Had it been anyone else speaking those words, he would have been furious, yet now, before Li Mu, he felt compelled to take him seriously. However, once Li Mu uttered that single sentence, he lost all interest, dismissing Yifeng entirely. Having just executed that strike, he had already discerned the path he needed to take moving forward. Although that strike had indeed unleashed sword chi, it did not signify that he had reached the realm of. After all, true masters of swordsmanship at the level could unleash sword chi with a mere flick of their wrist. Yet, he, having exerted all his strength, could only produce a 5-meter-long sword chi, indicating that he still had a long way to go. At best, he could say he had merely brushed against the threshold of Sword Q. Li Mu pondered. My is still insufficient, resulting in the lack of power in the sword chi I unleash, and I cannot wield it with ease. The energy and spirit I gathered to form the allowed me to barely unleash a 5-meter sword chi, consuming nearly all my focus, leaving me unable to maintain the sword intent any longer. What I ought to do now is to continue enhancing my sword intent. The stronger the closer I will draw to the true realm of Yifeng, observed Li Mu standing there in a daze, seemingly lost in thought, and felt a surge of anger. He had been completely ignored. Yifeng took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "You still haven't answered my question, Li Mu." Deep in contemplation about his future goals, was interrupted by Yifeng's voice, his brows knitting together. "What question? Don't bother me." Yifeng's brows furrowed in irritation, unable to contain his fury. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Yet, recalling that previous sword chi, the bravado he had just mustered dissipated like smoke. He and Xiao Yun were reputed as the two prodigies of Qin City. One was at the minor completion of the realm of law, and the other had just entered the realm of law. Neither had reached the realm of, yet here was Li Mu, who had already unleashed sword chi. The disparity was not trivial. How could he not feel frustrated? If Li Mu had truly opened his spiritual meridian, then he and Xiao Yun's so-called genius would become a mere joke. Yifeng pressed on. "Tell me, has your spiritual meridian opened?" Li Mu replied impatiently. "No, it hasn't. Now leave me alone." He was preoccupied with savoring the profound sensations he had just experienced and had no interest in engaging in a childish debate with Yifeng. Yifeng scrutinized Li Mu, feeling an overwhelming sense of trepidation. That sword chi had left an indelible impression on his mind, coupled with Li Mu's dismissive demeanor, leading him to doubt Li Mu's claim of not having opened his spiritual meridian. After all, in the vast Yin dynasty, he had never heard of anyone who could comprehend sword intent, let alone wield sword chi, without having opened their spiritual meridian. Li Mu, it seems everyone has underestimated you. You are the true genius of Qin City. Yifeng gazed intently at Li Mu. Meanwhile, Su Xian was taken aback. Hadn't Xie claimed that Li Mu was an incapable waste of potential? How could this sword chi be explained? As these thoughts crossed her mind, a myriad of chaotic ideas began to surface within her heart. Perhaps Xie was afraid that she would uncover the truth and thus sought to vie for Li Mu's affection. Or maybe, due to her recent betrayal of her close friend, Su Xian could not help but imagine Xie's motives in a darker light. Yet, she quickly dismissed this notion. After all, if that were the case, why would Xie choose to annul her engagement with Li Mu? Perhaps it was Li Mu who had deliberately concealed the facts. Su Xian felt as though she was gradually inching closer to the truth. He had intentionally kept his awakened spiritual veins a secret to test whether Xie truly harbored feelings for him. In a twist of fate, Xie had unexpectedly decided to break off the engagement, leaving Li Mu feeling disappointed. One must admit, some women possess a remarkably unique way of thinking. In reality, Xie had long been aware of Li Mu's awakening of the sword intent. She simply chose not to inform Su Xian in order to maintain her image as the perfect victim. With the information disparity, coupled with an accidental observation, Su Xian inevitably leaped to misguided conclusions. Su Xian mused to herself. Li Mu is merely 17 years old, yet he has already demonstrated the ability to wield sword energy. His talent in the sword arts is beyond measure. Although his spiritual veins awakened a bit late, his aptitude undoubtedly surpasses that of Yifeng. Moreover, in terms of lineage, he is the son of the powerful being Li Qichuan. Compared to Yifeng, Xiao Yun is not a whit inferior, and with such talent, the Li family would likely spare no effort to ensure he reaches the realm of transformation before he turns 20. With this thought, she couldn't help but gaze at Li Mu with a hint of allure and fervor, her breath slightly heavy in Su Xian's view. A prodigy who could attain the realm of energy at merely 17 was indeed unprecedented in the history of the great Yin dynasty. If I could marry him, she could become close friends with Xie, who was, of course, exceptionally beautiful. In all of Qin City, only Xie could overshadow her. If Xie truly severed her engagement with Li Mu, then her chances would be quite substantial, for who could resist the allure of a beautiful woman? With this thought, Su Xian discreetly took a step back, creating distance between herself and Yifeng. This is a piece of succulent meat you have willingly relinquished, Xia. Do not blame me, Su Xian mused. After all, it was Xia who had initially declared her intention to break off the engagement with Li Mu. Now that the engagement was annulled, there would naturally be no further ties between the two parties, allowing her to pursue Li Mu without fear of reprisal from Xia. Wei Yifeng observed Li Mu's impassive demeanor, his expression darkening. This guy shows no reaction whatsoever, completely disregarding me. It's infuriating. Yifeng seethed inwardly. However, in the face of Li Mu, who had just demonstrated sword energy, he felt no courage to challenge him directly. The arrogance of a genius filled him with rage. Yet reason reminded him that he would absolutely not be a match for a practitioner who might have already reached the realm of energy. Yifeng's mind was in turmoil, and he felt utterly at a loss. Perhaps I should retreat for now. The thought emerged in Yifeng's mind, and he found it utterly ridiculous. When had he, Yifeng, ever needed to avoid others? Never mind, circumstances dictate my actions. I shall return and investigate Li Mu's situation first. Resolute in his decision, he left with a parting remark. Until next time. Li Mu did not respond. Fully immersed in his own thoughts, savoring the essence of his recent breakthrough, I wonder just how powerful that strike truly was. Li Mu pondered with anticipation. Su Xian remained where she was, while Yifeng narrowed his eyes, regarding her with a knowing expression. Young Master Yi, Su Xian has some personal matters to attend to. I shall take my leave for now. We shall converse another time, Su Xian declared. Humph. Yifeng turned away, unperturbed by the prospect of Su Xian seizing any treasures, knowing well that she lacked the audacity to do so. He would deal with that matter later. At worst, he could return the crimson jade spirit pearl to him. As long as he could reel in the big fish that was Li Mu, he would not have to worry about acquiring such treasures in the future. In pursuit of this opportunity, Su Xian was willing to go all out. After all, it was rare for Li Mu to make an appearance in the Feng Tian mansion. Who knew when the next chance would arise? After adjusting her appearance and lowering her bodice slightly to reveal a glimpse of dazzling white, Su Xian nodded in satisfaction. With graceful steps, Su Xian approached Li Mu, her voice laced with sweetness and charm as she called out, "Brother Mu." Chapter 15. How could a 14-year-old boy withstand this? As Su Xian's enchanting gaze flickered, she drew closer to Li Mu. Exuding an irresistible allure, Li Chun positioned himself before his elder brother, keeping a watchful eye on Su Xian to prevent any disruption to Li Mu. "Sister Su, do you require something?" Su Xian covered her mouth with a playful laugh. "Oh, it's nothing much. Can I not come over to say hello?" Every movement she made effortlessly radiated a bewitching charm, each blink akin to ripples across a tranquil lake. How could a 14-year-old boy withstand such temptations? Moments later, Li Chen's cheeks flushed slightly as he averted his gaze. Seizing the opportunity, Su Xian inquired, "Little Chun, where are you and Brother Mu heading?" "We're going to the Wanxiang Pavilion," Li Chun replied earnestly. "Oh, what a coincidence. I too am headed to the Wanxiang Pavilion. Why don't we travel together?" "You'll have to ask my brother, however. He has business to attend to at the moment. If not, Sister Su, you may go ahead," Li Chen suggested, glancing back towards Li Mu, who was lost in contemplation of his recent sword strike, repeatedly practicing his technique. "Brother Mu," Su Xian called out from behind Li Chen, but Li Mu remained unresponsive. Li Chen grew anxious and shot Su Xian an irritated look, puzzled. Did Su Xian know his brother? Why had she approached so suddenly? Having been away for a year, he was unaware of the nature of their relationship and felt hesitant to chase her off. Undeterred, Su Xian opted to patiently observe Li Mu from the side. It was said that he was a sword fanatic, spending all day practicing his swordsmanship at the Feng Tian mansion, and upon witnessing him firsthand, she found it to be true. Su Xian silently lamented. The more engrossed he was in his sword practice, the more advantageous it would be for her. With her skills, she had no doubt that she could capture the attention of an inexperienced cultivator. Half an hour passed, and Li Mu remained deeply absorbed in his swordplay, while the onlookers on the street drifted in and out of the scene. Su Xian furrowed her brows and asked Li Chen, "How long does your brother usually practice swordsmanship?" "Typically, it's common for him to practice for an entire afternoon," Li Chen replied after some thought. "Ah." Su Xian gasped inwardly, feeling conflicted. Was she truly expected to wait here for an entire afternoon? Just as she was at a crossroads in her thoughts, Li Mu halted his movements, sheathing his sword. Apologies, little Chun. Let us proceed to the Wanxiang Pavilion, Li Mu declared, casting a glance at Su Xian behind Li Chen. And who might this be? Huh? Brother, don't you recognize her? Li Chen exclaimed, surprised that his brother addressed her so intimately without knowing her. Li Mu shook his head. Su Xian stepped around Li Chen and approached Li Mu. Leaning slightly forward, her strikingly white attire catching his Li Mu cast a fleeting glance, his expression unreadable, his gaze devoid of any reaction. With a delicate hand resting on her chest, Su Xian offered a captivating smile. Ensnaring the attention of countless passers-by, greetings, Brother Mu. You may call me Xianer. That matters not that you did not recognize me before. What matters is that you do now. Li Mu felt perplexed and chose to ignore her. Turning to Li Chen, let us go. We are heading to the Wanxiang Pavilion. Li Chen hesitated for a moment, glancing at Su Xian before nodding in agreement. Su Xian's smile faltered, as she realized her charm seemed ineffective against Li Mu. Stomping her foot in frustration, she quickened her pace to catch up. What do you mean by following us when we are not familiar with each other? Li Mu inquired. Su Xian blinked innocently. Feigning naivety. Xianer just happens to be heading to the Wanxiang Pavilion as well, coincidentally accompanying Brother Mu. Is that a problem? Her inherent allure, combined with her innocent facade, radiated an intoxicating charm. Gulp. Nearby men stared intently at Su Xian, swallowing hard, their eyes ablaze with desire, while women cast jealous glances in her direction. Even Li Chen found himself inexplicably flustered, his heart racing. However, as the target of Su Xian's flirtations, Li Mu merely replied, "No problem." Su Xian felt her efforts thwarted. Was this Li Mu truly so oblivious to her advances? Despite her growing frustration, she maintained a composed demeanor, a gentle smile gracing her features. Since he was a sword fanatic, she decided to approach him through his passion. Su Xian's eyes sparkled as she praised, "Brother Mu, that strike you just executed was remarkable. I have yet to witness such exquisite swordplay," Li Mu replied. "Now you have." Su Xian leaned closer to him, her large eyes sparkling with admiration. "I heard that Brother Mu practices swordsmanship day and night in the Feng Tian mansion. That must be quite exhausting." Li Mu responded, "Not exhausting. Hee hee." Li Chen thought he heard a grinding sound, as if someone were sharpening their teeth. "Brother Mu, you truly are impressive. So full of energy. Xianer admires you." As they journeyed along, despite Su Xian's every effort to draw closer to Li Mu, his indifferent responses continually left her with a sense of futility akin to striking a punch against cotton. "Welcome to Wanxiang Pavilion." Two radiant young maidens stood at the entrance, beaming as they greeted the trio. However, the moment their eyes fell upon Su Xian, a wave of self-consciousness washed over them. "What would our esteemed guests like to purchase?" Just as Li Mu was about to respond, Su Xian quickly interjected. "No need, I am a regular here. We shall browse on our own." Turning to Li Mu, she spoke softly, "Brother Mu, just tell me what you wish to buy." Nearby patrons cast envious glances, marveling at how such a beautiful maiden could be so considerate. The lad was indeed fortunate. Li Mu, however, was indifferent. He and Li Chen had merely come to peruse, and whether or not they had a guide mattered little. Su Xian inquired, "Brother Mu, the first floor is filled with mundane items. Shall we ascend directly to the upper levels?" Wanxiang Pavilion, renowned for its vast array of goods, offered everything from grains to rare treasures. Anything could be procured here, provided one was willing to pay the price. The first floor catered primarily to the common folk of the city, displaying numerous assorted items and occupying the largest area. Ascending further, the offerings were predominantly tailored for cultivators, including weapons, armor, magical artifacts, and elixirs. At that moment, a frail figure cloaked in black robes stepped into Wanxiang Pavilion, drawing curious glances. However, it was not uncommon for individuals to hide their identities here, so no one was overly surprised. "That voice sounds familiar. Is it Xian? He, concealed beneath her black robe, was astonished to find her close friend fortuitously present. Just as she was elated to approach and greet her, she caught sight of the two figures beside Su Xian, causing her to freeze in her tracks. The younger one was recognizable as Li Qin. The more mature and handsome man beside him struck a chord of familiarity, yet she couldn't quite place him. After all, she had only met Li Mu 5 years ago, and both their appearances had drastically changed in that time. Su Xian remained blissfully unaware that her dear friend lingered not far behind. Flashing a sweet smile as she gently suggested, "Brother Mu, the second floor houses the armory. Let us take a look." He shivered involuntarily, having never heard her friend speak in such an excessively sweet tone. Who is this Brother Mu? It couldn't be Li Mu, could it? The terrifying thought immediately flickered through Xia's mind, only to be hastily dismissed. How could Su Xian possibly take a liking to that Li Mu? A worthless individual who cannot cultivate. What significance does comprehending sword intent hold? Moreover, Xia was well aware that her friend shared her own high standards for prospective partners. Who on earth is this person? What could make Xian lower her guard so? Xia's curiosity was piqued. She resolved to follow discreetly and observe this Brother Mu closely to discern his true nature. On the second floor of Wanxiang Pavilion, Su Xian led Li Mu and Li Qin aimlessly through the aisles, with Xia stealthily trailing behind in her black cloak. This section was replete with sword-related artifacts. Su Xian's gaze fell upon the sword hanging at Li Mu's waist. The dark, unadorned scabbard exuded a sense of rugged history, as did the sword guard and hilt, which echoed this simplicity. Su Xian's eyes sparkled. "Brother Mu, this sword appears to have served you well. Why not allow me to gift you a new one?" Li Mu declined. "No need. I am accustomed to this sword." This blade had been by his side since his mother gifted it to him, accompanying him for 11 years, making it impossible for him to part with it lightly. Su Xian then approached a rack adorned with colorful sword tassels and selected one, asking, "Then let me gift you a tassel, Brother Mu. It would add a touch of flair." Li Mu glanced at her and replied, "A sword is meant for protection and combat, not for mere decoration. How about a new scabbard?" Su Xian persisted, undeterred. Li Mu shook his head. Su Xian fell silent, exasperated. She had never encountered such an astonishingly obstinate man. The young men who usually surrounded Su Xian were all eager to showcase themselves. She had never had to go to such lengths to offer gifts. Even a mere smile from her would send them into a frenzy of excitement. Yet here was Li Mu, a veritable block of wood, exhibiting none of the youthful exuberance typical of a 17-year-old. Even Xia, trailing quietly, couldn't help but marvel at the situation. What is this guy's background? Why is it that despite Su Xian's persistent efforts, she cannot seem to win him over? Feeling somewhat deflated, Su Xian suggested, "Perhaps we could consider maintaining the sword." Wanxiang Pavilion not only sold items but also offered maintenance services. Yet, as the words left her lips, she felt little hope. She was weary from her attempts, having exerted herself to no avail. Faced with this impervious block of wood, she struggled to conceive how to bridge the gap. This might actually work. Li Mu's sword had not been maintained for 5 years, yet its quality had withstood the test of time. Su Xian's eyes gleamed. She had finally spotted a potential breakthrough. However, she immediately thought that merely maintaining the sword seemed disconnected from her interests. "But I didn't bring any silver with me today," Li Mu remarked. Su Xian's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly replied, "I can lend you the money, Brother Mu. You can pay me back later." This amount was trivial for her, but the real value lay in the connection fostered through this exchange. If she simply paid for him, how would she find an excuse to meet him again? However, Li Mu ignored her, turning to ask, "Xiao Chun, do you have any on you?" "Oh, it's fine. I have plenty with me," Li Qin replied, having just returned from a trip. Su Xian's face fell. This man was utterly impervious, completely unreachable. "No, Su Xian, you must not give up. This is a rare opportunity, and you must seize it." She bolstered her spirits inwardly. Her circumstances were not as favorable as Xia's. Finding a partner of remarkable caliber would not be easy. The Su family was merely a second-tier power in Qin City, and her own talent was nothing exceptional. The only noteworthy aspect about her was her appearance. Li Mu left the sword on the second floor for maintenance and continued up to the third floor, which housed the elixirs. This area is filled with various miraculous herbs and treasures. Su Xian explained. "Miraculous herbs?" Li Mu mused. During his early training, he often required various concoctions to soak in, easing his physical pains. Even now, he continued to soak in herbal baths to strengthen his physique. Li Chen remarked, I heard outside that some miraculous elixirs can cause commoners to undergo transformations, enhancing their bodies as if they were leveling up like cultivators. Oh, how astonishing! Li Mu exclaimed. If one were to consume a quantity of those, wouldn't even an ordinary person attain a body akin to that of a cultivator? Su Xian pointed to a verdant fruit. Similar items can also be found in Wanxiang Pavilion in Qin City. Though they are unsuitable for commoners, the vast majority of miraculous herbs could only be digested by cultivators. A common person who had not opened their spiritual meridians would only face dire consequences if they attempted to consume such substances. The type of miraculous herb that could directly transform a commoner was exceedingly rare, indicating that its potency was gentle enough to be valuable even to cultivators. 0.5 million silver. My, that is quite expensive. Li Mu observed the green fruit, shaking his head. This is indeed exorbitant, Lai Chun chuckled wryly. Not cheap at all, seventh brother. Typically, such treasures are priced in spirit stones. The fact that this one is listed in silver indicates it belongs to the lowest tier. Spirit stones served as currency among cultivators, distinct from the gold and silver of the common folk. Spirit stones could enhance their cultivation while also being used for transactions. For cultivators, spirit stones were the most commonly utilized currency. Whereas silver and gold were only occasionally used for dealings with commoners, Li Mu surveyed the area and confirmed this observation. Indeed, the majority of miraculous herbs were priced in spirit stones, with only a few items listed in silver, almost all of which were prohibitively expensive. Naturally, there were also more affordable ordinary miraculous herbs available. Red marrow root, when ground into powder and dissolved in clear water, can strengthen the body. Li Mu read the inscription on the sign, his gaze sweeping over the final price. 10,000 taels of silver for a segment. In terms of gold, that amounted to 100 taels. The so-called segment was merely the length of a thumb. Li Mu couldn't help but shake his head. Everything here was far too costly. His monthly expenses amounted to over 20 taels of silver, and the concoctions he prepared with various herbs could also achieve effects of strengthening the body and alleviating fatigue. However, a single segment of red marrow root would likely surpass the benefits of a year's worth of herbal baths. Li Mu pondered silently. After all, one gets what one pays for. It feels remarkably quieter now, he murmured to himself, inexplicably sensing a tranquil atmosphere enveloping him. Li Chan gently gestured to one side, and when Li Mu glanced over, he noticed Su Xian staring intently at a pale blue lotus flower, lost in thought. The moon lotus, its petals possess the ability to preserve youth, invigorate the blood, and consuming the cooked lotus seeds can enhance the strength of one's meridians. Women are often enamored with beauty, and a divine flower capable of sustaining one's appearance is undoubtedly the dream of countless women. Li Mu cast a sidelong glance at the price tag of 1 million silver coins. A figure even more outrageous than that of the verdant fruit from earlier. It was likely the most expensive medicinal herb in this vicinity. Su Xian gazed at the moon lotus, her heart heavy with frustration. Once upon a time, she had been the object of admiration for numerous young talents in Qin City. Yet, like her close friends, she harbored lofty aspirations, believing that she should not settle for anything less than what her beauty deserved. Those who pursued her failed to capture her interest, while the ones she fancied, such as Yifeng and Xiao Yun, were enamored with Xia. Now, having finally encountered a man like Li Mu, she found herself perpetually rebuffed. Was it that my charm is insufficient, or is Li Mu truly so singularly focused on his swordsmanship? Doubt began to creep into Su Xian's mind. Xia pretended to examine the spiritual herbs, yet her gaze remained fixated on the duo of Li Mu and Su Xian. Who on earth is this person? Why does he evoke a sense of familiarity that I cannot quite grasp? Xia mused, racking her brain over all the talented individuals from Qin City she knew with the surname Mu, Xiao Mu, but he is merely 14 years old. Qin Mu? His cultivation is comparable to Su Xian's. Could he be an outsider? As for Li Mu, no matter how she tried, she could not reconcile him with the man before her. How could a man capable of attracting Su Xian's pursuit possibly be that waste who cannot even practice? Forget it, if I cannot deduce it, I might as well inquire with Xian later. Xia relinquished her thoughts. For the time being, she resolved not to disturb Su Xian, lest she inadvertently hinder her. Chapter 17. What lack of romantic sensibility? A sword is all I need. Let us ascend and take a look, Li Mu remarked to Li Chen after surveying the surroundings. The medicinal herbs on the third floor commenced at a minimum price of 100 taels of silver, far exceeding his current purchasing capacity. Thus he could only observe. Li Chen glanced back at the still distracted Su Xian before turning to Li Mu. Let us disregard her and proceed upstairs, Li Mu replied. Su Xian had approached him unexpectedly. He had little inclination to engage with her. However, since she claimed it was on the way, he felt it was not appropriate to dismiss her outright. Parting ways here would clearly be the best course of action. Preventing the constant drone of chatter from intruding upon his thoughts, Li Chen shot a regretful look at Su Xian, feeling that seventh brother had missed a splendid opportunity. A beauty who approaches you. Seventh brother truly lacks romantic sensibility, Li Chen muttered in Qin City. Although Su Xian was slightly inferior to He Xie, she certainly qualified as the second most beautiful woman, and her assertiveness was indeed a rarity. Li Chen lamented for Su Xian, wondering why she had set her sights on seventh brother. Given his unwavering dedication to the sword, it was likely he would struggle to develop an interest in any woman. If it were someone else, they would have likely captured her affections with ease, Li Mu responded. What is there to romantic sensibility? All I require is a sword. Women? At least for now, Li Mu was decidedly uninterested. In his eyes, the sword reigned supreme above all else. To truly step into the realm of Qi, I must strive even harder. Upon finishing his thought, Li Mu instinctively reached for his waist, only to find it empty. He then realized that his sword was away for maintenance, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Without his sword at hand, he felt somewhat unsettled. Tap, tap, tap. The ambience on the fourth floor was markedly more serene than that of the third. With the sound of footsteps echoing crisply on the floorboards, Li Mu was astonished to discover that the fourth floor was dedicated to the sale of elixirs. The spacious area featured display stands set at intervals of several dozen steps, each showcasing an open jade box containing various pills of differing colors and sizes. A cursory glance revealed that the smallest was merely the size of a soybean, while the largest was as big as a fist. Li Mu chuckled in disbelief. They were simply too large. Li Chen, equally curious, inquired, Are these elixirs meant for consumption? An elderly man with a lean visage and donned in a long robe approached them. The old man smiled. Young Master Li Chen, are you interested in purchasing? This grand rejuvenation pill is indeed edible. You can slice off a portion when consuming, and it also makes for an excellent tea infusion. Recognizing their identities, Li Chen was not surprised. Unlike seventh brother, he had often ventured out in Qin City the previous year, making it natural for the elder to recognize him. May I ask who this esteemed person is? The old man inquired, directing his gaze toward Li Mu cautiously. This is my seventh brother, Li Chen replied. The old man's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Ah, so you are young Master Li Mu. Li Mu's renown was well known throughout Qin City. At the age of 11, he had achieved remarkable progress in the realm of law, yet could not open his spiritual veins. Many lamented his fate, while others reveled in his misfortune. The old man scrutinized Li Mu closely, silently acknowledging, indeed, a remarkable young man. But alas, fate has not favored him, and my surname is Wu. You may call me Old Wu, the elder stated. His expression cheerful. The presence of disciples from the four great families at the Wanxiang Pavilion was a common occurrence. Although it was known that most of these disciples could not afford to spend lavishly, the pavilion neither restricted them nor turned them away. Rather, they welcomed them warmly. After all, being unable to spend now did not imply that they would always be unable to do so, particularly for core disciples like Li Chen and He Xie, who were destined to ascend to positions of power within their families or become clan leaders in due time. Old Wu asked with a grin, Are you two young masters interested in purchasing this grand rejuvenation pill? If consumed whole, it can increase one's strength by a full 10,000 pounds, and even a partial consumption can aid in healing and curing ailments, all for the price of 9,999 low-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones are classified into 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower, with an exchange rate of 1 to 10. 1 upper-grade stone equals 10 middle-grade stones, which in turn equals 100 lower-grade stones. Thus, this grand rejuvenation pill was valued at 100 upper-grade spirit stones. Old Wu was merely jesting. He understood that these two were likely just browsing and not genuinely looking to buy. However, since the fourth floor typically saw fewer visitors, engaging in conversation with these young people was a source of amusement for him. As expected, upon hearing this, Li Chen immediately shook his head as if it were a rattle drum. Not to mention 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones, he possessed merely 10, all of which were earmarked for his cultivation. "Allow me to show you around," Old Wu offered, guiding the two as he introduced various elixirs and their effects. "This is the minor rejuvenation pill. Despite its small size, a single pill can save a life. Unless one has been pierced through the heart or had their skull shattered, consuming this minor rejuvenation pill will result in recovery within days. This is the tranquility pill, which aids in calming the mind and subduing inner demons, bringing peace to one's spirit. The dragon strength pill, when ingested, can significantly enhance one's strength, but it comes with side effects and should only be used in desperate times." The prices of most elixirs were exorbitant. Among the dozen or so displayed, the cheapest was still 3,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Li Chun whispered to Seventh Brother, "The effects of elixirs are considerably stronger than consuming raw herbs, yet their prices are substantially higher. After all, alchemists demand a hefty fee for their services." Li Mu nodded in agreement. Those skilled in alchemy, weapon forging, and formation crafting generally earned a lucrative living, as there were always patrons wherever they went. However, alchemy was regarded as a more noble craft compared to others. After all, the myriad effects of elixirs made them far more versatile than mere weapons or formations designed for combat and defense. Old Wu pointed to a pale purple pill the size of a fingernail, saying, "This is the barrier-breaking pill. It can assist body refinement practitioners in opening the next meridian and advancing a level. Though the effectiveness may not compare to a self-initiated breakthrough barrier-breaking pill," Li Chen murmured, suddenly asking, "If this pill can help practitioners open their meridians, would it allow ordinary people to unlock their spiritual veins?" Old Wu paused, looking at Li Mu. He understood Li Chen's reasoning behind the question. "Unfortunately not." Old Wu shook his head. "If an ordinary person were to consume this pill, the only outcome would be the shattering of their meridians, leading to their demise." Li Mu's expression remained calm. He knew all too well that opening his spiritual veins would not be an easy feat, otherwise it would not have taken him this long. Old Wu spoke gravely, "You must remember, the vast majority of elixirs cannot be consumed without having opened one's spiritual veins and established a dantian. Otherwise, even what was originally a life-saving elixir could turn into a lethal poison. The opening vein pill, strictly speaking, cannot be classified as an elixir, as the materials used in its creation contain no spiritual energy and are merely mundane medicines, which is why it is relatively inexpensive." A hint of disappointment flickered in Li Chen's eyes. If Seventh Brother possessed the talent to open his spiritual veins, how wonderful that would be. Li Mu patted Li Chen's shoulder. "It's all right. Even if I cannot open my spiritual veins, I can still devote myself to the path of the sword." He had already brushed against the realm of qi. What he required now was time to elevate his current state of momentum to its peak. Presently, he could only consider his momentum to have reached a minor success. In truth, Old Wu slowly began. Aside from the opening vein pill, there is indeed another elixir in this world known as the purple spirit pill, which can assist in opening the veins and is said to guarantee success. Li Mu's heart skipped a beat. Even he, who was typically unflappable, could not help but quicken his breathing. Taking a deep breath, Li Mu asked, "Is that truly the case?" Li Chun anxiously gazed at Old Wu, eagerly awaiting his response. Old Wu nodded and said, "Indeed, there is, however." Upon hearing those words, Li Mu immediately sensed that there must be some hidden complications, and his mood calmed as he reverted to his usual composure. Old Wu slowly continued, "However, this elixir formula has been lost for a long time, and the only person who knew how to refine it has vanished without a trace. Having not been seen for several centuries, as expected." Li Mu sighed inwardly, realizing that his spiritual vein was not so easily opened. Old Wu reassured him, "Young Master Li Mu, do not be too disheartened. Life is full of unpredictable twists and turns. No one can foresee what the future holds. Perhaps one day, your spiritual vein will indeed awaken." Li Mu smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Everyone knew that if one had not reached the transformation realm by the age of 20, The prospects of attaining the creation realm or higher were virtually non-existent. Li Mu turned to Li Qian and said, "All right, we have seen enough on this floor. Let us ascend and take a look." Old Wu nodded and escorted them upstairs, explaining, "At my Wanxiang Pavilion, aside from the main hall which has 9 floors, most others only have 7. The 5th floor is the Tian Ting building, specializing in selling information. The 6th floor is the Wan Fa building, selling techniques, and the 7th floor is the Qijin building, offering various high-quality treasures. However, our Qin city is merely a small city, so here, the Wanxiang Pavilion only has a maximum of 5 floors. The Tian Ting building?" Li Mu inquired with curiosity. "Information can also be sold." Chapter 18. Will of Iron. Mind of a demon. Anything of value in this world can naturally be bought and sold. The Tian Ting building, a beautiful woman clad in a cheongsam, said softly. Old Wu nodded at her and turned to descend the stairs. The woman gracefully bowed and, in a voice almost melodic, introduced herself. "I am Jiang Xueyao. Pleased to meet you, gentlemen." Dressed in a light red cheongsam, her curvaceous figure was unmistakably alluring, exuding an irresistible charm with each sway of her waist. A sophisticated aura, mingled with a hint of languor, enveloped her, and a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, captivating the senses. Li Qian found his gaze irresistibly drawn to Jiang Xueyao. His cheeks flushing slightly. At his age, he was particularly sensitive to such matters. Jiang Xueyao's lips curled into a subtle smile, but when her gaze shifted to Li Mu, she was taken aback. "Oh, this Li Mu seems utterly unfazed by my presence. Not a single reaction." As the head of the Tian Ting building, she was keenly observant and had already overheard the conversations from above, thus comprehending Li Mu's identity. After all, as an information worker, gathering intelligence was fundamental. What astonished her was that Li Mu, a mere 17-year-old boy, could remain so composed and clear-headed in the face of her allure, displaying no signs of distraction. It was well known that her attire was designed to captivate men and lower their guard. Even her demeanor and movements had been meticulously crafted by specialists at the Wanxiang Pavilion to facilitate her approach to targets and extract information. To be just 17 and yet ignore her completely, if not for exceptional mental fortitude and an iron will, then it would be. Jiang Xueyao's gaze subtly shifted downward, and she chuckled inwardly. It appeared that this young master Li Mu was indeed a normal person. Anyone encountering her for the first time, regardless of their willingness, would instinctively react unless their primal instincts had dulled. If one could not even manage that, then the Wanxiang Pavilion would not deserve its esteemed status. Jiang Xueyao swiftly analyzed in her mind. At 17, possessing such mental clarity and resolve was indeed formidable. However, having spent the last 5 years training in the Feng Tian manner with little social interaction, it indicated his experiences were still limited. Therefore, to be precise, he was of iron will and singular focus, unaffected by external distractions, rather than a seasoned sage who had seen through the world's illusions. Within mere moments of their meeting, Jiang Xueyao had formed a preliminary judgment of Li Mu's character. With a blink, she led Li Mu and his brother further inside. The Tian Ting building is divided into 2 sections, Jiang Xueyao explained. The outer hall displays numerous free and up-to-date pieces of information for guests to browse and inquire at their leisure. The inner information chamber allows for private inquiries into any intelligence, provided you can offer an appropriate price, be it treasures, wealth, or even information. You may also sell information directly to me, and as long as its authenticity can be verified, the Wanxiang Pavilion will reward you accordingly. Li Mu listened with fascination, marveling internally. The Wanxiang Pavilion truly deserved its reputation as a superpower. Their methods of handling information were remarkable, as anyone could potentially become a source of intelligence for them. The free information available piqued Li Mu's interest, and he casually picked up a report to read. The Black Zhe Dynasty's Silver Fox tribe's 36 demons clandestinely crossed the Tiandu mountain range into Yin City this autumn. Captured by the Yanwu Guard, one demon managed to escape to the west and has yet to be seen. Li Qian leaned closer, intrigued by the report. So, there are even news from the Black Zhe Dynasty? What are these fox spirits doing sneaking into our human cities? The Black Zhe Dynasty differed from the 2 major human dynasties of Yin and Yu. It was established by the demon race. The demon race is a collective term for various supernatural beings, not a single tribe. For instance, the silver fox is merely one faction of the demon race, which may also include silver dogs, silver wolves, and other varieties. The Black Zay dynasty lies to the north of the two major human dynasties, with the Tian-Du mountain range serving as a boundary between the realms of humans and demons. Jiang Shuiyao chuckled softly, her voice ringing like delicate jade bells as she explained. North of the Tian-Du mountain range, one finds only dense forests, swamps, snowy mountains, and deserts, harsh environments unsuitable for city construction. Although the demon race is inferior, unlike the foolish beasts, they have awakened their intelligence and have emulated our human race to establish their own dynasty and civilization. Thus they yearn for our vibrant world. The silver fox tribe excels in illusion techniques, capable of disguising themselves as humans and concealing their demonic aura, making them exceedingly difficult to detect. Once they enter a town and blend into the crowd, even the Yanwu guard would find it challenging to identify them, Li Mu inquired. So, capturing the escaped silver fox will be quite difficult, then? Jiang Shuiyao nodded, unless it willingly walks into a powerful cultivator's path. Otherwise it will be a formidable challenge, as she spoke. Her eyes discreetly surveyed Li Mu, as the head of the Tianting building. She was always on the lookout for intelligence. Her gaze swept over the small sword-shaped pendant hanging from Li Mu's neck, and she recalled a report from not long ago. In the northeast corner of the Feng Tian Manor, a sword aura had surged into the sky, suggesting someone had entered the force realm. Jiang Shuiao's mind sparked with curiosity. Could it be that Li Mu's residence happens to be in the northeast corner of the Feng Tian Manor? Li Mu's swordsmanship talent was well known among the residents of Qin City. Having reached the law realm at the age of 11, had he not failed to awaken his spiritual vein, he would have surely achieved the force realm by now. Although many had witnessed Li Mu's display of sword energy today, the news had yet to reach her ears. The transmission of information takes time, and while the Wanxiang Pavilion's intelligence system is robust, it is not omniscient to the extent of knowing every event occurring on the streets of Qin City instantly. Thus, Jiang Shuiao's impression of Li Mu remained rooted in the past. Chapter 19. The Pinnacle of Mundanity. Unprecedented and unrepeatable, I have heard that young Master Li Mu possesses the esteemed title of Sword Enthusiast. Here is a report from the Sword Pavilion for your perusal. As she spoke, Jiang Shuiyao delicately handed over a thin sheet of information. The Sword Pavilion, a powerful sect within the Diyin dynasty, was renowned alongside the Yanwu Academy, with all its disciples dedicated to sword cultivation. Esteemed title? Li Qin glanced at Jiang Shuiyao with a quizzical expression. This moniker was concocted by the Li family's disciples to mock seventh brother for his singular focus on sword practice. Could it truly be considered an esteemed title? Li Mu accepted the report. Scanning it with curiosity, Feng Qing entered the force realm at the age of 15. Taken as a disciple of the pavilion master, Li Chun exclaimed in awe, a force realm at just 15 years old. How impressive. Li Mu nodded, acknowledging that Feng Qing was indeed remarkable. Finding someone of such caliber in the entire Diyin dynasty would be a rare feat. Li Qin lamented. What a pity. If only your spiritual vein had awakened. Seventh brother, you would have surely reached the force realm even earlier. Jiang Shuiao's eyes brightened at the implication of earlier. This suggested that Li Mu had indeed entered the force realm, confirming her earlier suspicions of his recent breakthrough. However, the authenticity of the information still required further verification. Jiang Shuiyao feigned surprise. Could it be that young Master Li Mu has already entered the force realm? Li Chen sighed. Yes, but regrettably, my seventh brother's spiritual vein remains unopened. To have entered the force realm while still having an unopened spiritual vein? Jiang Shuiao's heart raced in astonishment. Having engaged in intelligence work for many years, this was the first time she had heard of someone achieving the force realm without an awakened spiritual vein. This piece of information was immensely valuable and could earn her considerable merit. Jiang Shuiyao felt a surge of delight within, her gaze towards Li Mu becoming notably more favorable, in the case of such unique intelligence. The rewards offered by the Wanxiang Pavilion were substantial, far exceeding the imagination of most individuals. Yet, aside from her internal associates, others remained unaware of this. Young Master Li Mu's prowess in swordsmanship was indeed formidable. With a mundane existence, I have managed to ascend to the momentum realm of the sword path, which is indeed a rarity within our great Yin dynasty. Given this, I shall make an exception and graciously offer you a piece of intelligence free of charge. Do not hesitate to inquire about anything, as it will serve as a token of my congratulations. Zhang Shuiyao was in good spirits, especially since she had received a reward. It was only fitting to offer something in return. Intelligence? Li Mu exchanged glances with Li Qian, momentarily at a loss for what to ask. Li Mu inquired. We previously spoke with Old Wu from the Pill Tower about a pill that guarantees the opening of meridians, known as the Purple Spirit Pill. Are you familiar with it? Zhang Shuiyao was taken aback, not expecting Li Mu to pose such a question. After a moment of hesitation, she replied, the formula for the Purple Spirit Pill has been lost for centuries. The last alchemist capable of crafting it, known as Xiao Yin, vanished without a trace at the Demon Suppression Pass 400 years ago. He is most likely deceased. Beyond that, I possess no further information. Young master, perhaps you should consider a different inquiry, Li Mu pressed on. Aside from the Purple Spirit Pill, are there any other means to open my meridians? Zhang Shuiyao shook her head, at least to my knowledge. There are none. However, in this vast world, wonders abound. It is possible that such miraculous items exist, or perhaps one day the Purple Spirit Pill might be rediscovered. Since you truly cannot think of any further questions, let us set this matter aside for now. Should you have any thoughts in the future, do return. Li Mu and Li Chun departed. Seventh brother, do not be disheartened. There will always be a solution. Li Chan consoled along the way. Li Mu responded, somewhat perplexed, do I appear to be disappointed? Li Chen awkwardly chuckled. Having misread his brother's demeanor before, over the years, I have long accepted the reality of not being able to open my meridians. You need not worry about me. Li Mu patted Li Chen's shoulder, cherishing this half-brother in his heart. Ever since he had fallen from grace and been labeled a waste by others, it seemed that only Qiner and Li Chen genuinely cared for him. Moreover, Li Mu confidently remarked while patting the newly maintained sword at his waist, even without opening my spiritual meridians, I, your seventh brother, can still forge ahead on the sword path. Li Chen gazed at his brother in awe. Under the golden sunlight, that proud and resolute face shone brilliantly, akin to pure gold untainted by dust, or a divine sword unsheathed, exuding its sharpness. Indeed, seventh brother has always been a proud individual. He has never been one to easily concede. Li Chen silently mused. A person like Li Mu will inevitably find his own path and steadfastly pursue it. Perhaps, even without the opening of his meridians, one day seventh brother will reach the pinnacle through the sword path. Li Chen envisioned secretly on the third floor of the Wuxiang Pavilion. When the self-pitying Su Xian finally recalled the purpose of her visit, she looked around, only to find that Li Mu was no longer in sight. Her teeth clenched in frustration. Ultimately, despite her reluctance, she could only sigh in resignation. I must go and clarify the situation regarding Li Mu with Yifeng. The matter of Li Mu's annulled engagement with Xia had been conveyed to her directly by Xia. Initially, Su Xian had been fully convinced, but now even she began to harbor doubts. What should I do now? Zhang Shuiyao sat in the secret chamber, diligently composing the intelligence report to be sent to the headquarters. Li Mu, 17 years old, has not opened his spiritual meridians, yet has entered the momentum realm of the sword path. Upon glancing at this brief line, Zhang Shuiyao's alluring red lips curled into a smile. Sending this intelligence to the headquarters would earn her a substantial reward of 5,000 merit points, equivalent to 5,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Moreover, considering the internal benefits of the Wuxiang Pavilion, the value of the merit points would likely increase even further. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks interrupted her thoughts, prompting Zhang Shuiyao to conceal the report. Come in. After taking a sip of tea, she casually inquired, What brings you here? The visitor replied, There are reports that Li Mu unleashed an invisible sword chi measuring 1 zhang and 2 feet near the drum tower this afternoon. Crash! The teacup shattered in her hand, warm tea splattering everywhere. What did you say? Zhang Shuiyao's pupils constricted. From where did this news originate? There were numerous witnesses, and the news has spread throughout the city. We have verified it with several of them that I understand, Zhang Shuiyao said. After the visitor left, she took out the recently completed report and added with a wry smile, He has reportedly unleashed a 1 zhang and 3 feet invisible sword chi, seemingly having touched upon the chi realm. This single sentence would likely double her reward. As for Li Mu, It was impossible for him to open his meridians. Otherwise, he would not have been so concerned about the purple spirit pill. Yet why was he able to make further advancements in his swordsmanship after reaching the law realm? Jiang Shuiyao was perplexed, for no one in the Great Yin dynasty had ever achieved what Li Mu had, an unqualified individual entering the momentum realm. The law realm was deemed the pinnacle of the mundane, as no one had ever transitioned from the law realm to the momentum realm during their mundane years. However, an unexpected occurrence had arisen. The question remained, would the Sword Pavilion take an interest in him? Chapter 20. The distinction between a mortal and mortal. What of a prodigious talent unheard of before? Xia stealthily slipped into the room, only to find her substitute seated within, removing her black robe and exhaling deeply. Creak, I'm back. Xia gently pushed the door open, trying not to make a sound, cheerfully addressing her substitute. What greeted her was a pitiful face. Reminiscent of someone in mourning, Xia's expression shifted, sensing trouble. Miss, the master requests your immediate presence in the study upon your return. Xia's face fell. This was problematic. Her father had discovered her absence. It seemed she would be grounded for yet another month, she lamented inwardly. Navigating through numerous doors and winding corridors, Xia arrived at her father He Yinqing's study, where she overheard a gasp from within. What did you say? Xia furrowed her brow slightly. Was that her father's voice? What news could be so astonishing? She crept closer to the door, straining to listen. Someone witnessed Li Mu unleashing a sword chi near the drum tower. What? Xia's beautiful eyes widened in shock. This news was far too explosive for her to comprehend. Without a second thought, she burst through the door and urgently asked, Li Mu, father, did you not say he had not opened his meridians? Sword chi is a power that can only be wielded by those who have reached the chi realm in swordsmanship. In the entirety of Qin City, even among the few who possess the ability to shape destiny, none have reached the chi realm, underscoring its difficulty. He Yinqing, preoccupied with the sudden intrusion of his daughter, momentarily set aside the matter of her unauthorized departure. Leaning forward, intently focused on his subordinate. Is the source of this information credible? He inquired. The subordinate, head bowed low, responded, absolutely credible. Many have witnessed it, and the news has spread with a sigh. He Yinqing leaned back in his chair, his brow furrowed in confusion. On that day, he had personally witnessed Li Qiquan's spiritual energy enter Li Mu's meridians without making any progress. Concluding that he had undoubtedly not opened his meridians. Logically, if one had not opened their meridians, reaching the momentum realm would be extraordinary. How could one possibly advance further to the chi realm? Moreover, merely a few days had passed. Even if he were exceptionally talented, such rapid progress seemed fantastical. You may leave now. He Yinqing waved his hand. Yes. The subordinate exhaled in relief, bowed, and departed. Xia's mind was suddenly flooded with the scene she had witnessed that afternoon. Mu Gu, could it be that the person beside Su Xian truly was Li Mu? This terrifying thought lingered in her mind like an unshakable shadow. For reasons unknown, a wave of fear surged within her. She grasped her father's wrist and asked, Father, could it be that Li Mu's meridians have truly opened? He Yinqing held his daughter's somewhat cold hand and reassured her, Do not rush, let me think. He Yinqing recalled his last encounter with Li Mu. Although Li Mu exuded a robust aura and possessed an extraordinary demeanor, he did not exude the lingering essence typical of a cultivator. Body-refining cultivators open their meridians to cleanse their bodies with spiritual energy, ridding themselves of impurities, achieving results far superior to any spiritual pill. This could be discerned solely from the vitality and spirit displayed. While Li Mu had trained in swordsmanship for years and often bathed in medicinal liquids to strengthen his physique, he ultimately could not compare to a true cultivator. Most importantly, he had personally witnessed Li Qiquan's spiritual energy being expelled from Li Mu's body without any progress. Clearly, his meridians had not opened even a fraction, rendering him incapable of containing any spiritual energy. He Yinqing's eyes narrowed slightly as he reached a conclusion in his mind. At this moment, Xia was restless, her thoughts swirling with memories of Su Xian and Li Mu at the Wuxiang Pavilion. The affectionate calls of Mu Gu inexplicably stirred her inner turmoil. Unable to contain her agitation, Xia blurted out, Father, should I have been so hasty in annulling my engagement with Li Mu? Had it not been for her urging He Yinxing, the marriage contract could indeed have been postponed without consequence. Having regained his composure, He Yinxing reflected on the situation and declared, "Do not panic. I am confident that Li Mu has yet to awaken his spiritual veins, to say nothing of other matters. My daughter is the foremost goddess of Qin City, possessing both talent and beauty, as well as a prestigious lineage. If Li Mu truly had such exceptional gifts, why would he choose to conceal them and forfeit the betrothal? I cannot believe there is anyone in Qin City who would look down upon my daughter." He Xia, feeling wronged, responded, "But even if he has not opened his spiritual veins, his swordsmanship talent is already astonishing. At just 17, reaching the realm of momentum is remarkable enough. Should he advance further to the realm of qi, he would indeed be an unparalleled genius." He Yinxing's expression darkened as he admonished, "Foolishness. As long as he has not opened his spiritual veins and cannot become a cultivator, it matters not if he reaches the realm of qi and swordsmanship. Even attaining the more profound realm of intention would be meaningless. Your talent, with diligent effort, can surely lead you to the realm of transformation. A powerful being in that realm can live 200 to 300 years, whereas a mere mortal, a century at most." He Yinxing gazed earnestly into his daughter's anxious eyes. "When I am old and nearing the end of my days, relying on others for sustenance, your life has only just begun, with ample time and opportunities ahead. Is this the future you desire?" He Xia was momentarily stunned. Indeed, in her shock, she had nearly forgotten this critical aspect. The distinction between the immortal and the mortal is not mere rhetoric. The disparity in lifespan alone creates an insurmountable chasm. Cultivators enjoy prolonged lives, while mortals' existences are fleeting. He Yinxing continued. Perhaps his talent is indeed rare, and he may reach the realm of Qin swordsmanship at 17, or even continue to surge ahead. But my dear daughter, you must not be short-sighted. In less than 100 years, just 50 more, when his body begins to age and his condition declines, can he still wield his sword with steadiness? Moreover, He Yinxing patted his daughter's shoulder. Li Mu may not have even reached the realm of qi yet. How long has he been in the realm of momentum? It is impossible for him to have progressed so swiftly. I suspect he has only made slight advancements, merely brushing against the essence of the realm of qi. In fact, He Yinxing's conjecture was accurate. Li Mu was still in the early stages of the momentum realm, with a considerable journey ahead before reaching the realm of qi. I understand, father. He Xia, under her father's guidance, exhaled deeply, regaining her composure. I have come to realize that even if he truly enters the realm of qi, without spiritual energy, his combat prowess remains questionable. He Yinxing mused, suddenly recalling a detail he had overlooked. Indeed, he chuckled, even if he were to enter the realm of qi, without spiritual energy, he would be unable to unleash the true power of those sword techniques. After all, Li Mu was the first in this world to penetrate the realm of momentum with an ordinary body. Almost all formidable sword techniques require spiritual energy as their foundation, at present. I fear he may not even be able to defeat a body-refining cultivator. He Yinxing spoke with pity. He Xia felt a sense of relief in her heart. Yes, the man she envisioned as her husband should be an invincible powerhouse, not a hollow swordsman. The realm of swordsmanship is akin to a sharp divine blade, while one's cultivation is the hand that wields it. No matter how sharp the divine sword, if the hands are feeble, its true power cannot be realized. Possessing only a realm without strength is a recipe for being trampled upon. Unbeknownst to He Xia and her father, Li Mu remained oblivious to their conversation. Having returned to the Feng Tian mansion to resume his sword training, even if he were to learn of it, it would likely stir no turmoil within his heart. Would he cease practicing swordsmanship merely because he could not attain immortality? Would he abandon his training simply because he could not defeat cultivators? Li Mu's motivation for practicing swordsmanship has never been for the sake of longevity, nor for a simplistic pursuit of victory or defeat. The sword is his reason for existence. It is air, it is blood, it is a manifestation of his life. Wielding a sword requires no justification. Without sword practice, he would cease to be Li Mu. If a reason must be found, it is simply because he is Li Mu. Thus, he must practice swordsmanship. Under the crisp autumn moonlight, The silhouette of the solitary youth traversed the courtyard, his sword resounding like a monotonous victory song, endlessly echoing for him. Chapter 21. Exile to Qingyang Town. Managing the family mind at the Wanxiang Pavilion, Tianting Tower. Zhang Shuiyao observed this renowned genius from Qin City with keen interest and inquired, "I wonder, young Master Yi, what is it that you wish to know?" Yifeng gently closed his eyes and replied, "I wish to ascertain Li Mu's circumstances." "Oh." Zhang Shuiyao momentarily paused, then smiled lightly. "Young Master Yi wishes to know if Li Mu has awakened his spiritual veins, I presume?" Yifeng nodded silently. Zhang Shuiyao wet her sensuous lips with her tongue, revealing a smile. "That is not difficult. It will require 100 low-grade spiritual stones. 100 low-grade spiritual stones? Yifeng frowned, finding the price excessively steep for a mere piece of information. Zhang Shuiyao smiled faintly and remained silent. In Qin City, there are few who can produce 100 spiritual stones at once. Yet Zhang Shuiyao was certain that Yifeng was undoubtedly among them, as the foremost talent of the Yi family. 100 spiritual stones were nothing to him. Indeed, Yifeng huffed lightly, and a flash of light emanated from his storage ring, revealing 100 crystalline blue stones beside him. Zhang Shuiyao's heart leaped with joy. This Li Mu was truly a little fortune-bringer, once again attracting business for her. The Wanxiang Pavilion has confirmed that Li Mu's spiritual veins have not been awakened. Zhang Shuiyao informed him. "Does your Wanxiang Pavilion not conduct any verification?" Yifeng expressed his dissatisfaction. "You may personally verify, young master. Should you discover any discrepancies, the Wanxiang Pavilion will gladly refund tenfold the spiritual stones." Zhang Shuiyao assured. Why Yifeng departed in silence. Without opened spiritual veins, can one truly unleash sword qi? On his way, Yifeng found himself torn between feelings of relief and jealousy. Throughout the city, rumors of Li Mu proliferated, making him the center of attention. Some claimed he had entered the realm of qi, while others insisted his spiritual veins had been restored. Various tales spread like wildfire. In the Feng Tian Hall, Li Qichuan lightly tapped his teacup, his gaze distant, lost in thought. "Father!" Li Chen timely interjected, bringing Li Qichuan back to the present. Li Qichuan blinked as if awakening from a dream and looked at Li Chen. "Having your seventh brother retreat outside the city is a good suggestion. Where do you think he should go?" Initially, he had hoped the tumult of the marriage cancellation would dissipate quickly, yet unexpectedly, after Li Mu's outing, the entire city now believed that the betrothal remained intact. The current situation had turned, with the He family demanding the Li family to quell this farce before it escalated further. Otherwise, how could either family's reputation withstand the fallout? Thus, Li Chen's proposal emerged. "How about Qingyang Town? There is a spiritual vein mine there." Li Chen suggested tentatively, lowering his gaze. Qingyang Town, located approximately 300 miles from Qin City, hosts a small spiritual vein mine, jointly managed by the four prominent families. "Send him to Qingyang Town? To inspect the spiritual vein mine?" Li Qichuan pondered briefly before nodding. "Very well." Given the current circumstances, Li Mu would soon turn 18. Without the ability to open his spiritual veins, he could not cultivate. According to the clan's regulations, those who do not reach the 5th level of body refinement by 18 must be assigned to the family's enterprises. Perhaps it is time to send him early. Li Qichuan felt it was necessary for Li Mu to engage with the real world rather than remain sheltered within the family, reliant on their protection. "Then it is settled. Make the arrangements," he commanded, waving his hand. "Yes, I shall do so immediately," Li Chen replied, nodding as he departed. "Sword qi?" Li Qichuan gazed into the void, lost in distant memories. "When you left him this sword, did you foresee this? Did you ever consider that Mu'er might not unlock his spiritual veins? After 11 years away, perhaps you have long forgotten this place." At the martial arts arena, Li Mu continued his sword practice as usual. The enhancement of his sword aura could not be rushed. There are no shortcuts in this world. Rather, diligence is the best shortcut. A group of Li family disciples gathered at their usual spot, observing Li Mu with mixed emotions. "Have you heard? Just yesterday, Li Mu unleashed a sword qi that frightened Yifeng away. Could it be that he has entered the realm of Qian swordsmanship? That's rather exaggerated. What use is sword qi? Without opened spiritual veins, it's all in vain. Can he truly defeat Yifeng?" He's already able to unleash sword chi, yet still hasn't opened his spiritual veins? Are you joking? No one had ever heard of anyone entering the momentum realm without becoming a cultivator, let alone wielding sword chi. Don't be skeptical. If Li Mu's spiritual veins had truly opened, the He family would have been in a hurry to marry He Xie to him. But look at the current silence. The crowd fell into silence. This was indeed the truth. Yes, if he had truly opened his spiritual veins and attained the realm of Qian swordsmanship, He Xie would likely be clamoring to marry him herself. That makes sense. Could it be that Li Mu truly has not opened his spiritual veins? What a pity. A collective sigh escaped the crowd. If Li Mu had been able to open his spiritual veins, with his innate talent in swordsmanship, he would undoubtedly have been able to suppress both Yi and Xiao, and they would not be as rampant as they are now. Li Chen approached from a distance. Observing Li Mu wielding his sword with the grace of the wind, no matter how many times he watched, he could not help but acknowledge that his seventh brother was indeed a genuine prodigy in the art of the sword. Li Mu's sword techniques were devoid of any superfluous movements. They were simple yet elegant, fluid, and unbroken. Even Li Chen, a powerful cultivator at the transformation realm, could discern no flaws. Alas, without cultivation, what use is there in possessing such formidable sword techniques? Li Chen shook his head, murmuring softly. After Li Mu completed a series of sword forms, Li Chen approached him. Li Mu sheathed his sword and calmly called out, "Second brother," Li Chen stated directly. "I have conferred with father, and we have decided to send you away to avoid the storm. From today onwards, you will move to Qingyang town to manage the spiritual vein mine there." Manage the spiritual vein mine? Is it happening already? Li Mu speculated inwardly. He nodded, raising no objections. According to the family rules of a Li clan, anyone who has not reached the 5th level of body refining by the age of 18 would be assigned to manage the family's enterprises. He had long been prepared for this day to arrive. After all, as long as he could practice swordsmanship, it mattered little to him whether he was in Fengtian Prefecture or Qingyang town. Li Chen was slightly taken aback. He had expected Li Mu to react with resentment, reluctance, or defiance. After all, Li Mu still had some time before turning 18. It seemed he understood deep down that this day would come eventually and had resigned himself to it. Li Chen mused. Li Chen informed Li Mu, "The carriage is ready. Prepare yourself, and we shall depart shortly." Li Mu remained silent, nodded, and turned to leave, returning to his small courtyard. Soon after, beneath the gloomy overcast sky, a carriage carrying Li Mu and Qin heir swayed its way out of the city. This commotion could not escape the notice of others. The disciples of the Li family finally became convinced that Li Mu's spiritual veins had not opened, each letting out a sigh of disappointment. What? Li Mu is leaving the city? As he walked along the road to Fengtian Prefecture, Yifeng's face contorted with dissatisfaction upon hearing the news. He had wanted to have a word with Li Mu. After all, encountering someone who had not opened their spiritual veins yet could unleash sword energy was indeed a rarity. The same news quickly reached He Yinqing's ears. Oh? They have sent Li Mu to Qingyang town as well? He Yinqing's expression twitched, feeling somewhat troubled. He had sent He Xie to Qingyang town this morning as a form of punishment for her sneaking out, intending to let her avoid the spotlight. After all, Qingyang town was the most prosperous among the many subsidiary villages of Qin City. He expected Fengtian Prefecture to react in a similar manner. Had he known, he would have kept Xie within the city. He Yinqing shook his head. The carriage must be nearing its destination by now. Never mind, let her endure some hardships outside, lest she continue to disregard the rules as before. He Yinqing was not worried. He knew his daughter was proud and beautiful, and there was absolutely no possibility of her being interested in Li Mu. A noble swan would never consort with a toad. Chapter 22. Young Master. She is your former fiancé, He Xie. Outside the city, He Xie sat in an opulent carriage, drowsily drifting off, when suddenly she felt the carriage violently shaked. A clamor erupted from outside the carriage. Moments later, the sound of swords being drawn and human wails resonated. He Xie immediately became alert. Though she was a woman, she was also a cultivator at the 7th level of body refining, and a swordswoman who had achieved a minor mastery in the sword path. Seizing the sword at her side, He Xie gracefully leaped from the carriage. A quick scan revealed that the assailants had already been subdued by her accompanying guards. "Miss," a group of petty thieves, all mortals, totaling 18, have been eliminated, one guard reported. Were there any injuries? Hsieh inquired. None, but the coachman's gaze fell upon the broken carriage yoke, where a tree trunk as thick as a waist had fallen, severing it. The horse has run away. Hsieh's lips twitched. It was truly unfortunate to encounter such troublesome matters. The guard asked, "This place is remote. Mississippi, what shall we do now?" Just then, amidst her turmoil, Hsieh heard the distant sound of approaching carriages, and her heart leaped with hope. "Hien, stop the carriage behind us. I will go negotiate with them to see if they can give us a lift. This road leads directly to Qingyang town, so surely the other party must share the same destination. In truth, even if they did not stop, the following carriage would be forced to halt, as the road was blocked by the fallen tree." The carriage came to a stop. To Hsieh's astonishment, Li Mu's figure slowly emerged. "It's you?" Hsieh exclaimed in surprise. She stared intently at Li Mu, her shock evident. Wasn't he the one encircled by Su Exine yesterday? Was he truly Li Mu? Why was he here? Countless questions flooded Hsieh's mind. Li Mu, upon hearing her exclamation, curiously asked, "Do I know you?" Hsieh was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. After all, she was still uncertain whether he was indeed Li Mu. It would be awkward if she mistook him for someone else. Furthermore, she couldn't very well admit to having followed him yesterday, could she? At that moment, Qin Er, standing behind Li Mu, softly remarked, "Young master, she is your former fiancée, Hsieh. As a cultivator at the 7th level of body refining, Hsieh possessed sharp senses. Although Qin Er had deliberately lowered her voice, it was impossible for her to escape Hsieh's keen hearing. Upon hearing the term former fiancé, Hsieh's heart quivered. It truly was him? Hsieh? Li Mu raised an eyebrow, finally recalling. "So it is you." At the mention of that name, he had momentarily failed to respond. It was the mention of former fiancé that jogged his memory. It indeed had been the case. Hsieh felt as though she had been belittled. In the entirety of Qin City, who dared claim not to know her? Yet, she quickly recalled that she had not recognized Li Mu at first either. "Is there something you need?" Li Mu inquired. His calm demeanor revealed not a hint of disturbance, his gaze indifferent, as if addressing a mere passerby. Witnessing Li Mu's exceedingly nonchalant reaction, Hsieh felt inexplicably agitated, as if pricked by a thorn. She opened her mouth, yet words failed her. Tio asked Li Mu for help. Hsieh couldn't quite place why it felt so awkward. In truth, she held no deep-seated grudge against him. Aside from their engagement 5 years prior, their interactions had been minimal. Given that their engagement had been dissolved and no animosity had arisen in between, they could engage in normal conversation. However, Li Mu's indifferent demeanor wounded Hsieh's pride. She, the most beautiful woman in Qin City, possessed beauty, strength, talent, and high status. Who in the entire city did not admire her? Subconsciously, Hsieh believed no man in Qin City could possibly dislike her. Yet, as her former fiancé, Li Mu's unremarkable reaction upon their reunion after 5 years was far from what she had envisioned. His dark eyes held no resentment, no anger, no pleading, and no avoidance, remaining as tranquil as a still pond. He gazed directly into her eyes, as if everything was meant to be this way. Seeing that her own guard had not spoken, he quickly addressed Li Mu. "This young master, my lady intends to travel to Qingyang town. But we have encountered some unforeseen circumstances along the way. Might I trouble you to give us a lift?" Hsieh raised her hand slightly but ultimately did not object. She truly required assistance. They could not simply walk for dozens of miles, could they? That would be too embarrassing. For if word got out, it would seem that the esteemed He family had no carriage to their name. "Is that so?" Li Mu glanced at Hsieh's carriage. "Very well, it is on my way." The guard rejoiced. "Thank you, young master, for your benevolence." Hsieh sighed, feeling somewhat bashful, and asked, "Will there still be room on your carriage?" "I have some clothing." Li Mu turned to Qin Er, who pondered for a moment before saying, "The young master has not brought much with him, and there is still ample space in the back." Li Mu nodded in agreement. Aside from a few sets of clothing and his sword, he had essentially brought nothing else. He did not even have a guard by his side. Li Qian had only arranged for an old coachman to drive the carriage at a brisk pace. In contrast, Hsieh traveled with several guards and handmaidens, her carriage laden with an array of clothes and sundries, including mirrors and cosmetics, thus moving at a slower pace. After a moment's hesitation, Xia whispered her thanks. Thank you. Li Mu waved his hand dismissively, signaling that no thanks were necessary, as they continued their journey, traversing mountains and valleys. Without warning, a sharp wolf howl pierced the air, sounding alarmingly close. Howl, howl! Countless wolf howls echoed in response. A wolf pack! Xia was somewhat startled. It seemed they were heading towards us. As a practitioner of body refinement, she posed little threat from the ordinary beast pack. However, the attendant beside her appeared to be in a state of heightened alarm. Urgently warning, Miss, be cautious. This is no ordinary wolf pack. Indeed, as if to validate the attendant's words, a wolf king, exuding a faint purple aura of demonic energy, slowly emerged, leaping upon a fallen tree, towering above them and glaring fiercely. This was evidently a vicious beast, radiating an extraordinary presence, comparable to a human practitioner of spiritual transformation. The Wolf King howled menacingly, and soon, countless pairs of glistening green eyes appeared around them. They were surrounded by the demonic wolf pack. Chapter 23. A sword unsheathed, instantly slaying 6 first-order beasts. These demonic beasts typically concealed themselves within the deep forests. What had compelled them to surge onto this thoroughfare today? Xia felt a tinge of annoyance. Her luck was decidedly poor today. Li Mu furrowed his brow, detecting a strong scent of blood. These wolves have been drawn here by the scent of blood, he remarked. The bandits? Xia paused, realization dawning upon her. The attendant continued, most of these demonic wolves are first-order beasts, equivalent to the body refinement stage, but their numbers are overwhelming. The lead wolf is likely second-order, akin to the spiritual transformation stage. Demonic beasts, being those who had yet to awaken their intelligence, were inherently savage. The majority of intelligent demonic entities resided within the territory of the Black Marsh dynasty. Yet, within the realm of humanity, there existed a considerable number of demonic beasts. More wolves appeared in sight, causing the attendants' faces to pale. Please, miss, go ahead. We will hold them back. Xia snorted lightly, exclaiming, what is there to fear? They are merely first-order beasts. The 4 attendants exchanged glances, while they, being at the spiritual transformation stage, were naturally unafraid. Their miss was only at the 7th level of body refinement. Miss, there are too many wolves. We may not be able to ensure your safety. It would be best for you to leave, they urged. What need have I for your protection? Xia frowned, observing the wolves, who seemed eager to pounce, drawing her precious sword and leaping into the fray. Shadow split sword, Xia called out, her sword shimmering with a faint white light. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed a technique exclusive to practitioners. 6 illusory sword images struck the 6 gray wolves leaping towards her, producing a resounding clash akin to metal against metal. Clang! The 6 gray wolves were sent flying, struggling briefly before regaining their footing, seemingly unscathed. Xia was taken aback. How could such minor demonic wolves be so difficult to kill? Her brow furrowed tighter. In the next moment, the sword in her hand blazed with an even greater brilliance, and with a swift strike, one of the wolves' heads fell to the ground. The pack hesitated momentarily before encircling her completely. The 4 attendants gasped in alarm, their hearts racing with fear of an impending disaster, and hastily followed suit, leaving behind 4 frightened maidens, along with Li Mu and Qin Er. The Wolf King's gaze flickered with cunning. As a second-order beast, equivalent to a practitioner of spiritual transformation, it, despite lacking full intelligence, possessed a degree of awareness. It let out a low growl, causing a portion of the wolf pack to set their sights on Li Mu and the others. Rushing towards them, the 4 maidens screamed in fright. Qin Er stood behind Li Mu, her complexion pale but unperturbed, trusting in her young master's swordsmanship. Fools, why are you all following me? Xia, amidst the wolf pack, turned to witness this scene and bellowed angrily, swinging her sword back. However, it was too late. She was surrounded by the wolves, making escape far from easy. Li Mu's expression remained unchanged. With his right hand resting on the sword hilt, he fixed his gaze upon the 6 gray wolves charging towards him, stepping forward to shield Xia's 4 maidens behind him. Xia glanced at Li Mu, her heart tightening. The initial strike she had wielded with spiritual energy had failed to breach the wolf's defenses. And here was Li Mu, merely an ordinary person, possessing swordsmanship but lacking the strength to truly kill a demonic beast. The 6 demonic wolves drew nearer. Yet, Li Mu's right hand remained steadfast upon the hilt. He had yet to draw his sword. A flicker of disappointment crossed Hsieh's eyes. Was it possible that Li Mu was so incompetent at this critical moment that he could not even wield his sword? Regardless, she believed that Li Mu's current predicament was largely due to her own actions. Thus, she felt compelled to find a way to save him. The sword in Hsieh's hand erupted with astonishing brilliance, as spiritual energy continuously poured into it. This was indeed a treasure. Ordinary weapons could not withstand such a surge of spiritual power and would have shattered long ago. With the support of the spiritual energy, the treasured sword unleashed its full potential. Hsieh waved it lightly, and wherever the blade passed, the once iron-like defenses of the demonic wolves became as fragile as tofu, slicing through with ease. Yet, under the Wolf King's command, the endless pack of wolves, undeterred by death, surged forward, making it difficult for Hsieh to advance even an inch. Even with the assistance of the 4 spiritual transformation attendants, the sheer number of wolves was overwhelming, making it impossible to slay them all. The Wolf King opened its massive maw, seemingly mocking Hsieh's foolishness. It intended to take down these detestable humans one by one. No, it's too late. Hsieh felt a surge of reluctance as the 6 wolves, swift as the wind, lunged at Li Mu, threatening to unleash a tragedy. Unable to contain herself, Hsieh cried out, her delicate lips parting, "Li Mu, be careful." In an instant, an unmatched aura of sharpness erupted from Li Mu, akin to a divine sword suddenly unsheathed. The 4 maidens and Qin Air let out cries of anguish at the intensity of this aura, which felt like a blade against their skin, even causing the airborne wolves to let out mournful howls. Clang! In a blink, a silver flash that seemed capable of severing time itself swept through as Li Mu drew his sword, simultaneously slashing across the bellies of the 6 gray wolves. Thud, 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 thud. The 6 gray wolves fell helplessly to the ground, their blood and entrails spilling forth, while the sword in Li Mu's hand remained pristine and unblemished. Even the Wolf King, not far away, could not help but narrow its emerald vertical pupils. The power exhibited by this ordinary human far exceeded its expectations, and it felt a hint of trepidation towards that sword's might. Hsieh's face lit up with delight, her heart finally at ease as the brilliance emanating from her treasured sword dimmed. Swiftly defeated, Hien, returned to guard the others. You 2 come with me to slay the Wolf King. Hsieh commanded, leading 2 attendants towards the Wolf King. The other 2 hesitated for a moment, exchanging glances. One returned to stand guard beside Li Mu, while the other continued to accompany Hsieh. The attendant Hien watched Li Mu with admiration, an ordinary person, capable of slaying 6 first-order demonic beasts with a single sword strike. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would never have believed it. After all, demonic beasts were inherently stronger than humans of the same rank. To slay a first-order beast with a single strike proved that Li Mu's earlier blow possessed at least the might of an 8th-level body refinement practitioner. Chapter 24. The Second-Order Wolf King. The trial's strongest sword. Li Mu sheathed his sword, wiping the bead of cold sweat that had emerged on his forehead. This strike, to ensure safety, he had exerted his utmost strength, employing every ounce of power, resulting in a significant drain on his vitality. That, of course, the effect was remarkably pronounced. The demonic wolves that Hsieh had struggled to slay with her initial use of spiritual energy fell easily to his blade. Now, Li Mu had a general understanding of his own strength. With all my might in a single strike, my power is at least on par with the 7th level of body refinement. However, Hsieh's sword is a treasured weapon, which should grant it a degree of enhancement. Nevertheless, I also struck at the wolves' weak points. It should be fairly accurate. Hsieh's cultivation was at the 7th level of body refinement, so Li Mu defined his strength at that same level. However, in reality, as a genius nurtured by the He family, Hsieh's abilities far surpassed those of an average practitioner. Her only drawback was that his sword's momentum would weaken with prolonged combat, rendering it unsuitable for extended battles. Li Mu sighed inwardly. Sword momentum is the culmination of a swordsman's essence, energy, and spirit, influenced by various factors such as the swordsman's physical condition and mental will. Prolonged combat would significantly deplete both spirit and body, and over time, his combat effectiveness would undoubtedly diminish. Indeed, as experienced previously, after unleashing a sword chi, he had exhausted his energy to the point where he could not even maintain his sword momentum. Li Mu's gaze remained fixed on the Wolf King, who stood proudly not far away, exuding a demonic aura. This Wolf King stood tall, comparable in size to an ordinary lion or tiger, its limbs robust. With a glossy coat that glinted with metallic sheen, suggesting superior defenses compared to the ordinary wolf demons. Most alarming was the thick, demonic energy enveloping it. For humans, this presence could prove fatal. Ordinary mortals would perish upon contact, and even practitioners, if they survived, would suffer immensely, akin to a parasite gnawing at the bone. The Wolf King was a second-order demonic beast, akin to a practitioner of spiritual transformation. Could he see, at merely the 7th level of body refinement, truly slay it? Li Mu was somewhat intrigued. As a prodigy meticulously nurtured by the He family, He Xia was in no way inferior to Yi Feng and Xiao Yun. In fact, she was considerably stronger than an average body-refining cultivator. With her swordsmanship at the minor completion stage of the realm of law and the magical artifact in her hand, her combat power was undoubtedly on par with that of a spirit transformation cultivator. However, the existence of demon beasts inherently surpassed that of human cultivators of the same rank, and this Wolf King appeared particularly formidable. Its profound gaze fixated upon He Xia, instinctively recognizing her as the core of this group. The Wolf King's thoughts were simple. It believed that He Xia was the alpha of this pack, and by eliminating her, the others would inevitably fall into chaos, just as it is with wolf packs. He Xia wished to slay the Wolf King, and the Wolf King sought to kill her in return. With a long howl, the Wolf King finally rose to join the fray, weaving through the pack of wolves. Seeking the perfect moment to strike, He Xia sharply commanded, and her magical artifact sword suddenly blazed with brilliant white light. With a gentle sweep, she unleashed a crescent-shaped sword chi. Li Mu's face reflected astonishment. Was this the power of a cultivator's magical artifact? A body-refining cultivator at the minor completion stage of the realm of law could unleash such a formidable blow. He could discern that the might of this white sword chi surpassed even the formless sword chi he had previously unleashed. Indeed, wherever the white sword chi passed, any demon wolf it touched immediately split in twain like rotten wood. Li Mu silently marveled. Cultivators are indeed far superior to ordinary mortals, effortlessly unleashing immense power through their spiritual energy. The Wolf King, unable to evade in time, emitted a short, low growl, as faint purple demonic energy coalesced before it. The white sword chi made contact with the purple energy. It was as if ice met raging fire, producing a sizzling sound. Ultimately, the dim white light shattered the Wolf King's demonic energy, striking its sleek fur and sparking a shower of flames. Although the blow was deflected, the Wolf King was nonetheless sent flying, crashing through 7 or 8 towering trees. When the Wolf King rose again, it seemed unscathed that it bared its teeth at He Xia, letting out a furious roar that stirred the pack into a frenzy. Intensifying their assault, He Xia felt a chill in her heart. The crescent moon slash she had unleashed, empowered by her magical artifact, was comparable to a full-force strike from a 5th-tier spirit transformation cultivator. Yet it had failed to breach the Wolf King's defenses. 2nd-tier demon beasts were indeed astonishingly powerful. The Wolf King's emerald eyes glinted with anger and hatred. The effort to block that last strike had drained a considerable amount of its demonic energy. Wolves possess a fierce desire for revenge. Having been struck by He Xia, it resolved to retaliate. The demonic energy surrounding the Wolf King boiled like water, and the 3 guards became alert, positioning themselves protectively around He Xia. However, the Wolf King now seemed to have entered a state of enhancement, bursting forth with incredible speed. Dashing towards He Xia like a phantom. One guard, caught off guard, was sent flying, spewing blood into the air. It was too fast. After knocking aside the guard, the Wolf King's speed barely faltered, and in the blink of an eye, it lunged directly at He Xia. The 2 guards in front of her widened their eyes in horror, their spiritual energy surging, yet they could not halt its approach. Faced with the proximity of the Wolf King, whose cultivation surpassed her own, Xia remained composed. She swung her sword, unleashing a brilliant burst of light once more. Yet the cunning Wolf King evaded her strike with a swift movement, using its uncanny speed to circle behind Xia, avoiding the remaining guard's attempts to intercept. The Wolf King's emerald pupils gleamed with a cruel light. In Li Mu's anxious gaze, it opened its cavernous maw and lunged for her. Xia did not turn, nor did she have time to do so. She felt no despair. Her spiritual energy surged violently within her, forming a faint azure shield behind her. When the Wolf King's bite came down, the flat shield prevented its terrifying force from being fully exerted, causing it to collide instead like a bull charging forward. Even so, Xia let out a muffled groan. The azure shield shattered explosively, and she staggered. The sheer might of the demon beast was overwhelming. Li Mu exhaled in relief. Truly, as a cultivator, she was remarkable. Had he been in her position, he would undoubtedly have met his demise. Compared to his sword intent, the manipulation of spiritual energy was simpler, more versatile, and equally formidable. No wonder cultivators were so extraordinarily powerful. The Wolf King, momentarily hindered by the shattered shield, was met with a furious counterattack from the two guards, who seized the opportunity. A torrent of surging spiritual energy erupted from them, striking the Wolf King with a fierce intensity. The Wolf King, feeling the pain, found its demonic energy dimming significantly, and it suddenly retreated. Xia's rosy complexion now bore a hint of pallor. It was already quite taxing to wield the crescent moon sword with her 7th-tier body-refining cultivation. The sudden activation of the One Yuan shield had also drained a considerable amount of her spiritual energy. One guard could not contain himself. "Miss, perhaps we should withdraw. We are utterly outmatched." Although they were all spirit transformation cultivators, their strength was ultimately too feeble to withstand the overwhelming number of wolves. A swarm can indeed overcome an elephant. It was already a considerable feat for the mere 4 of them to endure the relentless attacks of the wolf pack. Xia's gaze remained fixed on the Wolf King as she declared, "No, I must slay this Wolf King today." Li Mu watched Xia with keen interest at a woman, and such a beautiful one at that, yet so fiercely competitive. Despite possessing only body-refining cultivation, she was determined to take down a 2nd-tier Wolf King. Feeling that his energy had mostly recovered, Li Mu took a breath of relief. "You stay here. I will assist her in dealing with the Wolf King," he said to Qin Er. Given the demon beast's relentless nature, they would not be able to escape unless the Wolf King was slain. Qin Er obediently nodded. "Young master, be careful." With Hian, a spirit transformation cultivator, guarding the area, Li Mu felt reassured enough to join the fray. Clang! Li Mu drew his sword, his aura steadily rising. The intense, fiery sword intent radiated from him, recklessly filling the surrounding space. Each demon wolf emitted pained whimpers. Li Mu's sword intent permeated the air, causing them to feel as though their very insides were being cleaved by blades, an agonizing sensation. While this dispersing sword intent could affect the wolf demons, it could not inflict tangible harm. Yet they experienced overwhelming fear. Because Li Mu had not even approached, yet they suffered so greatly. The unknown is always the most terrifying, both for humans and demon beasts alike. The wolf pack surrounding Li Mu erupted into chaos. Many demon wolves, disregarding the Wolf King's commands, began to flee in all directions. As Li Mu advanced, the wolf pack retreated a foot. The Wolf King, sensing the commotion, felt a pang of panic, unable to comprehend what was happening, and a desire to retreat began to rise within it. However, Xia and the 3 spirit transformation guards did not afford it the opportunity. Seizing the moment of confusion among the wolves, they surrounded the Wolf King. One guard grinned wickedly. "Beast, you injured my lady and now wish to escape. Prepare to become our meal." The Wolf King's demonic energy dimmed as it furiously glared at the 4 wretched human cultivators. After dispersing the wolf pack with his sword intent, Li Mu joined the encirclement. He reined in his sword intent to avoid interfering with Xia and the others. Yet the 3 still felt a slight stinging sensation on their skin. Each secretly alarmed Li Mu took a deep breath. It was his first time using sword intent in such a domain-like manner. The toll on his mental fortitude was greater than he had anticipated. He reflected. This approach can only serve as intimidation, not for actual combat, as it is ultimately counterproductive. You lack a spiritual energy shield. Be cautious not to let this Wolf King retaliate in its dying moments. Xia reminded, her rosy lips moving. She herself was unsure why she felt compelled to warn him, especially since she had initially been somewhat annoyed with him. Limu fixed his gaze firmly on the Wolf King, stating, "Do not worry, I will only strike it once." He intended to use this second-tier demon beast, the Wolf King, to test his most powerful sword. Chapter 25. With a mortal body, one sword to create the Wolf King. Limu excitedly focused on the Wolf King. This was a second-tier demon beast, equivalent to a spirit transformation cultivator among humans. Furthermore, judging by its appearance, this Wolf King was certainly a formidable entity among demon beasts. In a sudden burst, it had sent one of the spirit transformation guards flying, and only now had it regained its composure. He had longed to test the power of his sword, and this vile creature was the perfect target. Limu thought to himself. Gripping the sword hilt with both hands, he recalled the state of mind he had achieved on that day. His entire being surged with vitality, akin to a galloping dragon. His heart resonating like a grand bell, thundering with vigor. He was adjusting his physical state, awakening his corporeal strength, while simultaneously gathering his spirit and igniting his fighting spirit. Everything reached its zenith. Limu slowly raised his sword. With the elevation of the sword, his aura soared, his essence, energy, and spirit merging into a solidified sword intent. Was this Limu's sword intent? Beside him, Xia's gaze was fraught with complexity as she observed Limu. She experienced an uncanny illusion. At that moment, Limu seemed to transform into a humanoid divine sword, exuding an unparalleled aura of sharpness. The Wolf King crouched low, instinctively sensing danger, its already faint demonic energy flickering uneasily. It yearned to flee from this place. However, Limu's piercing eyes, akin to radiant sword light, fixed upon it with unwavering intensity. The mental pressure and restraint compelled the Wolf King to refrain from any rash movements. Its muscles tensed, poised to counter the impending strike. Even the 4 spirit transformation guards were taken aback, their minds captivated by the aura emanating from Limu. This energy was exceedingly unique, fundamentally distinct from that of cultivators. It was denser, more aggressive, flamboyant, and incisive. With the sword raised high above his head, a peculiar flush appeared on Limu's visage. He had just unleashed a sword force to drive away the wolf pack, exhausting considerable mental and physical energy. Therefore, executing this pinnacle strike now felt somewhat strenuous, even fraught with the risk of failure. Yet, Limu resolutely decided to deliver this blow. A swordsman, at any moment, must wield their sword with utmost vigor. Where the physical body falls short, let the spirit compensate. Limu bellowed, his fighting spirit soaring, his mental acuity surging as he concentrated all his sword intent into his blade, exerting every ounce of strength to bring it down. Let me see just how formidable my strongest strike truly is. In the eyes of Xia and the others, time seemed to stand still. Only the silver-white sword in Limu's hand moved unhindered. This strike cleaved through time, shattering space, trailing a silver glow in the air, imbued with terrifying sword intent, as the blade descended. All sword intent coalesced into an intangible sword chi, slicing toward the Wolf King with an unparalleled velocity. The Wolf King's emerald eyes widened in terror as it stared at the sword chi, its aura erupting once more in a desperate attempt to evade. Yet, it found its limbs weighed down as if filled with lead, unable to move even a fraction. This sword chi was too swift. As the formless sword chi approached, the Wolf King's faint demonic energy dissipated like snow in the sun. The sword chi struck its iron-like body with force. The Wolf King let out a pained howl. The formidable defense that even Xia could not breach fell apart like mere straw beneath the sword chi's edge. The sword chi severed its spine. Halting its advance, the Wolf King was flung away, rolling on the ground for several dozen revolutions. Whimpering, in that moment, the Wolf King realized the truth. It had not been unable to move. Rather, the speed of that strike was so overwhelming that it had no time to react. A horrific wound appeared on the Wolf King's abdomen, nearly bisecting it entirely. Yet, owing to the beast's extraordinary constitution, it stubbornly endured the blow. Though grievously wounded, it understood that its demise was inevitable today. Its cold eyes fixed on Li Mu, filled with resentment and hatred. Both Xie and the 4 spirit transformation guards were left dumbfounded by this strike. They had witnessed the Wolf King's formidable defenses. Xie's attack, powered by a magical artifact, had equated to the full force of a 6th-level spirit transformation cultivator, barely grazing its fur. The 2 guards, fueled by anger, had struck out with all their might, yet had only managed to inflict a minor injury. But Li Mu's strike had nearly slain the Wolf King outright. After delivering this strike, Li Mu stood in place, on the verge of collapse. His condition had already been precarious, and forcibly executing this blow had exhausted both his body and spirit to their limits. Upon witnessing the Wolf King gravely injured, a sense of calm washed over him. And he succumbed to unconsciousness, Li Mu, Xie gasped, taking a swift step forward to catch him. The other 3 guards advanced toward the dying Wolf King, eyeing the last flicker of Li Mu's consciousness. He felt a wave of softness before plunging into an abyss of darkness. Under the combined assault of the 3 spirit transformation cultivators, the dying Wolf King struggled valiantly. Although it could barely move, it still consumed considerable time and effort from the trio, showcasing the resilience of its life force. This Wolf King was truly formidable. Even in such a state, it required considerable effort from the 3 of us. Indeed, its defenses are too robust. We could hardly make a dent. Had it not been for Master Li Mu's earlier strike, who knows how much effort we would have had to expend, or worse. We might have lost a few of our own. At this juncture, the 4 guards cast admiring glances at Li Mu, cradled in Xie's arms. Had Xie not called out, they might not have recognized him. I heard someone mention that Li Mu had unleashed a sword chi in the streets yesterday, but I did not believe it. I never expected to witness it firsthand. They all claimed he had not opened his meridians and could not cultivate. Yet here he was, wielding such battle prowess solely through the sword. They speculated that even a spirit transformation cultivator would not dare to face that strike head-on. Its power was indeed terrifying. Capable of effortlessly breaching the defenses of a second-tier demonic beast. One guard marveled. That strike was nearly equivalent to a full-force attack from an 8th-level spirit transformation cultivator. No wonder the young lady did not annul her engagement with him. I said it all along. How could she possibly marry a waste? Another guard whispered in agreement. Indeed, a mere mortal could unleash power surpassing that of us all. It is simply absurd. However, Li Mu could only manage this one strike. After that, should he fail to subdue his enemy, he would be left with little to no means of resistance. Still, that in itself was enough to defy the heavens, for he was merely a mortal. Qin Er hurried over, her eyes filled with concern for her young master. Fear not, he has merely overexerted himself and temporarily lost consciousness, Xie reassured her. Qin Er breathed a sigh of relief. Eager to support Li Mu, however, Xie directly lifted Li Mu, striding toward the carriage, leaving Qin Er astonished in her wake. The guards cleared the fallen trees obstructing their path and tidied up the scattered corpses before taking the Wolf King's remains, which would fetch a handsome sum when sold. The once spacious carriage grew crowded with Xie and her companions. The unconscious Li Mu leaned against Qin Er, while Xie sat opposite him. Her expression intricate. She had previously thought that although Li Mu had reached the realm of sword intent, he had ultimately not opened his meridians and lacked spiritual energy, rendering him still a waste. Little did she know that what she witnessed today would shatter her perceptions in an instant. Li Mu, with his mundane physique, had severely injured a second-tier demonic beast, the Wolf King. That sword chi's power was even comparable to her own attacks fueled by magical artifacts. Capable of directly breaching the Wolf King's defenses, she had assumed that the realm of sword intent was akin to a sharp blade, while cultivation was the hand that wielded the sword. To possess sword intent without cultivation was akin to a child wielding a great hammer, inviting mockery. Yet, Li Mu's performance today seemed as if that divine sword had taken flight on its own, cutting through all derision. Have I underestimated him? Xie mused internally. Her gaze softly landed on the unconscious Li Mu. Since their betrothal 5 years ago, this was the first time Xie had scrutinized him closely. His features were well defined, with long eyebrows resembling sword edges. Though his eyes were closed, one could still faintly sense the brilliance hidden beneath his eyelids. His skin resembled freshly sprouted wheat, appearing quite healthy. Though certain areas bore deeper hues, suggesting he often practiced swordsmanship under the sun. His physique was also admirable, long arms, a tall stature, allowing one to easily imagine the grace he would exude while standing. Suddenly, Hisia recalled a conversation she had had with Su Exine about the qualities she sought in a future partner. She herself adored swords, naturally hoping her future husband would also practice swordsmanship. Su Exine had agreed, though her admiration stemmed not from a love of swords, but rather from the cold, sharp aura exuded by those skilled in their use, which she found quite handsome. Hisia reflected on the focused expression Li Mu had worn while executing that strike. It was indeed the type that Su Exine would appreciate in that fleeting moment. A sense of loss washed over Hisia, as if something that rightfully belonged to her had been taken away. No, I have already annulled my engagement with Li Mu. Su Exine's pursuit of him is her freedom, she chastised herself. Furthermore, even if he has indeed touched upon the realm of Qi, his explosive combat strength may rival that of cultivators. But it cannot alter the fact that he remains a mortal. Hisia gradually withdrew her gaze from Li Mu, exhaling softly. The partner she sought should be a cultivator capable of accompanying her through the heavens and the earth, unyielding until the end of time, not a pitiful mortal destined to fade away after a mere century. In her heart, Hisia silently affirmed, I acknowledge that I underestimated you, but I shall not regret my decision. The carriage rattled for an indeterminate time before Li Mu gently opened his eyes. At some point, the external scenery had shifted from rolling mountains to a succession of buildings. Have we arrived? Qin Er sighed in relief. Young master, you are finally awake. We are nearing the Li residence. Miss Xia has already disembarked and asked me to convey her gratitude. Li Mu nodded, straightening himself, his spirits considerably restored. If I am assigned to the mining district, do not follow me. Remain at the estate. That place is far too perilous, Li Mu instructed. Before coming here, he had gathered some preliminary information about the mining area. It is not exactly peaceful here. Qin Er nodded obediently, aware that she had been a burden in the past. The young master must be cautious. Li Mu nodded in agreement. The carriage came to a halt in front of the imposing gates of the Li residence. Let us proceed inside, he said, dismounting the carriage and leading Qin Er into the Li estate. Chapter 26. The path of the sword is, after all, a lethal art. Qingyang Town, Li residence, a carrier pigeon perched upon the desk. Tilting its head to gaze at the towering figure before it, Li Yen removed the small scroll tied to the pigeon's leg, casting a brief glance at it, his brow furrowing slightly. He was not only an elder of the Li family, but also the overseer of the spiritual vein mine in Qingyang Town. Li Mu, the son of Li Qichuan, if I remember correctly, is merely a commoner? How could he be sent to my mining area in Qingyang Town? Over the years, the family has only sent useless scions to waste their days away. Li Yan's lips curled in a sneer. His gaze shifting to the middle-aged man beside him. I have heard that this Li Mu possesses quite an extraordinary talent for the sword. Does he not? The middle-aged man pondered. Even if he cannot cultivate, he should still be somewhat stronger than the average person, no? Humph. Li Yan scoffed coldly. He is not even a cultivator. How can you expect him to be formidable? Feng Han, what position do you suggest I assign to this Li Mu? Li Yan inquired after a moment of contemplation. The middle-aged man named Feng Han fell into deep thought. Since he is a commoner and the son of Li Qichuan, we might as well assign him a trivial position. Letting him pass the time, he mused. After all, the Fengtian prefecture has sent many idle wastrels over the years. One more would not make a difference. Assign him a trivial position? Li Yan's gaze turned icy. And he snorted disdainfully. I refuse. Over the years, what sort of useless drunks has the Fengtian prefecture sent? If this continues, will we even have a mining area left in Qingyang Town? Spiritual stones are the most crucial resource for cultivators. They serve not only as currency but also as a means to enhance one's power. Naturally, they are coveted by countless individuals. Not only do the prominent families fight fiercely for the spiritual vein mines, but those desperate and greed-driven rogue cultivators have long coveted them as well. Some even go so far as to become bandits, risking their lives to seize them. He must guard against not only bandits and thieves, but also the open competition from other families. In the face of profit, everyone becomes an enemy in this world. Strength is the only language that matters. Without sufficient power, one cannot safeguard the mining points, and one cannot blame others for that, after all. The rights to mine in this area were established by the 4 great families. This year, we have lost a total of 13 mining points, 7 of which were seized by the Yi family. Li Yin bellowed, "If the family does not start taking this seriously, we may soon lose all of Qingyang Town's mining areas." Fang Han queried, "Are you suggesting we use him to establish authority?" A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Li Yan's eyes as he spoke in a low tone. "A severe illness requires harsh medicine. Starting with Li Mu, from now on, anyone the family sends over will be assigned to guard the mines. No exceptions? Isn't that a bit excessive? They probably won't survive." Fang Han hesitated. "How can a mere mortal withstand those cultivators? If he doesn't wish to stay, he can simply leave. No one is forcing him to remain." Li Yin retorted coldly, "I would welcome his departure. If we do not properly discipline these family members, they will truly treat this place as a nursery for young masters." "Indeed," Fang Han sighed, nodding in agreement. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. "Elder, Li Mu is already waiting outside." Li Yin and Fang Han exchanged glances. They had just been discussing him, and now he had arrived. "Let him in?" Li Yin waved his hand. "Yes." Moments later, Li Mu entered, his sword at his waist, walking in with a calm demeanor. "I pay my respects to the elder." Li Mu slightly bowed. Before arriving, his second brother had already informed him that the elder responsible for managing Qingyang Town was named Li Yin. Li Yan's gaze swept over him, tinged with disdain. His aura was feeble. He was, indeed, a commoner. Although Li Mu was not a cultivator and thus lacked the robust vitality of one, this did not imply that his combat prowess was inferior. Qinchang and Qingyang Town were 300 miles apart, resulting in a significant information gap. As such, Li Yin was still unaware that Li Mu had comprehended the sword intent and could unleash sword qi. Naturally, he displayed a certain coldness towards Li Mu. "I do not care who your father is. Since the family has sent you to Qingyang Town, you will be under my jurisdiction. Do you understand?" Li Yin said. Li Mu's gaze remained serene as he nodded slightly, showing no emotional reaction to Li Yan's unkind tone. This prompted Li Yin to regard him with slightly softened eyes. Despite his lack of strength, at least his temperament was commendable. Li Yan's tone softened further as he elaborated. "Currently, the Li family has 66 mining points in Qingyang Town. Previously, each point was staffed with 1 spirit transformation cultivator and 5 body refinement cultivators. However, due to the incompetence of those sent by the family in recent years, coupled with the losses incurred from competing for mining points, we can no longer maintain such a ratio. 1 spirit transformation cultivator and 5 body refinement cultivators. This means the family once had nearly 66 spirit transformation cultivators and over 300 body refinement cultivators stationed here." Li Mu listened attentively, as this was the first time he had learned such details about the family. Now, there was a severe shortage of personnel, and many mining points could not even be assigned a spirit transformation cultivator for protection. Logically, a commoner like you should not be sent to the mines. But given the current circumstances, I have decided that anyone the family sends will be assigned to guard the mines. Even you are no exception. If you agree, you may stay. If you refuse, you may leave as you came." Li Yan's gaze fixed on Li Mu's calm eyes, trying to discern any hint of turmoil. However, those deep, dark eyes resembled a still well, revealing no trace of discontent. "Guarding the mining points?" Li Mu nodded gently. He had already mentally prepared for this before arriving. In his heart, he mused, "Very well, after practicing the sword for so long, it is time to put it to practical use. This task aligns perfectly with my aspirations. The path of the sword is inherently a lethal art in battles of life and death. One can more readily grasp the true essence of swordsmanship." A glimmer of surprise flickered in the eyes of Li Yin and Fang Han. "He really dares to go?" They exchanged glances, both astonished that Li Mu would agree. After all, they viewed him merely as an ordinary commoner. "Excellent." Li Yan's voice suddenly rose an octave. "You have spirit. You are indeed worthy of being Li Qichuan's son." At this moment, Li Yin genuinely admired the boy's courage. The family will not treat a warrior like you poorly. If you can successfully guard a mining point, every half-month, you will receive 2/10 of the spiritual stones extracted. Of course, how this 2/10 is divided will be up to you and your fellow miners to negotiate. Li Mu's eyelids lifted slightly in surprise. 2/10 of the spiritual stones? The family is quite generous. This was no small sum. Although he could not use spiritual stones to enhance his cultivation like a cultivator, he could certainly purchase elixirs to strengthen his physique. With this thought, a glimmer of joy crossed Li Mu's eyes. Not only would he hone his swordsmanship, but he would also earn spiritual stones. This was practically a tailor-made opportunity for him. Fong Han, who had remained silent, seemed to see through Li Mu's thoughts and spoke wistfully. Actually, the family previously only offered half a tenth. However, as we have lost more mining points, the elder raised this reward to 2/10 to encourage everyone at this point. Fong Han shook his head with a hint of regret. Unfortunately, the results have been mediocre. Over the years, the Li family disciples sent to Qingyang town have mostly been unremarkable, far inferior compared to those from other families. Even with the incentive of rewards, we have continued to suffer defeats. With the encroachment of nearby bandits and the other major families, our numbers have dwindled, leading us to this predicament. The family's lack of attention towards Qingyang town has resulted in our repeated losses of mining points. If this continues, we may lose them all within a few years. Li Mu listened in silence. He was not privy to the family's decisions. He did not need to concern himself with their intricacies or whether there were other arrangements. All he knew was that as long as he guarded the mining points well, he would reap 2/10 of the spiritual stones. Li Yin pondered for a moment. Since you have decided to stay, you will be assigned to the 49th mining point. 49th mining point? Li Mu blinked in confusion. Fong Han explained, the 49th mining point is currently adjacent to the Yi family's mining area, situated on the outskirts, making it quite a dangerous location. That is precisely why it is in need of personnel. Li Yin finally warned, make sure you understand. Once you arrive at the mining area, no one will care who you are. Whether you live or die will depend solely on your own strength. As soon as Li Yin finished speaking, Li Mu nodded without hesitation. He was somewhat confident in his current abilities. Li Yin nodded slowly. Setting aside other matters, at least this Li Mu displayed a degree of courage. Fong Han reminded him, do not worry too much. If you truly cannot hold your ground, fleeing is also permitted. If your team possesses strength, you may attempt to seize mining points from other families, which come with additional rewards. Is it truly possible to contend for other families' mining points? A peculiar light flickered in Li Mu's eyes. Of course, Li Yin replied in a deep voice, if they can plunder our veins, why should we not be able to take theirs? Remember this, Li Mu. Li Yin fixed his gaze upon the young man before him. Beyond the confines of Qin City lies a jungle world governed by the law of the survival of the fittest. The laws of the Great Yin hold sway only within the city walls. In such remote areas, no one will come to your aid. Li Mu nodded, for the first time grasping the savage reality that existed beyond Qin City. However, this only underscored the significance of the sword path. Li Mu touched the scabbard at his waist, his eyes gleaming with determination. Very well, since you have just arrived today, rest for the night. Tomorrow, someone will escort you to mining point 40-9. Li Yin waved his hand. Li Mu offered a slight bow, sensing a hint of goodwill from his counterpart. Otherwise, such words would not have been uttered. Li Mu departed. Guided to his resting quarters, Li Yin gazed at the spot where Li Mu had stood, then turned to Fong Han and inquired, do you think he will survive in the mining area? Fong Han teased, are you truly worried about him? Li Yin sighed lightly, initially believing that Li Qichuan had sent him merely to waste time. Who would have thought he would be assigned to guard a mining point without a flicker of hesitation? Does he truly embody the fearless spirit of a newborn calf? Given his calm demeanor and courage in the face of change, I must admit I find him somewhat admirable. Among the many descendants of the Li family he has encountered, Li Mu's temperament and bravery are indeed rare. After all, a swordsman is vastly superior to those ineffectual dandy youths. Fong Han sighed. Unfortunately, mere courage is insufficient to survive in the mining area. Indeed, Li Yin nodded in agreement. Both men held a pessimistic view regarding Li Mu's ability to establish himself in the mining area. Yet, for the sake of the family's future, they felt compelled to accept this reality. There are always those who must sacrifice for the family, paying with blood and even their lives. Chapter 27. Guarding the Spirit Vein Mine. The bandits attack. The next day, under the guidance of a servant, Li Mu arrived at the mining area north of Qingyang town. "So, this is the Spirit Vein Mine," Li Mu observed, taking in the sight of a flat yet expansive mountain range. Marred by the scars of human excavation. At intervals, numerous mine shafts and laboring miners came into view. Young Master Li Mu, just ahead lies mining point 49. The maps, food, clothing, and other items are already stored within this storage ring. Please take care of it. The accompanying servant handed Li Mu a pitch-black ring. "I shall take my leave now," the servant said hastily, eager to depart without lingering. "Why the rush? Do you not even wish to escort me to the mining point?" Watching the servant's hurried retreat, Li Mu realized the danger this place posed in their eyes. It seems, as the elder mentioned, that this mining point 49 is indeed perilous. Li Mu donned the storage ring on his hand, patted the 3-foot azure blade at his waist, and strode forward. Countless miners toiled tirelessly at the site, their actions unaffected by his arrival. Bare-chested men pushed carts laden with crystalline blue spirit stones into the empty caverns designated for storage. Li Mu stopped one of the laborers, seeking information about the guard stronghold. The middle-aged man he stopped regarded Li Mu with an odd expression. Without uttering a word, he merely gestured in a direction. Li Mu felt a twinge of confusion but did not dwell on it. Following the man's direction, Li Mu discovered a cavern that appeared to serve as the guard's residence and gently knocked on the door. Knocking. There was no response from within. "Is anyone home?" Li Mu furrowed his brow. Without a second thought, he pushed the door open, revealing a space divided into 6 rooms, yet empty of occupants. Clearly, this was indeed the guard's quarters. But where had everyone gone? Was it not said that there was 1 spirit transformation cultivator and 5 body refinement cultivators? At that moment, Li Mu recalled the middle-aged man's gaze. Perhaps something untoward had transpired. "I should inquire among the miners. They ought to be most familiar with the current situation." With this thought in mind, Li Mu turned back, intending to seek out someone knowledgeable. "What? You wish to know where the guards have gone?" The elderly man Li Mu stopped seemed somewhat hard of hearing, his voice booming. "They ran. They fled last night. Not a single one has been seen this morning. They ran?" Li Mu was momentarily taken aback. What had occurred? Was he truly to guard this mining point alone? Just as Li Mu pondered this, the old man suddenly pointed into the distance and shouted, "Look, a guard is returning." A hurried breath came from behind Li Mu. Puff, puff. Approaching rapidly was a somewhat plump man, clearly struggling to reach the guard's residence from the direction Li Mu had just exited. Upon seeing Li Mu, the chubby man displayed an expression of fear and immediately turned to flee. "Don't run! He is also a guard!" the old man shouted at the fleeing figure. Only then did the plump man halt, panting heavily as he approached. "You should have said so earlier. You nearly scared me to death." "I thought the bandits had already arrived," the plump man gasped. "Bandits?" Li Mu inquired. "Indeed. The bandits are about to come." The plump man caught his breath and continued. "I intended to flee last night, but I would not have returned if I had not left something behind." "Why would you run from the bandits?" Li Mu asked, perplexed. "Isn't the duty of the guards to protect the mining point from disturbance? How did you know the bandits were coming and your first reaction was to flee? What do you understand?" The plump man sized up Li Mu, catching his breath before replying. "Our 49 mining area has no spirit transformation cultivators. There are only 5 body refinement cultivators. When the bandits arrive, they will number at least 8 or 9, and although they are merely desperate rogues of body refinement, how can we defend against them? The guard force is insufficient." Li Mu understood. Li Yin had mentioned this just yesterday. But what about the miners? With the guards having fled, what will become of the miners? They have no reason to harm the miners, do they? The bandits seek spirit stones. If they kill the miners, who will mine the stones? The plump man scoffed, a look of disdain on his face. "I advise you to leave with me shortly. Otherwise, when the bandits arrive, you may find it impossible to escape." The plump man cautioned. "They may not kill the miners, but our lives as guards are not guaranteed. Do not easily throw away your life for the sake of guarding. Leave?" Li Mu frowned slightly. If it were a spirit transformation cultivator, that would be one thing. But they are merely body refinement cultivators. Li Mu contemplated his current strength, realizing he had little difficulty dealing with body refinement cultivators. It would be an excellent opportunity to test his swordsmanship. I will stay. Li Mu replied succinctly and clearly. You must be mad? The plump man exclaimed, astonished. You alone intend to confront dozens of bandits? The plump man scrutinized Li Mu, suspicion etched on his face. Could it be that you are a spirit transformation cultivator? He could think of no other explanation. A mining point under the protection of a spirit transformation cultivator would be far safer. Bandits would generally be deterred from making a move. If he were indeed a spirit transformation cultivator, perhaps he could even share in the spoils here. Just as that thought crossed the plump man's mind, Li Mu shook his head. I am not a cultivator, Li Mu stated. Not a cultivator? The plump man was bewildered. In his haste, he had momentarily overlooked this fact. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Li Mu's aura was unmistakably that of an ordinary person. The plump man was dumbfounded. Not a cultivator? Why are you here as a guard? Are you insane? Do you have a death wish? Are you simply bored and seeking to perish? He found it utterly baffling, struggling to comprehend how anyone could be so reckless and foolish. Without the cultivation of a cultivator, how could one possibly defend this mining point? Li Mu smiled and countered. If one is not a cultivator, can one not guard this mining point? The plump man, perplexed, retorted. You, an ordinary person without any cultivation, how do you intend to resist the bandits? With a sword, Li Mu grasped the hilt of the sword at his waist. The plump man's expression turned comically incredulous, as if he had just witnessed the most absurd spectacle. I say, you haven't been listening to too many tales of sword heroes, have you? How could an ordinary person's sword possibly match a cultivator's? He suspected that Li Mu must be mentally unwell. Otherwise, how could he entertain such a ridiculous notion? Even without employing spiritual power, a body refinement cultivator possesses immense strength, capable of crushing an ordinary person as easily as squashing an ant. A mere ant shaking a tree? Enough of this. I won't waste any more breath on you. I need to gather my belongings and leave. The plump man shook his head, realizing that prolonging the conversation would only endanger his own life. He paid Li Mu no further heed and strode directly into the residence to retrieve the items he had left behind. Found the ring? Phew. Thankfully, it's here. The portly figure wiped the sweat from his forehead and tucked the ring into his bosom. Li Mu stood at the doorway, his silhouette poised with a sword. The portly man cast a glance, initially indifferent, but as he drew closer, a troubling question arose. Why, in a perfectly ordinary situation, had Li Mu drawn his sword? His expression shifted, an ominous feeling swelling within him as he swiftly approached the entrance. Sure enough, 10 armed and menacing mine bandits loomed outside. The fierce gazes of these brutish men were locked onto him and Li Mu. Ah, had I known earlier, I would not have been so enamored with these spirit stones. The portly man's complexion turned pale, his eyes filled with despair. He shot a resentful look at Li Mu. Were it not for this person detaining him with incessant inquiries, he would have long since escaped with the ring. Yet, the portly man was astonished to discover that Li Mu's gaze at that moment seemed to burn with an inner flame. He was not the least bit flustered. Chapter 28. A decade to forge a sword, transformed into a bloodthirsty harbinger of death. The portly man's face was ashen as he took 2 steps back. Positioning himself behind Li Mu, his body trembling, he could sense that the weakest among these bandits had reached the 4th level of body refinement, while their leader exuded the presence of an 8th-level practitioner. Had he not been encircled, he might have attempted to flee, but now, these bandits spared no mercy for miners. They were intent on annihilating those who guarded the mine. This was the end, the portly man muttered, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards Li Mu. Why was he still so composed? Li Mu's eyes swept over the 10 ferocious bandits, his right hand gently resting on the hilt of his sword. There was neither fear nor trepidation upon his youthful visage. Instead, his face radiated a fervent excitement. How intriguing! I have heard that the 49th mine point is devoid of spirit cultivators, yet you dare to remain here? The leader of the bandits, a towering brute, regarded Li Mu with keen interest. Even more amusingly, you, a mere mortal, dare to unsheath your sword before us? He could discern that Li Mu's aura lacked the depth of a cultivator. He was simply an ordinary human. Li Mu's focus intensified upon the bandit leader, feeling a surge of battle intent roaring within his chest. Why should he not dare? Slowly, he withdrew the sword from its sheath, his gaze sharp as a torch. This was his first time facing a cultivator alone in a life-and-death struggle. Previously, though the beasts had ignited his bloodlust, he had subconsciously known that he had allies to rely upon. But now, confronted with these ruthless bandits, he could only depend on the sword in his hand to survive. The faint unease that lingered in his heart ignited a primal instinct buried deep within him, filling him with an unprecedented exhilaration, as if his very soul were trembling. The path of the sword was, after all, one of slaughter. Throughout history, it has been said that sword cultivators thrive amidst bloodshed. One can only grow stronger through killing. Countless texts and the wisdom of predecessors have indicated that the swiftest way to advance one's swordsmanship is through combat. It is often in the midst of life and death that breakthroughs in the sword path are most readily attained. The bandit leader's eyes glimmered with surprise. He had not anticipated that this lad possessed such audacity. Well, you are indeed a man. I, Hu Yang, appreciate your kind. Hu Yang let out a cruel laugh, then grinned wide, akin to a grim reaper heralding death. To show my respect, I shall leave your corpse intact. As for the little fat man behind you, I might as well show some mercy and grant him a swift end. Puff! As Hu Yang's words fell, the portly man felt his calves tremble and suddenly found himself sitting on the ground. Despair engulfed him as he began to contemplate what sort of fate he should wish for in his next life. Li Mu remained composed, but in his eyes, he realized that unless a divine being descended, how could a mere mortal withstand the onslaught of 10 body refinement practitioners? Boss, this kid is all show. Look, his hands are trembling. A gaunt subordinate pointed at Li Mu with a sneer. The crowd's attention converged, and they indeed noticed the truth, erupting into a bout of laughter. Hu Yang shook his head coldly. Kill him? Li Mu's expression remained unchanged. His grip on the sword did tremble slightly, but it was not out of fear. Rather, it was the uncontrollable excitement surging within him. A decade spent honing a sword. The time to showcase its brilliance had finally arrived. Let me shatter your facade. The gaunt man, wielding a broad-bladed battle knife, lunged towards Li Mu. The thick blade sliced through the air, its cold edge whistling menacingly as it aimed for Li Mu's neck. Die! The gaunt man shouted with exhilaration. Li Mu fixed his gaze upon the blade imbued with the scent of death, finally releasing his suppressed battle intent. In an instant, a force akin to a cataclysm erupted from him, radiating outward in a torrent of fierce energy. Astonishing all who beheld it was as if a long-sealed divine sword had at last been unsheathed, revealing its brilliance. The gaunt man was momentarily startled by this surge, his hand faltering as he momentarily lost focus. Seizing the opportunity, Li Mu unleashed a flash of silver light that bypassed the gaunt man's blade, arriving at his neck with blinding speed, in the astonished gazes of Hu Yang and the others. The gaunt man collapsed helplessly to the ground, his shiny, broad-bladed knife clattering beside him, producing a crisp sound in the spirit of reciprocity. I shall also leave your corpse intact, Li Mu said, lightly shaking the blade to flick away a trace of blood. A smile gracing his lips, yet this smile, to Hu Yang and the others, bore the scent of death, the sword's momentum. Hu Yang gritted his teeth, recognizing the skillful ruse. It turned out that you were never an ordinary mortal. No wonder you remained so calm. Hu Yang finally grasped the truth. Everyone, charge, surround him. Hu Yang bellowed in fury. With one brother fallen, they could not let this matter rest. 8 bandits, their eyes reddened, formed a tight siege formation. Though these bandits were notorious for their misdeeds, they held deep loyalty towards one another. They had all lived on the edge of danger together. If they could not trust one another, they would have long since parted ways. As the 8 closed in, Li Mu did not retreat but advanced. His sword was not merely for single combat. Handling a group assault was a foundational skill for any competent swordsman. Among the 8 were those wielding long spears, some swinging massive hammers, and others brandishing swords, a diverse array of styles. Each one possessed formidable auras, All being cultivators, Li Mu strode towards them, not a trace of fear in his eyes, but rather an unquenchable battle spirit igniting within him. The portly man, seated on the ground, stared blankly at the scene. Entranced. Am I dreaming? Clang, clang, clash. A cacophony of metallic sounds erupted, intermingled with the furious roars of the bandits. Li Mu stood amidst the fray of 8 assailants. Executing the Qinglian sword technique, the sword's edge sliced through, akin to a blooming lotus, neutralizing their every assault. Regardless of how fierce their onslaught, like a torrential downpour, Li Mu responded with composure. A flush of excitement crept across his face as he laughed heartily amidst the melee. At long last, he unleashed his swordsmanship to such a liberating extent, bringing him immense satisfaction. Excellent, truly worthy of a second-tier sword technique. Though he had only just begun to grasp this technique and had yet to attain full mastery, its extraordinary power was already evident. Kill, kill, kill. Avenge our fallen brother. You shall die. The bandits, their eyes ablaze, launched a frenzied assault, their spiritual energy surging as if in a frenzy. Yet, Li Mu stood firm like a lotus in a tempest. Swaying yet unwavering no matter how they howled in rage, their frantic attacks could not inflict a single wound upon him. Sweat poured down Li Mu's forehead, yet his excitement and fervor only intensified. The boiling blood surged within him, his heart racing wildly, and his spirit soared higher. Li Mu's swordsmanship grew increasingly potent as his aura ascended. He felt as if he had transformed into a divine sword, exuding boundless battle intent and brilliance. Ultimately, Li Mu cast aside the defensive stance of the Qinglian sword technique, his swordplay becoming wild and unrestrained. His blade shot forth like a comet striking the moon, a streak of light too swift to trace. As his blade sliced through the air, none dared to engage its edge, each scrambling to evade, and their coordinated assault fell into disarray. The 8 bandits found themselves overwhelmed by a single opponent. Gradually, a sense of unease crept upon them. Li Mu's aura grew increasingly terrifying, and fear began to seep into their hearts. Sizzle! Ah! Li Mu's sword gleamed as it swept across the neck of a bandit, eliciting a muffled cry of anguish as the man collapsed onto the ground. The first comrade's demise amplified the dread swelling within their hearts. The remaining assailants no longer attacked with the fervor they had at the outset. Doubt began to creep into some of their minds in a fervor of battle. Li Mu felt invigorated, experiencing a profound sense of unity between body and spirit, as if he were one with the very essence of the sword. The sword's aura, pervasive in the atmosphere, grew increasingly tumultuous, exerting immense pressure in conjunction with Li Mu's exquisite swordsmanship. Before long, another figure fell with a scream, lifeless in a pool of blood. With only 6 adversaries remaining, the task became increasingly straightforward, the pace of their demise quickening. 1, 2, 3. Soon, all 6 had perished beneath Li Mu's blade. As the last foe fell, Li Mu exhaled a breath of relief, yet still felt unfulfilled. The portly man, now utterly astonished, trembled as he slowly uttered, "A deity." As Hu Yang's fearful gaze fell upon him, Li Mu approached with measured steps. He raised his sword and inquired gently, "Who told you that the mundane cannot grasp the essence of the sword?" Chapter 29. Li Mu, are you that sword enthusiast Li Mu? Hu Yang gazed at Li Mu in terror. It was not that he wished to flee. Rather, he sensed a razor-sharp presence in the air, firmly locking onto him, as though an ethereal blade were pointed at his back. This oppressive sensation paralyzed his spirit, rendering him immobile, forcing him to witness the demise of his comrades one after another. What manner of monster is this? Hu Yang shuddered involuntarily. He discerned that Li Mu had not employed any spiritual power during their recent skirmish. All he wielded was a swordsmanship so pure it transcended the ordinary. Could it be that he truly is a mere mortal? An incredulous thought flickered through Hu Yang's mind. Relying solely on such unparalleled swordplay, Li Mu had not only emerged unscathed from the onslaught of 8 body-refining cultivators, but had also turned the tide to slay them all. What terrifying mastery of the sword is this? Is this the realm of essence? Regret flooded Hu Yang's heart. Had he known, he would have retreated at once. Although he had heard tales of cultivators who comprehended the realm of essence being nearly invincible among their peers, he had thought, with 9 of them, it could not possibly be so exaggerated. Who would have imagined such despairing results? Despite being a formidable master at the 8th level of body refinement, the fierce aura emanating from Li Mu extinguished any thoughts of resistance within him. There was no way he could be a match. Li Mu pointed the tip of his sword toward the ground and slowly advanced towards Hu Yang, his gaze lingering on the sword at Hu Yang's waist. "I offer you a chance. Draw your sword," Li Mu declared. Although the 8th level body refining cultivator was aware that his opponent was not his match, Li Mu still desired to engage him in a duel to test his own prowess. The formless aura surrounding them dissipated, and Hu Yang felt a release of tension, cold sweat trickling down his brow. He realized that Li Mu would not allow him to flee. The only way to escape was to eliminate the young man before him. A powerful aura, characteristic of the 8th level of body refinement, surged forth. As he felt the potent spiritual energy coursing through his meridians, Hu Yang regained a semblance of confidence. With a resounding clang, he drew his sword, channeling his spiritual energy fiercely into it. For reasons unknown, the blade appeared ashen, pockmarked and worn. The fierce and sinister glint flickered in Hu Yang's eyes as the spiritual energy gathered. The dull blade shimmered with ethereal blue runes. An aura surpassing that of mere body refinement suddenly descended. This was, in fact, a treasure. The despair he had previously feigned was merely an act. He still possessed the capability to turn the tide of battle and deliver a fatal blow to Li Mu when it mattered most. "Die!" Hu Yang roared, a twisted expression of rage and anxiety contorting his features as he swung his sword. Having lived as a bandit for so many years, he naturally had his trump cards. Although this treasure sword was somewhat flawed and had limited uses, it could still unleash a strike equivalent to the 1st level of spiritual transformation, provided sufficient spiritual energy was infused. "Avenge my brothers." A frenzied look ignited in Hu Yang's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Li Mu. Yet, suddenly, as the blade, glowing with ethereal blue light, descended halfway, it inexplicably lost its strength, freezing in midair. Hu Yang, in disbelief, lowered his gaze, only to see the blade embedded halfway in his chest. Unbeknownst to him, Li Mu had thrust his sword into him at some point. Thud. Li Mu withdrew his sword, and Hu Yang staggered back 2 steps before collapsing to the ground. A chill enveloped him as he felt a loss of vitality rushing from his being. "How could this be? I didn't even see it coming." Hu Yang's voice was filled with resentment as he attempted to question. Blood poured from his mouth, distorting his words into an eerie tone. "Impressive power, but alas, too slow," Li Mu replied, shaking his head slowly as he picked up the broken sword from the ground and stored it in his spatial ring. His silver aura had, at one time, left Li Bo-Tian equally bewildered, as he had subdued him with a single strike. After slaying Hu Yang, Li Mu felt his battle fervor ebbing away like the tide. Returning to his calm demeanor, "Are you all right?" he asked as he approached the portly man, who remained in a daze, staring at Li Mu as though he had forgotten to rise. "Are you a deity?" was the first thing he uttered. Li Mu shook his head, realizing the man had been thoroughly frightened. "I am not a deity. I am merely a swordsman." The portly man seemed to come to his senses, suddenly jolting and bowing deeply 3 times. Thud, thud, thud. "What is the meaning of this?" Li Mu inquired, momentarily taken aback. "Your life-saving grace will be etched in my memory forever." The tremor in Li Yuan's voice reflected his profound excitement. The emotion of having survived a near-death experience consumed his thoughts, causing him to cast aside his earlier grievances against Li Mu. The mere thought of having narrowly escaped death filled him with panic. "I sincerely thank you," he said earnestly. "Rise," Li Mu commanded. "Ah." Li Yuan wiped his nose in tears, shakily getting to his feet. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. "I still do not know your name, benefactor. Just call me Li Mu." He replied at Li Mu. Li Mu. Li Yuan mulled over the name twice, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "You are that sword enthusiast Li Mu. If you are referring to the 7th son of Li Qichuan, then that would be me." Li Mu replied, his expression remaining largely unchanged. He cared little for such titles, whether they were esteemed or disparaging. "Everyone says you cannot cultivate and have become a waste, yet here you are, capable of slaying an 8th-level body-refining cultivator solely through your swordsmanship. Li Yuan's gaze was filled with complexity, utterly astonished that this renowned Li Mu was the one who had saved him. "Now, tell me about the situation in the mining area," Li Mu inquired. Li Yuan spoke gravely. "The condition of our Li family in recent years has indeed been far from optimistic. You can probably surmise from the state of our number 49 mining point." He chuckled bitterly. "Aside from the conflicts with the other 3 great families, it is also related to the bandits." Li Mu, intrigued, asked, "Related to the bandits?" "Though they are not weak, the Li family is one of the 4 great families of Qin City. Surely, you should be able to handle a group of rogue cultivators?" With a sigh, Li Yuan recounted the situation to Li Mu. It turned out that the outer mining areas occupied by the Li family were the most numerous among the 4 great families. Yet they were also the most vulnerable to bandit raids. After all, these bandits typically struck swiftly and fled, never daring to venture deeper into the inner zones. If it were merely this, it would not be so problematic. As the bandits' attacks were quite random and lacked organization. As he spoke, Li Yuan sighed again. However, later on, the scattered bandits near Qingyang town unexpectedly coalesced into a formidable force. A few even reached the level of spiritual transformation. They seemed to operate under a single command, specifically targeting the Li family's outer mining areas. The 4 great families are rivals in the competition for spiritual vein mines, and the other 3 naturally relished seeing the Li family suffer setbacks. They disbanded the patrols that were originally responsible for hunting down the bandits, which significantly increased the Li family's pressure. It was during this time that our mining points began to suffer frequent raids and losses. To counter these bandits, the Li family's disciples were stretched thin. Meanwhile, the other families exploited this weakness, and the Li family was unable to cope, losing several mining points. Even many of our spiritual transformation experts suffered losses. "Is that so?" Li Mu mused, gently stroking the sword sheath. "These bandits are indeed rather troublesome. Although you have slain these bandits, new ones will soon arrive. Besides the bandits, our mining area also borders the Yi family's territory. Once they learn that there are no spiritual transformation cultivators stationed here, they will quickly send people to seize this mining point. Otherwise, we would not have fled, as it is simply impossible to hold our ground." Li Yuan urged, "I suggest you come with me. After all, our family will not blame us." Unable to hold your ground, Li Mu spoke to himself. The way of the sword is one of unwavering forward momentum. There is no reason to retreat halfway. Furthermore, my journey along the path of the sword is precisely in need of tempering. Li Mu pondered quietly. Most of these bandits were at the body-refining stage, with only a scant few having reached the spirit transformation stage. Unless there appeared more than one spirit transformation practitioner, he believed that even if his sword momentum dissipated, the sword energy he unleashed would undoubtedly threaten, or even slay, a spirit transformation cultivator. Recalling the exhilarating sensation from earlier that day, a flicker of yearning ignited within him. He felt that this was the path he ought to pursue in his swordsmanship. Indeed, as a swordsman, what sense was there in merely swinging his sword at the air day after day? The path of the sword should naturally extend amidst the flashes of blades, forged in blood and fire. Those who wield the sword must press forward unflinchingly, ascending to the summit. "This mining point, I shall guard it," Li Mu declared resolutely to Li Yuan. Chapter 30. Guarding the mine. "I alone am enough this mining point. I shall guard it." Li Yuan stared blankly at Li Mu, unable to comprehend his stubbornness. Was it truly for that 20% of spirit stones? That would require guarding for a full half-month. Unless a spirit transformation practitioner were stationed here, Li Yuan believed it was essentially futile. However, he considered how Li Mu could withstand the attacks of 8 opponents simultaneously and easily slay the body-refining 8th-layer bandit leader. Perhaps, he mused, Li Mu truly possessed such capability. A wild thought suddenly sprang to his mind. Should he follow Li Mu to guard this mining point? Li Yuan shook his head vigorously, quickly dismissing this notion. Even if he had the strength of a spirit transformation practitioner, what good would it do? Over the years, how many spirit transformation cultivators from his family had perished? In Qingyang town, spirit transformation cultivators could be deemed strong. But they were not invincible. After all, other families also possessed a significant number of spirit transformation practitioners. Not to mention, Even among the bandits, there were spirit transformation cultivators. The 49th mining point was located at the fringes and was a frequent target for bandit raids. Coupled with its proximity to the Yi family's mining area, it was one of the most perilous locations. While spirit stones were valuable, one had to possess their life to enjoy them. Gradually, thoughts of retreat began to sprout in his heart. Li Yuan hesitated before speaking. Although I am very grateful for your life-saving grace, but do you still wish to leave? Li Mu inquired. Li Yuan awkwardly smiled and nodded. There was no choice. This place was simply too dangerous for anyone to remain. Li Mu nodded, then go. Since the other party did not wish to stay, he would not insist. After all, he had already learned what he wanted to know. Guarding the mining point, he was confident that he alone was sufficient. With one less person, he could monopolize the 20% of spirit stones. What joy there was in that! Li Yuan was taken aback. Not expecting Li Mu to agree so decisively, "Do you plan to guard the mining point alone?" he asked hesitantly. "I alone am enough," Li Mu replied calmly. "Alone is enough?" Li Yuan was not doubting Li Mu's bravado. Rather, he was concerned about the inherent risks of facing many alone. His remaining conscience continuously tormented his heart. Yet ultimately, the fear of death triumphed over all. With a sigh, Li Yuan reached into his chest pocket and pulled out a dark green ring. He had risked his life to return for this storage ring, nearly paying the ultimate price. The 200 spirit stones inside represented a significant portion of his wealth, and in his hurriedness last night, he had left it on his bed. The pained expression flickered in Li Yuan's eyes, yet he still hung his head and extended the ring towards Li Mu. "What is this?" Li Mu inquired. "This is a token of gratitude," Li Yuan replied. "You saved my life. Logically, I should stay to assist you, but I am too afraid. These spirit stones may be of little use to you, but please accept them." Li Mu's gaze fell upon the dark green storage ring. Placing his palm on the sword hilt, he contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. "Keep it for yourself. I did not save you for such things." His sole purpose in drawing his sword was to test his own swordsmanship. As for spirit stones, he knew he could acquire them by guarding the mining veins. Li Yuan opened his mouth. But a wave of emotion surged in his nose, nearly bringing him to tears. "If you do not leave soon, it may begin to rain," Li Mu remarked, glancing at the overcast sky. Wiping his eyes, Li Yuan bid farewell to Li Mu. "Take care, benefactor." As this somewhat timid plump man departed, Li Mu watched his figure disappear into the distant woods. He then cast his gaze over the scattered corpses of the bandits on the ground. There were 10 in total, and Li Mu remembered clearly that 3 of them were storage rings. What treasures might lie within? Li Mu held 3 storage rings he had just removed and infused his spiritual energy into each in turn. The first ring belonged to the first gaunt man he had dispatched. Inside, the contents were quite chaotic. Weapons, armor, food, water, clothing, along with dozens of spirit stones. Li Mu shook his head. It seemed this person held a lowly status, as the ring contained nothing but trifles. Next, he infused his spiritual energy into the second ring, his expression brightening. This ring was clearly of much higher quality than the previous one, containing approximately 100 spirit stones. Devoid of any other clutter. 100 spirit stones were not an insignificant amount. Li Mu then turned his attention to the last storage ring, feeling a sense of anticipation. It belonged to Hu Yang. What secrets might this ring hold? As he infused his spiritual energy into it, a vivid vision unfolded in his mind. Li Mu's eyes widened slightly. A small mountain of palm-sized azure spirit stones lay quietly in the dark space. Just how many spirit stones was this? He could hardly count, but conservatively estimating, there were at least 2,000. These bandits were quite wealthy indeed, Li Mu thought, shaking his head. He transferred all these spirit stones into his own storage ring, also retrieving Hu Yang's broken sword artifact. The pitted sword body revealed no discernible material and seemed as if it would shatter at any moment. Without the infusion of spiritual power, its surface appeared dull and ordinary. Yet Li Mu knew that even this flawed artifact might hold greater value than that pile of spirit stones. Unfortunately, with no spiritual energy to activate the runes on it, he could not utilize it. At that moment, several miners peeked cautiously from the mine. They had hidden away as soon as the bandits arrived. While typically bandits would not harm them, There was no guarantee that those in a foul mood wouldn't vent their frustrations on them. Hearing the outside had been quiet for a while, they dared to emerge. "The bandits are dead," shouted the elder with the ear behind him, who had once been held back by Li Mu. Pointing at the bodies on the ground, more miners began to poke their heads out. The middle-aged man who had initially guided Li Mu looked on in astonishment. He single-handedly defeated 10 men? He was well aware of the ferocity of these bandits. Among the previous 5 mine guards, the strongest had reached the 9th layer of body refining. Upon hearing the news, they had fled in the dead of night. Why? Because they were outnumbered. Unless one possessed overwhelming strength, who would dare to face many alone? Yet this youth had accomplished it. Had he witnessed the specifics of this battle, he would have been even more astonished. After all, to contend against the combined forces of 8 body refining practitioners using nothing but ordinary swordsmanship was akin to a myth. Several miners gathered around, offering to help bury the bodies. If these corpses were not dealt with promptly, they would soon rot and stink, potentially sparking a plague. Since they would continue working here, they could not afford to neglect these bodies. "Then I will leave this to you." Li Mu nodded. He intended to practice his swordsmanship. This battle had stirred numerous insights within him. Nearly a decade of accumulation had been touched upon in this single encounter, especially the Qinglian sword technique, which allowed him to remain unscathed amid the assault of 8 opponents. Indeed, he even managed to counterattack while defending. The exhilarating battle had opened his mind, and he felt his comprehension of this sword technique deepening. Having practiced the Qinglian sword technique for half a month since acquiring the true understanding of swordsmanship, he had entered its initial realm but still had some distance to go before achieving minor mastery. Perhaps today he could directly comprehend it to great success? Li Mu mused. Chapter 31. How can Qinglian exist without water? The Qinglian sword technique achieves great mastery in the distance. The tightly packed houses of Qingyang town stretched outward into a sea. At the junction of heaven and earth, a range of mountains intertwined with the cosmos, merging the overcast sky and the verdant hills into one. Li Mu slightly relaxed his body and began to practice his sword on the spot. The sword in his hand resembled a Qinglian slowly blooming, its azure edge swaying like a graceful lotus, elegant and ethereal. Something felt different. A thought flickered in Li Mu's mind. He had not carefully sensed it during battle. However, now, as he calmed his mind and contemplated, he felt that his sword technique had undergone some transformation. His swordsmanship was at times wild and fiery, at times gentle as water, and at times upright and steadfast. It was the sword momentum. Li Mu's heart trembled. The sword momentum he had comprehended was subtly influencing his sword technique. However, it seems that 3 distinct sword forces are concurrently influencing my swordsmanship. The Qinglian sword technique is characterized by its ethereal elegance, neither ferociously brutal like a slaughtering sword style, nor straightforwardly righteous like the kingly sword approach. I must endeavor to blend the gentle sword force with the Qinglian sword technique. This is the most harmonious sword force I have currently comprehended. With a slight alteration in his sword path, Li Mu's entire sword technique instantly transformed into a more delicate and agile form. In the midst of it all, Li Mu felt his own sword force being stirred. There was no need to deliberately condense his vital energy. A mere shift in thought allowed him to unleash it, evoking a sense of imminent release. Indeed, my intuition was correct. It appears that the realm of force not only enables me to unleash combat prowess comparable to that of a cultivator, but also allows me to ascend to greater heights in my understanding of the sword path. Yet, there still seems to be something lacking in this sword technique. Li Mu contemplated calmly. Practicing the sword is a protracted journey and must not be rushed. Suddenly, he sensed the surrounding environment turning remarkably cool, accompanied by the sensation of liquid dripping incessantly. Is it raining? While practicing his swordplay, his mind was clear, granting him heightened sensitivity to the world around him, yet his focus remained steadfastly on the sword, causing him to overlook the external environment. It seemed to be merely a light drizzle. Li Mu paid it no mind. Practicing the sword in the rain was not a novel experience for him. He continued to execute the Qinglian sword technique, trying to discern what this technique was still missing. As he practiced, Li Mu was astonished to discover a new transformation in his sword path. Why does my sword technique feel as if it is gradually changing? Li Mu pondered, perplexed. He could not ascertain the origin of this transformation. Although the current sword technique was becoming increasingly exquisite, it seemed to diverge slightly from his gentle sword force. Surely, there must be something that I have overlooked. Change does not occur without reason, especially in the comprehension of the sword path. Li Mu settled his mind. Allowing the sword technique to evolve naturally, outside, the gentle rain fell continuously from the sky, rendering the entire world akin to an ink wash painting. The rain intensified, with large droplets falling in profusion, creating a cacophony of sound. At this moment, Li Mu felt an immense joy, for he had finally discerned what this sword technique was lacking and had come to understand the source of its transformation. How could the Qinglian exist without water? It is this downpour, Li Mu mused, his eyes gleaming with a flicker of excitement. How foolish of me! I was merely aware that all beings gather energy. Yet I failed to recognize the force of nature. Were it not for the changes brought forth by the rain, stirring my perception, I might not have realized the origin of my sword technique's transformation. While my six senses are sharp during sword practice, my awareness was fixated solely on the sword, leaving me oblivious to the rain's presence. However, beyond our conscious awareness lies the subconscious. The conscious mind is responsible for active thought and direction, whereas the subconscious continuously processes and responds to all perceptions. Although my conscious mind did not register the rainfall, my subconscious captured its essence and directly infused this rain force into my sword technique. No wonder I recently sensed a subtle, natural urge within my sword force. Following this inner sensation, Li Mu acted upon it, unleashing a surging sword force. One was the force of nature, the other, his personal sword force. As the sword force erupted, Li Mu was suddenly enveloped by a heavy sensation, as if the torrential rain were cascading upon him. This was a contest of forces. His sword force was subdued by the rain's might. The force of nature is boundless. It cannot be resisted. On Li Mu's sword force transformed, becoming gentle and entwined, no longer merely opposing the rain's force. In fact, his sword force began to shift, drawing closer to the rain force. Seeking to merge his sword force with this downpour, Li Mu's sword technique evolved, resembling a Qinglian swaying amidst a tempest, gently buffeted by the relentless raindrops. Yet, as the Qinglian swayed, every droplet was swiftly cast away. Yes, this is the essence of the Qinglian sword technique. Li Mu felt a surge of elation. His sword technique had reached perfection. Through the insights gained from this battle, the Qinglian sword technique had transcended minor accomplishment and achieved great mastery. The lotus sheds its strength through its leaves. My sword is akin to the lotus leaf, allowing the endless rain to fall upon it, merely requiring a gentle flick to dispel the assault. The downpour was unceasing and relentless, yet as Li Mu executed his sword technique, it gradually imbued a hint of the rain's essence. Li Mu's sword force unfurled within the rain, ceaseless and continuous. Having merged into the downpour, even more astonishingly, besides achieving mastery in the Qinglian sword technique, he had also comprehended a new sword force. My sword force has grown even stronger. In the instant he grasped the rain's sword force, he felt his spirit being cleansed. This signified that he had taken another step forward in the realm of force. This what a second-tier sword technique feels like. Compared to the first tier by Xue's sword technique, it is indeed far more intricate. Li Mu felt a swell of joy within. This Qinglian sword technique is indeed worthy of being a second-tier sword technique, capable of harmonizing with my sword force. This rain sword force complements the Qinglian sword technique perfectly. Perhaps even a spirit transformation cultivator would find it challenging to contend with me, Li Mu mused. If I were to return to confront those 8 assailants again, I would likely handle them with much greater ease, not even breaking a sweat. With my sword force having advanced further, coupled with my complete mastery of the second-tier Qinglian sword technique, one could say that my strength has undergone a qualitative change. Even against a spirit transformation cultivator, Li Mu felt confident that he could face them with composure. With this newfound comprehension of sword force, I am nearing great mastery in the realm of force. He had a vague sense that upon comprehending 2 more new sword forces, he would likely enter the pinnacle of the realm of force. My clothes are drenched. He realized that he was thoroughly soaked. his hair matted together by the torrential rain. Despite appearing somewhat disheveled on the outside, Li Mu's spirits were remarkably high. It took me 4 years to achieve mastery in the first tier by Shui's sword technique. Yet I have attained mastery in the second tier Qinglian sword technique in a mere half-month. Indeed, combat proves to be the most effective method for advancing in swordsmanship. A smile crept upon Li Mu's lips. Although he had been merely 6 years old when mastering the Bai Shui sword technique, and had yet to attain the realm of technique, this pace was still remarkably swift compared to the average individual. The vast majority of people require 5 to 6 years to refine a first-tier sword technique to perfection. As for second-tier techniques, they are even more challenging. The only regret is that I am unable to learn the spirit techniques associated with the Qinglian sword technique. Li Mu shook his head. The spirit techniques documented within second-tier sword techniques are beyond his reach without spiritual power. For instance, the shadow sword technique previously demonstrated by He Xie is a spirit technique. Even if he wished to learn it, he would be unable to utilize it without spiritual energy, Li Mu mused. However, it matters not. If I cannot utilize spirit techniques, I shall simply create my own sword techniques. His silver light technique was a product of his own innovation. Enhanced by the sword force, its power was sufficient to rival a strike from an 8th-level body refinement practitioner. Now that his sword force has progressed further, the power of silver light naturally grew even stronger. Nevertheless, the creation of new sword techniques can be approached gradually. Having achieved mastery in the Qinglian sword technique, I will now shift my focus to practicing the Yuyun sword technique. Li Mu planned to complete the study of all 3 second-tier sword techniques. For now, I shall practice my sword while guarding the mine, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the bandits and the Yi family to refine my sword skills. A faint smile adorned Li Mu's lips. Not only can I earn spiritual stones, but I can also practice my sword. This trip to Qingyang town has proven fortuitous. Chapter 32 with such an extraordinary talent for the sword. If only it could be cultivated. Did you say that mine point 49 has also fallen? Li Yin fixed his gaze upon the 4 individuals before him, disappointment glimmering in his eyes as he inquired. The 4 below immediately nodded vigorously in response. Yes, Elder. The bandits invaded, and we simply could not hold our ground. Indeed, even Li Yuan has gone missing. They all hastily defended themselves. In truth, they had not dared to stand their ground at all. Upon receiving the news that very night, they fled. They had lingered outside for an entire night, only returning after confirming that the bandits had indeed attacked mine point 49 today. Naturally, they could not speak the truth in front of the elder. Have you seen Li Mu? Feng Han asked at Li Mu. The 4 exchanged puzzled looks. Go on. You may leave. Li Yin irritably waved his hand, and the group quickly departed as if granted amnesty. Mine point 49 has also been lost. Li Yin and Feng Han exchanged glances, both harboring a sense of regret. Since Li Mu did not return, it is likely that he is in grave danger, Feng Han slowly remarked. Li Yin fell silent, recalling the youthful visage marked by determination. Though merely a mortal, he displayed remarkable courage. He had unhesitatingly nodded when tasked with guarding the perilous mine point. Such a fine young man. Yet, he had met his demise in such a manner. Feng Han, do you think I made a mistake? Li Yin sighed. He was acutely aware that sending Li Mu to the mine was a decision fraught with peril, yet he had still done so. And now he felt regretful. You did not err. At this juncture, some matters are simply unavoidable. Now we can only hope that his death serves as a wake-up call for the family, prompting the Fengtian prefecture to awaken to reality. Feng Han shook his head. Li Yin gently nodded, pondering what else could be said at this moment. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from outside. Elder, Li Yuan from the 49th mining site has returned. A voice reported from beyond the door. Li Yuan? Li Yin and Feng Han exchanged glances. Let him in, Li Yin commanded. A somewhat disheveled Li Yuan entered the room. Elder, I am back, he stammered, appearing somewhat awkward. His clothes were covered in dust, and his complexion was stiff, clearly having just endured some perilous ordeal. Li Yan's expression softened slightly. The elder was not a fool. The 4 individuals he had seen earlier were well-groomed and evasive. Not resembling those who had just faced battle, he knew that many family members often slipped away before assaults on the mining sites occurred. However, Li Yin could not say anything. they were outmatched, and he could not send them to their deaths. After all, the family was already stretched thin on this side of Qingyang town. After exchanging a few simple greetings, Li Yin inquired further, "Have you seen Li Mu?" Reporting to the elder, "Yes, Li Mu is currently at the 49th mining site." "What?" Li Yin exclaimed in astonishment. "He is not dead. Wasn't he? It said that the 49th mining site had been attacked and lost." Fong Han pressed for details. It was indeed lost. They were unable to withstand the onslaught and fled, but I was delayed due to other matters. Subsequently, Li Mu appeared and managed to slay all 10 of the bandits. Li Yuan recounted the tale of Li Mu vanquishing the bandits with vivid detail, albeit embellishing certain aspects to his advantage. "Are you saying that you, through your swordsmanship, single-handedly defeated 10 bandits, including one at the 8th level of body refinement?" Li Yin scrutinized Li Yuan intensely, his tone urgent. Fong Han wore a face of disbelief. This sounded far too fantastical. How could an ordinary person exhibit such combat prowess? You truly did not witness him employing spiritual power? Fong Han probed further. Absolutely true. There was not a trace of spiritual energy about him, yet for some unknown reason, he emanated a peculiar aura, a kind of pressure. It felt as though one were being pointed at by a sword. Permeating the air, even I felt a slight sting. Li Yin and Fong Han exchanged another glance, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. "Sword intent." They exclaimed in unison. But how could an ordinary person comprehend sword intent? Li Yin questioned, perplexed. Throughout the entire Dian dynasty, there had been no reports of commoners entering the realm of intent. What does it matter how he comprehended it? This is a fortuitous event, Fong Han chuckled. Given that Li Mu could slay 10 body refinement practitioners alone, it was essentially equivalent to having a spirit transformation level fighter. This effectively filled the vacancy of a spirit transformation practitioner at the 49th mining site. Indeed, Li Yin nodded, turning his gaze back to Li Yuan. "Since the bandits are dead, what brings you back?" Li Yuan paused at the question. "Yes, since the bandits are dead, what reason do I have to return?" Li Mu said he could manage alone and instructed me to come back with news. In a moment of desperation, he concocted a small lie. After all, Li Mu did indeed say such a thing. He felt it was not a betrayal that, oh, he believes he can manage alone? Fong Han laughed. Seems Li Mu is quite confident. He must be aiming to monopolize that 20% of spirit stones. Li Yin chuckled as well. "You may go and rest now." He waved dismissively at Li Yuan. Li Yuan obediently withdrew. "Who would have thought that we both misjudged him?" Li Yin remarked to Fong Han in astonishment. Fong Han nodded, equally impressed. Indeed, who would have anticipated that Li Mu could grasp such an extraordinary sword path as an ordinary person? The realm of intent is not common even in the entirety of Qin City. Though not as rare as those in the realm of transformation, they are still lamentably few. Most of them are of considerable age, with the youngest already 30, yet Li Mu is merely 17. And still a commoner, truly remarkable. It is a pity he is not a cultivator. Li Yin initially expressed admiration, but his gaze darkened thereafter. With such a monstrous talent in swordsmanship, if he could cultivate, Li Mu's achievements would likely surpass even his father, Li Qichuan. What a shame! Li Yin sighed deeply. Fong Han stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I believe this may not be a bad thing at all." Li Yin perked up, curiosity piqued. "Why do you say that?" Fong Han began to analyze. Though he cannot cultivate, this very circumstance allows him to devote himself entirely to the sword path, free from the burdens of cultivation. If he can enter the realm of intent as a commoner, there is no reason he cannot advance further into the realm of qi. Once he reaches the realm of qi, his every movement will be imbued with sword energy. Wielding immeasurable power, I dare say he would not be significantly weaker than those in the realm of transformation. Li Yin remained speechless upon hearing this. There were still 8 or 9 transformation realm experts in Qin City. Yet, for the realm of qi, there were none. Those who could attain the realm of qi in swordsmanship were already unparalleled geniuses. As for a commoner entering the realm of qi, should that happen, even the sword pavilion might consider recruiting him. You truly have a wild imagination? Li Yin shook his head. Since we have come this far, contemplating it incurs no loss. What if he truly achieves it? Fong Han shrugged nonchalantly. If he does, I shall gladly relinquish this position of elder, Li Yin jested. This is what you said. Do not forget it when the time comes. Feng Han laughed as well. Of course, both of them regarded this as mere banter, a light-hearted jest. Chapter 33. The profound state of swordsmanship. The realm of my own outside the Li residence in Qingyang town. He Xie hesitated before knocking on the grand door. The doorman looked at the beautiful young lady with a puzzled expression. May I inquire if Li Mu is present? Li Mu? Apologies, the elder has dispatched him to the mining area. He Xie was taken aback upon hearing this. He has gone to the mining area? She had intended to visit Li Mu and express her gratitude for his assistance the day prior. Little did she expect that he would be dispatched to the mining site so soon. I recall that the mining area is quite perilous. I hope he is all right, she murmured. After experiencing the battle against the Wolf King, her impression of Li Mu had changed significantly. While they were not close, at least she no longer viewed him with disdain or hostility in the vast mining field. Li Mu was wholly absorbed in practicing his swordsmanship. He was not honing the already perfected Qinglian sword technique, but rather the Yuyun sword technique, one of the two second-tier sword techniques recorded in the true understanding of swordsmanship. Unbeknownst to him, his mining site was already under scrutiny. Outside the 49th mining site, 5 disciples from the Yi family stealthily peered inside. Hey, Yi Qing, is your information reliable? One robust man inquired. Why, Yi Qing replied confidently, the news is absolutely trustworthy. The bandits just swept through here yesterday, and all of Li's guards have fled. Even if the Li family members haven't fled, what difference does it make? Once the 5-spirit formation is activated, even spirit transformation practitioners will be no match for us. The smallest among them scoffed. The others chuckled. This was indeed the truth. The Yi family was responsible for the offensive team to seize the mining sites. The 5-spirit formation was composed of 5 secret treasures. Through the inscriptions on these treasures, their powers could be interconnected, enhancing each other. Among them, the weakest was at the 8th level of body refinement, while the strongest was at the 10th level. Under the augmentation of the 5-spirit formation, each would possess the equivalent strength of a first-level spirit transformation practitioner. Once they activated the formation, they would effectively become 5-spirit transformation practitioners. After seizing this mining site, it would be business as usual. They would first establish a foothold for a while. Yi Qing surveyed the surroundings and stated, let us feign weakness. If the Li family dispatches spirit transformation experts, we will eliminate them. If no one comes, we will continue searching for the next target. Stop being so verbose. It's not our first time. The only woman in the group expressed her annoyance. Utilizing this tactic, they had successfully lured and killed several spirit transformation practitioners. 5 of them working together could easily overpower a 5th-level spirit transformation practitioner. Moreover, spirit transformation practitioners within the mining area typically did not exceed the 4th level, even if their opponent surpassed the 5th level of spirit transformation. Relying on the formation's support, they were confident in their ability to retreat. Better safe than sorry, Yi Qing chuckled. After all, they were not relying solely on their own strength. Though the formation was powerful, it was not invincible, and there were always ways to counter it. Exercising caution never hurt. Coward. The woman rolled her eyes at him. Enough chatter. Let us head in, urged the last member, who had remained silent. The group exchanged glances and nodded. A formidable aura emanated from their bodies as they strode confidently into the 49th mining site. From this day forth, this mining site belongs to the Yi family. The robust man bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the site. Countless miners paused momentarily to glance at him before returning to their tasks. Whether it was the Yi family or the Li family mattered little to them. Work was worked. It seems there truly is no one here, the robust man observed, glancing around and chuckling. Yi Qing nodded as well, sensing no presence of practitioners nearby. Who says there's no one? Isn't there a fellow over there practicing swordsmanship? The woman among the 5 gestured towards a vacant area at a certain point in the mine. A few of them turned their gazes in that direction and indeed spotted a person engrossed in practicing swordplay. Even the recent loud shout from the burly man failed to disrupt his immersion in his own world. The short man chuckled. This mortal is quite amusing. What brings him to this mining area to practice swordsmanship? They could all easily discern that the man's aura was merely that of a mundane human. After all, Cultivators of the physical realm possess abundant vitality, an aura that cannot be concealed and is easily distinguishable. Perhaps he is the guardian of this mine? The woman teased. However, Yi Qing's expression changed, and she fixed her gaze intently on Li Mu. This person is not simple. Observe his swordsmanship closely, Yi Qing exclaimed. Intrigued, the others turned their attention to discover what had astonished Yi Qing so. Indeed, his swordsmanship is remarkably exquisite. They were all taken aback. This mundane swordplay revealed no flaws even to them. This man must have at least attained a minor mastery in the law of the sword path. Right? The four of them simultaneously looked at Yi Qing, the only one among them who had reached a minor mastery in the law of swordsmanship. Why? Yi Qing slowly shook her head, a grave expression in her eyes. No, his swordsmanship is undoubtedly beyond my own. A major mastery in the law of swordsmanship? Are you serious? The others gasped. He looks no more than 20. The woman frowned slightly. A 20-year-old with a major mastery in the law would indeed be considered a remarkable genius in the entire Qin city. This group of individuals had the youngest among them already at 26. The short man snorted, feeling he was the youngest among them. He's just a mortal. What does it matter how good his swordsmanship is? I could take him down with a single strike, he scoffed. The woman shot him an exasperated look. You only bully mortals. The short man, provoked by her words, felt his anger flare. Oh, what if I bully a mortal? Who told him not to become a cultivator? I'm merely taking advantage of a mortal. With that, the short man's right hand glimmered as he summoned a towering wolf-toothed club that matched his own height. Why make things difficult for a mere mortal? Yi Qing sighed, yet did not intervene. He's just a mortal. What's the harm in killing him? The woman scoffed. The others paid little heed, in their eyes. Mortal lives were scarcely more valuable than the grass underfoot. The short man hoisted the club, his gaze fierce. Just a mortal. No matter how well he practices swordplay, he is still destined to be crushed by my club. At this moment, Li Mu was deeply immersed in comprehending the Yuyun sword technique, lost in profound sword path deductions, in this state. Although his senses were keen and his awareness acute, his mind was solely focused on the sword. Instinctively blocking out all other distractions, the short man swaggered over, brandishing his wolf-toothed club. When he reached in front of Li Mu, he discovered that the latter didn't even glance his way. Could he be blind? The short man pondered. Hey, kid, he shouted. Li Mu remained unresponsive. Could he also be deaf? Blind and deaf. What is he practicing swordplay for? The short man's eyes narrowed, and he swung his arms. The wolf-toothed club crashed to the ground, shaking the earth and creating a large pit. Yet, Li Mu continued to practice his swordplay, unfazed. The three onlookers were slightly startled. How could this man show no reaction? Only Yi Qing furrowed her brow, a hint of uncertainty flashing in her eyes. Why does this person's state resemble the only realm described in the sword classic? Yi Qing murmured. The only realm is a mystical state described in the sword classic. Those who enter this state can make astounding progress in their swordsmanship. The short man, now angered, believed the boy was deliberately provoking him. Ignoring me? Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me for being ruthless. A flicker of impatience crossed the short man's eyes as he raised the wolf-toothed club, intending to smash this oblivious boy. Focusing intently, connecting with the world, with all senses clear and awareness sharp. Only I and the sword. Yi Qing silently recited the description from the sword classic, growing increasingly convinced that this person's state truly was that of the only realm. Suddenly seeing the short man, she could not help but exclaim, Iya, stop! Before she could finish her warning, Li Mu's sword suddenly swept out, akin to a lotus leaf gently swaying, tracing a perfect arc as it met the wolf-toothed club. The short man's swing, under the influence of this one sword, seemed to deliberately veer away from Li Mu, crashing thunderously into the ground beside him. The four observers were momentarily stunned. What just transpired? What happened? The woman blinked, her mouth agape. As a practitioner of the 9th level of the physical realm, could unleash nearly 5,000 pounds of brute strength with his physical power alone. Even without employing spiritual power, a single blow would be enough to reduce an ordinary mortal to a pulp. Although it was possible that Yi did not exert his full strength, they were certain that any ordinary mortal would have been killed instantly. Yet, Yi's strike was inexplicably neutralized mid-air. What exactly occurred with that sword? None of them had seen it clearly. Yi Qing's expression tightened abruptly, a bad premonition arising within her, and she shouted, "Yi, come back! This mortal is definitely not simple." Yi, bewildered, had yet to comprehend what had just happened. That sword was truly enigmatic, as if a strange force had been applied to his wolf-toothed club, causing his attack to deviate. Hearing Yi Qing shout, rather than retreating, he roared in anger and swung his club again. "He's just a mortal. In front of my companions, he actually neutralized my attack as a practitioner of the 9th level of the transformation realm. Where would I save face after this? This mortal must die." Dark green spiritual power surged wildly from his dantian, coursing through his meridians into his hands. Under the enhancement of the spiritual power, his strength rapidly increased, with his hands glowing golden. The wolf-toothed club, imbued with terrifying might, stirred up white air currents as it descended towards Li Mu's head with a thunderous crash. The power of this strike was at least equivalent to 30,000 pounds. Li Mu calmly observed this strike. To him, this sudden attack felt entirely unexpected. He had merely been practicing swordplay peacefully when suddenly, he sensed danger and instinctively executed the Qinglian sword technique to evade the earlier strike. Then came a terrifying blow capable of splitting gold and shattering stone. Yet, there was no sign of panic in his eyes. A swordsman must maintain a tranquil heart at all times, even amidst chaos. As long as the sword is in hand, one can face anything with composure in a fleeting instant. Li Mu's spirit coalesced into a singular focus, transforming into a terrifying sword momentum that could move mountains and part seas. Cold as a millennium of profound ice, sharp as a divine blade, an aura of piercing sharpness enveloped the area like a tide. Amidst the widening eyes of Yi Qing and the others filled with terror, Li Mu hesitated not for a moment. As the sword momentum surged, he ascended to its zenith in the briefest of moments, eye in the face of life and death. His potential ignited, and he forcefully slashed down with his sword. A streak of silver light, akin to a shooting star streaking across the sky, sliced through the air like moonlight piercing through clouds, ascending to cleave the wolf-toothed club. The self-created sword technique, silver light. Although Li Mu's sword struck later, it reached its target first. This sword truly moved like a flash of light, so swift that it left no room for reaction. Yi's widened eyes barely registered the action. His eyelids had not yet fully lifted before the sword had decisively passed through his neck. The blade left not a drop of blood in its wake. Thud. The wolf-toothed club fell from Yi's hand with a muffled thud. He pressed his hand against his neck, his eyes filled with disbelief. Moments later, the light faded from Yi's eyes, his body collapsing weakly as blood flowed from his neck. Yi was dead. Yi Qing and the others' eyes turned instantly crimson. Everything had transpired too quickly, leaving them no time to react. "You killed Yi," the burly man roared as he drew a massive hammer from his storage ring. Li Mu cast a sidelong glance and sneered, "He came to kill me. Am I not allowed to retaliate?" He knew well that they were undoubtedly members of the Yi family. The remaining four drew their weapons, fixing their gazes fiercely on Li Mu. Yi Qing gripped her sword tightly, filled with regret. Had she known, she would not have allowed Yi to act. If she had stopped him from attempting to kill this fellow from the start, perhaps such a calamity could have been averted. Yi Qing solemnly warned, "Everyone, this person has comprehended sword intent." As a swordsman herself, Yi Qing had encountered powerful figures in her clan who wielded such intent and naturally recognized it. The remaining three were shaken, their reddened eyes clearing somewhat, so it was the realm of sword intent. No wonder a single sword strike felled Yi. He must possess some kind of treasure that conceals his aura, making him appear no different from an ordinary mortal. This man's intent likely mirrors ours, to feign weakness before suddenly striking down the enemy. The three nodded in agreement with Yi Qing's speculation. "So what shall we do now?" the woman inquired. Yi Qing's mind raced, analyzing the current situation. Since he dared to act in such a manner, he undoubtedly possessed the strength to contend with the transformation of spirits. "Just as we do," in a hushed voice, Yi Qing stated, Yiya is dead, and the five spirits formation cannot unleash its full potential. It would be prudent for us to retreat for now. The five spirits formation is indispensable. If one among them perishes, the formation's power will diminish significantly. However, before we depart, we must devise a way to retrieve the five spirits' treasure from Yiya's body. This treasure is of considerable value. The Yi clan expended a total of 30,000 low-grade spirit stones to procure it from a formation master who had a favorable relationship with the clan leader. Should we lose even one piece, Yi Qing could scarcely imagine the punishment awaiting them upon their return. The other three understood this as well, nodding in agreement. Old Amo and Acheng, come with me to hold that brat back. While Nian Nian takes the opportunity to recover the five spirits' treasure, the robust Yi Cheng and the usually taciturn Yi Amo both nodded. Although Yi Nian Nian was somewhat reluctant, she ultimately acquiesced to Yi Qing's arrangement. Have we reached a consensus? Li Mu quietly awaited their dialogue. Now that they had conferred, it was his turn. In his usually calm eyes, a flicker of fiery rage surged forth. Li Mu detested any disruption to his sword practice. When Li Bo Tian interrupted his training, had it not been for their kinship, he would have already slain him with a single stroke. Those who dared to disturb his sword practice must be prepared to face eternal repercussions. As Li Mu's sword intent shifted, it transformed into a gentle, persistent rain, shrouded in mist, stretching long and unbroken. Yi Qing and the others experienced an illusion as if the world around them had become drenched. A strange aura, akin to rain and fog, permeated the air. What an eerie technique! The unknown is always the most terrifying. Under the pressure of Li Mu's sword intent, the group felt an intensifying weight. Li Mu remained silent, raising his sword and charging at Yi Qing. Quick, activate the formation! Yi Qing shouted to the three as he beheld the oncoming brilliance. In the next moment, a spectrum of blue, red, yellow, and black enveloped the four of them. Li Mu was momentarily startled, unsure of the nature of this phenomenon. The four radiated light, resonating with one another, their auras inexplicably amplified. Damn it, with only four of them. Their power is drastically insufficient. The expressions of the four turned ashen. Despite this enhancement, their auras remained at the body-refining stage. Yi Qing, accompanied by the other two, advanced to entangle Li Mu, hoping Yi Nian Nian could stall for time to swiftly retrieve the five spirits' treasure. For body-refining 10th realms? Just right, Li Mu narrowed his eyes, unleashing an inexhaustible killing intent. He executed the cloud-drifting sword technique he had only recently begun practicing. To swiftly grasp a sword technique, the best and quickest method is naturally through combat. Relying on his profound swordsmanship, he had only commenced training in this technique, yet was already able to wield it with finesse. The elusive and unpredictable path of his sword, though slightly rough, left the three unable to defend themselves effectively. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Nian Nian rushed to Yiya's corpse, searching for the five spirits' treasure. She rolled up Yiya's right sleeve, revealing a white tiger tattoo. This treasure was originally 5 statues, which, when affixed to a person, would transform into a totem, connecting the 5 individuals. Quickly revert to your original form, Yi Nian Nian anxiously urged. However, no matter how she coaxed, the totem remained unchanged. The family had only instructed them on how to use it, but not how to remove it. Must I sever this hand? As Yi Nian Nian hesitated, she suddenly heard Yi Qing shout. Forget about the treasure for now. This person seems to be just an ordinary mortal. Quickly, come join us to eliminate him. Turning back, she was astonished to find that the three had managed to subdue Li Mu. Shifting from defense to offense. Chapter 35. A life dedicated to sword practice. The Sword of Wind emerges, the cloud-drifting sword technique completed. Li Mu's swordplay resembled an antelope's horns, elusive and hard to track. Though it was his first demonstration, the cloud-drifting technique's ethereal and cunning nature was displayed to perfection by Li Mu. However, he had only just begun to grasp this technique, having practiced it for merely a day, resulting in a significant decline in his combat effectiveness. Faced with 3 body-refining 10th realm cultivators, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed. This technique requires more practice. Catching a glimpse of Yi Nian Nian rushing towards him, Li Mu's expression remained calm. Once he unleashed the Qinglian sword technique, he could effortlessly counter their assaults. Even turning the tide and executing a counterattack against the four would not pose a challenge. Yet, that would mean losing an excellent opportunity to hone his swordsmanship. A sword must be tempered to reveal its brilliance, and the same holds true for the path of the sword. Thus, even as Yin Yen joined the fray and the battle became increasingly strenuous for him, he persisted in wielding the cloud drifting technique. If I wish to enter the realm of Tao in the way of the sword within my lifetime, I must seize every moment. Li Mu's ambition was to reach the supreme realm of swordsmanship, the realm of Tao. This was the ultimate pursuit for all sword cultivators. However, for an ordinary mortal, this goal was evidently a distant dream. Achieving such a state would require countless years of arduous practice, a notion akin to a fool's errand. As a mere mortal, with a lifespan of only a century, Li Mu understood that to attain this legendary realm, he must exert even more effort. Under the assault of the four body-refining 10th realm cultivators, Li Mu found himself increasingly beleaguered. The four worked in perfect harmony, complementing each other's strengths and weaknesses, far surpassing the chaotic attacks of the previous 8 mind bandits. Li Mu narrowly avoided injury on several occasions. As an ordinary body, he was vulnerable. A casual strike from these cultivators could inflict severe wounds or even result in his demise. Had it not been for the support of his sword intent, the mere clash of blades would have caused him to spit blood on the spot. Nonetheless, each forced confrontation was causing fluctuations in Li Mu's sword intent. Cultivators are indeed formidable adversaries. Li Mu felt the mounting pressure. Spiritual energy is far more flexible and simpler to utilize than his sword intent. The latter consumes his overall vitality. The longer the fight drags on, the worse his condition becomes. Li Mu resolved that once his sword intent was depleted beyond half, he would employ the Qinglian sword technique. While it was for the sake of practicing his swordsmanship, he must not drive himself into a corner. Amidst the onslaught of the four, the improvement in Li Mu's swordplay was remarkable. Combat remains the best test for any sword technique. The flaws and misconceptions in the cloud drifting technique were swiftly resolved under the scrutiny of the four, and his swordsmanship was progressing at an alarming rate. What manner of monster is this? Yi Qing, who was directing the assault, felt cold sweat bead on his forehead, his eyes bulging in disbelief. Initially, he had thought Li Mu was a cultivator disguised as a mortal. However, upon engaging, it became evident that Li Mu was not utilizing spiritual energy at all. He was merely executing pure swordplay, relying solely on his sword intent to contend with the three. Yi Qing had never witnessed such a method of combat before. It is important to note that under the enhancement of the 5 spirits formation, their strength, while not on par with transformation of spirits, still exceeded that of body-refining 10th realm cultivators. Even when united, they could still handle low-tier transformations of spirits. What kind of swordplay could possibly respond to such a scenario? Yet, Yi Qing soon discovered that while Li Mu's swordplay was exquisite, it was still subtly falling into a disadvantage when facing their combined assault. Even so, the fact that his opponent had yet to employ spiritual energy was perplexing. Could it be that he is truly an ordinary mortal? This thought swiftly crossed Yi Qing's mind. He promptly summoned Yin Yen back, deciding that the four should jointly assault Li Mu. If 3 of them were already straining, how long could he hold out against 4? The glint of murder ignited in Yi Qing's eyes as he sought vengeance for Yi Ya. It soon became apparent that using the cloud drifting technique to counter the four's assault was somewhat overly ambitious. To avoid injury, Li Mu was compelled to engage in more frequent clashes with the four. Each time their blades met, the unresolved force transmitted to his sword caused it to tremble. This brought Yi Qing joy, as he glimpsed the hope of vanquishing Li Mu and avenging Yi Ya. However, he quickly discovered something terrifying. Li Mu's swordplay seemed to be advancing at an astonishing speed. The technique that appeared flawless in Yi Qing's eyes was becoming increasingly intricate. As Li Mu's strikes quickened, each one outpacing the last, it resembled clouds drifting and winds flowing, leaving no trace behind in the midst of battle. Yi Qing found that Li Mu appeared to be handling the situation with increasing ease. Is he using us to practice his swordsmanship? As this notion took root in Yi Qing's mind, he was immediately engulfed by a profound sense of dread. The other members of his team gradually began to sense something amiss as well. How is this person improving so rapidly? Yin Yen was the first to voice her alarm. Just moments ago, when she entered the fray, she could still suppress Li Mu. Yet, merely a short while later, his swordplay had reached a level where he could hold his own against them. This unprecedented rate of improvement sent chills down their spines. Yemo could not help but shout to Yi Qing, "We must retreat. This person's swordplay is utterly outrageous, who fights while comprehending sword techniques at the same time. Such a dual focus is exceedingly exaggerated. If this continues, the opponent's swordsmanship will soon be able to slay them." Yi Qing gritted his teeth. He was indeed inclined to retreat. However, Li Mu's swordplay had become increasingly elusive and unpredictable, leaving them without the initiative. The current scenario had devolved into Li Mu single-handedly besieging all four of them. His form flowed like the wind and drifted like clouds, agile and ever-changing, constantly shifting positions. The wind howled past his ears, and with each swing of his sword, a gust of energy followed. Li Mu was entirely focused. His mind attuned to the sword in his hand, his senses heightened to their utmost. In each swing, he sensed another wave of force. This force manifested fleetingly, ethereal and elusive. Each occurrence coincided precisely with the moment he struck. Is this the wind? A subtle yet profound awareness dawned on Li Mu, enabling him to grasp this sensation. Formless and intangible, elusive yet light as a feather, fierce as a gale. This was the force of the wind. He comprehended it. Li Mu's eyes sparkled as the sword energy, which permeated the air like rain, transformed instantaneously. The sword energy surged, a gentle breeze swirling around Li Mu's form in a continuous dance. He felt his body grow lighter, as if he could effortlessly float with a mere leap. With a delicate tap of his toes, he leaped an astonishing 3 or 4 zhong. Yi Qing's expression shifted dramatically. The man's swordplay was already exceedingly cunning and difficult to defend against. Coupled with such speed, they stood no chance of survival, let alone victory. Yi Qing immediately shouted, "Split up and flee." The opponent was growing stronger with each passing moment. Their rate of progress was terrifying. In just a brief engagement, they had gone from suppressing him to being suppressed. If this continued, what would become of them? Yemo and Yi Qing did not hesitate and promptly dispersed to escape. Only Yi Nian turned to Yi Qing and asked, "What about the secret treasure?" However, before Yi Qing could respond, Li Mu's sword edge arrived first. Li Mu's form shifted, appearing before Yi Nian like a specter. A sword, akin to a ghostly illusion, lunged directly at her heart. Her eyes widened. The speed of this strike had escalated several tiers compared to before. The swordplay, infused with the wind's force, was more dynamic than ever. Just as she entertained the thought of mobilizing her spiritual energy to block this attack, Li Mu's sword had already thrust forth. A segment of the sword tip pierced through Yi Nian's delicate form. Swiftly withdrawing, upon witnessing this scene, Yi Qing did not hesitate for a moment and fled frantically. Li Mu flicked the blood from his sword and pursued Yi Qing, his speed the slowest in mere moments. The robust Yi Qing was overtaken by Li Mu. Hearing the rush of wind behind him, Yi Qing was terrified, having only managed to escape a distance of 10 zhong. How could this fearsome being move so swiftly? In Yi Qing's despairing gaze, Li Mu rapidly closed the distance. A flash of silver swordlight passed by, and Yi Qing let out a scream. Forever closing his eyes, Li Mu did not linger, his figure akin to a flowing breeze. With the augmentation of the wind's sword force, his speed surged tremendously. In a few breaths, he caught up with Yemo, effortlessly eliminating him. Li Mu's gaze shifted again towards the direction Yi Qing had fled. Thinking of escape, with the wind's force enhancing his form, Li Mu transformed into a fleeting shadow, pursuing Yi Qing's direction like a tempest. Chapter 36. The Slaying of Yi Qing, Sudden Wealth. Yi Qing executed his movement technique. Feeling the wind swirl beneath his feet, fleeing ahead without looking back, he was unaware if Li Mu was in pursuit. Yet the terror in his heart compelled him to escape back to the Yi family's mining area at all costs. That man's sword was truly terrifying. He now realized that the swordplay he initially deemed flawless had improved immensely. The mere thought of that ghostly swordplay sent chills down Yi Qing's spine. Nian, Yiya, Yemo, and Cheng were all dead. He had witnessed Yi Nian's death and heard Cheng's anguished cries. As for Yemo, given that man's speed, he likely hadn't made it far. His companions had all perished at that man's hands. and he could not summon even a flicker of vengeful intent. The opponent was simply too formidable. The 5-spirit array had lost 4 of its secret treasures. The one remaining on him had little value left. Returning like this might incur punishment, but it was better than losing his life. It seemed that he had not been pursued. The Yi family's mining area was drawing ever closer, and Yi Qing felt a sliver of relief. Having traveled so far, surely the opponent would not catch up now. His second-tier movement technique had not been wasted. If only you all had heeded my advice and spent more time practicing your movement techniques. Perhaps today's events could have been avoided. Yi Qing sighed inwardly. He exhaled, but the next moment, his body suddenly bristled with alarm. A gust of wind arose behind him, a familiar aura rapidly closing in on his senses. He turned, only to find Li Mu chasing him down. Yi Qing felt as though he had plunged into an ice cavern, his heart frozen. How could this be? With his 10th-tier body refinement cultivation utilizing this wind-chasing step, even the fastest steed in Qin City could not catch up to him. Yet how could the other party pursue him so directly without even revealing any spiritual energy? Yi Qing could not comprehend. Meanwhile, Li Mu, enveloped by the gentle breeze, was filled with exhilaration. This newly comprehended wind sword force astonished him. He felt a profound lightness throughout his being, the power of the wind surging within him, making each of his movements incredibly swift. The distance between him and Yi Qing was diminishing rapidly. Glancing in horror at the silver light reflecting off the sword, Yi Qing's heart raced uncontrollably. He could not outrun him. If this continued, he would soon be caught. We bear no grudge. Why must you pursue me so relentlessly? Yi Qing shouted. No grudge? Li Mu nearly laughed at Yi Qing's shamelessness. It was clear that the other had initiated the attack intending to kill him, yet he still had the audacity to claim there was no enmity. Li Mu said nothing, continuing his pursuit. He had no words for an enemy. His sword would suffice as a response. It was Yi who sought to kill you. Now that you have slain him, can't you spare me? Yi Qing gritted his teeth. Li Mu closed in behind Yi Qing, his right hand sweeping forth, the sword edge slicing through the air, aimed directly at Yi Qing. No. Yi Qing felt the rush of air behind him, turning just in time to see the sword coming. His pupils constricting in terror as he let out a wail. With what appeared to be an unremarkable strike, Li Mu easily cleaved through Yi Qing's hastily conjured spiritual defense. The sword penetrated Yi Qing's body, and the fierce sword energy erupted, instantly extinguishing the vitality within him. I can spare you. Li Mu gazed at Yi Qing's powerless form collapsing to the ground and added coolly, in your next life. In the Yi residence of Qingyang Town, at the moment of Yi Qing's death, a shattering sound emanated from Yi Qing's sleeve. His expression changed dramatically as he pulled out a fragmented jade token, his hand trembling slightly. Yi Qing is dead? How could this be? His voice trembled with disbelief. Yi Chan was an elder of the Yi family and its representative in Qingyang Town. Yi Qing was his grandson. It's impossible. With the 5-spirit array in hand, there should be no one in Qingyang Town capable of killing them. Yi Qing furrowed his brows tightly, forming a deep crease on his forehead. The 5-spirit array was something he had personally requested from the family head for Yi Qing. The 5 secret treasures, interconnected, could forcibly amplify 5 body refinement cultivators to the first tier of spiritual transformation. 5 first-tier spiritual transformation practitioners united could withstand even the 6th tier without faltering. Even when facing experts above the 6th tier of spiritual transformation, the array's power would allow them to retreat unscathed. Yet no matter how he reasoned, the shattering of the life token indicated that Yi Qing's fate was sealed. He was already dead. Someone, go investigate where Yi Qing last went. Hatred ignited in Yi Qing's eyes. Only a select few could ascend to the realm of creation. It was a rare fortune for a family to produce even one such individual per generation. Although Yi Qing's talent was average, he possessed a calm demeanor and was prudent, reflecting the qualities of his youth. He was his favorite grandson. With just a bit of family cultivation, advancing to spiritual transformation would have been inevitable. He had been fully prepared to nurture Yi Qing to eventually take over his position. Yet now, he had died in Qingyang Town like this, crack. Under the pressure of Yi Qing's grip, the shattered jade token crumbled into dust. No matter who it was, if they dared to kill my grandson, I will ensure you pay with your life. Fury flickered in Yi Qin's eyes, as if ready to incinerate all he beheld. After Yi Qing's demise, a sudden azure light flickered from his right arm, and a small dragon-shaped statue fell to the ground. What is this? Li Mu curiously picked up the statue. The craftsmanship was exquisite. The azure dragon lifelike, and the base was inscribed with mysterious patterns that shimmered, emanating a peculiar aura. This aura felt somewhat familiar. He recalled the earlier moment when a resplendent display of blue, red, yellow, and black light had erupted from the four individuals. The aura emanating from them bore an uncanny resemblance to that of this statue. Could it be the source of this phenomenon? Li Mu speculated. It must be some kind of treasure. Best to stow it away for now. Without further contemplation, he cast the statue into his inky black storage ring and removed the storage ring from Yi Qing's hand. Although the treasures of cultivators held no use for him, they could be sold at the Wancher Pavilion in exchange for spirit stones. He wondered just how many spirit stones this fellow possessed. With a hint of curiosity, Li Mu infused a sliver of his mental energy into Yi Qing's storage ring. So many? Li Mu was momentarily taken aback, in the darkened space. Piles of spirit stones amassed like small mountains. At a glance, they outnumbered Hu Yang's collection by 3 or 4 times. Conservatively estimated, there were nearly 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. In addition, there were several first-tier sword techniques, a modest amount of gold and silver, and a few fine swords, all of which held little value for Li Mu. How could this lad be so affluent? Li Mu pondered, perplexed. After all, he was merely a 10th-level body refinement cultivator, yet possessed nearly 10,000 spirit stones, which seemed utterly absurd. What he did not know was that these spirit stones were plundered stocks from other mining sites by Yi Qing. Most of them were meant for submission to his family, with only about 1/5 belonging to him personally. Nevertheless, that amount was still considerable. 2,000 spirit stones would suffice for Yi Qing's cultivation for a long time. Retracing his steps, Li Mu discovered several distinct beast-shaped statues near the corpses of the other 4 individuals. As the 5 statues converged, a faint energy radiated from them, startling Li Mu. This item is not simple. I wonder how many spirit stones it could fetch. Naturally, Li Mu did not hesitate to explore the storage rings of the other 4, reaping a bountiful harvest of spirit stones as well. However, in comparison to Yi Qing, their total was still lacking, amounting to less than Yi Qing's individual haul. Together, they totaled nearly 8,000 out. Of course, the combined spoils were still substantial. Even Li Mu, who typically concealed his emotions, could not suppress the exhilaration surging within him at this moment. Chapter 37. The deadline approaches, anxious as fire gazing at the mountains of spirit stones within the storage ring. Li Mu could not help but smile. From the bandit Hu Yang, he had acquired over 2,000 spirit stones. From Yi Qing, nearly 10,000. And from the other 4, close to 8,000 altogether. That amounted to approximately 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. In all his years, he had never seen such a vast quantity of spirit stones. A conservative estimate of 20,000 spirit stones could buy, well, 2 large elixirs. Lost in his thoughts, Li Mu suddenly recalled the large elixirs he had seen previously at the Wancher Pavilion. Each large elixir required 9,999 low-grade spirit stones. With that in mind, Li Mu felt that the spirit stones in his possession were not quite as plentiful as he had thought. Wait, why would I want to buy large elixirs? Li Mu shook his head. An entire 1,000 gene of colossal strength was equivalent to that of a spirit transformation cultivator. Although he was indeed envious, the price was prohibitive. The overall cost of elixirs tended to be high, categorizing them as luxury items beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. If not, the Wancher Pavilion would not have dedicated an entire floor to spirit medicines. Everyone would simply purchase better elixirs, wouldn't they? 20,000 spirit stones, if meticulously budgeted, could cultivate numerous spirit transformation cultivators. Even for the 4 prominent families, it was a considerable sum. These spirit stones are my spoils, not to be submitted to the family. I must utilize them wisely. Li Mu contemplated how to expend this fortune upon returning to Qin City. He was not a cultivator and could not use them to enhance his cultivation. Thus, spirit stones remaining in hand would be akin to waste. The primary focus, of course, was to strengthen his own body. The potency of sword techniques is influenced not only by mental acuity but also significantly by one's physical form. A robust physique would grant Li Mu greater endurance in battle. Additionally, he could consider acquiring some less expensive elixirs if possible. Li Mu also desired to purchase a third-tier sword technique. After this battle, he found that the second-tier sword techniques posed no challenge for him. He had mastered the Qinglian sword technique in about half a month, and the Yuyun sword technique was perfected in just a day. While both techniques relied on insights into new sword forces for their mastery, this was indicative of his progress, of course. All of this would need to wait until he returned to Qin City. For Qingyang Town lacked the Wanshur Pavilion, making it inconvenient to procure many items. He resumed practicing his swordplay. Li Mu smiled, stretching lazily, his spirits uplifted as he continued his sword training. The Yuyun sword technique was already at the small completion stage. Achieving full mastery was merely a matter of time. Of the 3 second-tier sword techniques recorded in the Sword Dao True Interpretation, he had already mastered 2. Only the final one, the Liehua sword technique, remained. Li Mu resolved that once he mastered this sword technique, he would seek out a third-tier sword technique to practice. He murmured to himself, hoping for another wave of bandits to appear recently or for more members of the Yi family to come and seize the mining points. In battle, his sword technique improved at an exponentially faster rate than usual. 10 miles outside Qingyang Town, at a certain stronghold, Xiang Yunhong sneezed heartily, his face contorting into exaggerated expressions. Which little brat is speaking ill of me? As his bored gaze swept across the stronghold, he suddenly recalled something. Why hasn't that rascal Hu Yang returned yet? Is he dead out there? Xiang Yunhong asked, casually. Hu Yang had taken his 9 brothers to plunder the No. 49 mining point yesterday and had yet to return. His subordinates reported immediately. Oh, he is probably dead, Xiang Yunhong replied without lifting his head, his tone nonchalant. Just a mere 8th-level body refinement cultivator. He had plenty of such individuals among his subordinates. He wouldn't care how many perished. What mattered to him were the spirit stones within the mining area. His gaze wandered ahead, but his thoughts were elsewhere. I still need 400,000 low-grade spirit stones to complete my spirit-devouring transformation array. Once accomplished, I can forcibly purify the impurities within my body and break into the creation realm. However, the spirit stones in the periphery have almost been exhausted, and the recent gains from plundering mines have significantly declined. At this rate, efficiency will be too low. While he was deep in thought, a single white hair floated down before his eyes, startling him. Xiang Yunhong's withered hand grasped the strand of white hair. A glint of sharpness flashing in his gaze. Convey my orders. Accelerate the plundering plan. Every team must go out to raid tomorrow. A powerful aura, characteristic of a 10th-level spirit transformation cultivator, erupted from him. And Xiang Yunhong's commanding voice resonated throughout the stronghold. From now on, half of the plundered mines will only need to be submitted. The other half belongs to you. Within the stronghold, cheers erupted like a tidal wave. The bandits rejoicing and expressing their excitement. What has gotten the big boss so worked up? Wasn't he at always 60% to the house and 40% to keep? Who knows? Regardless, it's good news for us. Let us hurry and raid the mines tomorrow. If we delay, they might take it all. Excellent. Countless bandits exchanged fervent words, their blood surging with excitement, eager to rush into the mining area. However, as he gazed upon the throngs of jubilant bandits, Xiang Yunhong's expression grew increasingly frigid. His time was running short. Although he was a 10th-level spirit transformation cultivator, endowed with the vitality of approximately 150 years due to the enhancement of spiritual power, he was already 157 years old. Heaven's way is so ruthless, Xiang Yunhong murmured softly, one step away from success yet 1,000 miles off. Had he not failed to achieve spirit transformation before the age of 20, he would not have to toil so painstakingly today. Those like him, who failed to reach spirit transformation before 20, were expected to remain stagnant in their cultivation for life. Fortunately, he was undeterred and ventured into the world alone. Seeking a glimmer of hope by sheer chance, he discovered the spirit-devouring transformation array, which could defy fate and change his destiny. Regrettably, the requirements were exorbitant, necessitating 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Thus, Xiang Yunhong organized the bandits of Qingyang Town to raid mining points. using profit as bait to drive these desperate individuals into frenziedly collecting spirit stones for him. To avoid being besieged by the four prominent families, he wisely chose to plunder only one of them. Without hesitation, Xiang Yunhong selected the Li family, not only because they possessed the most peripheral mining points, but also for another reason. His own family, the Xiang family, had been annihilated by the Li family. Thus, in vengeance and for survival, Xiang Yunhong embarked on the greatest adventure of his life. The results proved his choice to be correct. In just over a year, through plundering, he had amassed 600,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was a staggering amount. Under normal circumstances, he could never have earned so many spirit stones in his lifetime. As he drew closer to his goal, Xiang Yunhong felt an increasing sense of fear. He feared falling just short of success. 150 is a mere illusion. True lifespan varies by individual, and no one can accurately predict how long they will live. What if he gathered the 100,000 spirit stones only to die right afterward? Wouldn't he just be dressing someone else's bride? One must hasten, murmured Xiang Yunhong internally, closing his eyes. Chapter 38. As sleep approaches, the pillow comes forth at the sight of mine. 49. In the vast expanse, Li Mu relentlessly wielded his sword, practicing the blazing fire sword technique. He had made a decision. After mastering the final second-tier sword technique recorded in the true understanding of this sword path, he would devote himself to studying a breakthrough in the realm of swordsmanship. Li Mu could sense that he was merely a step away from achieving mastery in the realm of momentum. With the comprehension of just one more new sword momentum, he could enter the realm of great accomplishment. At that point, he would be able to strive towards a higher realm of energy. Currently, his combat power should be around the third level of spirit transformation. Even before fully mastering the Green Lotus Sword technique, he was able to defend himself against the assaults of 8 body-refining cultivators. After achieving mastery, he would possess the enhancement of the Rain Sword momentum. Though he had yet to engage in actual combat, Li Mu had a vague feeling that even a coalition of 4 or 5 lower-tier spirit transformation cultivators might struggle to breach his defenses. In terms of offense, while the Cloud-Wandering Sword technique had only recently reached minor success, it was still sufficiently unpredictable. Even with the combined efforts of Yi Qing and the others, they could not withstand his attacks. What he currently lacked were means for mass assault. The Green Lotus Sword technique leaned towards defense, while the Cloud-Wandering Sword technique was more focused on single-target attacks. Coincidentally, the Blazing Fire Sword technique was a grand, sweeping method suitable for group assaults. Regrettably, there were no opponents available for him to practice against at this moment, Li Mu mused. Compared to the Cloud-Wandering Sword technique, the Blazing Fire Sword technique required practical combat to hone effectively. If only those mine bandits would arrive now, however, Li Mu held little hope. Surely, these mine bandits would not raid daily. First, frequent raids would result in minimal yield from the mine over several days, rendering the risk-to-reward ratio unfavorable. Second, such relentless pressure could easily provoke a backlash from the family. If the Li family were pushed to their limits, they might call upon Li Qichuan, who would eliminate them without mercy. Never mind, the fundamentals are also crucial, Li Mu reassured himself. The continuous battles over the past 2 days had not only yielded substantial gains, but had also significantly advanced his sword techniques. Deep down, he longed to enhance his combat power through further conflict. If it weren't for the fact that he was the sole guardian of Mine Point 49, Li Mu might have considered directly assaulting the mine points of other families. Perhaps it is best to wait a little longer. After all, in just a few days, it will be mid-month. According to the regulations, the family would send a convoy to transport spirit stones, which would also replenish personnel at each mine point. Li Mu focused intently on practicing the Blazing Fire Sword technique. Although this sword technique appeared straightforward and direct, seemingly lacking in variation, it was, in fact, intricate and concealed numerous changes, akin to the rising and falling flames. Making it most suited for slaying groups of foes amidst chaos, Li Mu gradually immersed himself in the practice, his senses heightened, becoming attuned to the changes in the world around him. It seems someone is approaching? A peculiar sensation suddenly emerged within his perception. Perhaps it was due to the previous experience of being unaware of Yi Qing and the others' approach. Today, Li Mu was much more sensitive to external changes and swiftly activated his awareness. Of course, this might also be related to his comprehension of the wind sword momentum. Feeling the subtle tremors beneath his feet and the slight shifts in the air currents, Limu halted his sword practice, gazing into the distance. Indeed, he could vaguely discern a group of about 10 individuals making their way towards him. It was still before mid-month, so they could not possibly be from the family. And this direction did not seem to belong to the Yi family, he reasoned internally, eliminating possibilities one by one. Thus, the only conclusion was that they must be mind bandits. A flicker of delight crossed Limu's brow. As sleep approaches, the pillow comes forth. In the distance, 12 mind bandits advanced with fierce expressions, their energies formidable, their faces grim, and their spirits high. The chief had proclaimed the previous night that henceforth, only 50% of the spirit stones they plundered needed to be surrendered, while the remaining 50% would belong to them. This news had ignited great excitement among the group, and nearly all the mind bandits had mobilized that day. The reason they had come to Mine Point 49 first was that other mine points had either recently been raided or were located too deep within. Since Hu Yang had set up here, it indicated that the mineral resources had yet to be exploited. Furthermore, situated at the edge of the mining area, should they encounter a spirit transformation cultivator, it would be easy to flee. One cannot expect to catch wolves without first letting go of their children. If we wish to prosper, we must not be afraid. If we seize this mine point, we could return with 50%. The mine bandits' eyes gleamed with fervor. It's such a mine point. They could potentially plunder 6,000 or 7,000 spirit stones at most. After surrendering half, they would still have over 3,000 spirit stones to share among the 12 of them. For these desperate individuals, that was no small sum. After all, not everyone was a disciple of a prominent family. What do you think, Old Seven? Are there any spirit transformation cultivators among them? The leading mind bandit inquired. The slender Old Seven beneath him felt a faint surge of spiritual energy and replied after a moment. Big brother, within a mile radius, there are no spirit transformation cultivators, not even a body refining cultivator. Not a single cultivator. The mind bandit leader was slightly taken aback. No cultivators, just mortals? Could it be that they received news in advance and fled? He certainly did not believe that there had been no guards here before. Otherwise, how could Hu Yang have fallen? Never mind, the chief's divination has never been wrong. Those guarding the mine must have left. This divination technique was a secret skill personally taught to the mind bandits by their chief. Xiang Yunhong.it was through this skill that they could easily raid mine points without incurring significant casualties. Though its range was limited, only sensing a mile around, it sufficed. What a pity that Hu Yang was unwilling to part with the spirit stones. Had he exchanged for this divination technique with the chief, he likely would not have met his demise. One mind bandit side. Xiang Yunhong had organized them, establishing rewards and punishments, and coordinating their efforts. He could even exchange spirit stones for unique techniques and secret arts. It was as if they had formed a small sect, and it was no wonder these desperate individuals revered and followed him so fervently. Since there are no guards here, it appears we can raid to our heart's content. Just as the mind bandit leader's smile emerged, Old Seven beside him suddenly pointed ahead in astonishment and shouted, "Big brother, someone is coming towards us." The mind bandit leader was momentarily startled. Who would be so bold? Wasn't it said that there were no spirit transformation cultivators nearby? He glanced over and, sure enough, in the distance, he saw a black-clad youth wielding a sword, slowly approaching them. Yet, the aura emanating from this individual seemed extraordinarily feeble, perhaps even weaker than a body-refining cultivator. A mortal? The mind bandit leader was taken aback. "Big brother, it seems we have encountered a lunatic," one of the mind bandits chuckled. "He must be a fool who has watched too many swordplay tales." The leader shook his head. "A mortal. If he simply lay low somewhere, I wouldn't even bother with him. However, since he has chosen to seek death, let us oblige him." The mind bandit leader remarked nonchalantly. "Very well." An eager glint sparked in the eyes of a sturdy henchman as he retrieved a longbow from his storage ring. The burly man knocked an arrow, aiming at the youth. To his surprise, he noticed the boy's expression seemed oddly excited. In his confusion, the burly man released the arrow. The arrow pierced the air with a sharp whistle. Under the gazes of the mind bandits who were merely spectators, the black-clad youth drew his sword. With a mere flick, he effortlessly neutralized the formidable arrow. Their expressions shifted from mockery to astonishment. The youth suddenly transformed into a blur, akin to a tempest, rushing towards them. Li Mu's eyes burned with fervor. With a seemingly simple and straightforward sword strike, he unhesitatingly directed it at the nearest mind bandit. The mind bandit instinctively conjured a thin membrane of spiritual energy to shield himself. However, that single sword strike passed unimpeded through the mind bandit's right hand, piercing through his palm and into his heart. A heavy silence enveloped the air, rendering the scene peculiar, as if everyone had been frozen in place, their minds struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. A mortal, with a single sword, had slain a 7th-level body refining cultivator? Chapter 39. Sword slays the bandits. Reluctant to part with a swift motion, Li Mu withdrew his sword from the mind bandit's heart, shaking off the blood from the blade. The remaining 11 mind bandits stood frozen, a glint of horror flickering in their eyes. One sword strike had dispatched an 8th-level body refining cultivator. Was this truly a mortal? Charge! The mind bandit leader was the first to regain his composure. Letting out a furious roar as he retreated, Li Mu raised an eyebrow, and with a mere thought, a gentle breeze enveloped his form, unleashing the momentum of his sword. As he advanced further into the realm of momentum, executing sword techniques became increasingly effortless. There was no longer a need to exert tremendous effort to concentrate or mobilize his energy. Since he was already here, why rush to leave? After all, this was a prime opportunity for practice. Li Mu would not let them escape easily. With the enhancement of the wind sword momentum, he moved with grace, transforming into a phantom that darted through the ranks of the mind bandits. A seemingly unskilled sword thrust directly aimed at the leader of the bandits surged forth. To the bandit leader's eyes, this strike appeared as a sudden blaze of fire, fierce and unstoppable. His eyes widened in shock as he roared, gathering his spiritual energy to form a small, arc-shaped blue shield before him. Li Mu's sword collided with the shield. A peculiar force emanated from the small shield, diverting much of the sword's power away. The tip of the sword veered along the curve of the shield, significantly diminishing its potency, yet the shield still bore a crack. Intriguingly, Li Mu recalled how Xia had once employed a similar spiritual technique to slay the Wolf King. Spiritual techniques are indeed rare, and defensive ones like this are particularly precious. The desperate bandit before him was surprisingly adept in such arts. This technique bears a resemblance to my Qinglian sword technique. Li Mu pondered. My Qinglian sword technique also has the ability to dissipate force. The distinction lies in my use of the sword as a medium, while the opponent directly wields spiritual energy. The bandit leader's expression darkened. This young man was far too formidable. He exuded an unmistakably mundane aura, yet could slay a practitioner at the 8th level of body refinement with a single strike. Even the precious spiritual technique he had traded for from the big boss had almost faltered against him. Little brother, we have no enmity. What is the meaning of this? The bandit leader suddenly exclaimed. No enmity, yet you shoot an arrow upon meeting. Li Mu shook his head slightly, disinclined to engage in idle banter with them. From a distance, he had overheard their previous discussions, confirming their identity as bandits. This group, notorious for plundering mines and mercilessly killing, were hardly virtuous beings. Li Mu felt no moral burden in slaying them. Either you perish or I do. Choose one. With that, Li Mu shifted his sword stance. A violent and domineering aura radiating throughout the area, reminiscent of blazing flames. This was one of the 3 sword auras he had comprehended during his time in Qin City, and it was the one closest to the fiery sword technique he currently practiced. The realm of momentum. The bandit leader's countenance changed drastically. Realizing he could not escape, he had no choice but to fight with all his might. Brothers, let us take down this brat together. 11 high-level body refinement practitioners surged forth, their spiritual energy erupting as they charged. They understood that escape was futile. Their only option was to pour every ounce of strength into vanquishing the youth before them. Here they come, Li Mu roared internally. His eyes gleaming, a surge of battle fervor swelled within him. Upon entering the fray, Li Mu's spirit and energy surged to their peak. A profound sense of exhilaration coursing through him. He could feel his very soul vibrating. Yearning for combat, facing the onslaught of 11 body refinement practitioners, Li Mu did not employ the Qinglian sword technique for defense as he had previously. Instead, he charged forward without hesitation. His objective was to cultivate the fiery sword technique. In the face of the 11th's overwhelming assault, amidst their astonished gazes, the chaotic sword shadows coalesced into a silver veil, shielding Li Mu securely within. He retaliated with even greater ferocity, engaging in combat against 11 foes simultaneously. The sounds of metal clashing rang out incessantly. The body refinement practitioners were immensely powerful, and Li Mu relied on the force of his sword momentum to counter them. With each clash, his sword momentum oscillated. Yet his spirit soared ever higher. This grand and tumultuous swordplay aligned perfectly with his current desires. His understanding of the fiery sword technique surged with each strike. Li Mu's swordplay, initially straightforward, began to exhibit a newfound fluidity and adaptability. Akin to flickering flames, unpredictable and elusive. Simultaneously, he discovered that his sword momentum, amidst the repeated fluctuations, mirrored the nature of blazing fire. At the moment of each impact, the sword momentum absorbed a significant portion of the force, greatly diminishing the pressure he faced. As the clashes concluded, the dispersed energy coalesced once more, and the sword momentum surged again, akin to a flame leaping into the air. This cycle of repetition deepened Li Mu's comprehension of the sword momentum. The aura emanating from him began to shift gradually, rising and falling, fluctuating with increasing intensity. Each descent was followed by an ascent that unleashed even greater power. Li Mu's advancement in swordplay was rapid, his assaults growing increasingly fierce and unrestrained. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the first bandit fell to Li Mu's blade. The remaining bandits faltered, fear gripping their hearts. Soon, like a wildfire sweeping through a forest, they began to fall one after another. "No, spare me!" Cries of regret echoed as one by one, the bandits succumbed, leaving only the leaders standing. "What on earth are you?" he rasped, his gaze bloodshot. He had never encountered such a creature. The young man exuded an ordinary aura, yet he could wield sword momentum that defied comprehension. The response was a silver sword edge slicing through the air. Once more, a blue shield materialized before the bandit leader. Yet this time, Li Mu's sword did not waver. It shattered the shield effortlessly, slicing through and grazing his neck. All 12 bandits lay slain. My strength should be comparable to that of a 5th-level spirit transformation practitioner. Li Mu mused as he gazed upon the scattered corpses. 12 individuals, the weakest among them at the 8th level of body refinement. To turn the tables amidst their encirclement, only a practitioner of 4th-level spirit transformation or above could achieve such a feat. Unlike the passive defenses of the Qinglian sword technique, which required grinding down the opponent, this was a direct confrontation, a testament to his swordsmanship. This fiery sword technique truly embodies a grand and ruthless approach to combat. Li Mu reflected. This brutal, head-on style was quite addictive, albeit exhausting. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, he smiled. Each clash consumed his sword momentum, which was a manifestation of his spirit and energy, effectively draining his stamina and mental fortitude. It's a pity that while my fiery sword technique has seen considerable progress, it has yet to reach maturity. This was Li Mu's first experience practicing such a ferocious, combative technique. His advancement lagged compared to his earlier sword styles. If only another wave of bandits would come, he thought, feeling a tinge of longing. In the next moment, several rugged figures suddenly appeared in his peripheral vision. Are they truly coming? Li Mu was taken aback. Who else but bandits would dare approach a mine at this hour? The excited voices of the bandits echoed from afar. Brothers, charge! If we delay, the mine will be completely plundered. Chapter 40. The bandits surge, forced to perfection in the expansive mining site. 30 to 40 corpses lay strewn about haphazardly. Li Mu leaned on his sword, his hand resting on the hilt, his complexion somewhat flushed. This marked the 5th wave of bandits he had dispatched that day. From morning till dusk, these ruffians had been relentless, repeatedly charging to their demise. The first group had come with 12 members, while the smaller squads were composed of 5 or 6 individuals. To his astonishment, Li Mu's fiery sword technique had been honed to near perfection through these encounters. By the end, he found himself somewhat fatigued and had even let to escape. The absence of any significant rest had taken a toll on his condition. Sword momentum consumed his entire spirit and energy, rendering it unsuitable for prolonged combat. Gazing at the sun, now halfway sunk below the horizon, Li Mu couldn't help but smile wryly. These bandits are truly insane. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and began to scour the battlefield for spoils. Across 5 waves, he gathered a total of 12 storage rings. Exhaling, Li Mu settled onto the ground to tally his gains for the day. Why is this one empty? Delving into the first storage ring, he found it utterly devoid of contents. Disappointed, he set it aside and picked up the next ring. This one, thankfully, contained some items, though they were mostly worthless trinkets. With only a handful of spirit stones, Li Mu's expression remained impassive as he turned to the next ring. He recognized this one. It likely belonged to the leader of the first wave of bandits. Peering into the storage ring, he found the dark space bereft of spirit stones, but to his surprise, he discovered 2 tomes. A scroll of technique and a spiritual skill, both of 2nd tier, Li Mu exclaimed. Astonished. After completing body refinement, practitioners seeking to enter the spirit transformation realm needed to cultivate techniques. While 2nd tier spiritual skills were relatively common in Qin City, 2nd tier techniques were exceedingly rare. Aside from the 4 prominent families, only a handful of powers could produce such a technique, typically reserved as heirlooms. The fact that a bandit, not yet at the spirit transformation level, possessed a 2nd tier technique genuinely surprised Li Mu. Unfortunately, it was of no use to him. Whether technique or skill, he could not cultivate either. Nevertheless, he decided to keep them for now. If nothing else, they could be sold. With a sense of curiosity, Li Mu proceeded to open the remaining storage rings one by one. Divination art? No grade indicated. Is it a secret technique? Li Mu's spirit trembled slightly. This was indeed a secret technique. Though it could not compare to that particular martial art, it possessed considerable value nonetheless. At long last, he had spotted some spirit stones, albeit far too few, perhaps only around 1,000. A 1st tier movement technique? No wonder it had evaded my attacks several times. Yes, he turned over one body after another. Li Mu felt somewhat speechless. Was this truly all there was? He had astonishingly acquired a total of 7 martial arts manuals, 5 of which were 2nd tier and 2 were 1st tier. Additionally, he possessed 12 volumes of spiritual techniques, encompassing both 1st and 2nd tiers. There were also 4 copies of a secret technique named the Qi observation method. Yet, surprisingly, the spirit stones amounted to merely a little over 5,000. This was the result of 5 waves of bandits. Previously, Hu Yang's group had yielded more than 2,000 spirit stones for him. Li Mu had expected this time to yield at least 10,000 spirit stones. He was unaware that this band of miners had come solely for plunder and naturally would not carry spirit stones with them. They were counting on this venture to strike it rich. Moreover, these individuals had little financial backing. Most of their spirit stones had already been exchanged with the chief for martial arts and spiritual techniques. Thus, it was only natural that they could not produce many spirit stones upon inspection. Nevertheless, Li Mu reminded himself that these were merely secondary gains. Adjusting his mindset, he recognized that progress in the sword path was of utmost importance and truly worthy of joy. These acquisitions were secondary. I can feel that the completion of the realm of momentum is within reach. He was but a step away from achieving perfection in the realm of momentum within the sword path. Li Mu sensed that his sword's momentum was almost at its pinnacle. Once he attained the fullness of this realm, he could immediately attempt to break into the realm of Qi in all of Qin City. Not a single individual had reached the realm of Qi in swordsmanship. With a bit more effort, he aimed to reach the Qi realm before turning 20. Li Mu took a deep breath. Mortals, unlike cultivators, have fleeting lifespans. The time he had to continue refining his swordsmanship was limited. He must seize every moment. However, what on earth was going on with this band of miners today? As his gaze swept across the lifeless bodies of the miners, a lingering doubt clouded Li Mu's mind. How was today's harvest? Xiang Yunhong leaned against the stone throne, his voice carrying an urgency not previously present. Reporting to the chief, there are 36 mining points surrounding the Li family. Apart from the 49th point, 35 have been breached. yielding a total of 100,000 spirit stones. A competent bandit knelt on one knee before Xiang Yunhong. Oh? Xiang Yunhong's head lifted slightly, nodding in acknowledgement. For a large-scale raid, 100,000 was already an excellent outcome. Half of this sum would belong to him, while the remaining half would go to the raiders themselves. 50,000 spirit stones were still short of 350,000. Xiang Yunhong's withered fingers tapped rhythmically on the stone throne beneath him. In the past, he would have felt elated, as he was one step closer to 1,000,000 spirit stones. Yet now, only frustration filled his heart. Following this raid, it meant that there would be scant opportunities for substantial gains for at least half a month. His physical condition had rapidly deteriorated. Could he survive until the day the 1,000,000 spirit stones were gathered? He was troubled, yet there seemed to be no other options available. To raid deeper mining sites? Impossible. The only reason these bandits followed him was due to shared interests. Attacking internal mining points would be tantamount to courting death. They would never pursue such a course. But for now, he had no better alternatives. He needed to contemplate other methods. He must gather 1,000,000 spirit stones before the end of the year. A cloud of impending doom loomed ominously over Xiang Yunhong. He had a faint sense that he could last through this winter at most. If he failed to gather the stones by year's end, he would have to resort to desperate measures. Deep within him lay one last, albeit desperate, option. However, unless pushed to the brink, he was reluctant to take that path. Perhaps a miracle might occur, Xiang Yunhong murmured. In Qingyang town, at the Li residence, Li Yin tightly gripped the envelope in his hand, consumed by fury. The Li family's more than 30 peripheral mining points had been simultaneously assaulted by bandits. This group of bandits was utterly lawless. Li Yan's complexion was ashen. Opposite him, Fang Han's expression was equally grim. Based on the information they had received, nearly all peripheral mining points had been attacked simultaneously. Moreover, it was not just a single wave. Each point had faced multiple assaults from the bandits. From the reports, it appeared that almost every one of the 30-odd mining points had suffered. Most of the guards had perished. With only a few managing to escape, it seems reinforcements must be dispatched immediately. Tomorrow, you shall lead a team into the mining area. Li Yin forced himself to suppress his anger and commanded. Regardless of the circumstances, the mining points must be defended. The bandits would only raid once and would retreat thereafter. With the points unguarded, it was essential to bolster their defenses to prevent other families from encroaching. Fang Han nodded and turned to leave. I will gather the personnel right away. The pressing matter was indeed to reinforce the mining area's defenses. Wait! Li Yin suddenly called out. Fang Han, who had just pushed open the door, stepped back, his gaze turning toward Li Yin. I have changed my mind. Li Yin's eyes glimmered with a peculiar light. What? Fang Han inquired. Fang Han, you mentioned that since these bandits only target peripheral mining points, what if we simply abandon them? Li Yin proposed. Abandon? Fang Han furrowed his brow. Are you serious? That amounts to a total of 36 mining points. A typical mining point can produce about 3,000 to 5,000 spirit stones in half a month. 36 points would equate to 360,000 spirit stones. Hold on, Li Yin reassured. Think carefully. These 36 mining points are actually more detrimental than beneficial to us. Fang Han was taken aback. Detrimental? Li Yin continued. Consider this. By occupying these mining points, we are compelled to assign personnel for their defense. However, these bandits appear and disappear at will, specifically targeting our Li family in the current situation. We can only passively exhaust our resources against the bandits and other families. Li Yin narrowed his eyes, his tone shifting. But what if we change our approach? Instead of guarding those 36 mining points, we could directly seize other mining points. Fang Han immediately grasped Li Yan's intent. Forcefully exchange territory with them. Abandon the easily attacked peripheral points to occupy the inner mining points of other families. Fang Han's eyes brightened, but he hesitated. Wouldn't this spark conflict with other families? Such a large-scale assault would inevitably result in significant casualties. At that time, the opposing families would surely not let it slide. Haven't we always been in conflict? We would merely be escalating the current tensions a notch. Li Yin replied nonchalantly. At worst, we could focus on eliminating one family while the other two watch the spectacle. They likely wouldn't mind observing a bit longer. As long as we do not push too hard, the four major families generally prefer to avoid outright hostilities. Fang Han hesitated for a moment, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Very well. I shall personally lead the team. Chapter 41. The assault on the Yi family mining point is naturally in order to die in Qingyang town, at the He residence. Several disciples of the He family gathered, idly chatting. Have you heard? All of the Li family's peripheral mining points were attacked by bandits yesterday. Yes, I heard. Apparently, the casualties were severe, with quite a few spirit refinement practitioners among the dead. These two comments fortuitously fell upon He Xia's ears. The mining area was raided? Is Li Mu all right? He Xia's delicate brows furrowed, only to relax again as a sigh escaped her lips. No, why do I care so much about him? We are no longer related, brother. Are we going out to raid mines today? Two bandits greeted each other at their base. Have you seen any mines left in the periphery? They've all been cleaned out. Who says there aren't? Isn't there still the 49th mining point? You want to die? Don't drag me down with you. The 49th mining point had been assaulted by 5 separate teams in succession. In the end, only 2 bandits managed to escape with their lives. According to the accounts of the survivors, the guards at that location were an exceptionally formidable mortal. That person's swordsmanship was exquisite, capable of killing a 10th-level body refinement practitioner with a mere flick. These were the exact words of one survivor. Although many bandits were skeptical, the sheer number of casualties there was too great. No one would gamble with their own lives. Thus, even though the 49th mining point had yet to be raided and still held potential for profit, not a single bandit team dared to attempt a heist. For a time, the 49th mining point seemed to have transformed into a den of horrors that bandits avoided at all costs. Fang Han, which mining point are we entering? A first-level spirit refinement disciple from the Li family inquired. Behind him stood over 200 temporarily summoned disciples from the Li family. Fang Han pondered for a moment, then without hesitation replied, "Let us head to the 49th mining point." The 49th mining point is situated at the periphery, making it the nearest to the outer edges. Furthermore, it is under the jurisdiction of the Li family, which means that even if the neighboring Yi family were to detect the movements of Fang Han and his companions, they would not give it much thought, likely assuming they were merely there to bolster defenses. Entering the mining area from this point leads predominantly into Yi family territory, making it an ideal entry point for an assault. Guarding the 49th point is Li Mu, and Fang Han silently prays for his safety. He desperately wants to convince himself that Li Mu is still alive. However, reason tells him that, given the onslaught of numerous bandits, the likelihood of Li Mu's survival is exceedingly slim. After all, just yesterday, dozens of spirit-transforming practitioners perished. The intelligence he received last night was rather scanty. Fang Han feels uncertain about whether Li Mu could have survived the previous day's attack. Steward, the 49th mining point is right ahead. After a lengthy trek, they finally arrived at the 49th mining point from Qingyang town. What on earth are all these corpses doing here, in the vast open space? Over 30 cold bodies lay scattered about. Judging by the wounds on these corpses, they appear to have succumbed to blades or similar weapons. Fang Han is taken aback. These individuals do not seem to resemble disciples of the Li family, but rather resemble bandits. Could it be that Li Mu was responsible for their deaths? An absurd thought surged through Fang Han's mind. Although the bandits possess varying levels of strength, the sheer number of them could easily overwhelm a spirit-transforming practitioner. Or perhaps, the Yi family had already occupied this location, and it was actually their people who slew the bandits. Quick, let us enter the mining point and investigate. Fang Han commanded. Yes, the disciples replied in unison. Inside the mining point, Li Mu, who was practicing his swordplay, was suddenly jolted by the distant shouts. Could it be that bandits were attacking again? A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes as he swiftly moved like the wind. Ah, someone is coming. Fang Han's heart raced as he sensed an aura rapidly approaching. The speed was astonishing, at least a third-tier movement technique. Fang Han was shaken. The aura was moving far too quickly. Yet, in his perception, this presence, while swift, seemed unexpectedly feeble. Could it be? Li Mu, Fang Han called out in an instant. A figure resembling a gust of wind halted before Fang Han. Li Mu was somewhat surprised to see that it was Fang Han along with so many others. He discreetly sheathed his sword, allowing calm to return to his eyes. He had initially thought the newcomers were bandits. How wonderful it would be if they were bandits. Fang Han felt relieved. The fact that Li Mu was still alive indicated that the 49th mining point had not encountered any issues. However, it was inconsequential now, as they would have to abandon it regardless. "Did you slay all these bandits?" Fong Han inquired. Li Mu nodded and replied nonchalantly, "Yes." Fong Han's heart was filled with astonishment as he surveyed the nearly 40 bandit corpses strewn across the ground. Even if their cultivation levels were not high, they could still pose a significant threat to a spirit-transforming practitioner. If Fong Han had known that most of these individuals were at least at the 7th level of body refinement, he would have been even more astounded. Is he truly an ordinary person? Fong Han looked at Li Mu, momentarily at a loss for words. The same bewilderment appeared in the minds of the 200 Li family disciples behind Fong Han. How could this be possible? Some uttered incredulous whispers. Many among them hailed from Fengtian Prefecture and had seen Li Mu before. However, most had been dispatched to this location only the previous year, and their impression of Li Mu remained that of a rigid sword enthusiast. They were unaware that Li Mu had grasped the concept of sword intent and could unleash sword energy. Wasn't Li Mu previously incapable of cultivation? When was he assigned to guard this mining point? I don't know. It seems like it was just a few days ago. Has his spiritual vein opened? How could he kill so many bandits? They surely must be lying. The appearance of Li Mu stirred a bit of commotion among the 200-strong group. Only a handful remained quietly curious. Watching Li Mu. These were the Li family disciples who had grown up in Qingyang Town and had heard tales of Li Mu from their kin in Fengtian Prefecture. This was their first encounter with this somewhat legendary figure. Silence. Fong Han furrowed his brow, maintaining order at Li Mu. The situation is urgent, so I will be brief. Fong Han turned to Li Mu and continued, Yesterday, the bandits simultaneously attacked all our outer strongholds in Qingyang Town. Reports indicate that not a single one of our 36 strongholds was spared out of course. It appears that your defense of the 49th mining point was successful, Fong Han added. Originally, we intended to reorganize our defenses to prevent other families from occupying our mining points. However, circumstances have changed. Elder Li Yin has decided to take the initiative to launch an offensive. I now present you with two choices. First, join us in seizing an internal mining point. Second, return to Qingyang Town to rest. Considering that Li Mu had slain so many bandits, it was reasonable for him to be fatigued and to be allowed to retreat and recuperate. However, they truly needed manpower at this moment. Capturing the internal mining points would not be an easy task. The more hands they had, the better. Fong Han's gaze landed on Li Mu, leaving the choice to him. If he chose to return, Fong Han would not object. After all, to have single-handedly defended this mining point was already a remarkable achievement, and it would be unreasonable to expect more. Yet, if Li Mu still possessed the strength to fight, it would be even better if he could accompany them to seize the mining points. Will you return, or will you join the attack? Facing Fong Han's inquiring gaze, under the curious watch of over 200 Li family disciples, Li Mu's response was immediate and unwavering that, of course, I will join in the assault to seize the mining points. Chapter 42. Pre-battle confusion, displaying power to steady the hearts of the people. A flicker of flame danced in Li Mu's eyes. I am but a step away from reaching the perfected state of the will of departure. If not now, then when? Although fatigued from yesterday, I fortunately sustained no injuries. After a night's rest, I have nearly fully recovered. Li Mu was eager to seize the opportunity of new combat to aid in breaking through this small obstacle. Fong Han's eyes lit up with delight. Excellent. With your participation, our strength has increased significantly. Li Mu's ability to slay so many bandits indicated that his combat prowess was at least on par with that of a 4th-tier spirit-transforming practitioner. Among the temporarily summoned disciples of the Li family, only 19 were present, with the strongest among them being Li Xiancheng, also a 4th-tier spirit-transforming practitioner. Most were fresh breakthroughs into the 1st tier of spirit transformation. However, that would suffice. If we act suddenly, the Yi family will struggle to respond. Capturing 20 mining points should not pose a problem. As for the rest, it will depend on luck, Fong Han mused. After all, the Yi family is one of the 4 great clans, and their influence in Qingyang Town is not inferior to that of the Li family. Furthermore, they had not suffered losses from the bandits and likely retained a superior overall strength. Fong Han said, Li Mu, go and collect all the spirit stones from the 49th mining point. As the steward, Hereby declare that as a reward for defending this mining point, all these spirit stones will belong to you." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd behind Fong Han. All the spirit stones from an entire mining point would be given to a single person. On what grounds? This was an entire mining point. Indeed, the steward is being too biased. Is it merely because he is the son of Li Qichuan? Li Mu cast a glance, his expression betraying no emotion as he transformed into a blur. Heading into the mining point to collect the spirit stones, Fong Han let out a cold snort, and the crowd immediately fell silent. Most of these temporarily assembled disciples were, as he and elder Li Yin had discussed, the young masters sent over from Fengtian Prefecture. Indeed, they were all spoiled brats. Having done nothing on ordinary days, at a critical moment, they not only proved useless but also began to envy the contributions of others. Among the 36 mining points, only the 49th, guarded by Li Mu, remained unscathed. Moreover, he had defended it all alone. Not to mention that this was a time when manpower was desperately needed. He deserved a reward. Even in ordinary times, what harm would it be to grant him the spirit stones from this mining point? Fong Han's gaze was piercing as he surveyed the crowd, his tone laced with coldness. "If any of you can single-handedly capture any mining point, I will likewise permit you to claim the spirit stones within. If you cannot, then remain silent." The crowd trembled, not daring to utter a word. Li Mu emerged from the mining point, returning once more. "Have you finished collecting?" Fong Han inquired. Li Mu nodded. He had gathered all the spirit stones excavated from the 49th mining point. In total, there were over 4,600 low-grade spirit stones, which was a considerable amount. Alongside his previous gains, he now possessed approximately 30,000 spirit stones. Fong Han nodded, beginning to issue commands. "Spirit transforming practitioners, step forward." 19 individuals stepped out. Fong Han addressed Li Mu, who stood still, saying, "Li Mu, you step forward as well." Li Mu did not hesitate, taking a step forward to stand alongside the 19. A hint of displeasure flickered in Li Xianqing's eyes as he stood at the front, though he concealed it well. What right does an ordinary person have to stand with them, the spirit-transforming practitioners? A subtle stir once more arose within the ranks, yet under the formidable presence of Fong Han, none dared to speak. Many regarded Li Mu's combat prowess with skepticism. Although the ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of countless bandits, who could ascertain whether Li Mu was indeed the one responsible for their demise? The image of Li Mu, once a figure of misfortune, had transformed astonishingly into a being comparable to a master of the realm. Doubts inevitably crept into the hearts of many. Among the over 200 disciples of the Li family present, most cast furtive glances toward Li Mu. 20 individuals of the transformation realm, each leading a team of 10, were summoned at Li Mu. "You shall be the captain of one team." Fong Han's gaze fixed upon Li Mu. Nodding at him, "Select 10 individuals." Li Mu nodded lightly, his eyes sweeping across the crowd. Those from the Li family whom he met with his gaze could not hide their reluctance. Among these 20, they were the least inclined to follow Li Mu. Most wished to accompany Fong Han, or at the very least, settle for the company of Li Xiancheng, a practitioner of the 4th tier of the transformation realm, who could truly gauge the depth of Li Mu's strength. They were not blind. They could discern the weak aura that surrounded him, clearly an ordinary being. Li Mu paid no heed to their expressions and casually pointed to the 10 closest individuals. 9 of them reluctantly stepped behind him, while one remained rooted in place. Fong Han's eyes narrowed. "Li Shun, are you contemplating rebellion?" The young man named Li Shun flushed red, arguing fervently, "Elder, I refuse to join Li Mu's team. Accompanying him is akin to courting death." Li Shun had been dispatched here from the Fengtian Prefecture last year and had witnessed Li Mu's descent from glory to despair. He had not even awakened his spiritual veins. His aura feeble, undeniably an ordinary person. How could someone lacking even the transformation realm lead them to seize a mining point? Several others nodded in agreement, finding Li Shun's reasoning sound. Fong Han felt an uncontainable rage rising within him. He had truly grown weary of this irredeemable group of wastrels. Were it not for the urgency of their situation, he would have relished the thought of silencing Li Shun with a single blow. Even at this critical juncture, he was throwing a tantrum, stubbornly rejecting orders. "Li Mu, Demonstrate your strength to him. Fang Han glanced at the upright figure of Li Mu, forcibly suppressing his anger. Li Shan could act with impunity. But as the elder, he had to prioritize the greater good in the face of impending battle. Rewards should be the focus, not punishments, lest the morale of the group falter. Li Mu's expression remained unperturbed. As if nothing could disturb his inner peace, he nodded slightly, and with a mere flicker of thought, a fierce sword intent enveloped the area, making all present feel as though they were being sliced by blades. Clang! In the next moment, Li Mu unsheathed his sword, his figure transforming into a phantom, appearing without warning before Li Shan. Before Li Shan could react, the sharp blade found its place firmly at his brow. The tip pressing against his skin, mere moments away from piercing through. Li Shan's breath caught in his throat, paralyzed with fear, his expression one of sheer terror. Clang! Li Mu sheathed his sword, maintaining an expression devoid of any change. Li Shan crumpled to the ground, utterly stunned by the display. Not only him, but the over 200 disciples of the Li family stood agape, speechless. Was this truly the Li Mu they once knew? The fierce, fiery aura, the elusive and ghostly movements, and the swift, intricate swordplay had completely shattered their previous perceptions. Even the other 19 practitioners of the transformation realm felt a twinge of alarm, compared to their fellow practitioners of the body-refining stage. They could glean much more from that single sword strike. The ghostly agility was secondary. The most astonishing aspect was that sword strike, which even they found difficult to comprehend. The faint displeasure that had lingered in Li Xiancheng's eyes evaporated, replaced by a hint of astonishment. Just from that one strike, he could ascertain that Li Mu indeed possessed the qualifications to stand alongside them. Li Mu glanced at the terrified Li Shan, then turned to Fang Han, saying, "Let us choose another person. This fellow is simply too lackluster." With Fang Han's approval, Li Mu selected another individual. The one chosen finally shed his reluctance, eagerly rushing forward, as if fearing someone else would seize the opportunity first. From the expressions of the other practitioners of the transformation realm, he could discern that Li Mu's strength was undeniably formidable. Fang Han's satisfaction grew. Li Mu's prowess exceeded his expectations. He had initially believed Li Mu's combat strength would be commendable at the second tier of the transformation realm, yet now it seemed he might even approach the fourth tier. With the team assignments completed, Fang Han surveyed the crowd and declared, 20 captains, take your teams and each pursue a different path. The objectives have been marked for you. Remember, do not be greedy. Act within your means. Capturing a mining point is easy, but holding it is the true challenge. The rest will follow me to defend against the Yi family's reinforcements. The resources from the captured mining points will be distributed based on merit. Take what you have rightfully earned, allocated according to your contributions. Profit is the greatest motivator for men. A mining point's resources would not exceed 5,000 spiritual stones at most. After all, as long as they could seize and hold the mining point, it could yield such resources within half a month. Everyone, let's set forth and seize the mining points. Yes. Chapter 43. Mental Clarity Achieved. Mastery of Intent. Ahead lay the Yi family's 88th mining point. Li Xiancheng turned to Li Mu, stating, although Fang Han instructed us to pursue different paths, there are not that many mining points available internally. There are only 6 or 7 we can attack ahead. Some points align in direction, necessitating a temporary consolidation of our teams, which will also alleviate initial difficulties. Li Mu. This direction will see both our teams working together. Li Mu nodded gently, his eyes brimming with battle intent, the aura of his sword intent subtly emanating. Li Xiancheng felt a slight jolt within. This individual was undergoing a remarkable transformation. He noticed that Li Mu's usual demeanor, deep as an unfathomable pool, seemed impervious to anything. Yet, when it came to battle, Li Mu transformed entirely, fervent, ecstatic, eager for action. He resembled a beast honing in on its prey, exuding an aura of danger. Given the Yi family's strength, there would undoubtedly be transformation realm practitioners stationed here, though their exact tier remained unknown. However, if we join forces, unless they possess a cultivation level of above the 6th tier, they shall not be able to obstruct us. The strength behind that sword strike was roughly at the 3rd tier of the transformation realm. Li Xiancheng, being a practitioner of the 4th tier, estimated that although Li Mu wielded the sword intent, His ordinary state would likely lower his combat effectiveness. Therefore, he presumed Li Mu's strength to be between the 2nd and 4th tiers. Unless they encountered someone at the 6th tier, victory was assured. Li Xiancheng calculated in his mind. Li Mu nodded, his right hand grasping the sword hilt, his entire being akin to a blade poised to unsheath, radiating a piercing aura. "Let us proceed," Li Mu uttered softly. Without hesitation, he led the way into the mining point, the aura of his sword intent unfurling around him. Li Xiancheng hesitated briefly before shaking his head and following suit. The 20 practitioners of the body refining stage also entered in unison. "Enemy attack!" A loud shout echoed within the mining point. Moments later, 7 capable practitioners rushed out in a flurry, 1 from the 1st tier of the transformation realm and 6 from the body refining stage. Li Xiancheng glanced over, exhaling a sigh of relief. They were not formidable opponents. With 2 of them attacking simultaneously, they would likely subdue the foes within a minute. "I'll handle this," Li Mu suddenly interjected. Although he regarded himself as a practitioner of the 6th tier of the transformation realm, he had yet to truly engage a practitioner of the transformation realm in combat. Self-perception aside, practical experience was another matter entirely. "Do not interfere," Li Mu instructed. Li Xiancheng frowned. Why engage in a duel at such a moment? A direct charge would be swifter and more effective than anything else. The expression of the Yi family's practitioner changed drastically. As Li Xiancheng recognized his cultivation level, he also discerned that the opponent was at the 4th tier of the transformation realm. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to leave. As Li Xiancheng prepared to take action, Li Mu surged forward like a tempest, his sword slicing through the air. Transformation realm, was it? Li Mu's eyes shimmered like twin blades, locking onto the Yi family's practitioner with unwavering intensity. The latter felt as though 2 sharp swords were aimed at his back. A chill creeping down his spine, his heart racing uncontrollably, he dared not look back. Instinct propelled him forward, and a pale blue aura surged behind him, enveloping his back and neck in a protective layer of spiritual energy. A sharp, overwhelming aura swept through the mining point, sending shockwaves through every individual present. Li Mu unleashed his full sword intent, his blood surging, spirit reaching its zenith. Holding nothing back, he aimed to use this confrontation to gauge his true strength. "Let me witness what sets the practitioners of the transformation realm apart." Under the enhancement of the wind sword intent, Li Mu's speed became ghostly, and in an instant, he appeared behind the adversary. Clang! Li Mu unsheathed his sword. Under the gaze of all, a flash of silver sword light streaked past. The Yi family's spirit-transforming cultivator fell, a long gash appearing behind him, his eyes still reflecting a trace of terror. Except for Li Xiancheng, no one discerned how that sword was drawn or when it was sheathed again. It was as if he had never struck at all, with effortless ease. A single sword extinguished the spirit. Akin to the simplicity of drinking water or eating a meal, both the cultivators of the Yi family and those of the Li family, all present, were left utterly astonished. Li Xiancheng subtly lowered the hand that had just rested on the sword, his fingers trembling slightly among them. Only he had clearly perceived the execution of that sword strike, fast as lightning. Even he lacked confidence in his ability to withstand that blow. His power was indeed a tad exaggerated. Li Xiancheng had originally believed that, aside from Feng Han, he was the strongest here. Now, however, uncertainty crept into his mind. The faint aura surrounding Li Mu dissipated as he withdrew his sword intent. "The spirit-transforming 1st level is weaker than I imagined." Li Mu mused. He had thought that a spirit-transforming cultivator, regardless, could at least withstand a single strike of silver light from him. Yet, the result was that he couldn't even parry that one sword. Am I too strong? Li Mu felt a moment of daze. In these past few days, his combat prowess had indeed experienced tremendous growth. Since arriving at the mining area, in a mere 5 days, his strength had surged explosively. He had mastered the Qinglian sword technique and the Liehua sword technique, while the Yuyuan sword technique had also reached minor success. Simultaneously, he comprehended the sword intents of rain and wind, and one of the 3 sword intents he had originally grasped had advanced further, melding into the Liehua sword technique. It could be said that the accumulation of 5 years had been unleashed and ignited within these short 5 days. Had he not continued to diligently practice his sword technique after being declared unable to cultivate, how could he achieve today's feat of slaying a spirit-transforming cultivator? Li Mu felt an inexplicable emotion stirring and resonating within his soul. It was as if a clear spring surged forth, rippling across a tranquil lake. These ripples spread and flowed through the lake of his heart, echoing and colliding, stirring his emotions. He sensed a subtle tremor in his soul. As if something had been stripped away in his perception, it was a dark, negative essence that had been suppressed for a long time. He gently closed his eyes, and after a moment, reopened them in those pitch-black orbs. A heavy depth quietly faded, becoming more ethereal and clear. Li Mu turned, and the 20 Li family disciples looked at him with reverence in their gazes. There was no longer a trace of doubt or disdain. Instead, what replaced it was an admiration akin to worship. He felt something in the depths of his soul loosening. A peculiar thought surged in Li Mu's mind, like a fountain breaking through the soil. Bursting forth to the surface, it was indeed strange. He found himself wanting to laugh. He should have had a heart like still water, unaffected by external matters, indifferent to the changes of honor and disgrace. Laughter and anger, his heart is clear as a bright mirror. Yet for some reason, he wished to laugh at this moment. He could not comprehend it, he could not grasp it, but he simply wanted to laugh. Following the thought in his heart, the corners of his mouth slowly lifted, a smile emerging. At first, his laughter was restrained, but soon he erupted into boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha! His laughter echoed through the heavens and earth, leaving everyone bewildered, unsure of the reason behind his mirth. The sound was wild and uninhibited, filled with delight and joy, profoundly infectious. It was evident to all who heard how jubilant the owner of that voice was in that moment. A sharp aura emanated from Li Mu, growing stronger. His heart thumped fiercely, akin to the beating of a war drum. Blood surged within him like a roaring river. His spirit soared, much like the rising sun. A radiance of unparalleled brilliance shot skyward, tearing apart the dark clouds above. Golden sunlight bathed Li Mu, enveloping him in a sacred light. As the laughter subsided, the smile on Li Mu's face remained undiminished, now accompanied by a newfound clarity. So, this is how it is. Li Mu's eyes sparkled as he spoke to himself. I had misunderstood before. A heart of a true child is not one of stillness, unmoved by external affairs. On the contrary, a genuine heart of a child is to follow one's true nature, to be spontaneous. When it is time to be angry, one should be filled with rage. When it is time to laugh, one should laugh heartily. When faced with malicious words, one must retaliate. When provoked, one must wield a sharp blade. Li Mu gently shut his eyes. An influx of memories surged within him. These were the taunts and ridicule he had endured over the past 5 years, which he had deliberately chosen to ignore. They had long been buried deep within his memories, yet today, they were stirred anew. Countless memories intertwined and echoed in his mind, clamorous and chaotic. Li Mu's spirit coalesced and surged within his mind. This time, he did not grasp the sword at his waist. He already possessed a sword in his heart. Chapter 44. Slaying the Body Cultivator. I truly lack spiritual power / Li Mu exclaimed softly in his mind. A sword identical to the one at his waist gradually took shape. The long sword traversed the heavens, seemingly capable of severing all in existence, bearing an unstoppable momentum that pushed aside everything. With each stroke of the blade, memories shattered and vanished. In the external world, the aura emanating from Li Mu continued to escalate. Growing even stronger, Li Xuanqing's expression turned pale with shock as he stared fixedly at Li Mu, unable to avert his gaze. This aura filled him with an overwhelming sense of danger. When the last stray thought in his mind was severed, Li Mu's aura finally reached its zenith. Clang, a sound, ethereal yet resonant, reverberated through the heavens, as if an immortal lightly plucked the sword's body, producing a harmonious note. It was reminiscent of the moment he had first comprehended sword intent. Li Mu drew his sword, pointing it towards the heavens. An unmatched brilliance cleaved through the thick clouds, sweeping across the 9 heavens. The realm of intent, perfected. At this moment, Li Mu was spirited and confident. Unbeknownst to him, The small sword pendant hidden beneath his clothing emitted a faint glow once more. At the same time, in Qingyang town, the furious Yi Chen listened to his subordinate's report. Elder, we have discovered that Yi Qing's last known location was the Li family's 49th mining point. According to reliable sources, there is only one person guarding the mine, seemingly an ordinary individual. An ordinary person? Yi Chen scowled, his anger flaring. Did they think he was a fool? How could an ordinary person possibly kill Yi Qing, who possessed a 5-element formation? Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura surging into the sky. This aura seemed to emanate from Yi family's mining area. Yi Chen paused. Could it be that Yi Jun had broken through? Yi Jun was the only cultivator in the mining area who had reached the realm of sword intent. Forget it, I shall personally visit the mining area. Whether for his grandson's death or to ascertain Yi Jun's situation, he had to go. Whose pure sword intent could it be? Li Yin gazed toward the mining area. His expression filled with uncertainty. Within the core mining area of the Yi family, a valiant man standing with a sword displayed a look of intrigue, his gaze fixed intently on the aura that surged into the sky. It seems that something interesting is happening in my Yi family's mining area. Perhaps it's time for me to venture out as well. He stared blankly at the distant aura, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Could it be Li Mu? A fleeting thought crossed her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. How long had it been since he comprehended sword intent? How could he possibly advance so swiftly? He shook her head, feeling that she had become obsessed lately, constantly thinking about Li Mu. Soon, she would return to Qin City. Li Xuanqing looked at Li Mu with a complex expression. Although the latter had retracted his sword intent, he would never forget the scene from just moments ago. The formidable and sharp sword intent left an indelible impression on him. Congratulations, Li Xuanqing said. With Li Mu's strength advancing further, this journey would be considerably easier. Li Mu smiled and replied, Thank you. If Li Chan were here, he would surely be astonished at how much brighter seventh brother's disposition had become. Standing tall, Li Mu exuded a subtle yet sharp aura that commanded respect. He turned to the 20 disciples of the Li family behind him, pondering briefly. Li Mu addressed Li Xuanqing beside him. How about I take the lead, and you bring them along from behind? What do you mean? My speed surpasses theirs. I will reach the outpost first, eliminate the guards of the Yi family, and you can come directly to secure the area. A sudden ambush. Li Mu's speed is indeed remarkable, nearly comparable to that of a third-tier martial artist. However, with this group of body refinement practitioners in tow, he must wait for them to catch up. If the Yi family reacts, the element of surprise will be lost, making subsequent assaults exceedingly difficult. In terms of strength, he has already witnessed it firsthand. Before his breakthrough, he was able to slay a first-tier transformation practitioner with a single strike. Although the disparity in strength between different tiers is significant, defeating an enemy in one blow is nearly impossible unless there is a difference of 5 tiers or more. Now that he has broken through, his power is likely to become even more formidable. Yet, this also means that he may not reap much in terms of merit and spirit stones. Li Xiancheng finds himself in a quandary. From the perspective of family interests, Li Mu's approach is undoubtedly more efficient, saving considerable time. However, on a personal level, Li Xiancheng harbors some selfish motives. After all, who wouldn't want to earn a few spirit stones? Li Mu sees right through his thoughts. I will take 2/3 of the spirit stones. The remaining 1/3 will be yours to share. He refrains from making foolish statements about taking everything, as he still needs spirit stones to purchase rare materials to enhance his physique. All right, Li Xiancheng finally concedes. Given Li Mu's capabilities, it is likely he can easily conquer several mining points. Moreover, they do not need to capture too many. Taking 2 or 3 will suffice, as they cannot defend more than that. Obtaining 1/3 of the spirit stones without exerting effort is already a tremendous boon. Although Li Xiancheng is a 4th-tier transformation practitioner, it doesn't mean that the Yi family's mining area is devoid of capable individuals. Li Xiancheng suggests, with our strength, I believe we can easily defend 3 mining points. What do you think? He, being a 4th-tier transformation practitioner, can single-handedly guard a team, and Li Mu's strength is even more impressive. With 20 body refinement practitioners, defending a single mining point is certainly within their capabilities. Typically, low-tier transformation practitioners would find it difficult to contend with them. After a moment's contemplation, Li Mu nods in agreement. It is indeed feasible. They can acquire more spirit stones and secure an additional mining point for the family. Additionally, he will have another opportunity to engage with transformation practitioners. What's not to like? With a gentle gust of air swirling around him, Li Mu channels his sword intent. After I capture the mining point, I will signal you. You may proceed directly. With that, he transforms into a whirlwind and departs. The other disciples of the Li family watch his retreating figure with envy, all astonished. His speed has increased even further. Li Xiancheng is taken aback. Compared to their initial meeting, Li Mu's swiftness seems to have surged significantly. The winds howl past his ears as Li Mu moves like the wind itself. With the augmentation of the wind sword intent, he becomes light as a feather, able to leap 7 or 8 zhong with a mere push of his toes. In just a quarter of an hour, Li Mu spots the nearest mining point. This mining point also belongs to the Yi family and is the first target he has set his sights on. The previous point was merely a stopover, as it was too close to the periphery. Li Mu makes no attempt to conceal himself and boldly strides in. At this moment, his strength is such that, barring an 8th-tier transformation practitioner, he is unlikely to face any real threat. The transformation practitioner stationed here is named Yihu. He is quickly alerted and rushes out in a flurry. Li Mu, not being a practitioner, cannot accurately gauge the other's cultivation level. However, that is of little concern. Those assigned to guard the mining area generally do not exceed 8th-tier transformation. Most guards at the transformation level are between 1st and 4th tiers. It can be said that Li Mu is now able to roam freely within the mining area. A mere mortal? Yihu is taken aback, eyeing Li Mu with suspicion. The life force emanating from the other is feeble. Yet it radiates sword intent, a most peculiar phenomenon. This is the Yi family's mining area. If you know what's good for you, retreat at once, and I may spare your life. Yihu hesitates, not daring to act rashly. Instead, he invokes the Yi family's name, hoping to intimidate Li Mu into leaving. From this moment onward, this place belongs to me. Li Mu unsheathes his sword, and a fierce sword intent erupts forth. You seek death. Given that the other party has made it clear they are here to seize the mine, Yihu has no reason to retreat. Everyone, charge with me, Yihu shouts to the 6 body refinement practitioners following him. Why bother with such trouble? Li Mu shakes his head, transforming into a whirlwind as he darts past the 6 men. Under Yihu's watchful gaze, they all collapse in unison. Now, it's your turn. Li Mu turns to confront Yihu. With a slight tremor of his sword, the flowing cloud sword technique becomes elusive, causing Yihu to quickly find himself at a disadvantage. Impossible. You haven't even used spiritual energy. How can you possibly suppress a dignified 3rd-tier transformation practitioner like me? Yihu bellows in disbelief, his veins bulging as spiritual energy surges within him, emanating a radiant glow. Diamond palm, Yihu shouts. His palms enveloped in a faint golden light, as he resolutely meets Li Mu's sword technique with his own, creating a sharp metallic clash. A body refinement practitioner? No wonder his reaction is so swift. Li Mu muses in surprise. Body refinement practitioners are those who hone their physique, wielding their bodies as weapons, making them exceptionally formidable with few rivals among their peers. Unfortunately, the difficulty of their training is exceedingly high, which is why they are rarely encountered. Nevertheless, it matters not. Li Mu's sword intent shifts, akin to a blazing fire soaring into the sky, fierce and wild. Coupled with this transformation, he unleashes the fiery sword technique, a straightforward, devastating style most suited for head-on confrontations. While the flowing cloud sword technique is elusive and difficult to defend against, it lacks the same brute force to breach a body refinement practitioner's defenses. The fiery sword technique is just the ticket. Indeed, under Li Mu's explosive onslaught, Yihu finds himself in dire straits, deep wounds quickly appearing on his body. The strength of Li Mu's swordplay is overwhelming, forcing him into a desperate defensive stance. Bastard, if you wish to kill me, then use your spiritual energy. Don't humiliate me like this. Yihu curses angrily. He possesses his own pride. Even in death, he desires to die heroically. He cannot believe that someone with such a high level of swordsmanship is merely a mortal. Why? Yihu's body flushes red. a seething heat surging within him as he begins to fight with all his might. Noticing the shift in the other's aura, Li Mu shakes his head. I had hoped to practice a bit more on you, but sadly, I must conserve some energy for seizing other mining points. A tremor runs through Yihu's heart. The other party hasn't even exerted their full strength. His aura falters slightly as a result. Seizing this opportunity, Li Mu's aura suddenly transforms. A silver flash that seems capable of rending space itself darts forth. Yihu's head is instantly severed and soars through the air, crashing to the ground. His wide eyes are filled with disbelief. Clearly, the final strike has left him utterly baffled and shocked. Li Mu disperses the blood on his sword with intent and states calmly, I apologize. I truly lack spiritual energy. Chapter 45. Sword intent frightens. Surrender without a fight, victory secured. Li Mu retrieves a small tube from his storage ring and pulls the fuse. Whoosh, a firework shoots up, bursting in midair. Almost simultaneously, several other fireworks explode in different directions. 3 of them are green, while the rest are red. The Yi family has already begun to call for aid. I must hurry, Li Mu thinks to himself. The green fireworks are the Yi family's distress signal, while the red ones indicate that the Li family has captured a mining point. Just as Yi Chen, who had recently organized family affairs and was preparing to head out, observes several fireworks lighting up the sky, his expression changes dramatically. The simultaneous release of 3 distress signals signifies that the Yi family's mining area is under large-scale attack. Quickly, summon the clan members to ascend the mountain with me. Yi Chen immediately issues commands. Li Ying gazes at the fireworks in the sky, his face brightening. Good. It seems Fang Han and the others have begun their assault. Report, Elder. Yi Chen is personally leading people up the mountain. A breathless man rushes in to announce. Li Yan's expression shifts slightly. It seems he must also take action. Yi Chen is a 10th-tier transformation practitioner. Aside from him, it is unlikely anyone else can stop the intruders. Li Xianqing glances at the nearest red signal, somewhat astonished. Has it been secured so quickly? Hurry, everyone, move faster. They have already finished their task, and we are only halfway there. Li Xianqing urges. Li Mu eliminates the Yi family's mining guards and conveniently takes their storage rings, as they can no longer make use of them. After collecting 2/3 of the spirit stones from the mining area, Li Mu proceeds to the next location. Li Mu moves swiftly, as if a tempest has swept through, stirring countless fallen leaves into the air. Someone approaches ahead. Li Mu notices several figures appearing not far away. Everyone, hurry up and support the other mining points. A voice, slightly strained, calls out, daring to emerge from the mining point to offer aid? Their strength should be considerable. Li Mu halts and, filled with combat intent, strides forward. Since he has encountered them, he cannot allow them to disrupt the other teams. Fox brother, someone is coming up ahead. I'm not blind. Why shout? Yihu squints his long eyes, fixating intently on this unexpected visitor. Brother, you've wandered onto the Yi family's territory. You must have taken a wrong turn. Yihu Dao. This region lies deep within, surrounded on all sides by the mining sites of the Yi family. Those who manage to reach this place are either members of the Yi clan or their adversaries. Fox brother, why waste words with him? He's just a mere mortal, shouted a younger brother again. Yihu cast a sidelong glance at this younger brother, a grin spreading across his face. Indeed, go and deal with him. Upon receiving the command, the younger brother instantly perked up, eagerly approaching with the large blade in his hand. Li Mu's gaze remained fixed on Yihu, his right hand gently resting on the hilt of his sword. The aura of his sword was gathering within him, ready to erupt at any moment. As for the foolish younger brother charging at him, Li Mu couldn't be bothered to spare him a glance. A body cultivator posed no threat to him now. His target for hunting was the spirit transformation practitioners. Die, kid. The crazed younger brother raised his large blade and swung down. The gleaming edge reflected a silvery cold light as it swooped down. Li Mu's expression remained unchanged. He held the sword sheath and executed a horizontal strike. Ugh! The weapon clattered to the ground as the younger brother clutched his abdomen, collapsing onto the ground with a pained expression. Groaning incessantly, too weak, Li Mu's eyelids fluttered slightly. He felt no urge or value in drawing his sword. The others were taken aback, astonished that their comrade was so easily dispatched. "Brother, if you turn and leave, I can pretend this never happened," Yehu said coolly. "Fox brother, why is your hand trembling?" The younger brother beside him exclaimed in shock. Why Yehu longed to slap this foolish chatterbox into silence right then and there. But he found himself unable to move a muscle. Li Mu's sharp gaze bore down on him like a blade, rendering him completely immobile. No one could comprehend the terror that gripped Yehu's heart at that moment. How can a dignified third-tier spirit transformation practitioner be so paralyzed by a mere mortal? Yehu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Yet, despite his frustration, he couldn't deny the overwhelming presence emanating from Li Mu, which was undeniably terrifying. While these fools remained oblivious, he could sense the terrifying aura lurking within Li Mu's body. The invisible pressure nearly suffocated him, leaving him paralyzed with fear. I am no match for him. I must flee. Yehu's heart raced in panic. Li Mu remained silent, drawing closer, responding only with his actions. Why Yehu gritted his teeth, his spiritual energy surging wildly within him. Damn it, move already. If I don't run now, I might lose my life. Boss, why aren't you speaking? The surrounding younger brothers finally sensed that something was amiss. Growing anxious, Yehu's face flushed red, his spiritual energy surging through his meridians, yet it was utterly futile. The pressure stemmed from his spirit. Unless he could conquer his fear, he would not be able to move. Li Mu stepped lightly in front of Yehu, the hint of battle intent in his eyes gradually dissipating. Too weak. Li Mu sighed softly. There's no motivation to kill such a person. How can a spirit transformation practitioner be so easily frightened by my sword intent before a fight even begins? Yehu's face shifted through shades of blue and purple. What do you mean I'm too weak? It's because you are too strong. All right, brother. No, big brother. Spare my life, and I will willingly hand over all my treasures. Yehu pleaded for mercy. Li Mu paid him no mind. With a casual stroke of his sword, Yehu was forever silenced. Killing Yehu was effortless for Li Mu, leaving him with a sense of ennui. Such an opponent, even in defeat, would not stir a single ripple in Li Mu's emotions. The disparity amongst spirit transformation practitioners was indeed vast. Li Mu shook his head with a sigh. The earlier spirit transformation body cultivator fought valiantly, unwilling to yield. Even in death, he sought to die heroically, ensuring that he would unleash his spiritual power. Although Li Mu possessed no spiritual power himself, his execution of the strongest sword technique, Silver Light, had at least satisfied that desired eye. In contrast, Yehu cowered in fear before the battle had even begun, revealing a woeful character. He was truly insufferable. Li Mu couldn't help but speculate that this man might be using the pretense of support to escape. He swiftly dealt with the remaining body cultivators, not out of a desire for bloodshed, but because sparing them would be cruel to the other members of the Li family. If those he spared were to kill any of the Li clan members, the guilt would rest upon his shoulders as well. Letting them go was akin to killing his own kin. Li Mu stored Yehu's spatial ring, lacking the inclination to investigate its contents, and continued onward to the next mining site. Upon arriving at the second designated target, Li Mu found no guards from the Yi family. No one. It seems I've already eliminated the guards here. Li Mu signaled again. Collecting the spirit stones, he pulled out a map, contemplating where to choose for the third mining site. The next target was not among the original plans, so he decided on point 81. A crucial junction. If the other guards from the Yi family wished to come to their aid, they would have to pass through there. Their strength was inferior to his. It was better for him to hold the front lines. This would also afford him the opportunity to further experience the prowess of these spirit transformation practitioners. A glimmer of anticipation appeared in Li Mu's eyes. Ever since reaching the pinnacle of the realm of might, he had yet to encounter a worthy opponent who could truly engage him. I hope to find an adversary who can compel me to unleash my full potential. Chapter 46. Shifting tides of attack and defense. Guarding the key point, a red flare shot skyward, bursting into a brilliant explosion. Li Xianchang gazed at the 20 body cultivators behind him, feeling a sense of frustration. Had he not been burdened with these individuals, he would have reached the first mining site by now. However, it was unavoidable. a mining site could not rely solely on a single spirit transformation practitioner for protection. 5 Well-trained body cultivators could effectively restrain a low-tier spirit transformation practitioner. The combination of one spirit transformation practitioner and several body cultivators could effectively mitigate the risk of the spirit practitioner being overwhelmed, thereby maximizing their combat effectiveness. Of course, if such a setup were to encounter someone like Li Mu, who excelled in group combat and struck swiftly, their strategy would be rendered futile. Hurry up! The second mining site has already fallen, and we haven't even reached the first. How embarrassing! The group of body cultivators fell silent, their heads down, racing forward. The third mining site was not far from the second. With Li Mu's speed, he arrived in less than 15 minutes. This time, there was no need for sword intent to ripple. Someone was already waiting for him outside the mining site. As he saw the valiant youth with a 3-foot-long azure blade approaching, Yilan's expression turned uncertain. A mortal. The aura emanating from the opponent was indeed peculiar. The life force seemed frail, the blood essence diminished. It was clear at a glance that he was an ordinary mortal. Yet beneath this fragile exterior lurked a fierce arrogance capable of rending everything asunder. Spiritual energy flowed silently from his dantian, weaving through his meridians, and Yilan was on high alert. Since this young man had made it this far, he certainly was not to be underestimated. He would not let his guard down merely based on appearances. Behind Yilan, 6 body cultivators also scrutinized Li Mu with unkind expressions. Regardless of how they looked at it, the opponent appeared to be an utterly ordinary mortal. However, since even the spirit transformation practitioner Yilan had not made a move, they naturally would not rush forward to meet their demise. Li Mu's expression remained calm as he gripped his sword. Slowly advancing with his sword intent coiling and ready to strike, he thought to himself that it was time for a swift resolution. The thought flashed through his mind. The energy expended during travel was no less than that spent in battle. Having already slain 3 spirit transformation practitioners and traversed for over half an hour, his mental state remained decent, but his physical stamina was wearing thin, and he urgently needed rest. Currently, his body was heavily restricted in its ability to channel sword intent. Sword intent is the manifestation of one's essence, spirit, and energy, influenced by various factors. However, at this moment, Li Mu's spirit outstripped his physical form by a significant margin. As the distance closed, a fiery battle intent ignited in Li Mu's eyes. Rest could wait. The priority was to eliminate the opponent before him. A subtle airflow began to swirl around Li Mu's figure. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a whirlwind, targeting the 6 body cultivators behind Yilan. As Li Mu's explosive speed caught Yilan off guard, he quickly realized the opponent's intentions, his expression shifting dramatically. Yet, despite his awareness, his body could not keep pace with the sudden surge. He could only watch helplessly as Li Mu dispatched the 6 individuals behind him. Now it's your turn. Li Mu's gaze burned intensely as he fixed it upon Yilan. Feeling the blade-like intensity of Li Mu's stare, Yilan's heart trembled, his heartbeat slowing momentarily. What a terrifying aura! Yilan understood that today, he was likely facing a dire fate. What on earth was this situation? His gaze remained locked on the foe, and Yilan's fear reached an apex. This was the last opponent. And Li Mu took the opportunity to practice his swordsmanship. He executed the cloud-drifting sword technique, employing a cunning and intricate swordplay against his adversary. Yilan found it impossible to withstand the onslaught. New wounds appearing on his body until Li Mu seized the opportunity and delivered a final, lethal strike. Ugh, ugh. Yilan weakly covered her neck, struggling in vain, yet she could not avert the grim fate of her demise. With the final stronghold captured, he could finally find a moment of respite. Capturing 3 mining points single-handedly, despite much of the time spent traversing the rugged terrain, was no small feat. However, to maintain such rapidity, a formidable sword intent was essential. Coupled with the relentless battles faced along the way, Li Mu felt a touch of fatigue creeping in. I will guard 1 mining point, Li Xiancheng will defend another, and the remaining 20 body refinement cultivators can secure the last one. That should suffice. Although this arrangement seemed somewhat strained, it was still manageable. Li Mu had no doubt about his own defensive capabilities. While Li Xiancheng, as a 4th-tier spirit transformation cultivator, could easily handle a squad by himself. As for the 20 body refinement cultivators working together, they could certainly withstand a 4th-tier spirit transformation cultivator. However, the Yi family had yet to receive any news, likely deterred from acting recklessly, especially after the loss of 3 mining points. Their guards would be even more hesitant to launch an attack. The nearby mining points were likely on high alert, awaiting his advance, which would grant him a much-needed pause. Mu retrieved several storage rings from the 4 spirit transformation cultivators he had defeated. Not too shabby. Together with the spoils from the 4 mining districts, the luminous stones amounted to over 25,000. Additionally, there were numerous miscellaneous items of uncertain value that he couldn't be bothered to assess. He would simply sell them later. Now, adding to his previous gains, he possessed a total of over 55,000 spirit stones. If he were to sell the magical artifacts and such, the total would undoubtedly increase. Not to mention, he felt that those 5 statues alone could fetch at least 10,000 spirit stones. Including Hu Yang's broken blade and various other trinkets, he could likely amass around 70,000 spirit stones. This was an immense fortune. Typically, a disciple from an ordinary family would consider themselves affluent with just over 100 spirit stones. Li Yuan had toiled in the mining districts for so long, merely accumulating a modest sum of over 300 spirit stones. For prodigies like Yifeng and Xiao Yun, their families might provide a few thousand spirit stones, which would be commendable. A sum of 70,000 spirit stones would certainly pinch even the 4 great families. With every gain comes an expense. Although the mining districts yielded substantial output, the consumption required by a family was far greater. High-ranking salaries, training disciples, managing relationships, acquiring magical artifacts, and various other expenditures all added up. Moreover, each year, they were obligated to pay taxes to the Yin dynasty. In reality, the surplus funds that the 4 great families could truly muster likely amounted to only a few 100,000 spirit stones. It was akin to earning 7 grand elixirs. Li Mu mused with a wry smile. It was time to rest. Li Mu gently closed his eyes and casually leaned against a wall to recuperate. He needed to restore his strength. From this point onward, the roles of attack and defense would shift. The offensive had been secured, but the real question remained. Could they hold their ground? Li Yin stood guard on the essential path into the mining district. Yi Chen's figure emerged from the opposite end of the road, flanked by over 20 subordinates, all exuding the presence of spirit transformation cultivators. The presence of reinforcements posed a significant challenge. Li Yin furrowed his brow. The manpower the Li family could muster had already been led away by Feng Han. To intercept Yi Chen, he would have to rely solely on himself. Yi family, do you seek to wage war against the Li family? Yi Chen's gaze fixed upon Li Yin, his expression grim. Although the 4 great families had engaged in numerous skirmishes over mining territories, they had generally exercised restraint. After all, each family possessed formidable powerhouses. If a true conflict erupted, who could truly prevail? It was merely a matter of claiming a few mining points. If they had the capability, they could reclaim them. Li Yin responded nonchalantly, faced with the onslaught of dozens. Li Yin remained unperturbed, his aura as a 10th-tier spirit transformation cultivator soaring skyward. Yi Chen's own aura surged in response, clashing head-on with Li Yan's. The 2 forces of spiritual energy collided in the air, causing the faces of some 1st and 2nd-tier spirit transformation cultivators to pale, their bodies trembling. The pressure from the 2 opposing forces clearly demonstrated that Yi Chen's side was steadily weakening, falling into a disadvantage. Indeed, my strength cannot match yours, but do you believe you can stop me along with 20 spirit transformation cultivators? Yi Chen challenged. Li Yin shook his head. I am not so arrogant as to think I can single-handedly halt you. However, blocking your advance should not pose a problem. The spirit transformation cultivators behind Yi Chen were mostly newcomers, with the strongest among them being merely a 4th tier. If they were allowed to ascend the mountain, Feng Han and the others would likely manage. Yet, Yi Chen, despite not being Li Yan's match, was still a genuine 10th-tier spirit transformation cultivator. Should he be allowed to ascend the mountain unimpeded, it would be difficult to contend with his presence. Are you not afraid I will simply eliminate you here? A glimmer of menace flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. Li Yin smirked, his tone provocative. If you can accomplish that, I encourage you to give it a try. Not to mention that Yi Chen lacked the capability. Even if he truly possessed such power, he would never dare to kill him. The elder was the pride of the clan, while others could perish. The elder's life was paramount. Unless the Yi family was prepared for a mutual destruction scenario, it was utterly impossible for them to allow Li Yin to die out of course. The same held true for Li Yin. Yi Chen snorted dismissively. He turned to the 20 spirit transformation cultivators behind him. You must ascend the mountain quickly. I will remain here to hold him off. Li Yin, being an elder of the Li family, practiced at least a third-tier cultivation method and possessed numerous spiritual techniques and magical artifacts. He was far beyond the capabilities of these ordinary spirit transformation cultivators to obstruct. For cultivators, the distinction between a complete realm and not was a world apart. Only someone of his own 10th-tier spirit transformation could contend with him. Yes, Elder. The 20 spirit transformation cultivators from the Yi family responded in unison, circumventing Li Yin as they proceeded. Li Yin narrowed his eyes. Flipping his right hand to reveal an icy blue longsword, he swung the sword lightly, unleashing a faint white arc of sword light that sliced towards several of them with a chilling intent. Yi Chen's brow twitched, and he quickly countered, unleashing a small shield that materialized in the AI. As soon as the small shield appeared, it immediately blocked the sword light, expanding suddenly. Mysterious patterns glimmered on its surface, a soft glow cascading over it. The sword light struck the small shield without fail, erupting in a burst of radiant light, sending waves of dust into the air. The small shield trembled, and Yi Chen let out a muffled grunt. Hurry! Yi Chen shouted at the stunned Yi family cultivators. The 20 spirit transformation cultivators hastily made their escape. Chapter 47. The arrival of the Yi family. Control of material cultivators. Li Mu opened his eyes, feeling that his strength had sufficiently recovered. With a swift motion, he activated a signaling tube, releasing a red flare into the sky. This mining point was under his direct supervision, so he hadn't rushed to send a signal immediately. Li Mu surmised that Li Xiancheng and the others had likely just reached the first mining point he had captured. And indeed, this was the case. Li Xiancheng had just arrived with 20 body refinement cultivators at the first mining point Li Mu had seized. Witnessing the third signal being sent, such speed! Li Xiancheng was astonished. It was as if they had been racing the entire way, signaling only upon arrival. If he had known that Li Mu had taken a moment to rest before sending the last signal, he could only imagine his reaction. Well, since we have reached the first mining point, I can proceed alone to the next. With a long sigh, Li Xiancheng finally felt free to accelerate. Li Mu rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes. After an hour's rest, he felt revitalized. His current task was no longer to attack, but to defend until the Yi family deemed the cost of assaulting unworthy. He had to hold this position until they were willing to abandon their internal mining points in favor of the outer ones relinquished by the Li family. Having passed some time, the personnel from the Yi family's other mining points should be on the move by now, Li Mu thought as he stood atop a large rock, gazing out at the Yi family's mining district. After reaching the pinnacle of his power, he had felled 4 spirit transformation cultivators, leaving him with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. The only regret was that, as a mortal, he lacked the means to accurately gauge the cultivation levels of his opponents. Among the 4, the strongest was likely that body cultivator. Li Mu recalled how Yi Hu had posed the greatest challenge, his ferocious combat style leaving a lasting impression. With flesh and blood as his weapon, he wielded a power that was truly remarkable. How many tiers of spirit transformation could I contend with now? He mused, uncertain of his exact battle strength. He could only ascertain that he was at least capable of facing cultivators above the 7th tier. Suddenly, Li Mu's spirit surged. They're coming. Figures appeared in the distance, swiftly approaching. Li Mu leaped down from the rock, sword in hand, and walked forward with purpose. 2 figures emerged before him, both seemingly spirit transformation cultivators. Upon seeing a mere mortal approaching, the 2 from the Yi family displayed expressions of surprise, slowing their pace. However, they quickly adopted a vigilant stance. The signal from this mining point indicated it had been captured, implying that there were means or strength here capable of contending with spirit transformation cultivators. Be cautious, Lao Zheng. There must be others lying in wait nearby. Rest assured, old Qi, as long as we join forces, what fear do we have even against a practitioner of the 7th rank of transformation? Yi Zheng and Yi Qi are both formidable experts of the fourth rank of transformation. Otherwise, they would not dare to emerge and offer support at this moment. What threat does the seventh rank pose? In other words, with their combined strength, even the seventh rank cannot contend with them. Li Mu, not far from the two, overheard their conversation, which they made no effort to conceal from him. Upon hearing their words, the fighting spirit within Li Mu ignited like flames in a frying pan. Growing ever more intense, he felt the flow of his blood quicken, surging by threefold in this instant. A gentle stream of energy enveloped his body, and the momentum of his sword was poised to erupt. Yi Zheng and his companion sensed the aura radiating from Li Mu, finally regarding this seemingly mundane individual with interest. There was something peculiar about this fellow. Who could he be? Yi Qi furrowed his brow and murmured softly, "I do not know. It may be an illusion. We must proceed with caution," Yi Zheng replied in kind. The two of them silently circulated their spiritual energy, bracing for potential ambushes. Though they gradually approached Li Mu, their attention remained fully concentrated on their surroundings. Why does this kid's aura seem somewhat familiar? The closer they drew, the more curious Yi Zheng became about the energy emanating from Li Mu, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. Clang! Li Mu drew his sword, the aura of his blade unmistakable, unleashing a fierce presence that swept across the heavens and the earth. Without granting his opponents a moment's respite, he lunged forward, executing the flowing cloud sword technique with ease, targeting Yi Qi. The ghostly swordplay took both by surprise. A small shield of condensed spiritual energy materialized before Yi Qi, desperately attempting to block Li Mu's strike. Bang, however. The hastily conjured shield could not withstand the blow and was swiftly shattered. Yi Qi was horrified. Was he truly to be slain in such a manner? At that moment, a stream of spiritual energy shot from the side, striking the spine of the sword and dissipating the force of the attack just in time. Yi Zheng had acted promptly. Yi Qi exhaled in relief, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The momentum of Li Mu's sword slightly wavered as he gripped it tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the two. His fighting spirit surging, the two retreated, creating distance between themselves and Li Mu. Not let your guard down. Yi Zheng's expression darkened after having deflected the attack meant for his companion. The instant Li Mu revealed his aura, he finally recalled where he had sensed such energy before. Taking a deep breath, Yi Zheng turned to Yi Qi and said, "It's the sword's momentum. This person is a master of the sword Dao, just like Yi Jun. Sword momentum?" Yi Qi's pupils contracted. No wonder this person's swordplay was so cunning and elusive that even he had not reacted in time. The realm of sword Dao is not something just anyone can achieve. The Yi family has only 10 individuals who comprehend the sword's momentum. This young man before them, though appearing youthful, was indeed a master of the sword Dao, which truly astounded Yi Qi. Thankfully, he hadn't infused his sword strike with spiritual energy. Otherwise, I would have surely met my end here. Yi Qi felt a twinge of fear. He could discern that the sword strike merely carried the force of the sword's momentum without the addition of spiritual power. Since the inception of the sword Dao, there had never been any record of a mortal entering the realm of momentum. Naturally, Yi Qi assumed Li Mu was intentionally concealing his true cultivation. The two felt an overwhelming pressure. This is troublesome. Yi Jun is at the 5th rank of transformation, and with his mastery of sword momentum, he can contend with elder Yi Chun. Can we handle this young man? Yi Qi lamented. They felt uncertain. If their opponent were merely a cultivator of the body refinement realm, it would be manageable. But if he too were of the transformation realm, they could only flee as they had before. Yet the energy from their opponent was indeed strange, rendering them unable to see through it. Appearing no different from an ordinary mortal, let us test him. If we cannot win, we shall flee, Yi Zheng declared. Having come this far, there was no reason to retreat now. The two exchanged glances, their spiritual energy erupting as they performed their techniques in tandem. At last, they were making their move. Li Mu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he transformed into a whirlwind, charging forward. Faced with the assault of two transformation cultivators, Li Mu remained undeterred, first unleashing the green lotus sword technique. The two members of the Yi family did not draw their weapons but charged straight at him. Are these two also body cultivators? A thought flickered through Li Mu's mind, but was quickly dismissed. 6 slender flying needles shot forth from Yi Jing's hair, while from Yi Qi's sleeves emerged 2 fist-sized crimson beads. Clearly, these were 2 sets of magical treasures. Controlling objects, the methods of cultivators are indeed convenient. The 2 cultivators attacking in tandem with their magical treasures effectively equated to 4 individuals assaulting him simultaneously. The 6 flying needles launched first, bypassing Li Mu and attacking from behind. Almost concurrently, Yi Zhang conjured a green sphere of pure spiritual energy in his palm and hurled it towards Li Mu's face. Though transformation cultivators possess significantly greater spiritual energy than body refinement cultivators, allowing them to unleash power even while separating their spiritual energy from their bodies, the effectiveness diminishes dramatically at greater distances. The same principle applies to controlling magical treasures. The closer one is, the more powerful the effect. This was precisely why they needed to engage Li Mu up close. Li Mu felt no fear. The green lotus sword technique unfolded before him. Sensing the chill at the back of his head, he turned slightly, his 3-foot-long green blade tracing a perfect arc, akin to a lotus leaf. The long sword struck the 6 flying needles, and the overwhelming sword momentum surged forth, causing the needles to lose control and fall helplessly. As the sword returned from its descent upon the needles, it met Yi Jing's green sphere head dash on Dian the previous moment. The sphere had appeared calm and stable. Under Yi Jing's urging, it transformed into a violent force. However, when the sphere collided with the sword, a strange energy emanated from the blade, causing Yi Jing's strike to inexplicably veer off course. The green sphere, influenced by this odd force, was released, striking the ground nearby. Bang! The sphere exploded, sending dust flying and leaving a 5-zhang-deep crater in its wake. Yet that was not the end. 2 crimson beads whistled in pursuit, descending upon Li Mu's crown. Li Mu's sword spun yet again, reminiscent of a swaying green lotus. The blade trembled slightly, deflecting one of the red beads, while the other flew directly towards Yi Qi, who swiftly retracted the treasure with a flick of his wrist. The other bead following suit. Exchanging a glance with Yi Zhang, disbelief flickered in their eyes. This person had just fought them without utilizing any spiritual energy? Chapter 48. The talented Yi family genius of the 5th rank of transformation. Is this who you use to guard the mine? Chapter 48. The sword strikes the foe. A dire situation. Is he truly a mere mortal? Yi Qi's voice was strangely hoarse, as if forced from the depths of his throat. Yi Zhang felt parched, his mind momentarily blank, even forgetting to retrieve the 6 fallen flying needles. Both were at the 4th rank of transformation, yet faced with 2 controlling object cultivators, they were effectively battling 4 of their level. Such an assault would cause even a typical cultivator at the 9th rank of transformation to be thrown into disarray. Yet this individual before them effortlessly countered their attack without ever using spiritual energy? Was he truly an ordinary mortal, devoid of spiritual power? Or did he possess such confidence in his swordplay that he dared to confront transformation cultivators solely based on his mastery of the sword Dao? They leaned increasingly towards the latter, for they had never heard of a mortal achieving the realm of momentum. "Let us go," Yi Zhang shouted, the wind at his heels as he turned to flee. Doing so decisively, not even bothering to retrieve the treasures left behind. Yi Qi followed suit, not hesitating for a moment, fearing that lingering even a moment longer would seal their fate. Li Mu had not anticipated that they would attempt to flee so swiftly, and his desire for a thrilling battle was dashed, a flicker of anger surfacing within him. Whoosh! The momentum of the wind surged around him, and Li Mu, like a wraith, swiftly closed the distance, launching a sword strike. The silver blade, ablaze with fierce sword momentum, radiated a tearing energy that filled the air. His self-created sword technique, silver light. The silvery gleam sliced through space and under the enhancement of the sword momentum. It emitted no sound, a silent yet powerful strike, seemingly unremarkable, left both Yi Zhang and Yi Qi paling in fear. The might of this strike was utterly shocking to them. Li Mu's speed, bolstered by the sword momentum, was akin to a 3rd-tier movement technique, whereas the 2 of them practiced only a 2nd-tier technique, rendering them unable to outrun Li Mu. As the silver light drew near, Li Mu's target was clear: Yi Zhang, who had lost his magical treasures. Yi Zhang's face turned ashen. a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, causing his body to glow faintly red. He disregarded the pain coursing through his meridians. In comparison to his life, such discomfort was inconsequential. Block it for me. Yi Zheng had gone mad. The power of this strike exceeded his expectations. If he could not withstand it, he would likely perish here. The silver light clashed with the torrent of spiritual energy, the sword momentum and spiritual power clashing, producing a hissing sound. Li Mu felt his spirit ablaze, as if it were a flame consuming a block of ice. The chilling energy swept through his mind, dulling his senses. Li Mu recognized this as merely an illusion. It was a mirage born from the intense drain of his spiritual energy on his consciousness. With a roar, he summoned forth the fire of his spirit. The sword momentum surged dramatically, shattering the torrent of spiritual energy while simultaneously fracturing Yi Zheng's protective barrier. Why, Yi Zheng, you shall die. Yi Qi was nearly paralyzed with fear upon witnessing this scene. Even with Yi Zheng's full defensive capabilities, he could not withstand a single strike from his opponent. It is feared that only Yi Jun, who comprehends the essence of the sword, can contend with him. A thought flashed through Yi Qi's mind. He dared not hesitate, employing his agility to its utmost, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he departed. With a single stroke that felled Yi Zheng, Li Mu refrained from pursuing, watching as Yi Qi vanished from his sight. His current objective was to secure this mining point, not to eradicate his foes. To rashly pursue could risk encountering more adversaries lurking behind. Moreover, forcing the kill on Yi Zheng amidst the torrent of spiritual energy had drained considerable strength from him. Next time, he vowed to avoid direct confrontation with cultivators. Li Mu's breath quickened as this thought crossed his mind. Merely a brief exchange had left him feeling fatigued. The toll of wielding the sword was immense. The pressure from the overwhelming flow of spiritual energy was akin to an all-consuming tide. Without the protection of sword intent, he feared he would be torn apart by the surging spiritual force in an instant. If he had defended with the Qinglian sword technique, the damage he would have sustained would likely have been negligible. Yet, to achieve the forced kill on his opponent, he had no choice but to act thus. These two adversaries had imposed upon him the greatest strain thus far. With their combined might and two magical artifacts, their relentless assault was intricately coordinated. Were it not for the extraordinary nature of his Qinglian sword technique, he would have surely faced defeat in this encounter. Li Mu retrieved Yi Zheng's storage ring and gathered the 6 fallen flying needles from the ground. Only 500 spiritual stones? How impoverished! Li Mu was taken aback, surprised that this fellow possessed fewer spiritual stones than those weaker adversaries he had previously faced. He pondered that perhaps the opponent had exchanged his spiritual stones for other items, such as these 6 flying needles. Any magical artifact holds considerable value. Just as medicinal pills are crafted by alchemists, magical artifacts are forged by skilled craftsmen. The sole commonality between pills and artifacts is their high worth. Reflecting on this, Li Mu felt a tinge of regret for not having kept the other pair of crimson beads. They are all spiritual stones, he murmured. Suddenly, Li Mu sensed something amiss. Was he succumbing to greed? It seemed so, yet not entirely. A pure heart allows thoughts to flow naturally, but one must also be cautious of overly extreme and erroneous notions mingling within. Li Mu deliberated. Merely expressing a fleeting sentiment should be considered a normal human reaction. Not excessive. If he were to chase after that pair of beads, disregarding all arrangements, then he would indeed be controlled by greed and lose his genuine heart. Li Mu remained vigilant, ensuring he maintained his current mindset. After a brief respite, he resolved to continue his steadfast watch. Bang! Li Yan struck fiercely with his sword against the small shield, unleashing another wave of force. Yi Qian spat out a mouthful of old blood. Feeling somewhat dispirited, they had been locked in a stalemate for quite some time. His strength was inferior to Li Yan's, and he was gradually falling into a disadvantage. Fortunately, his defensive prowess allowed him to endure under the might of Li Yan's Minghan sword. Old fellow, it would be wise for you to retreat now, lest you suffer another loss. Li Yan's words were as sharp as the blade he wielded. Yet, Yi Qian's weathered face had long been hardened against blades and spears, betraying no change in expression. Your Li family has been worn down by the mining bandits over the years, and yesterday you suffered a surprise attack, losing quite a few of your transformation cultivators. Have you not? Do you not fear that those on the mountain will be entirely annihilated by my Yi family? In that case, how many of your Li family will remain in Qingyang town? Yi Chun retorted coldly while fending off Li Yan's onslaught. Are you counting on those 20 transformation cultivators to come to your rescue? Futile. Li Yan halted his assault, the Ming Han sword glimmering with an eerie blue light. Exuding a dangerous aura, this time, Fang Han is personally leading the team. Those low-tier transformation cultivators are no match for him, Li Yan stated. The imagined look of panic did not appear on Yi Chen's face. Fang Han? That transformation cultivator of the 8th level? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he let out a cold chuckle. I admit he is formidable, but I am afraid my Yi family is not so weak as to be unable to deal with a mere 8th level transformation cultivator. Li Yan pondered. He could not conceive of anyone in Qingyang town from the Yi family who could restrict Fang Han. Observing the furrowed brow of Li Yan, Yi Chen's smile revealed a hint of pride. It is of no consequence to reveal this now, for you shall soon find out. Yi Jun. He is currently stationed at a certain mining point. Li Yan's expression changed drastically for the first time. Yi Jun? The transformation cultivator of the 5th level who comprehends sword intent. He had heard of this name but never expected the individual would be in Qingyang town. Li Yan questioned. Impossible. How could such a talent be spared to guard a mine here? Yi Jun is only 28 years old, possessing the 5th level of transformation and mastery of sword intent. He would be a notable figure even in Qin City. Would the Yi family allow such a genius to remain in the mining area? Your information is woefully outdated. Yi Jun defied the clan leader and was punished to guard the mine for a year. Are you not aware? Observing Li Yan's furrowed brow, Yi Chen's smile grew more triumphant. This news was deliberately concealed. Only the upper echelons of the Yi family and a few guards at the mine were privy to it. I knew you Li family would be incensed. I had anticipated your reaction. The mining areas of the Yi and Li families are adjacent. It is only natural that precautions were taken. This strategic move would now yield significant results. Although Yi Jun's temperament is peculiar, Yi Chen believed that at a critical moment, he would still stand by the side of the family. Li Yan suddenly felt the situation becoming arduous, a sense of regret creeping into his heart for the first time. While Fang Han's cultivation surpassed that of Yi Jun, the latter had already grasped sword intent. Coupled with his 5th level transformation cultivation, it was likely that no one could stand against him. To comprehend sword intent at the transformation stage is to be virtually invincible among peers. Unless one were to leap across 4 or 5 minor realms, or likewise grasp sword intent, the outcome would be largely predetermined. Fang Han and Yi Jun were only 3 realms apart. In terms of strength, Yi Jun likely still held an edge. This was a grave predicament. Yi Jun's combat prowess equated to that of a 9th level transformation cultivator. Could Fang Han and his companions manage to cope? Li Yan felt a pang of urgency. It was already too late to signal a retreat point. 20 transformation cultivators had blocked the exit from behind, making escape nearly impossible. Once Yi Jun arrived, who could possibly impede him? With the wolf in front and the tiger behind, the situation appeared dire. Chapter 49. The arrival of a formidable foe, the second sword intent realm. Yi Chi fled in a panic without looking back. Terrified that a blade of light might suddenly emerge from behind him, he was utterly frightened. The 4th level transformation cultivator, Yi Zheng, had perished just like that, without a semblance of resistance. Yi Chi had no doubt that if that harbinger of death were to pursue him, he too would surely meet his demise. After an unknown distance of frantic running, he finally dared to halt. Huff, huff, huff. Yi Chi gasped for breath, still shaken, concluding that the other party would not be following. In the next instant, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Don't kill me, Yi Chi shouted instinctively. A voice, as cold as steel, sounded, somewhat familiar to Yi Chi. He looked up, initially startled, then filled with overwhelming joy. Yi Jun? You have come, Yi Chi urged. Hurry. There is an emergency ahead. Many mining points have already been occupied by the Li family scoundrels. However, Yi Jun's gaze was as frigid as his words. Wearing a nonchalant expression, the occupation of mining points is of no concern to me. I am here solely to seek that individual who has comprehended the sword intent. He has always acted according to his own whims. His presence here guarding the mine is merely due to offending the clan leader, Wei Chi hastily replied. How can it be unrelated to you? The person you seek is at the mining point ahead. Oh? Is that so? A flicker of interest finally crossed Yijun's expression. In the next moment, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Excellent. With Yijun's intervention, that fellow will surely be subdued, avenging Yizheng. Watching Yijun's departing figure, Yiqi gritted his teeth. Why have you come? Seeing the figure of Li Xuanqing before him, Li Mu was momentarily taken aback. Why are you here instead of guarding the mine? Li Xuanqing replied earnestly. Upon reflection, I realized there was nothing to guard at my location. He produced a map from his storage ring, pointing. This mining point is impassable on both sides. Ahead is your area, while behind are Fong Han and those 20 body refinement cultivators. I am caught in the middle. What is there to defend? Li Xuanqing spread his hands, a look of helplessness on his face. That was merely a support position, Li Mu responded, closing his eyes to rest. "SOI have come to assist you," Li Xuanqing declared. Your area is directly opposite numerous internal mining points of the Yi family, making it a crucial passage. Coming here is certainly not a mistake. Li Mu nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Li Xuanqing felt somewhat dejected. Originally, he was the second strongest after Fong Han and should have showcased his abilities in this surprise attack. Instead, Li Mu had completely overshadowed him, and he had yet to make a move. This was unacceptable. He was at least the third strongest in this endeavor. Surely, he deserved a chance to display his prowess. Thus, after much contemplation, he ultimately decided to proactively come to Li Mu's side. It was time for me to shine. Li Xuanqing silently encouraged himself. Wei Jun moved at a leisurely pace as he adjusted his state of mind. He sensed that the sharp aura was drawing ever closer. The mere thought of that soaring presence made his heart tremble. What a perfect sword momentum! It had nearly reached the pinnacle of this realm. Yijun had been entrenched in the realm of momentum for 5 years, yet he had not made a single step forward, unable to discover a way to progress. However, just today, upon sensing that aura, he felt an inkling of enlightenment. That was undoubtedly a person who had attained the apex of the momentum realm. A spark of eagerness flickered in Yijun's eyes. He yearned to engage in a duel of swordsmanship with the master of that soaring presence immediately. Above all else, he implored, please wait for me. If it were not for the sword he held tightly in his grip, one might mistake him for a suitor on his way to meet a beloved. Li Mu suddenly opened his eyes, a peculiar sensation stirring within him, as the sword momentum began to move autonomously. What are you doing? Li Xuanqing inquired, gazing at the sudden surge of sword momentum surrounding Li Mu in confusion. Someone is approaching, Li Mu replied, gently placing his right hand over the hilt of his sword. He felt as though his heart was softly resonating, emitting a thrilling vibration, his spirit inexplicably elevated. A familiar yet foreign aura pervaded the air. And Li Mu sensed it drawing nearer. He attuned himself to this aura and walked outward with Li Xuanqing. A gallant man stood outside, his gaze immediately fixed upon Li Mu. Wei Jun. Li Xuanqing's expression shifted slightly. How could he be here? Yijun paid no heed to Li Xuanqing, his gaze locked onto Li Mu. Emanating a dangerous aura, Li Mu's own presence naturally surged, reaching its zenith in an instant. His sharp gaze fearlessly meeting Yijun's. The two confronted each other without uttering a word, yet their silence conveyed more than 1,000 phrases. The piercing aura spread forth, not from Li Mu, but emanating from Yijun. This was the first time Li Mu had witnessed another person besides himself wielding sword momentum. A subtle breeze enveloped them, as the violent sword momentum surged forth like a tempest. The two distinct sword forces clashed the moment they appeared. Li Xuanqing could not see it, yet he could feel it in the air. It was as if two different invisible forces were relentlessly battling, colliding, and the surroundings were saturated with a chilling aura. Is this the momentum realm of swordsmanship? He felt a surge of trepidation. The momentum radiating from both was indeed astonishing. Li Xuanqing cast a worried glance at Li Mu. Yijun was not only a master of the momentum realm but also a practitioner at the 5th level of spirit transformation. Conversely, although Li Mu belonged to the same momentum realm, he was merely an ordinary mortal. If their sword forces canceled each other out, It would equate to an ordinary person facing a 5th-level spirit transformation practitioner. How could that possibly end well? It seemed the time had finally come for him to take action. Li Xuanqing took a deep breath. Although his cultivation was a level lower than Yi Jun's, he was still at the 4th level of spirit transformation. Together with Li Mu, who was also in the momentum realm, his combat prowess should not be significantly inferior. In the next moment, the aura of the 4th level of spirit transformation became evident. However, compared to the sharp auras of the two, it fell woefully short. Clang! Li Xuanqing drew his sword. Though the dazzling Qing sword in his hand was merely a low-grade second-tier artifact, it sufficed for his needs. Infusing spiritual energy, a faint clear light flowed along the sword's body as Li Xuanqing took a deep breath. He gazed at the two locked in confrontation, unhesitatingly channeling his spiritual energy and swinging his sword towards Yi Jun, hoping to help Li Mu break the deadlock. Decision cloud / Li Xuanqing bellowed, unleashing his spiritual technique. A brilliant azure sword ray locked onto Yi Jun, and a domineering force came crashing down. Li Xuanqing swung his sword down. Yi Jun's expression turned frosty. The spreading sword momentum faltered as the aura of the 5th level of spirit transformation erupted. Get lost. Yi Jun's eyes flashed with fury. How dare he interfere with his duel of swordsmanship? Such audacity deserved punishment. A lead-colored sword shadow manifested in layers, akin to an illusion, as Yi Jun unleashed dozens of strikes in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a cacophony of metallic clashes filled the air. Li Xuanqing felt a series of terrifying forces striking his arm, rendering his palm numb, nearly causing him to lose his grip. Moreover, with each collision of swords, an aggressive force surged along the sword body into his arm. Li Xuanqing's expression changed dramatically. Under the onslaught of this power, his right arm felt as if it were splitting apart, bleeding profusely, and nearly rendered unusable. Another lead-colored sword light slashed towards him, but Li Xuanqing found himself powerless to resist. The distance and speed were such that even spiritual energy had no time to react. Was he truly to meet his end here? In that fleeting moment, he could not help but feel a sense of pity for himself. In his eagerness to prove himself, he found himself unable to even last a single exchange with his opponent. Ding! A silver light suddenly emerged from behind Li Xuanqing, colliding with Yi Jun's sword shadow. Li Mu had made his move. The moment Yi Jun's sword momentum faltered, he seized the opportunity, perfectly timing his strike. Leave this to me, Li Mu said without turning back to Li Xuanqing. Reluctantly clutching his right arm, Li Xuanqing had no choice but to step aside. His right arm was temporarily immobilized. He could not even grip his sword, and remaining would only hinder the battle. Li Xuanqing retreated, watching the two from a distance without leaving. Should Li Mu be defeated, he would find a way to carry him away, no matter the cost. Yi Jun stood tall, sword tip pointed to the ground, observing Li Mu with a peculiar expression. The strike that had just interrupted him had not utilized any spiritual energy? Was this a provocation? I never knew that the Li family had someone like you, Yi Jun remarked, his interest piqued as he regarded Li Mu. Who are you? Li Mu, was the simple response, a retort delivered without embellishment. Yi Jun. He nodded. Now you know. He felt no disrespect from the other. On the contrary, he thought Li Mu ought to be such a person. Immersed in the path of the sword, indifferent to worldly affairs, he saw his own reflection in Li Mu. Your sword momentum is powerful, but your cultivation seems lacking, Yi Jun observed. Li Mu remained unfazed. I am not a practitioner. Yi Jun was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning grave. Then you are indeed formidable. Flattery, Li Mu replied, gripping the hilt tightly, as the sword momentum surged silently in response. The atmosphere instantly became charged with tension. In that moment, for the first time in his life, Li Mu felt such pressure. Despite being in the same momentum realm, his opponent possessed 5 levels of spirit transformation beyond him. His only advantage lay in his slightly superior swordsmanship, having achieved a perfect state in the realm of momentum. The opponent's sword momentum was evidently inferior, yet not significantly so. Even so, the disparity was stark. Until now, he had relied on his exceptional swordsmanship to confront foes. But now, the opponent's swordsmanship was only marginally lesser. While his cultivation was vastly superior, the advantages had narrowed considerably, while the disadvantages had been amplified. Spiritual energy combined with sword momentum, then let me witness it, Li Mu resolved inwardly, though he felt pressure. It did not equate to fear. Pressure often heralded motivation. If he wished to validate his strength, what could be more perfect than such an opponent? The path of swordsmanship demanded relentless pursuit. There was no room for timidity. The battle intent in Li Mu's eyes blazed like an unquenchable fire, his sharp gaze fixed on Yi Jun. Yi Jun, too, readied himself, his aura rising. He did not underestimate Li Mu simply because he was an ordinary mortal. He himself was an embodiment of the momentum realm, fully aware of the power of sword momentum, which was not inferior to spiritual energy. The lead-colored sword shimmered, the interplay of spiritual energy and sword momentum radiating a lethal aura. Yi Jun made the first move. His eyes glinted with determination as he swung his sword, suddenly appearing before Li Mu. His speed was entirely on par with Li Mu's, augmented by the wind's sword momentum. Li Mu, with his advanced swordsmanship, almost instantaneously discerned the opponent's sword trajectory. The Qing Lotus Sword technique unfolded, the sword body swaying gracefully to meet the attack. The swords clashed, and Yi Jun's strike was deflected. But Li Mu's sword momentum also wavered. Both were taken aback. Yi Jun was astonished that Li Mu's peculiar sword technique had inexplicably dissipated much of his power. Meanwhile, Li Mu was startled by the strange and tenacious strength derived from the entanglement of the opponent's sword momentum and spiritual energy, which even his Qing Lotus Sword technique could not fully neutralize. The aggressive spiritual energy woven into the sword momentum surged along the sword body, impacting even his own sword momentum. So this is what a spirit transformation practitioner in the momentum realm is like. Indeed, difficult to contend with, Li Mu mused internally, his expression calm as he contemplated a strategy to break the deadlock. The opponent's swordsmanship was slightly inferior to his own, yet the cultivation gap was vast. Winning would be no easy feat. He needed to leverage his advantages and aim for a swift resolution. Engaging in a protracted battle with the cultivator is hardly a wise strategy for Li Mu at this juncture. Even if the opponent exhausts his sword momentum, he still possesses spiritual energy to sustain him. However, once Li Mu depletes his sword momentum, he will be left with no escape. Both individuals took a deep breath and charged forward once more. Li Mu discerned the opponent's proficiency in swordsmanship and began to shift from defense to offense. The ethereal and elusive cloud sword technique, combined with the momentum of the wind sword, proved somewhat troublesome even for Yi Jun. Yet, it was merely a nuisance. With a sharp exclamation, he unleashed a burst of spiritual energy, forcefully repelling Li Mu's sword strike. Boom. Seizing the moment when Li Mu was unable to retract his sword, Yi Jun thrust forward that a glimmer of cold light approached, and Li Mu could even distinctly see the runes on the blade. Faced with this lethal strike, Li Mu remained calm, accelerating the white currents swirling around him. His body light as a feather, with a gentle tap of his toes, he lifted off the ground. Retreating, Yi Jun pursued with his movement technique, but at this moment, Li Mu had already readied himself. The gentle breeze that permeated the air suddenly vanished, replaced by a refreshing and moist sensation. The Azure Lotus Sword technique transitioned seamlessly, and Li Mu executed a rounded strike, once more dissipating the force. His cultivation at the 5th level of spirit transformation meant the opponent's power far surpassed his own, compelling Li Mu to avoid a direct confrontation. The formidable defensive capabilities of the Azure Lotus Sword technique were now on full display. Bolstered by the sword's momentum, his defenses ascended to new heights, even mitigating the erosion of the opponent's spiritual energy. The relentless momentum of the rain sword flowed continuously, perfectly suited to counter this vexing spiritual energy. Nonetheless, each time Li Mu defended, he still felt the encroachment of Yi Jun's spiritual energy. In the fleeting moments when their swords crossed, Li Mu's sword momentum would fluctuate under the opponent's spiritual energy's influence. Causing his aura to wane. If this continued, he would undoubtedly be the first to falter. Li Mu focused with unprecedented intensity, his potential pushed to its limits, each sword's trajectory and force achieving perfection. Under the threat of death, he unleashed his utmost power. Yet, this was still far from sufficient. If he could not unravel the opponent's offensive, he would remain destined for defeat. Suddenly, Li Mu's eyes sparkled. No. The rising and falling of energy resonates perfectly with the true essence of my fiery sword technique. Does it not? Before he had fully mastered the realm of momentum, the insights he gained from battling with the bandits were precisely this. I must find a way to blend the Azure Lotus sword technique with the fiery sword technique. The fiery sword technique is primarily offensive, excelling in direct confrontation. However, his current state was absolutely unsuitable for a forceful clash with Yijun. The latter was a cultivator at the 4th level of spirit transformation. And with the momentum of his sword, his strength rivaled that of an 8th level spirit transformation cultivator, far beyond the capabilities of those bandits in the body-refining realm. Should he force a confrontation? He feared he would crumble within mere exchanges. The fierce momentum of his sword unfurled, making the air feel threefold hotter. Li Mu defended with the Azure Lotus sword technique. He endeavored to transition into the fiery sword technique upon each defense's conclusion. He sought to fuse the two sword techniques together, harmonizing the Azure Lotus's dissipative defense with the surging intensity of the fiery sword technique. Each time he defended, he would descend, and each time he launched an attack. He would ascend, he would accumulate strength through defense and release it through offense. Although Yijun's sword technique was not as refined as Li Mu's, it was still rooted in the realm of sword momentum. Coupled with the physical strength granted by his spirit transformation cultivation and the enhancement of his spiritual energy, his attacks were stronger than Li Mu's. However, to his astonishment, he found that the more they fought, the stronger his opponent became. Not only did he defend against his own assaults, but he even began to counterattack. Truly, a genius capable of comprehending sword momentum with a mortal body. Yijun felt a surge of pressure. Yet excitement bubbled within him. It had been a long time since he encountered such a formidable adversary. If that is the case, let me show you my full strength. A frenzied glint appeared in Yijun's eyes as his attacks grew increasingly violent. With a sweeping strike, lead-colored sword shadows filled the sky, overwhelming and impenetrable. Supported by spiritual energy, his sword techniques could even break through the limitations of a mortal body, achieving feats ordinarily impossible. Only through such exhilarating duels could he advance further in the realm of swordsmanship. Under the intensity of Yijun's relentless offense, even Li Mu felt stirred. His breath quickened involuntarily, the searing blood within him surged like a mighty river, his chest resonating with a thunderous beat. And his eyes flared wide with fury as he let out a bellow. With that, the sword momentum soared to its zenith, ever-changing, as gentle breezes swirled around. Hints of rain emerged, and furious flames ascended to the heavens. Different sword energies intertwined at an astonishing speed, throwing Li Mu's sword path into chaos. At this moment, he cast aside all rigid forms. Any sword techniques or moves were entirely abandoned in Li Mu's gaze. Only the myriad sword shadows remained, and countless trajectories danced in his mind. He swung his sword, carving a silver arc through the air that collided with the multitude of sword shadows. Each impact diminished his sword momentum a degree, akin to a flickering flame buffeted by a tempest, teetering on the brink of extinguishment. Nevertheless, his sword remained steadfast as it cut through to the end, unimpeded. Once the momentum waned, Li Mu retracted his sword and struck again. His sword momentum reignited, roaring forth like a conflagration fueled by dry tinder. Li Mu unleashed another strike, cleaving through even more sword shadows. Yet again, each slash caused his sword momentum to fluctuate downward. However, it appeared as though a peculiar force resided within his blade, redirecting most of the impact away with each collision against the sword shadows. Li Mu retracted once more. Again he struck. This time, a flash of lightning-like speed cleaved through the expanse, obliterating all sword shadows. Yijun's eyes widened in astonishment. This move had even left Elder Yichin flustered. He never anticipated Li Mu could unravel it so effortlessly. You are indeed formidable, stronger than a mere mortal. The fervor in Yijun's eyes remained, and he offered Li Mu a smile, one of recognition. But I still possess one final strike. Should you withstand it, I shall concede defeat. Chapter 51. Enlightenment amidst battle. From extremity comes stability. One final strike? Li Xiancheng, watching from a distance, was taken aback. That terrifying sword display was not even Yijun's strongest move? What, then, could this so-called final strike entail? Li Xiancheng's gaze involuntarily shifted to the sword-bearing Li Mu. Upon this glance, he was stunned. The usually tranquil depths of Li Mu's eyes now blazed like a raging inferno. It was a boundless fighting spirit. Li Mu seemed to be transported back to the moment he first arrived at the Qingyang town mining area. That sensation of unity with the sword, as though it were an extension of his being, intoxicated him. He felt as if he were the sword, and the myriad sword energies enveloping the sky were his own brilliance. He sensed his heart transforming into an infinite universe, expanding and extending endlessly. An overwhelming sense of inclusivity surged within him, merging all his insights into swordsmanship into a single essence. Li Mu raised his sword, and an overwhelming aura swept across the heavens and earth. How fortuitous! I have just comprehended a sword as well. Li Mu smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting, his brow exuding a heroic spirit and youthful vitality. Pray, allow me to test you. Yi Jun laughed towards the heavens, exclaiming, All right, let us see whose sword is sharper. The two faced each other, their energies surging wildly, and in an instant, the winds howled, and the colors of the skies shifted. The two sharp auras collided and intertwined, soaring towards the heavens like a sword edge piercing the sky. Yi Chun spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze fixed intently on Li Yin. Despite both being at the 10th level of spirit transformation, he felt himself wavering. In Qingyang town, Li Yan's strength was second to none, and few would dare claim the top spot. Suddenly, a sword momentum shot into the sky, more terrifying than the previous one. The astonishing aura startled both Yi Qin and Li Yin. Who could it be? Li Yin wondered, uncertainty clouding his mind. Within the mining area, only Li Mu and Yi Jun had reached the realm of sword momentum. Could it be Li Mu? Li Yan's heart raced with doubt. He had never witnessed Li Mu wielding sword momentum. Moreover, he remained oblivious to Li Mu's fate. Yi Chun spat a bloodied gob of phlegm, suddenly bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha! This aura must belong to Yi Jun. Your Li family is finished. Though Yi Jun had only reached the 5th level of spirit transformation, combined with his sword momentum, he could stand against even Yi Chun. Now, with his impending breakthrough, even if Li Yin were to arrive, he might not be able to subdue him. Heh, if you wish to confront him, then go ahead. Just be careful not to be slain by my family's genius. Yi Chun no longer obstructed him, coldly allowing him passage. The opponent had been locked in battle for a long time and was no longer in peak condition. Even if he did confront the soon-to-be broken Yi Jun, what could he do? A sense of foreboding settled in Li Yan's heart, for reason told him that the aura belonged to Yi Jun. Li Mu had only recently attained the realm of momentum. Before arriving in Qingyang town, Li Yin had not even heard of this news. How could he have broken through so swiftly? In contrast, Yi Jun had been in the realm of momentum for several years, making his breakthrough far more plausible. His spirits plummeted to the depth. Yi Jun held his sword with both hands, raising it to his chest. As spiritual energy surged, the lead-colored sword began to emanate a faint glow from its hilt. Runes shimmered with a soft light, releasing a profound aura. As more spiritual energy flowed into it, his sword grew increasingly formidable. A magical artifact? Li Mu's gaze was bright and his spirit soared to unprecedented heights as he tightly grasped the 3-foot-long sword, its blade shimmering with an ethereal aura. The sword's momentum shifted and transformed around him. Yi Jun, fixated on Li Mu, wore a solemn expression devoid of any trace of mirth, his face grave and his hand trembling slightly around the hilt of the broken sword, a top-tier second-grade treasure. With his cultivation at the 5th level of the transformation realm, it was still somewhat strenuous for him to unleash its full power. In the next moment, the sword's aura that permeated the heavens and the earth converged upon the blade. With the assistance of this sword momentum, Yi Jun steadied his trembling hand. That moment, even Li Mu could sense the terrifying energy coalescing around the sword in Yi Jun's grip. Yi Jun coldly declared, "This strike of mine has been assessed by the Elder to be capable of severing the 9th level of the transformation realm, so you had best be cautious." Li Xiancheng, in a state of urgency, shouted towards Li Mu, "Do not meet it head-on." As a cultivator, he could intuitively perceive the devastating might of this strike. The assertion that it could cleave through the 9th level of the transformation realm was no jest. Yet, Li Mu stood resolute, unwavering in his stance. His answer was simple. Come. He intended to receive this strike head-on. Yi Jun nodded slightly, appreciating Li Mu's resolve, and thus prepared to unleash his full strength to vanquish him. This was his way of honoring Li Mu. The path of the sword is born of slaughter, and the exchange between swordsmen must be conducted through the blade's edge rather than mere words. Yi Jun positioned his sword before him, channeling his spiritual power in conjunction with the sword's aura, and executed a horizontal slash. A terrifying force erupted with this strike, manifesting as a lead-colored radiance that locked onto Li Mu's form. Wherever the light passed, it carved deep scars into the earth beneath, untouched until now. Li Mu gazed intently at the oncoming sword light, his blood surging with exhilaration. Indeed, this strike was formidable, he marveled inwardly. Yet, it paled in comparison to my own. Li Mu moved, summoning the three great sword auras for the first time. The lightness of wind, the ferocity of fire, and the continuity of water, all converging upon him. The entirety of his sword aura coalesced into his blade. Faced with this cataclysmic strike, he felt no fear. Rather, he was filled with anticipation. The more intense the challenge, the clearer his own strength became. He held great expectations and confidence in the new sword technique he had just comprehended. This was the first self-created sword move he had devised since attaining the realm of momentum. Following the silver light, different sword auras intertwined, unexpectedly harmonious, merging into a single strike. This sword, infused with the entirety of his sword momentum, surged forth to meet his opponent's sword light, as Li Mu felt the impending aura of destruction drawing closer. His heart involuntarily constricted, yet his grip on the sword remained steady. The moment the lead-colored sword light collided with his blade, a distinct sound resonated. A profound force enveloped the sword aura, encasing the blade and redirecting the energy from the sword light. However, the energy within the sword light was overwhelmingly potent, and in an instant, this protective force was nearly depleted. The sword aura, now shrouded in this protective barrier, became compressed, resembling a flickering flame on the verge of extinguishing. As the protective force dissipated, the sword aura, akin to a wildfire stirred by a tempest, surged forth with renewed vigor after a brief lull. An extraordinary energy rebounded, crashing against the sword light. In the following instant, a peculiar force recovered the sword aura, causing it to contract once more, only to subsequently explode upwards with a deafening roar. His sword aura soared like a blazing fire, climbing higher and higher in a relentless cycle. The more it was suppressed, the higher it rebounded. With the aid of the unloading force he had gleaned from the Qinglian sword technique, Li Mu successfully crafted a new sword move. This technique was one of defense turning into offense, allowing him to gather strength while simultaneously defending, and then unleashing an even more formidable force. Amidst the oscillations of Li Mu's sword aura, the power of the lead-colored sword light diminished significantly, ultimately being entirely worn away. The moment the sword light vanished, Li Mu's sword aura erupted with an even more intense energy than before. The extremes yield the beginnings, Li Mu exclaimed softly. With a gentle swing, a brilliance seemingly capable of severing all things emanated from his blade, transforming into a pale white wave that surged toward Yi Jun. Yi Jun gazed intently at the wave. He still had the ability to retaliate, but since Li Mu had withstood his strongest strike, he found no further reason to continue the battle. If I can withstand it, then I concede defeat. He adhered to his promise as the wave approached Yi Jun. It split in half just before making contact, gliding past him. Several strands of hair fell away, and Yi Jun inquired, "Why do you not slay me?" "I do not know." Li Mu's response was startlingly candid. Perhaps it was due to encountering a kindred spirit, perhaps it was admiration for Yi Jun's swordsmanship, or perhaps gratitude for the new sword move he had comprehended. It might simply be the mutual respect shared between warriors. There were countless reasons, yet Li Mu genuinely could not pinpoint a singular one. Thus, he chose to speak the truth. Yi Jun was momentarily speechless, then smiled and remarked, "So casual." "I am quite serious." Li Mu's expression was indeed earnest, yet also filled with joy. This exhilarating battle had bestowed upon him profound insights. Not only had he grasped a new sword technique, but he had also drawn closer to the realm of momentum. Moreover, to speak candidly, he held a rather favorable impression of Yi Jun. Li Mu could also perceive that Yi Jun harbored no substantial animosity towards him. Rather, it was likely the same intrinsic battle spirit that resonated within them both. "Your sword is impressive," Yi Jun remarked, his gaze drifting to the flawless 3-foot-long blade in Li Mu's hand, before returning to Li Mu himself. "Your swordsmanship is even more remarkable," Yi Jun added. "You are skilled too, but still lacking a bit," Li Mu countered. Yi Jun nonchalantly replied, "I know. Otherwise, I would not have lost." As a practitioner of the 5th level of the transformation realm, he had been bested by the mere mortal Li Mu, yet he remained unfazed. This nonchalance was something Li Mu genuinely admired. "Your sword aura seems quite different from mine," Yi Jun suddenly asked with curiosity. His sword aura had remained entirely unchanged throughout, akin to Li Mu's initial comprehension of sword momentum, purely sharp and unmatched. Beyond that, there was nothing more to it. In contrast, Li Mu's current sword aura was versatile, embodying the qualities of wind, fire, and rain. Li Mu replied, "I draw inspiration from heaven and earth. In truth, no one could truly teach him, as he was the first to achieve the realm of sword momentum with an ordinary body." "Impressive," Yi Jun expressed sincerely. Li Xiancheng watched the two converse casually as if they were old friends, utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, they had been locked in a fierce battle, and now they seemed to be engaged in light-hearted conversation. He could not comprehend how this sudden shift occurred. "What do you plan to do next?" Yi Jun inquired. Li Mu responded, "I will remain here, waiting for your Yi family to concede." "How dull." Yi Jun shook his head. "Why not come practice swordsmanship with me?" "How dull? Why are you still here?" Li Xiancheng interjected with a sigh, slowly recovering from his shock. Yi Jun cast a sidelong glance at him and said, "I came solely for the sake of the sword. Everything else is of no concern to me." From the very beginning, his objective had been Li Mu, indifferent to the fate of the Yi family's mine. His actions were guided solely by his own desires, disregarding all else. Otherwise, with his exceptional talent, he would not have been sent to guard this mine as punishment for opposing the clan leader. "Why not reconsider?" Yi Jun fixed his gaze on Li Mu. Li Mu gently shook his head. He had not yet reached such an extreme mindset. "Then I shall accompany you in guarding this place," Yi Jun proposed after a moment of contemplation. This battle had finally led to a breakthrough in his stagnated sword path. Yi Jun had a faint sense that being by Li Mu's side might greatly benefit his swordsmanship. This left both Li Xiancheng and Li Mu momentarily speechless. Was this considered defecting? "Suit yourself," Li Mu replied. Li Xiancheng was taken aback, leaning closer to Li Mu and whispering, "Are you not afraid he might suddenly turn against you?" Li Mu glanced at Yi Jun and stated, "He is not that kind of person." Li Xiancheng thought to himself, "You have only just met him. How can you know what sort of person he is?" Li Mu chose not to elaborate. The mere fact that Yi Jun had remained unfazed in the face of his final strike was sufficient evidence that he was a man of his word. No one would risk their life for mere jest. Even in the unlikely event that Yi Jun did betray him, Li Mu possessed the confidence to defeat him once more. His ultimate move was not limited to the new technique he had just comprehended. Even without new insights, his strongest strike, capable of unleashing sword energy, would likely suffice to counter Yi Jun's sword. After all, during the early stages of his sword momentum, a single strike had been enough to severely wound a second-grade demonic beast. The Wolf King. In these times, the momentum of the sword has reached its zenith, and its power will only grow exponentially. Yet, I wonder if I can wield a second sword now, mused Li Mu. His current sword momentum has indeed flourished beyond previous heights, making it uncertain whether he can summon a second strike. However, Li Mu is confident that at the very least, he would not suffer the same exhaustion as before. When a single strike left him utterly drained, he inhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. It is imperative that he enhances his physical capabilities upon his return. Otherwise, persisting in this manner, drenched in sweat after every confrontation, would be utterly disgraceful, lacking the demeanor of a master in the realm of swordsmanship. Li Mu then settled into a meditative position, recognizing the need for a brief respite. Yi Jun, observing from a distance, decided to find a nearby open space to practice his sword skills. Meanwhile, Li Xiancheng remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on Yijun, wary of any potential betrayal. At the 49th mining site. Fong Han sat cross-legged, cradling a palm-sized mirror. Periodically, faint azure spiritual energy would surge from within him into the mirror, causing its surface to blur and reveal a shrouded mist that eventually dissipated. Showcasing various scenes, on many occasions, the mirror only reflected his own image. However, this time, it unveiled something distinctly different. The mirror displayed 20 transformation spirit cultivators racing along a mountain path. Judging by their attire, they appeared to belong to the Yi family, heading undoubtedly towards the 49th mining site. After all, this was the nearest site, providing the swiftest access to the internal mines of the Yi family. Have they arrived? Fong Han took a deep breath, preparing for the impending confrontation. Yes, he shouted, eliciting a simultaneous response from the 30 or so body refining cultivators behind him. Among the 20 transformation spirit cultivators, most were at the first level of transformation, with only one at the 4th level. Let's eliminate that 4th level transformation spirit first. After a moment of contemplation, a glint of ferocity flashed in Fong Han's eyes as strategies formed in his mind. It would be exceedingly difficult to annihilate these transformation spirits through sheer brute force. The body-refining cultivators could only hope to hold off 7 or 8 of them. The remaining 12 would pose a challenge for him, even though he could barely contend with them. Killing them would prove even more difficult. He must take the initiative and catch them off guard. A flash of light materialized in Fong Han's hand, revealing a pitch-black longbow, nearly as tall as himself. "Old companion, it's your turn again," he exclaimed with a smile, patting the bow's body. This Night Demon Bow was a second-tier magical artifact. Although its rank was merely average, it was more than sufficient to eliminate a 4th-level transformation spirit. "You all stay here and hold the line. I'll go ahead and release an arrow," Fong Han instructed. With that, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. They should be just ahead, coming closer," Fong Han mused, gauging the enemy's speed and halting in advance. Concealing his presence, he grasped the bow, attuning himself to the surrounding energies. Suddenly, his brows furrowed slightly. They were upon him. Without a moment's hesitation, Fong Han drew back the bowstring, which was devoid of an arrow. With each inch he pulled, a surge of spiritual energy flowed into the bow, illuminating a rune upon its surface. The bow shimmered with an inky glow, suppressing a faint aura to the utmost, making it nearly undetectable. The target soon revealed itself. Among the 20 transformation spirits, the strongest, the 4th-level transformation spirit, surged to the forefront without surprise. Fong Han's dark eyes fixated upon him as he drew the bow to its limit, the string creaking ominously. An unseen force permeated the bow, locking onto the Yi family's 4th-level transformation spirit. "Die!" The silent declaration echoed in Fong Han's heart. He released the bowstring, unleashing a silent black beam that shot towards the target. The 4th-level transformation spirit of the Yi family focused solely on his path. Suddenly changed countenance as spiritual energy surged within him, desperately attempting to block the arrow. However, by the time he sensed the black light of death, it was far too late. The strike pierced his brow before his spiritual energy could escape his dantian. He collapsed, a thumb-sized hole appearing in his forehead, blood gushing forth. 1 arrow to annihilate a 4th-level transformation spirit. With their leader slain, the remaining 19 were thrown into disarray, panic rippling through them. Just as someone managed to stabilize the others, Fong Han had already departed. His arrows were precious. Each shot consumed at least 1/6 of his spiritual energy. While he could potentially injure even a 9th-level transformation spirit with a full-force shot, it hardly justified expending such resources on mere 1st- or 2nd-level transformation spirits. With their strongest 4th-level transformation spirit dead, the remaining ones were destined to stir up no further trouble. A return would suffice to instill fear in them. Chapter 53. Li Yin enters the mining area, disheveled by the wind at the mining site where Li Mu was stationed. Several disciples of the Yi family glared furiously at Yijun. "What are you doing, Yijun?" "As a disciple of the Yi family, you not only fail to slay enemies and defend our territory, but also stand alongside them. Are you planning to betray the family?" Yijun maintained an air of indifference, as if everything were of no concern to him. What does the family have to do with me? My sole pursuit is the path of the sword. Those with sense should leave quickly, lest you disturb my spar with Li Mu. Otherwise, do not blame me for my merciless sword." With a disdainful glance at the three, Yi Jun's expression remained haughtily defiant. "Very well. We shall return and report to the elders, and then we shall see how you fare." The three exchanged glances, leaving in a huff. Being at the 4th level of transformation spirits, they were not a match for Yi Jun, and could only retreat for the time being. Li Xiancheng sat cross-legged beside Li Mu, casting a peculiar look at Yi Jun. This was already the second wave of enemies that had been dissuaded by him. Could it be that they were truly swayed by Li Mu's swordsmanship, considering abandoning their dark paths? "Aren't you worried about punishment from the Yi family?" Li Xiancheng inquired, genuinely curious about Yi Jun's audacity to act so recklessly, openly defying the family's orders. "Punished? What can they do to me?" Yi Jun replied incredulously. "They would hesitate to harm me. I nearly killed the family head's son, and they merely cast me into this desolate wilderness." Li Xiancheng was left speechless. Yi Jun was truly a law unto himself, having nearly killed the family head's son. No wonder he possessed such talent, yet had been relegated to guard this mine. "Why would you go after the family head's son?" he asked. "It's no big deal. Merely that both my parents perished because of him," Yi Jun remarked nonchalantly, as if it were a trivial matter. Yet, Li Xiancheng could distinctly hear the deep-seated hatred beneath his words. He found himself at a loss for words. No wonder this individual harbored no fondness for the Yi family, I say. "Li Mu, can we spar now?" Yi Jun called out to Li Mu, who was in a meditative state, casually waving the Duankong sword in his hand. The strongest among the Yi family's mining sites are merely those at the 4th level of transformation. What is there to fear? In Yi Jun's eyes, if Li Mu could defeat himself, there was little to worry about. "Let us wait until this matter concludes," Li Mu declined. Even if it was merely a spar. He wished to exert his full strength and engage in a thorough exchange. However, to do so now would leave him vulnerable to any opportunistic attacks. Moreover, having just fought with Yi Jun, he had gained many insights that required consolidation. "All right then." Yi Jun shook his head and settled into a meditative position. He retrieved several spirit stones, placing them in his palm, enveloped by the ethereal spiritual energy that coiled around him as he absorbed it. Li Mu watched with curiosity, as this was his first encounter witnessing a cultivator in the midst of training. The pale white spiritual energy was elusive and mysterious, resembling mist yet possessing a certain vitality. With careful observation, it seemed to contain a profound energy within. Spiritual energy is the foundation of a cultivator's strength, often regarded as the essence of heaven and earth, harnessing the mysteries of the sun and moon. It grants cultivators indomitable bodies, the gift of immortality, the ability to soar through the skies, and even to boil mountains and seas. In summary, it is the greatest reliance of cultivators, the source of all that is extraordinary. Regrettably, without the ability to open spiritual veins and activate their dantian, one is destined to remain unconnected to the path of cultivation, relegated to the mundane. For instance, Li Mu finds himself in such a predicament. Had he become a cultivator, he might have already attained the realm of momentum. It is even conceivable that he could have been taken as a disciple by the Sword Pavilion's Feng Qing. Alas, the world does not operate on what-ifs, but rather on the stark reality of life. Fortunately, he still possesses the path of the sword. One day, he will turn this statement on its head. Thankfully, the path of the sword has him. Li Yin, consumed by urgency, propelled his weary form like a streak of lightning towards the mining area. With no obstruction from Yi Chun, he unleashed his full agility. To hasten his journey, he even gritted his teeth and produced a precious second-tier lightning talisman, affixing it to his body. This valuable talisman was worth a staggering 4,000 spirit stones. Were it not for the pressing circumstances of today, he would certainly be reluctant to employ such measures. Yi Jun's prowess was already well known to him. With a cultivation level at the 5th stage of the transformation of spirit, coupled with his mastery of the sword intent, even Feng Han would likely find it challenging to resist him. If the two surges of sword intent that appeared consecutively both belonged to Yi Jun, it would seem that even he would struggle to eliminate him. However, for the sake of Feng Han, and for the 20 cultivators of the Li family in the mining area, Li Yin had no choice but to proceed. The Li family could not endure further losses. Should these individuals perish, even if they were to secure the vein, there would be no one left to defend it. He hoped fervently that Fang Han could hold on until he arrived. Li Yin prayed within his heart. Fang Han was at the 8th stage of the transformation of spirit. Even if Yi Jun possessed the capability to kill him, it shouldn't be so swift. With the enhancement of the lightning talismans, Li Yan's speed was nearly 2 to 3 times his usual pace. The boundless scenery around him warped and distorted, for he was moving too quickly. The 49th mining point lay directly ahead. Suddenly, Li Yin came to a halt. Before him lay a corpse, a small hole in its brow, with a faint black aura wafting from it was the handiwork of Fang Han. Li Yin recognized it at a glance. It seemed he was close. His senses indicated that not far ahead were a considerable number of cultivators, having already consumed half of the lightning talismans. Li Yin understood the urgency of the situation. Whoosh! He transformed once more into a flash of lightning. Reaching the 49th mining point in mere breaths, Li Yin surveyed the area. Dozens of corpses lay scattered about, their blood staining the nearby earth. "You are late," Fang Han, without any air of grandeur, sat on the ground and laughed heartily at Li Yin. "That group of Yi family scoundrels has already been dealt with." The bloodstains on his clothes seemed not to have dried for long, indicative of a recent bloody battle. Behind Fang Han, over 20 body refinement cultivators gazed respectfully at Li Yin, all rising to prepare to pay their respects. Li Yin gestured for them to stop. These individuals were heroes. He had no taste for such empty formalities, and more importantly, he had graver matters to attend to. Has Yi Jun not arrived? His furrowed brow remained tense. Yi Jun's absence here signified his presence elsewhere. Why Yi Jun? Fang Han paused. That prodigy of the Yi family. What could he possibly be doing in the mining area? Li Yin succinctly explained the situation to Fang Han. "This is bad. I assumed that surge of sword intent belonged to Li Mu," Fang Han exclaimed in astonishment. Unaware of Yi Jun's circumstances, he had thought that the only presence of sword intent in the vicinity belonged to Li Mu, and had been rather pleased with himself that I wondered how he progressed so rapidly. Fang Han's complexion turned pale. Li Mu is still alive. Li Yin was equally astonished. He had thought Li Mu had perished during yesterday's bandit assault. Yet Fang Han claimed he was alive. Li Mu not only survived but also repelled the bandits, Fang Han declared. His current strength is at least equivalent to the 4th stage of the transformation of spirit. Equivalent to the 4th stage of the transformation of spirit. Li Yan's heart surged with joy, but his brow soon formed a frown. This was indeed a matter worthy of celebration, yet under the pressure of Yi Jun, Li Yin could not focus on it. "Where is the mirror of reflection?" Li Yin inquired. Fang Han promptly produced the palm-sized mirror from his storage ring. Li Yin took the mirror of reflection, infused it with a vast amount of spiritual energy, and an invisible wave swiftly radiated outward. On the mirror's surface, clouds and mist swirled and shifted. Li Yin fixed his gaze upon it, locking his search range to the 5th stage of the transformation of spirit. As long as Yi Jun was within this mining area, he would undoubtedly be detected. After a while, the mist on the small mirror dissipated, and indeed, Yi Jun's figure emerged on its surface. Li Yan's heart trembled. It was truly him. As a prodigy of the Yi family, Li Yin had some impression of him and recognized him at a glance. At that moment, Yi Jun sat with his eyes closed. Completely still, Fang Han, quick of eye and hand, pointed at a figure not far from Yi Jun in the image, saying, "Isn't that Li Mu beside him?" Not far from Yi Jun, Li Mu was also meditating. The two exchanged a glance, both filled with puzzlement. What is the situation between these two? I must investigate. Glancing at the dwindling lightning talismans in his hand, Li Yin left a brief remark before departing, leaving Fang Han bewildered in the wind. Chapter 54. Li Yan's promise. Family's reward. Yi Chun returned to his residence and began to circulate his cultivation method to recuperate. That old rascal Li Yin is truly ruthless. Yi Chun cursed. Although he knew that the other party would certainly not dare to kill him, the pain of being severely injured was still quite unbearable. Yet, the thought that Yi Jun had likely already annihilated all enemies of the Li family brought him immense satisfaction. "Ha! The foolish Li family still wishes to drag my Yi family down? Dream on." Yi Chun was confident that after this battle, the Li family would no longer possess the strength to contend with the Yi family in Qingyang town. Thus, the mining points they had abandoned would also belong to them. He had absolute confidence in Yi Jun's strength. With a breakthrough in Yi Jun's sword intent, the next step should be the realm of Qi. The Yi family, or rather the entire Qin city, had not seen a master of the sword intent realm for quite some time. However, perhaps Yi Jun would soon achieve that. I must find a way to reconcile his differences with the family. Yi Chun murmured to himself, then closed his eyes to continue his recuperation. After all, he was a rare and exceptional sword, and it would be a pity not to utilize him properly. Li Yan's lightning talismans were growing shorter. Yet the aura displayed on the mirror of reflection drew ever closer. Both Li Mu and Yi Jun were in the realm of intent. However, one was immortal and capable of cultivation, while the other was at the 5th stage of the transformation of spirit, with considerable prowess. Logically, the identities of the two dictated that they would inevitably clash if they crossed paths. Yet, the scene on the mirror of reflection suggested they were interacting quite harmoniously. Li Yin found it perplexing. Pondering what had transpired between them, could it be they know each other? Li Yin speculated. But that did not seem right. Given the stakes involved, how could Yi Jun possibly refrain from making a move? His understanding of Yi Jun was limited. He only knew that this individual had lost his parents at an early age and had never held a high position within the Yi family. Remaining relatively obscure, however, his talent was noteworthy. Without much support from the family, he had reached the transformation of spirit at the age of 20. Subsequently, he had achieved mastery in sword intent, which had drawn the attention of the Yi family as higher-ups. The wind howled past his ears as Li Yin surged forward, reaching Li Mu's mining point in a quarter of an hour. From a distance, he could sense two auras belonging to the transformation of spirit. One was at the 5th stage, likely Yi Jun. The other felt somewhat familiar. It seemed to belong to that young rascal Li Xiancheng. He is also here. Could it be that he and Li Mu joined forces to subdue Yi Jun? Li Yin did not dwell on it further. Since he was already there, it was better to ask directly than to speculate. Elder, as Li Yin approached, Li Xiancheng finally sensed his presence. His right hand, still injured and hanging limply, hurried over to greet him. What brings you here? Li Xiancheng exclaimed in surprise, not expecting the elder to make an appearance personally. Nearby, Li Mu also opened his eyes, looking at Li Yin in astonishment. With the elder present, something significant must have transpired. Yi Jun glanced at Li Yin, then at Li Mu, before resuming his meditation. Li Yan's expression was peculiar. The scene before him was somewhat different from what he had imagined. Although the area was in disarray, clearly indicative of a fierce battle having taken place, why did the three of them appear so harmonious? Xiancheng, what exactly happened here? Li Yin asked impatiently at that moment. Li Xiancheng vividly recounted how Li Mu had slain 4 cultivators of the transformation of spirit, captured 4 mining points, and most importantly, defeated Yi Jun. He also filled Li Yin in on Yi Jun's current situation. In his account, Yi Jun had been so impressed by Li Mu's exceptional swordsmanship that he had defected. Li Yin listened, dumbfounded. Even as an elder of the Li family with a cultivation level at the 10th stage of the transformation of spirit, having lived many years, he had never heard of such an outrageous occurrence. The 2 surges of celestial sword intent had both emanated from Li Mu. Not only had he, a mere mortal, slain several cultivators of the transformation of spirit, but he had also vanquished Yi Jun, who was also a master of the sword intent realm. After all, Yi Jun was a cultivator at the 5th stage of the transformation of spirit. Under the enhancement of sword intent, his combat strength was fully comparable to that of the 9th stage. Yet Li Mu was merely an ordinary person, without any spiritual power to bolster him. Li Yin was intrigued. He wondered how he had acquired such extraordinary combat prowess. He gazed at the youth before him with a complex expression. This young man had repeatedly shattered his expectations, providing him with countless surprises. Initially, Li Yin had thought of Li Mu as just another ordinary playboy from the Tianfu. Who would have imagined that in merely a few short days, the other's combat power would nearly rival his own? It was simply unfathomable. With a sigh, Li Yin found himself at a loss for words to describe his current feelings. The term genius no longer sufficed to convey his admiration and praise for Li Mu. Monster! Only such an appraisal could do justice to his exploits. Yet, The mere thought of a talented disciple from the family being unable to awaken his spiritual veins caused Li Yin a pang of heartache. What a splendid seedling! Sword Dao, after all, was still too unstable. Although Li Mu could currently enter the realm of intent, who could say whether he could continue to progress? The realm of Qi was not so easily entered. Nevertheless, he had already accomplished much. Li Mu. Li Yin stepped before Li Mu and exclaimed in admiration, "You are remarkable." Li Mu nodded slightly. "I shall refrain from saying much about trivial matters. In this battle, you are the one who deserves the credit." Had it not been for Li Mu's intervention against Yi Jun, this operation could have turned perilous. Li Yin declared solemnly, "I will commend you to the family and reward you with 30,000 spirit stones." Ordinarily, there would be additional rewards of techniques, spiritual skills, and magical treasures. But since you cannot utilize those, I shall convert them into an equivalent of 30,000 spirit stones, totaling 60,000. Beside them, Li Xian's pupils widened in astonishment. His expression revealing envy, nearly drooling at the prospect. He could not have misheard, could he? That was indeed 60,000 spirit stones. As a practitioner at the 4th level of the spirit transformation stage, his family's annual stipend was merely 500 spirit stones. 60,000 spirit stones could sustain his cultivation for a lifetime. Yet, despite his envy, he felt no jealousy, for he understood that Li Mu had earned this through his own prowess. He held deep admiration for Li Mu. Li Mu's expression remained calm as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Elder." Li Xian could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Receiving a reward of 60,000 spirit stones? Yet the recipient remained so composed. Such poise was truly remarkable. Were he in Li Mu's position, he would have likely succumbed to wild elation. In truth, Li Mu's understanding of the purchasing power of 60,000 spirit stones was still confined to the realm of 6 major elixirs. He recognized that 60,000 spirit stones were substantial, yet he had no clear idea of what they could procure. During his last visit to the Wanxiang Pavilion with Li Chun, he had only glanced at items bought with gold and silver. As for items purchasable with spirit stones, he had hardly seen much. Besides, he already possessed nearly 60,000 spirit stones in his own storage ring. Thus, this reward hardly struck Li Mu as extraordinary. He silently resolved, "Once back in Qin City, I must take Li Qian to thoroughly explore the Wanxiang Pavilion. With so many spirit stones at hand, simply hoarding them serves little purpose. I am not a cultivator who can utilize them for advancement. It is far more pragmatic to spend them early." Li Yan's gaze shifted towards Yi Jun, his expression tinged with hesitation. This individual also possessed considerable talent. If left unchecked, he might very well step into the realm of transformation. At present, Li Mu and he could easily eliminate him. However, Yi Chen represented the dignity of the Yi family, and Li Yin could not bring himself to kill him. Yet, Yi Jun was merely an ordinary genius of the Yi family. Should he perish while guarding the mine, the Yi family would have little recourse. Li Mu perceived a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent in the elder's eyes and slowly shook his head. Li Yin furrowed his brow. After all, he was not a member of the Li family. "I can vouch for him," Li Mu stated. Yi Jun's temperament aligned well with his own, and his proficiency in swordsmanship was commendable. Moreover, he bore no animosity towards the Li family. In fact, he had voiced criticisms against the Yi family. Setting aside all else, Li Mu was willing to protect him simply for the courage he displayed in facing Li Mu's final sword strike. "Very well," Li Yin acquiesced, nodding. After all, Li Mu was the greatest contributor in this operation. His opinion held considerable weight. Unbeknownst to them, Li Yin had already begun to regard Li Mu as an equal. "I wonder if Yi Chen has received the news yet?" The memory of Yi Chen's arrogant demeanor from earlier today made Li Yin unable to suppress a hearty laugh. If he were to learn that his most trusted Yi Jun had not only been defeated by Li Mu but had also fled alongside him, one could only imagine the expression on his face. By the time Yi Chen received the news, he would likely be furious enough to spit blood. Chapter 55. Yi Chen's fury and He Xie's return to Qin City. What did you say? Yi Jun has defected to the Li family? Yi Chen's eyes bulged like lanterns, his hair standing on end, resembling an enraged lion. The disciple delivering the message cowered on the ground, trembling under the pressure of Yi Chen's 10th level spirit transformation aura. "Elder, it is absolutely true. Several supporting spirit transformation disciples have jointly reported this." Reporting. Just as Yi Chun was about to inquire further, another voice called out from outside. Point 20 of our spirit transformation members have perished. Only 2 managed to escape. The new messenger had yet to enter when he began shouting the news. The revelations did not end there. A griffin soared through the window, flapping its wings, with a small scroll bound to its talons. Yi Chun snapped his fingers to untie the string and hastily unrolled the scroll, his heart racing as he read its contents. The Li family launched a surprise attack. 20 internal mining points have been lost. 11 spirit transformation members have perished. Puff. As his eyes scanned the scroll, Yi Chun's face flushed crimson, and he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Already heavily injured by Li Yin, the continuous blows rendered him unconscious. Elder! The members of the Yi family wailed, encircling him in despair, utterly at a loss. Without Yi Chun's directive, the others dared not move. Li Yin returned to Qingyang town and soon heard the news of Yi Chun's fainting spell. Unable to contain his mirth, Fang Han temporarily remained at the mining area to prevent the Yi family from retaliating. However, the Yi family ultimately chose not to mobilize their forces to reclaim the lost 20 internal mining points. Instead, they accepted the 36 peripheral mining points abandoned by the Li family. To be precise, it was 35 points, as number 49 had not been abandoned but was being guarded by Fang Han. Continuing the conflict would yield no benefits, only unnecessary casualties. This time, the Yi family suffered the loss of 30 spirit transformation members. The most formidable among them, Yi Jun, had vanished without a trace after this incident. Unless reinforcements were dispatched from Qin City, they had no means to contend with the Li family for the time being. Li Mu, as the strongest force in the entire mining area, remained stationed at his original post, with Yi Jun still following him. However, Li Yin had already informed him that he only needed to hold the position for another half-month. At that point, reinforcements would be sent from Qin City to replace him. Li Mu's combat prowess was far too valuable to be solely employed for guarding a single mining point. Not only did Li Yin oppose this, but the older members of the family also expressed their desire to summon him back to Qin City upon receiving the news. At just under 18 years of age. He had already demonstrated the ability to defeat Yi Jun. Though he was considered an ordinary individual, his talent in swordsmanship was sufficiently formidable. If allowed to continue honing his skills, he could potentially advance even further. Curiously, Li Mu's father, Li Qichuan, remained the most subdued, not even sending a single letter. As time passed, the news of the two families exchanging mining points quickly spread. Some of the Li family's surplus body cultivators withdrew from the mining area. Tales of Li Mu's exploits began to circulate throughout Qingyang town. Even He Siya, who was busy instructing her maid to pack their belongings, overheard members of the Yi family discussing the matter. Have you heard? That fellow from the Li family, named Li Mu, has even defeated Yi Jun. Who doesn't know that? But do you know what cultivation level this Li Mu is? I heard he seems to be at the spirit transformation level? Nonsense. Have you ever seen a spirit transformation practitioner without a spiritual vein? PCF felt taken aback. She had not expected to hear news related to Li Mu just before her departure. She had some recollection of Yi Jun, having heard her father mention him before. He was also a genius who had comprehended the sword intent, older than her by a generation, and presently at the 5th level of the spirit transformation stage. Even Yi Jun was no match for him? PCF found this notion absurd. Setting aside the fact that Li Mu was merely an ordinary individual while Yi Jun was at the 5th level of spirit transformation, Yi Jun had entered the realm of intent several years before Li Mu died. In terms of swordsmanship, Yi Jun should have been superior to Li Mu. She had witnessed Li Mu's strength, while his strike that severely injured the Wolf King was powerful. It could be equated to that of an 8th level spirit transformation practitioner. Moreover, after that single strike, Li Mu had evidently lost his combat effectiveness. In contrast, Yi Jun, bolstered by his sword intent, could consistently unleash power equivalent to the 8th or 9th level of spirit transformation. The two were not comparable. While she might believe that Li Mu could defeat an ordinary spirit transformation practitioner, the idea that he had vanquished Yi Jun was far-fetched. It had been less than a month since they last met. How could Li Mu possibly grow so rapidly? Cs shook her head, dismissing their conversation. Rumors always grew more fantastical as they spread. Perhaps someone had exaggerated Li Mu's achievements due to his ability to defeat cultivators with his ordinary status. What does it matter? I have no ties to him anymore. He Xia cast aside her thoughts related to Li Mu, preparing to return to Qin City. In the dim stronghold, candlelight flickered as Xiang Yunhong sat on a stone throne. His gaze clouded. His condition had worsened. The vitality within him waned increasingly, and whether he could survive the winter was uncertain. To his left, 6 spirit transformation bandits exchanged glances, a subtle glimmer of delight passing through their eyes. Yet, their faces wore expressions of concern. "Great leader, please take care of your health." "Indeed, great leader, leave the arrangements for the looting to us. There is no need for you to exert yourself." A multitude of individuals, some obsequious, others secretly rejoicing, and a few feigning concern. Each harbored their own intentions, driven by diverse motives. Undoubtedly, they all anticipated the demise of Xiang Yunhong. Without heirs or disciples, his death would enable them to claim one another's inheritance, establishing themselves as the new sovereigns of this territory. The mere thought of the vast array of techniques, spiritual skills, and precious stones he had amassed filled them with eager anticipation for the imminent feast. Unperturbed by their machinations, Xiang Yunhong focused inwardly, calculating how much more he needed to acquire. He required an additional 300,000. Since the last great plunder, he had managed to recover 50,000 spiritual stones through exchanges and from the local bandits. With 70,000 in hand, he pondered the source for the final 30,000. "Transmit my orders. All bandits shall commence raids. Regardless of their allegiance to the Li family, strike at all peripheral mining points." A command, though lacking in vigor, was disseminated. The 6 individuals bowed their heads obediently, betraying no hint of defiance. They were acutely aware that Xiang Yunhong's time was limited. Provoking his final wrath was unnecessary. The torrent of bandits surged forth once more, akin to swarms of voracious ants in a desert, their dark mass scattering in all directions. On that day, the majority of the peripheral mining points in Qingyang town fell victim to plunder. The greatest loss was suffered by the Yi family, who had recently taken over 35 peripheral points. Though the bandits were reckless, they were not foolish enough to throw their lives away. Xiang Yunhong had commanded them to assault other families' peripheral mining points. Yet they instinctively refrained from doing so. Most bandits opted to target the same 35 points of the Li family they had previously raided, reasoning that those areas, having already been attacked once, would likely be inadequately defended. They merely sought to put on a show for their leader. Each bandit discerned that Xiang Yunhong was nearing his end, and there was no need to risk their lives for him. Little did they know that those points had already been abandoned by the Li family. The ones to suffer were the already weakened Yi family, who swiftly lost the strongholds they had just acquired. In a flash, these mining points became akin to treacherous dragon lairs, with no family daring to send reinforcements to protect them. Chapter 56. A Flicker of Light, the 10th transformation of spirit at the 81st mining point. Yi Jun and Li Mu faced one another, blades in hand. The sharp momentum of their swords enveloped them, with Li Mu standing tall. Yi Jun, too, was devoid of any visible spiritual energy, only the essence of his sword rising. Li Mu remained stationary, effortlessly defending against Yi Jun's relentless assaults, employing the Qinglian sword technique with ease. After a brief exchange, they concluded their sparring session. "Why is it that I cannot wield my sword momentum with the same potency as you?" Yi Jun furrowed his brow. He had attempted to learn from Li Mu, relying solely on sword momentum in combat, yet his power paled in comparison. "Because your sword momentum is not yet strong enough," Li Mu replied. "Moreover, your application of sword momentum lacks finesse." Yi Jun nodded in agreement. Acknowledging Li Mu's insight, Li Mu's sword momentum was evidently superior, nearly reaching perfection, while Yi Jun's familiarity with pure sword momentum was still developing. As a cultivator, he typically relied on spiritual energy, with sword momentum as a supplementary force. Initially, when he fought against Li Mu, his spiritual energy was infused with sword momentum, exhibiting formidable aggression. Everyone has their own path. You need not confine yourself to my approach of relying solely on sword momentum, Li Mu advised. His reliance on sword momentum was a necessity born from his inability to cultivate spiritual energy. Yi Jun, however, was already a 5th-level spirit transformation practitioner, complemented by his understanding of sword momentum. The integration of the two was the true path, the hallmark of a conventional sword cultivator, supported by numerous texts and the wisdom of predecessors. Unlike Li Mu, who had to navigate his own way from the realm of momentum to that of energy, pondering and comprehending alone, Yi Jun nodded, affirming his commitment to his own cultivation while wishing to explore new insights. Over recent times, he and Li Mu had frequently sparred. The swordsmanship that had previously proved difficult to advance had shown marked improvement under Li Mu's guidance. "Are you not concerned that I may surpass you with your teachings?" Yi Jun teased. Li Mu responded with earnestness, "I would actually welcome your surpassing me. A rival of comparable strength would undoubtedly spur his own growth." In truth, Li Mu had gained immensely from their practice. Training with a fellow practitioner at the same stage had led to significant progress for him. Presently, his goal was to transcend the realm of momentum and ascend to the higher realm of energy. However, for the time being, he harbored little hope of achieving that within the year. Winter had already arrived, and the year was drawing to a close. Though he had only recently attained mastery, and despite having grasped the essence of energy early on, he found it exceedingly challenging to transform sword momentum into sword energy. It was evident that there were still aspects he had yet to comprehend. "The realm of energy," Li Mu murmured. The legendary masters of the energy realm could command sword energy with a mere flick of their hand, parting rivers and altering the course of streams in an instant. To attain the energy realm signified the ability to traverse the vast world at will. However, this was true only for cultivators. Typically, those who achieved mastery in sword energy were at least at the level of transformation. As for ordinary individuals attaining the energy realm, no one had yet witnessed such a spectacle in this world. This prospect filled Li Mu with excitement. "In a couple of days, you will be returning to Qin City, correct?" Yi Jun suddenly inquired. Li Mu nodded. The mining area had stabilized, and it was time to return. Aside from collecting the rewards promised by Li Yin and procuring items from the Wanxiang Pavilion to strengthen his physique, he also needed to acquire a third-tier sword technique to practice. The second-tier technique had become somewhat too easy for him. "Tomorrow, I will return to Qingyang Town, spend a day there, and the day after, I shall head to Qin City. According to Li Yan's information, someone will come to temporarily take my place tomorrow. Then I shall accompany you back," Yi Jun declared. "Suit yourself," Li Mu replied without objection. "How did the plunder go?" Xiang Yunhong inquired weakly. The bandit leader glanced at the 6 spirit transformation practitioners beside Xiang Yunhong and cautiously reported, "We managed to acquire 30,000 spiritual stones." Upon hearing the report of 30,000, Xiang Yunhong's expression turned cold. "It seems you all no longer regard me as your leader. The last time we raided the Li family's peripheral points, we garnered 100,000 spiritual stones. This time, I commanded you to plunder all peripheral points, yet you return with only 30,000. Either the bandits below have not exerted themselves, or you have pocketed the difference." Xiang Yunhong straightened his posture. Despite his pale complexion, he still emanated an air of authority. "Though you think I am nearing my end, and thus you disregard my command." His gaze swept across everyone present. His tone indifferent. In that moment, he resembled not a frail, dying elder, but rather a king on the verge of abdication. Anxiety gripped the hearts of all present, save for the 6 spirit transformation practitioners closest to him. "This old fool still puts on airs when death is imminent," one thought in disdain. They believed Xiang Yunhong's demise was an inevitability. His waning vitality was evident, and he would not survive the winter. The life force emanating from Xiang Yunhong was weaker than that of an ordinary body-refining practitioner, flickering like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Their only task was to wait. Of course, if the situation called for it, they would not hesitate to assist him on his final journey. "Leader, your current condition is far from optimistic," one gaunt spirit transformation practitioner remarked ominously. "In my opinion, it would be best not to concern yourself with the affairs of your brothers at this time." "Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" Xiang Yunhong's authoritative gaze bore down upon him. Although his complexion was ghastly, the undeniable air of command still surrounded him. How could Wu Qing dare? I merely express my concern for you." Wu Qing's smile was devoid of warmth, his demeanor relaxed despite the gravity of the situation. The other 5 exchanged displeased glances. With Xiang Yunhong's fate sealed, there was no need for such transparent machinations. Regardless of his decline, he was still a 10th-level spirit transformation practitioner. One could not dismiss the possibility of hidden capabilities. Yet, Wu Qing was the most powerful among them, a 7th-level practitioner, far surpassing the others. If he were to act hastily, the rest had little choice but to comply. "Do you wish to kill me?" Xiang Yunhong's imposing gaze scrutinized the six, his voice penetrating. All five stiffened, while only Wu Qing remained unmoved. "Who would dare? It is merely that the leader's days are numbered. I am concerned for the future of my brothers. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to bestow upon us the techniques and skills you possess, so that after your passing, we may have means to safeguard ourselves." A glimmer of greed flickered in Wu Qing's eyes. This was the true motivation behind his eagerness to act. The countless techniques and skills possessed by Xiang Yunhong were what he truly coveted. Even the third-tier techniques are available for exchange. Wu Qing has reason to believe that he possesses even more advanced fourth-tier techniques. So it turns out you have taken a fancy to my techniques. A hint of mockery suddenly emerged in Xiang Yunhong's eyes. Like a sick tiger, he derisively watched 6 rabbits prancing before him. The other 5 grew increasingly uneasy, frequently exchanging glances. Even Wu Qing sensed something was amiss. Was Xiang Yunhong's demeanor not a tad too calm? "I wondered why you were so anxious. It turns out you feared that I might die. Taking these techniques to the grave with me?" Xiang Yunhong leaned back slightly and actually smiled. "You have followed me for a year or two? And while I, Xiang Yunhong, may not have treated you exceptionally well, I have certainly not been unfair. Rewards and punishments are clearly defined, after all. Yet now, you wish to kill me over these techniques and spirit stones?" At this point, he sighed softly and asked in a low voice, "Do you not even remember a shred of our camaraderie? Big boss, we are bandits." Wu Qing shook his head and stepped forward. "What camaraderie exists among bandits? As long as the benefits are sufficient, I would brave mountains of knives and seas of fire, or even venture into the underworld." The other 5 took a deep breath, following Wu Qing closely behind. Since the cards were already laid on the table, there was no turning back. Although Xiang Yunhong was at the 10th level of spirit transformation, he was now old and frail. Nearing his end, it was feared that even a body-refining practitioner might not be able to defeat him. Together, the 6 of them should face no insurmountable problems. Xiang Yunhong scoffed. "Bandits?" He actually stood up from his stone throne, albeit somewhat unsteadily. "Even a dog knows not to harm its master. So-called bandits are not even fit to be compared to dogs." Crack! Suddenly, a sound like something being crushed echoed in the air. Xiang Yunhong's throat moved as if he swallowed something. "If you are indeed inferior to dogs, what necessity do you have to exist in this world?" In just a few breaths, Xiang Yunhong's withered body regained its luster. All the wrinkles on his skin smoothed out, his eyes cleared, his lips reddened and teeth whitened, and his white hair turned back to black in the blink of an eye. He transformed from a decrepit old man into a handsome youth. A palpable aura of terror erupted from his body. That was the overwhelming pressure belonging to a fully realized 10th-level spirit transformation. Chapter 57. The last struggle with the 3 life-renewing pills. Xiang Yunhong placed his lustrous and powerful palm before his eyes and gazed intently. "What a marvelous power!" Xiang Yunhong was entranced. Wu Qing and the other 6 immediately fell into boundless fear. Just a moment ago, Xiang Yunhong had appeared to be on the brink of death. How could he suddenly regain his youth in the next instant? "Surprised, are you?" Xiang Yunhong grinned widely. "Well, after all, you wild dogs have never even ventured out of Qin City, so naturally, you are unaware of the wonders of the world." Xiang Yunhong extended his right hand towards Wu Qing, gently grasping it under the terrified gazes of the crowd. Wu Qing's eyes bulged, his head lifted, slowly leaving the ground as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat. How could this be? Telekinesis. This is a technique of the transformation masters. Someone trembled as they spoke. The youthful Xiang Yunhong's lips curled in disdain and mockery. A technique of transformation? Ridiculous. This is merely the method inherent to spirit transformation. You are simply too weak to wield it. Since spiritual energy can manipulate magical artifacts, why can it not directly control other things? Ultimately, these individuals are too weak, with too limited an understanding. Wu Qing, at the 7th level of spirit transformation, appeared like a fledgling chick before Xiang Yunhong. Subdued from a distance, Unable to move in this state, his death was all but certain. A fierce glint appeared in Wu Qing's eyes as spiritual energy surged, forming a suit of black armor around his body. Yet, Xiang Yunhong merely flicked his fingers, and a streak of black energy struck out, shattering the armor with ease. Xiang Yunhong mocked, "All that you possess is given by me. Yet you dare to use these things against me?" The other 5 instantly knelt, pleading for mercy. "Big boss, spare us. We realize our mistakes." The fully realized 10th level spirit transformation was simply beyond their capability to contend with. "Spare you?" Xiang Yunhong let out a cold laugh. In the next moment, 5 cracking sounds echoed simultaneously. The heads of the 5 kneeling on the ground spun bizarrely 180 degrees, each facing backward. Devoid of life. From the moment he struck, it was destined that no one would leave this place alive. In midair, Wu Qing's eyes bulged, blood vessels bursting as he desperately wished to beg for mercy. Yet he could not produce a sound. "Such a pity. I had originally intended to wait a while longer before killing you all," Xiang Yunhong said indifferently, raising his right hand. Wu Qing immediately soared higher. "But since you are so eager to meet your end, I must oblige." With that, Xiang Yunhong exerted force with his right hand, tightening around Wu Qing's neck, leaving several bloody marks. The light in his lifeless eyes held a trace of disbelief. It turns out that long before they contemplated making a move, Xiang Yunhong had already harbored the intent to kill them. The true hunter was this dying, sick tiger. From beginning to end, they were merely prey in his eyes. Easily dispatching the 6, Xiang Yunhong willed it, and 6 storage rings floated before him. 120,000 spirit stones, quite nice. Xiang Yunhong nodded, absorbing all the spirit stones into his own storage ring. Still lacking the final 180,000, Xiang Yunhong turned his gaze towards the trembling body-refining practitioners lying on the ground. In the next instant, the stronghold was filled with countless screams. After an unknown duration, within the stronghold, apart from Xiang Yunhong, blood flowed freely all around. Unfortunately, too many escaped, leaving only 30,000. The 3 life-renewing pills have taken effect. "I have 3 days remaining," Xiang Yunhong murmured to himself. This 3 life-renewing pill was something he had stumbled upon. By consuming the pill, he could restore himself to peak condition for 3 days. However, the price was that after 3 days, he would perish from the exhaustion of his potential. By taking this pill, his only chance at survival lay in breaking through to become a transformation master. With the lifespan gained from the promotion, Xiang Yunhong could extend his life by another 150 years. He had deliberately kept this pill, anticipating this very day. This pill represented his final hope. 3 days, you say? Still lacking 150,000 spirit stones. In that case, I shall use your Li family as the stepping stone for my ascension to transformation. He thought in order to gather 150,000 spirit stones in a short time. Only the 4 major families near Qingyang town could manage it. He no longer had time to slowly seize mining points. He needed to directly attack the Li family. As long as he could gather 1 million spirit stones, he would find a place to burrow into and set up the spirit-swallowing formation to advance to the transformation realm. At that time, the vast world would be his to traverse. Whether continuing to take revenge on the Li family or pursuing higher realms, it would all be within his grasp in Qingyang town. At the Yi family, Yi Chan stared red-eyed towards the direction of the Li family, as a young man clutched his leg tightly. "Elder, no. That Li Mu is the son of Li Qichuan. He must not be killed." If it were in the past, killing him would have been a mere matter. But now, Li Mu's reputation had soared, and everyone knew he had become a key combatant in the Li family. Furthermore, with his father being Li Qichuan, it was likely he would soon become an elder himself. To kill him now would surely invoke the wrath of a transformation master. Nonsense. He killed my grandson. Am I not allowed to kill him? Yichin scolded angrily, kicking the young man away. Based on the subsequent news, he had already confirmed that the one who killed his grandson Yi Qing was indeed Li Mu, who had defeated Yi Jun immortal, yet possessing the ability to slay a spirit transformation practitioner. The conditions matched perfectly. He must kill this person to avenge his grandson. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. So what if he is Li Qichuan's son? The Yi family is not without transformation masters. He had confirmed that Li Mu would return to Qin City tomorrow. He would lay an ambush on the way and assuredly slay him to honor Yi Qing. At the 81st mining point, 2 spirit transformation practitioners had just completed the handover with Li Mu. Steward Feng Han had already stated that we will guard until your return. The two were very cordial. Smiling broadly, they had long heard of Li Mu's reputation. Li Mu nodded, expressing his gratitude. Let's go. Li Mu called back to Yi Jun, who was following behind him to eye in the curious eyes of the 2 spirit transformation practitioners from the Li family. Yi Jun held his sword and followed closely behind Li Mu. This Yi Jun actually followed Li Mu? Indeed, I thought they were joking. I didn't expect it to be true. What do you think he is after? Who knows, perhaps he was subdued and became a little brother? Passing by the 49th mining point, Li Mu walked inside, remembering that Steward Feng Han had mentioned they would return together. However, the practitioners stationed there had already been replaced by a new group. Steward Feng Han had returned ahead of schedule. Li Mu nodded slightly as he stepped out of the mine site, casting a final glance back. The scenery remained unchanged from when he first arrived. Yet it now stirred within him a different sensation. Regardless of the circumstances, the remarkable progress he made in such a brief period was largely attributed to the mine. When he first arrived, he had merely begun to grasp the Qinglian sword technique. The other 2 sword techniques had yet to be practiced, and his mastery of the momentum realm was only at a rudimentary level. However, a mere month had passed, and now all 3 of his second-tier sword techniques had reached great perfection, while his mastery of the momentum realm was complete, with his combat power nearing that of a 10th-tier spirit transformation. It must be noted that a significant portion of this achievement was due to the bandits in the area. Both the Qinglian sword technique and the Li Hu sword technique flourished thanks to their influence, allowing him to advance so rapidly. Although he still remained an ordinary individual, no one dared to underestimate Li Mu any longer. After all, in the entirety of Qin City, only a handful of Creation Realm experts could confidently claim to best Li Mu in combat. The Qinglian sword technique focused on defense, while the Li Hu emphasized offense, complemented by his self-created techniques, Silverlight and Nihility to Prosperity. Furthermore, his recent sparring sessions with Yi Jun had greatly enhanced his swordsmanship. Li Mu felt confident that he could now face a 10th-tier spirit transformation without fear. He resolved to seek out Elder Li Yin for further sparring upon his return. Chapter 58. I Come for Revenge. Braving the Li family in front of the grand entrance of the Li residence in Qingyang Town, a handsome young man paused, lifting his gaze to the plaque inscribed with the words Li residence. Qingyang Town, I have returned, Xiang Yunhong murmured to himself. He recalled how, many years ago, he had embarked on a journey in search of a breakthrough, departing from this very town. Over the past century, he had traveled the world, visiting various sects across the Great Yin, even venturing into the enemy nation of Dayue to the Qian Kuan Dao Academy. Countless times he had narrowly escaped death, all for the sake of breaking free from his shackles and transcending from the spirit transformation realm to the creation realm. Regrettably, wherever he went, and no matter who he spoke to, upon learning that he had only achieved spirit transformation after the age of 20, everyone urged him to abandon his quest. 20 years was deemed a threshold, an ironclad rule that eliminated all mediocrity and extinguished all possibilities. Failing to achieve spirit transformation before this age meant a lifetime devoid of access to the creation realm. Yet Xiang Yunhong refused to accept this fate. He was unwilling to live his life as a mere spirit transformation practitioner. He yearned for vengeance, for immortality, to become someone extraordinary. These ambitions could not be fulfilled by simply remaining within the spirit transformation realm. Driven by hatred and desire, he tirelessly sought answers, over and over again, year after year. Finally, at the age of 105, Xiang Yunhong discovered it, the spirit-devouring formation. In a desolate ruin, he stumbled upon this ancient formation left behind by a master. With 1,000,000 spirit stones, one could cleanse their body and reconstruct their spirit, allowing those burdened with impurities to step into the creation realm. He spent several years mastering the formation, desperately gathering spirit stones. With little success, spirit transformation practitioners were still considered notable figures in a remote place like Qin City, yet on a broader scale, they were insignificant. In despair, he returned to Qingyang Town. Upon seeing this vein of spiritual ore, a scheme began to form in his mind. Xiang Yunhong gathered the scattered bandits, unifying their efforts. Under his command as a 10th-tier spirit transformation expert, they quickly gained momentum. He then devised a strategy to exclusively raid the outer mining points of the Li family, establishing a system of rewards and punishments, employing various techniques and spiritual skills he had learned during his travels. He operated this bandit group as if it were a sect in less than 2 years. He amassed 600,000 spirit stones. Unfortunately, time was not on his side. He had ultimately arrived at this moment. Were it not for the limitations of his lifespan, he could have slowly accumulated the spirit stones, eventually amassing 1,000,000 in silence. There would have been no need for such a grand display, destroying the hard-won influence he had built, while exposing himself directly to the Li family's scrutiny. However, it mattered little. He mused that as long as he achieved the creation realm, he was confident that even if the famed water-severing sword of the Li family came personally, he would be able to confront him. This past century had not been wasted. Hey, kid, you've been standing in front of the Li residence for quite a while. Are you looking for someone? The young doorman asked curiously, poking his head out. Xiang Yunhong's thoughts were interrupted. He raised his hand once more to gaze at the plaque above and, with a casual wave, the large wooden sign suddenly shattered in two, one half landing squarely on the doorman's head. In the doorman's horrified gaze, the fragmented plaque crashed down upon him with a resounding thud. Bang! Xiang Yunhong's expression remained impassive as he kicked open the gate of the Li residence. Who goes there? Immediately, 6 guards rushed towards the sound. A mere body refinement practitioner dares to obstruct me. Xiang Yunhong's expression turned icy, and he spat. A small crescent moon flew from his mouth, spinning continuously and, in an instant, severed the heads of the 6 guards, vanishing without a trace. Without any visible movement from Xiang Yunhong, 6 storage rings floated into view and landed before him. Xiang Yunhong sneered, only 300 spirit stones combined? The illustrious Li family has fallen this far? Clang! The 6 storage rings clattered to the ground, their spirit stones already taken. Where are your spirit transformation practitioners? Come out and meet your demise, his voice, amplified by spiritual force, reverberated throughout the Li residence. Old Wu, how about staying with me for a few more days? Next time, we still need to escort the spirit stones back to Qin City. The laughter within the room halted abruptly. Li Yin and Old Wu exchanged glances, both taken aback. Who dared to brazenly intrude here? I'll go take a look, said Fong Han, vanishing from the room. Looks like we have work to do. Li Yin narrowed his eyes, realizing that such audacity must be backed by some form of strength. Old Wu nodded in agreement. As a fellow elder of the Li family, he could not turn a blind eye. In the courtyard of the Li residence, Xiang Yunhong yawned, eyeing the 8 spirit transformation practitioners surrounding him with boredom. I asked, the Li family really this weak now? Can you even muster 4-tier spirit transformation practitioners? The Li family cultivators around him seethed with rage. They had never been so openly disdained. The spirit transformation realm was already a significant status in Qingyang town, and 4-tier practitioners were considered the backbone of the community. The 8 exchanged glances and charged forward, unleashing their full power. 8 4-tier spirit transformation practitioners attacking together were more than enough to deal with an ordinary 10th-tier practitioner. Unfortunately, Xiang Yunhong was far from ordinary. Standing his ground with hands clasped behind his back, Xiang Yunhong remained unfazed as the 8 launched their assault. As his spiritual energy surged within him, it enveloped him in a suit of dark green battle armor that shielded his entire form. The attacks from the 8 4-tier practitioners struck the dark green armor, and to their horror, the force rebounded back upon them. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending dust clouds billowing as the 8 spirit transformation practitioners were sent flying several paces back. Xiang Yunhong stood unmoving, gazing skyward, letting out a sigh. Too weak, Fong Han, who had hurriedly arrived, happened upon this scene and was taken aback. What sort of technique is this? Such a defiance of the heavens. Capable of rebounding attacks? 8 4-tier practitioners could hardly guarantee victory against a 10th tier. Yet this individual handled it so effortlessly. This was a formidable adversary. Fong Han took a deep breath, and a glimmer of light appeared in his hand as the night demon Bao materialized. He chose not to reveal himself immediately, instead employing a concealment technique to hide his presence, lurking in the shadows. Direct confrontation was not his forte. Striking unexpectedly and eliminating enemies in one fell swoop was the true essence of an archer. Li Yin and Old Wu soon arrived as well. Not seeing Feng Han anywhere in the vicinity, Li Yin felt the situation growing precarious. The fact that Feng Han had to conceal his presence indicated that their opponent was at least a 10th-tier practitioner. He caught a glimpse of Old Wu beside him and felt a bit relieved. Thankfully, the family had sent Old Wu to escort the spirit stones. He too was a 10th-tier practitioner. Along with Li Yin himself, the Li family now had two 10th-tier practitioners. Feng Han, concealed in the shadows, possessed a deterrent force that was certainly not inferior to a 10th-tier practitioner. Together with the other disciples of the Li family, unless a creation realm expert had arrived today, or 7 or 8 10th-tier practitioners, Li Yin was confident they could ensure their adversary would leave without a trace. Oh, finally, two worthy opponents have arrived. Xiang Yunhong's eyes sparkled as he fixed his gaze on Li Yin and Old Wu, a provocative smile gracing his lips. Noting the dark green armor encasing Xiang Yunhong, Old Wu's expression tightened, whispering, at least a 3rd-tier spiritual technique. 3rd-tier techniques were among the highest available in Qin City. Aside from the 4 major families, few other powers could produce such skills. Who are you? Why have you dared to intrude upon the Li family? Li Yin demanded loudly. Me? Just a stray dog, Xiang Yunhong replied with a chuckle. But what s in a name? I am Xiang Yunhong. If you remember this name, you should understand why I have come. Old Wu and Li Yin exchanged glances, both harboring a hint of confusion. Who was Xiang Yunhong? What? Has the Li family forgotten me? Xiang Yunhong lamented. Has it truly been so long? Surprisingly, no one could recognize him any longer. Suddenly, he let out a strange laugh, and the chill in his eyes intensified. No matter. You need only to know that I have come for revenge. A domineering aura erupted violently, soaring into the heavens from the Li residence. Such a formidable presence. Has someone from the Li family broken through? The other 3 great families in Chaoyang town were all taken aback by this overwhelming aura. This force has already surpassed the ordinary 10th level of spirit transformation. Could it be that the Li family has produced another formidable being? Chapter 59. Unable to resist, the Li family's defeat revenge. When did our Li family acquire such an enemy? Li Yin and Old Wu exchanged glances, both seeing uncertainty reflected in each other's eyes. Having consumed the rimming San Huan Dan, Xiang Yunhong had rejuvenated, appearing as if he were merely in his 20s. A spirit transformation at such a young age. Whose prodigy is this? Boom! With a single stomp, Xiang Yunhong unleashed a wave of invisible energy that spread outward. The disciples of the Li family surrounding him were instantly thrown to the ground. Only a few cultivators of the spirit transformation realm managed to maintain their footing. Witnessing the overwhelming disadvantage, the 2 men had no time to ponder further and joined forces to encircle Xiang Yunhong. Since the opponent had already come to their door, their primary task was naturally to subdue him first. You dare! Li Yin bellowed, drawing his Minghan sword. The blade glowed ominously, and a blue sword light, as solid as ice crystals, sliced through the air. Simultaneously, Old Wu summoned 2 crimson flying swords, advancing towards Xiang Yunhong alongside him. Both attacked from the front and back. Faced with the assault of 2 spirit transformation 10th levels, along with the flying swords, had it been Yi Chun, he would likely have been flustered and unable to cope. However, Xiang Yunhong remained unperturbed. He emitted a peculiar sound from his mouth. Instantly, Old Wu's flying swords faltered, swaying twice before crashing to the ground with a crisp sound. At the same time, Xiang Yunhong shaped his fingers into a sword and pointed at the oncoming sword light. Crack, 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 as if made of solid ice. The sword light shattered with a resounding noise. By the time the sword light reached Xiang Yunhong, it had nearly vanished entirely. Only 2 trailing lights grazed his body, inflicting no harm. Subsequently, a smooth, mirror-like round shield materialized behind Xiang Yunhong's head. Old Wu, filled with rage, delivered a powerful punch, crashing against the shield with a thunderous impact. Uffed! Blood immediately spewed from Old Wu's mouth. His right hand bending at an odd angle. Hidden in the shadows, Feng Han was taken aback and felt an urge to release an arrow to save Old Wu. Yet, he soon realized that Xiang Yunhong seemed disinterested in pursuing the attack. effortlessly neutralizing the fierce assault from two opponents of equal rank. Xiang Yunhong remained motionless, appearing as serene as a leisurely traveler, gazing around with ease. Is this truly the Li family's spirit transformation 10th level? How utterly disappointing! Xiang Yunhong shook his head. That they could not even withstand a single encounter was truly laughable. Li Yin swiftly moved to protect Old Wu, as if facing a formidable enemy. This person's abilities were indeed outrageous, easily dispelling their combined efforts. Never had he heard of such a powerful figure in Qin City. Who exactly are you? Li Yin demanded, his gaze fixed intently on Xiang Yunhong. My name has long been disclosed to you. If you cannot recall it, why bother asking again? Xiang Yunhong mocked. Li Yin furrowed his brow. He truly could not remember when the Li family had such an enemy. However, Old Wu suddenly widened his eyes in realization and exclaimed, Could it be that you are a descendant of the Xiang family, annihilated over a century ago? Oh? Xiang Yunhong appeared slightly surprised, then smiled. I did not expect that someone would still remember. How delightful! Li Yin remained confused, having no recollection of this so-called Xiang family. Old Wu spat angrily. Your Xiang family colluded with the Great Moon. You deserve your fate. The imperial decree commanded my Li family to exterminate your kind. Yet it seems a fish has slipped through the net. You, a remnant of a sinful clan, dare to speak of revenge? How utterly ridiculous! Xiang Yunhong laughed heartily, deriding, even if my Xiang family were indeed guilty. What crime is it of a child? You killed the core members, yet why go so far as to eradicate all 30,000 of my Xiang family? Though injured, Old Wu continued to regard him with disdain. If you possess the ability, why not confront the imperial court? Why question us, mere executors? The decree stands. We are merely acting in accordance with the law. Xiang Yunhong shook his head, deeming further discussion pointless. After all, in the end, one must pay for the lives they take. Once I break through to transformation, I will annihilate your Li family and seek out the true culprit. Having stated this, he moved, finally initiating his own assault. Xiang Yunhong approached Li Yin unhurriedly, while the dozen or so spirit transformation cultivators surrounding him nervously followed his movements. They feared the dark green battle armor he wore, reluctant to strike out recklessly. The bizarre rebound effect could turn their own attacks against them. Old Wu sensed the fallen flying swords on the ground and subtly extended his spiritual energy toward them. Useless. Your control over objects is far too crude. Xiang Yunhong emitted another peculiar sound, causing the flying swords, which had swayed under Old Wu's influence, to suddenly lose all reaction. What kind of technique is this? Old Wu was baffled. He had never heard of a method capable of directly influencing another's magical artifact. It was truly too strange. It's merely severing control over the artifact. Is that so difficult? Xiang Yunhong mocked. Such a method, in other places, would be considered ordinary. Yet to these rustic bumpkins, it must seem like divine sorcery. Xiang Yunhong inwardly sneered. Gritting his teeth, Old Wu retrieved a green elixir from his storage ring and swallowed it whole. In the next moment, his bent right hand mysteriously returned to normal, fulling Dan. Quite generous. Xiang Yunhong glanced over, commenting, a rare second-tier elixir, worth 3,000 spirit stones. But what use is it? Xiang Yunhong's eyes burst forth with two beams of divine light, which shot past Li Yin and directly struck Old Wu's right arm. Old Wu let out a horrendous scream as his entire right arm exploded, bloodied bones flying outward. Too weak. Xiang Yunhong sighed, revealing a desolate expression. Fine. I have grown tired of this. Xiang Yunhong shook his head. In an instant, Li Yin felt an overwhelming pressure, his spiritual energy surging as he maximized the power of his Minghan sword. A chill enveloping him, a second-tier top-grade artifact. Too bad it encountered the wrong opponent. Xiang Yunhong stepped forward, moving like a specter, arriving beside Li Yin in an instant. In the face of Li Yan's astonished gaze, he effortlessly seized the Minghan sword. With a gentle flourish, he waved it twice, nodding in satisfaction. Such a fine object, yet wasted in the hands of a rustic fool. Just right. I am in need of a suitable weapon. Indeed, it fits quite well. Li Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. His artifact had been taken so easily? The opponent's strength was far beyond theirs. A sense of helplessness washed over Li Yin. This person possessed too many strange and formidable techniques. Xiang Yunhong pointed the sword tip at Li Yin, spiritual energy flooding into the blade as his green battle armor naturally vanished. Hand over all the spirit stones here. If you can gather 500,000, I might consider sparing your life. Mere 500,000. He was certain the Li family could manage that. An invisible wave suddenly flickered in the air, causing Li Yan's expression to tighten as he understood the significance of this aura. Hidden in the shadows, Fong Han's eyes lit up as he locked onto Xiang Yunhong's energy. An opportunity. He held his breath, channeling his 8th-level spirit transformation energy into the night demon bow in his hands. Under the cover of the concealment technique, the bow emitted no sound or light, the terrifying energy coalescing into a single point, unstable and wavering. Once he fully infused his energy into the bow, Fong Han found it increasingly difficult to maintain control. This arrow had been pushed to the extreme, teetering on the edge of his grasp, yet its power was unprecedented. This arrow could very well slay a spirit transformation 10th level. Trembling all over, cold sweat pouring from his forehead, Fong Han focused intently on his target. Strike true. He silently roared before releasing his grip. The pitch-black arrow shot forth silently, carrying with it an aura of destruction. Tearing through the air and nearly instantaneously descending upon Xiang Yunhong's head. In that moment, as the dark light fell, Li Yin suddenly erupted, dragging Old Wu back in retreat. Boom! It struck. Fong Han felt a jolt of exhilaration. His greatest fear had not come to pass. This arrow had not gone awry. Following a thunderous explosion, a massive crater 5 zhang wide formed at the impact site, clouds of dust swirling. Whoosh! A fierce wind suddenly erupted, dispersing all the dust. Xiang Yunhong's figure emerged unscathed, encased within a circular energy shield, not a single hair out of place. Your control over power is insufficiently precise. So much energy dissipated. Indeed, this is a rural area. The techniques are so crude and cliché. Xiang Yunhong grinned, casually striding onto the stone slab, looking down on Fong Han with disdain. Did you really think that after hiding for so long, I would not notice? I simply could not be bothered with you. He had roamed the world for a century, mastering numerous techniques. His combat prowess was superior even to those prodigies meticulously trained by the great powers. How could these frogs at the bottom of the well, dwelling in a remote place like Qin City, possibly contend with him? Xiang Yunhong stifled a yawn and remarked, I, too, have grown weary of this. If you have any sense, promptly present the spirit stones. Do not compel me to take action myself and turn this place into a bloodbath. Revenge can wait, but the immediate priority is to break through to the next level. Fong Han leaned feebly against the wall, his complexion ashen. The arrow he had just fired had drained him of all his spiritual energy, leaving him utterly incapable of continuing the fight. Lao Wu, with his remaining left arm pressed firmly against his wound to staunch the bleeding, was in imminent danger of losing his life, as the last formidable force remaining. Li Yan's magical artifact had also fallen into enemy hands. Could it be that the Li residence would be annihilated by a single individual today? Although the Li family still had dozens of spirit-transforming cultivators, it was evident that they were no match for Xiang Yunhong. Li Yan's eyes flickered. He still had one last card to play. You will take the spirit stones and leave? He inquired. It depends on my mood. Xiang Yunhong replied nonchalantly. Very well, I shall provide you with the spirit stones. Li Yin nodded, removing the storage ring from his right hand and holding it aloft. Here, there are 300,000 spirit stones. Come and take them. Xiang Yunhong scoffed, stepping forward to position himself before Li Yin. His hand reaching for the storage ring, a fierce glint ignited in Li Yan's eyes as a deep black talisman appeared in his hand unbeknownst to Xiang Yunhong. This was his final trump card, a third-tier annihilation talisman. Worth a full 100,000 spirit stones, it was capable of recreating a spirit-transforming cultivator. A surge of spiritual energy activated the talisman, and countless runes illuminated, automatically locking onto Xiang Yunhong's figure and soaring upwards. Die for me! A flash of surprise flickered in Xiang Yunhong's eyes. Yet, in the next moment, it morphed into mockery. A purple light suddenly surged from Xiang Yunhong's body and poured into the talisman. The obsidian annihilation talisman halted just before touching Xiang Yunhong, as if devoid of power, and then drifted downwards. Why use a talisman of all things? In the depths of Li Yan's despairing gaze, Xiang Yunhong pinched the annihilation talisman between two fingers and with a slight exertion. Rip! The talisman was torn in two. Such a pity. This should have been your only opportunity. His patience exhausted, Xiang Yunhong declared. Thus you shall perish. His eyes devoid of emotion, spiritual energy surged forth like the Mingshan sword, its blade emanating a might far surpassing that of Li Yan's. With a gentle flick, the Mingshan sword swept unimpeded towards Li Yan's neck. The strike was deliberate, slow, as if he wished to relish Li Yan's final moments of terror. Suddenly, Xiang Yunhong's brow furrowed, and the speed of his sword stroke abruptly accelerated. Clang! A silver glint arrived just in time. Influenced by an unusual force, Xiang Yunhong's sword veered unexpectedly, striking the ground instead. The realm of force, how intriguing! Gazing at the young man clad in black who had suddenly appeared, Xiang Yunhong nodded with a smile. Finally, this is becoming interesting. Chapter 60. An unprecedented foe. Li Mu returns. Li Mu had returned. The youth, clad in black, wielded a sword in one hand, intercepting the lethal blow aimed at Li Yan. Be careful. This person's strength is formidable, Li Yan cautioned. Recalling the unavoidable strike he had just evaded, a shiver of fear coursed through him. Had Li Mu not arrived in time, he would likely have met an untimely demise. The power behind that strike surpassed what an ordinary spirit-transforming 10th stage cultivator could exhibit. Li Mu surveyed the chaotic scene across the Li residence's courtyard. Dozens of spirit-transforming disciples lay scattered. Some sprawled on the ground. Elder Li Yin was covered in cold sweat, nearly slain by that single attack. Although he did not recognize Lao Wu, he could gauge the elder's aura and ascertain that his strength was on par with Li Yan's. And there was Fong Han, utterly exhausted and leaning against the wall. Everything about this unexpected guest's strength indicated that it exceeded what the Li family could contend with. Just one person? Li Mu's brow furrowed slightly. In such a scenario, even he doubted he could have fared any better. Facing two spirit-transforming 10th stage cultivators, along with a hidden spirit-transforming 8th stage archer and nearly 20 lower-tier spirit-transforming cultivators. Alongside countless body-refining practitioners, and yet achieving a nearly one-sided victory, this opponent's strength was entirely beyond anyone's imagination and common sense. It could only be described as defying the heavens. Xiang Yunhong regarded the suddenly arrived youth with keen interest. Seemingly 17 or 18, the young man's appearance was striking, and his demeanor exceptional. To have comprehended the essence of the sword at such a young age marked him as a prodigy. Yet, the vitality he exuded surprised Xiang Yunhong. Mortal? The very strike he had just executed was beyond the comprehension of even Li Yin. Yet this youth had managed to intercept it. Such reflexes and strength were not qualities one would expect from an ordinary mortal. Interesting, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Xiang Yunhong's mouth. Finally, something fresh. What is your name, boy? Xiang Yunhong inquired. Li Mu shot him a glance, but remained silent. Unperturbed by the disregard, Xiang Yunhong was not angered. He had encountered countless prodigies and oddities. Such temperament was too common among sword cultivators. Do you not wish to speak? Very well. Xiang Yunhong shrugged. In any case, you are destined to die, with a casual wave. The Mingshan sword's runes flared brightly, and 3 ethereal blue sword beams shot forth. Harnessing the might of the magical artifact, this strike possessed the capability to severely injure an ordinary spirit-transforming 10th stage cultivator. A glimmer of divine light flickered in Li Mu's eyes as he summoned the essence of his sword, a gentle airflow swirling around him. The air transformed, becoming unexpectedly cool, with the scent of impending rain permeating the atmosphere. Li Mu executed a strike, infused with a sword intent as wild and unrestrained as blazing fire. From chaos comes order. With his opening move, he unleashed the recently comprehended ultimate technique. In the face of such a formidable foe, Li Mu dared not show the slightest hint of negligence. In an instant, a cacophony of sounds erupted as Li Mu's aura fluctuated. He utilized the technique of force mitigation to absorb most of the strike's power. And then, With the essence of blazing fire, he released a surge of power far exceeding the ordinary. 3 beams of cold light shattered in response, and Li Mu's sword intent reached its zenith, unleashing a pale white arc of force. Xiang Yunhong's expression grew serious as he swung his sword again, dispelling the wave of energy. Interesting. To unleash such power without spiritual energy, relying solely on sword intent. Xiang Yunhong observed Li Mu with astonishment. After a century of wandering, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Moreover, the young man's sword technique was remarkably refined. His application of sword intent was likely beyond the reach of even the disciples of the Sword Pavilion. I never imagined that such a swordsmanship talent would emerge from the humble Li family of Qin City. Xiang Yunhong grinned, though the murderous intent within him reached an unparalleled intensity. Such a prodigy could not be spared. Another one has arrived. Xiang Yunhong's brows furrowed as he sensed another sharp aura approaching rapidly. Yi Jun had also arrived, closely following in Li Mu's footsteps. A mere glance was all it took for Xiang Yunhong to dismiss him. By comparison, this newcomer paled significantly next to the black-clad youth before him. Not only did he appear to be of a much older age, but his sword intent was also far inferior. Merely a mediocre talent. Sensing the disdain in Xiang Yunhong's gaze, Yi Jun's expression darkened as dozens of sword shadows erupted forth, aimed directly at Xiang Yunhong. Xiang Yunhong did not even spare a glance. With a casual sweep of his hand, the myriad sword shadows dissipated in an instant. Yi Jun's pupils constricted. This individual was remarkably calm in the face of such an onslaught. He is formidable. Yi Jun locked his gaze on Li Mu. I know. Li Mu nodded, his eyes aflame with battle intent. He is strong, which is why he is worth my effort. Since their battle, Yi Jun and Li Mu had engaged in daily sparring, and Li Mu's swordsmanship had significantly advanced. Yi Jun's strength was gradually lagging behind his progress. Li Mu's gaze burned like a flickering flame, fixed intently on Xiang Yunhong. The fierce sword intent radiated outward, sharp as a blade, a chilling brilliance emanating. Beside him, Yi Jun was equally eager. For his fellow sword cultivators, he shared the same intrinsic desire as Li Mu to gain progress through combat. Following closely behind Li Mu, Yi Jun activated his techniques, transforming into a shadowy figure. How would the two of them fare together? Xiang Yunhong scoffed, maintaining the Mingshan sword's full power, with all runes aglow, faced with the united assault of 2 sword cultivators at the realm of force. Xiang Yunhong made his move. His speed was astonishingly swifter than that of Li Mu, who was empowered by the winds of sword intent. Xiang Yunhong swung his sword, the speed so rapid that Li Mu could scarcely perceive it with his eyes. In a desperate moment, he felt a fierce gust of wind approaching and instinctively raised his sword to parry. With the enhancement of the Qinglian sword technique, he managed to deflect most of the force. Nevertheless, he was still sent staggering, barely maintaining his balance. Too fast. In an instant, Xiang Yunhong retracted his sword and directed another strike toward Yi Jun once more. The speed was so extraordinary that it was nearly imperceptible. Yi Jun instinctively countered with his own sword. When their blades collided, Yi Jun's face flushed crimson, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. In contrast, Xiang Yunhong remained unfazed, as if he had felt not a shred of impact. Yi Jun's right hand trembled uncontrollably. His otherwise invincible sword energy had failed to exert any effect. Surprised? Xiang Yunhong raised an eyebrow, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing faint glimmers of golden light on his sword-wielding hand. Sword cultivators are the mainstream. You didn't think there were no countermeasures in the outside world, did you? Li Mu took a deep breath. This opponent was far stronger than he had anticipated. He was acutely aware of Yi Jun's prowess. Although not his equal, the improvements made during this period made Yi Jun comparable to one at the 10th level of the transformation realm. To his surprise, he had sustained an injury from their first encounter. Indeed, a formidable adversary? A faint smile crept to the corners of Li Mu's mouth. For a swordsman, a stronger opponent is always preferable. The more formidable the opponent, the more it ignites their fighting spirit and potential, while also intensifying their sense of pressure and opportunity for growth. Recently, he had been pondering how to break into the realm of Qi, but had found himself at a loss. A challenger of such caliber might just provide him with the insights he desperately needed. Xiang Yunhong observed the growing excitement on Li Mu's face, his eyes narrowing slightly. How intriguing! Not only was he unafraid, but he seemed exhilarated. Truly, swordsmen are a breed of madmen. Yet, I wonder if his confidence is backed by genuine strength or mere arrogance. Deep down, he could hardly believe that any remarkable figure could emerge from a place as insignificant as Qin City. What kind of genius could possibly arise from this remote, impoverished land, seldom touched by the outside world? Li Mu's ability to enter the Sword Dao's realm as an ordinary person astonished him, but as for actual combat prowess, one must engage to truly know. Chapter 61. Even without entering the Qi realm, you shall still perish. Xiang Yunhong cast a sidelong glance at the two, his expression relaxed. His own cultivation level surpassed theirs, his speed outstripped theirs, his techniques were more sophisticated, his strength was more formidable, and his combat experience was overwhelmingly superior. Even the magical artifact in his possession was of high grade, second tier. How could he possibly lose? If not for the constraints imposed by his burning life pill, he might have genuinely entertained the idea of engaging them in a prolonged duel, but it was best to conclude this swiftly, he thought to himself. Once he ascended to the creation realm, he could indulge in whatever manner he pleased. Why waste time playing with these insignificant ants? Among them, only this ordinary lad managed to pique Xiang Yunhong's interest. It was time to bring this to an end. Xiang Yunhong focused intently. The Minghan sword trembled lightly, emitting a clear ring, as a chill pervaded the surroundings. This second-tier magical artifact was pushed to its utmost, releasing an unparalleled, terrifying aura. Lin, for the first time, discovered the extraordinary power of his Minghan sword. Li Mu remained undaunted, as a fiery sword intent surged forth, meeting this aura head-on. How fascinating! This is the first time I've encountered such sword intent. Xiang Yunhong's expression shifted, but he soon smiled again. Alas, it is but a desperate struggle. With a gentle wave, a streak of sword light burst forth. Li Mu advanced toward the sword light, though he could not discern his opponent's movements clearly. After just 2 exchanges, he had grasped the essence of Xiang Yunhong's sword path. Sometimes, combat does not necessarily require visual observation. Perception is equally crucial. He utilized the Qinglian sword technique to mitigate the majority of the force behind the sword light. With the enhancement of the wind sword intent, he closed the distance to Xiang Yunhong. Dare you approach me? Seeking death. Xiang Yunhong's expression grew slightly colder. The audacity of his opponent to initiate an attack felt like a provocation. How bold of one lacking spiritual power. Very well. Let this frog at the bottom of the well witness what a true transformation realm cultivator is capable of. A torrent of spiritual power surged from within him. Although he practiced only a third-tier technique, it was particularly unique. His spiritual power reserve was double that of others. Consequently, Xiang Yunhong could freely unleash his spiritual energy without concern for consumption. Boundless spiritual energy swirled toward Li Mu under his control. Strangle! Xiang Yunhong roared internally. The spiritual energy diffused in the air began to revolve around Li Mu, intertwining and constricting. With the enhancement of the threefold sword intent, Li Mu's perception reached its zenith. Combined with his own sword intent, which was partially dispersed in the world, he immediately sensed the changes in Xiang Yunhong's spiritual energy. Li Mu focused his thoughts, unleashing an aura of infinite sharpness from his sword intent. Xiang Yunhong suddenly felt the spiritual energy in the air slip from his control, that strand of connection severed. How intriguing! Xiang Yunhong remarked coldly, no longer maintaining the calm demeanor he had at the outset. Such a tactic was something he had never encountered in the outside world. Did he truly believe that by closing the distance, he could suppress me with mere sword techniques? My century of experience has not been squandered. An aura, not particularly sharp, suddenly approached him. He too was in the Sword Dao's realm. However, his sword intent was clearly inferior to Yi Jun's, merely a minor achievement. His qualifications in swordsmanship were lackluster, having barely entered the realm through the accumulation of time. Additionally, having not practiced swordplay in a long while, his sword intent manifested in a somewhat disordered manner. As if it could disperse at any moment, Li Mu could immediately discern that his opponent's thoughts were too chaotic, inhibiting the convergence of mind, energy, and spirit. An excess of distractions and a lack of conviction in the sword path led to such a state. Xiang Yunhong himself was momentarily taken aback, but quickly shook off the distractions and focused on the battle. What if his sword intent was unstable? His wealth of experience in swordsmanship would not diminish. He had long memorized those techniques. Over the past century, he had danced on the precipice of life and death countless times, something this inexperienced youth could never comprehend. Moreover, how could this boy, who could barely discern his sword moves, hope to compete with him? The two clashed, engaging in a duel of sword techniques. Li Mu summoned every ounce of his spirit, pushing his physical capabilities to their limits, his enthusiasm soaring. Xiang Yunhong's gaze flickered with a glint of coldness as spiritual energy coursed through his meridians. A secret technique quietly unfolding, a faint red glow emanated from his body, enhancing his physique further. Whoosh! Xiang Yunhong struck out with his sword, swift as light, so fast that even Li Yin, at the 10th level of transformation, could not see it clearly. In Xiang Yunhong's eyes, Li Mu could not possibly withstand this blow. In the next moment, to Xiang Yunhong's astonishment, Li Mu closed his eyes. Clang! A crisp sound of metal striking metal resonated as Li Mu intercepted the blow. In the instant their swords met, Xiang Yunhong felt a strange force that completely dissipated the power from the Minghan sword. Dispel the force! Xiang Yunhong reacted swiftly, not pausing to ponder how Li Mu had managed to deflect his strike. Though there had been a brief moment of hesitation, he swiftly launched into a relentless offensive. A torrential downpour of sword rain, far surpassing Yi Jun's sword display, cascaded forth, each blade both real and illusory. Li Mu's expression remained composed as he kept his eyes firmly shut, under the anxious gazes of Li Yin and the others. His own sword began to accelerate. The air currents enveloped him, his body as light as a feather, each movement faster than before, barely keeping pace with Xiang Yunhong's actions. With each clash, Li Mu's sword intent sank momentarily, only to surge stronger with each encounter. The fire sword technique grew increasingly potent with every strike, while the Qinglian sword technique provided defensive measures, dissipating myriad techniques. The fusion of the two birthed Li Mu's new sword move, from extremity to stability. Countless sword shadows shattered, as Li Mu's sword intent erupted with an intensity far beyond the ordinary, surging to its peak after enduring the pressure. Under Xiang Yunhong's incredulous gaze, a somewhat ethereal sword chi emanated from the tip of Li Mu's sword. The piercing sound of friction rang out as the sword chi struck Xiang Yunhong's chest, igniting a shower of sparks. Xiang Yunhong staggered back 5 steps, blood spewing forth. Gasp! Staring blankly at the blood pooling on the ground. Xiang Yunhong's body trembled. This is sword chi. It's truly sword chi. How is this possible? Xiang Yunhong abruptly raised his head, fury blazing in his eyes as he glared at Li Mu. How can this be? Repeatedly he chanted in disbelief. How could such a young man possibly unleash sword chi? He is merely at the realm of chi. How can he manifest sword chi? An ordinary person, how could he wield sword chi? Had it not been for Xiang Yunhong's dual cultivation of body techniques, rendering his physique akin to profound iron, he would undoubtedly have perished from that strike. Even Li Mu opened his eyes, astonished. The final blow, which had always resulted in a wave of air, had transformed into sword chi this time. Though somewhat feeble, it was undeniably real sword chi. Am I on the verge of breaking into the chi realm? Xiang Yunhong fixed his gaze firmly on Li Mu, a flicker of resentment surfacing in his eyes. An ordinary person capable of unleashing such power, even touching the threshold of the chi realm. After a century of diligent cultivation, he could not even take a step into the creation realm. Is this what talent looks like? Suddenly, he burst into laughter. So it turns out that those truly gifted can be formidable even without cultivation. The chi realm, an existence even rarer than that of creation realm cultivators. Before encountering Li Mu, he had never considered that an ordinary person could step into this realm. How laughable that I have struggled in vain. Unaware that the path to greatness could take such a form, to break into creation, he had left Qin City, traversing the vast expanse of Diyin, smuggling into Diyu. He had once served as a lowly attendant in the Sword Pavilion and as a servant in the Yanwu Academy. Traveling thousands of miles, crossing dozens of states, Even his figure had graced the Qian Kuan Dao Institute into you. He had explored countless ruins, beseeched innumerable predecessors, all in search of a method to break into creation. In the end, he realized he had taken the wrong path. Though his cultivation could not advance further, his combat prowess could still be enhanced. The sword path brought a bitter smile to Xiang Yunhong's face. Now, it was too late for him. His only hope lay in gathering 1,000,000 spirit stones to set up the spirit swallowing and source transformation great array to break into the creation realm. Thus, this young man must die. What a pity! At last, Xiang Yunhong was entirely serious. At this moment, his countenance was chillingly fearsome. Clang! The Minghan sword was casually tossed aside by him, landing on the ground. Unless you truly step into the realm of Qi, you are still destined to perish. Chapter 62. A clash of great moves, a thunderous commotion. Li Mu fixed his gaze upon Xiang Yunhong. A precious second-tier, upper-grade magical artifact lay abandoned. What other means does the opponent possess? Li Mu became vigilant, taking a deep breath to maintain his optimal state, a fervent intensity flickering in his eyes. Regardless of the opponent's capabilities, as long as their power does not reach the level of transformation, Li Mu was confident he could find a way to counter it. He had yet to unleash his strongest sword. To be precise, since the Wolf King, he had not encountered an adversary worthy of this sword's full might. Even against Yijun, he had merely employed his newly comprehended technique, the extremes of yin and yang. However, the challenger before him today clearly warranted Li Mu's utmost diligence. Li Yin, standing nearby, keenly sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converging towards a single point. Xiang Yunhong. Li Mu, be cautious, Li Yin hastily warned. He is about to unleash his ultimate move. The speed at which the spiritual energy gathered was undeniably too rapid to be merely a replenishment of personal spiritual power. For normal cultivation, the rate of refining techniques could never be this swift. This had to be some formidable spiritual technique, capable of manipulating the spiritual energy of the world to one's advantage. Amidst the tense gazes of the crowd, Xiang Yunhong's body was once again enveloped in dark green battle armor. He slowly formed a seal with his hands, muttering incantations, and no one could comprehend his words. The language sounded ancient and obscure, reminiscent of archaic notes. Accompanied by a series of complex hand seals, Xiang Yunhong ultimately brought his palms together and then gradually spread them apart. A pure white point of light coalesced between his palms, swiftly growing larger. Although its nature was unknown, an ominous sensation surged within the hearts of the onlookers. Without hesitation, Li Mu executed a silver strike. However, the silver light that struck the dark green armor not only failed to breach the opponent's defenses, but instead rebounded with tremendous force. To Li Mu's perception, it felt as if he had not struck Xiang Yunhong, but rather himself. The sword's body intercepted the impact, shielding him from harm. What kind of spiritual technique is this? Li Mu retreated, his expression grave. The dark green armor, charged with gathered spiritual energy, bore a striking resemblance to his own, the extremes of yin and yang. As he struck, he distinctly sensed a familiar fluctuation. It seemed both relied on the attacks of others to suppress themselves and subsequently rebound. This technique of his must share a similar limit with the extremes of yin and yang. Taking a deep breath, Li Mu pondered. Such techniques possess a limit. His own extremes of yin and yang maxed out at the 10th level of spiritual transformation. Once the opponent's technique exceeded the level of transformation, his own would lose its efficacy, leaving only pure force dispersion. Tio died before reaching the realm of Qi. Let us put that to the test. Li Mu bellowed, his fighting spirit soaring to its zenith, the sword aura around him surging like a raging inferno. It had been a long time since he last employed this move, grasping the sword with both hands. His gaze, sharp as the blade itself, locked onto Xiang Yunhong. Under the watchful eyes of all, he raised the sword above his head with deliberate slowness. The sword acted as a switch, drawing forth the energy within him. With every inch the sword ascended, his sword aura intensified. Yijun's eyes widened, fixated on the increasingly terrifying sword aura emanating from Li Mu, a glimmer of excitement and yearning igniting in his gaze. Had he truly not exerted his full strength last time? This sword, even at its nascent stage, emanated an aura that stirred him deeply. As Li Mu raised the sword to chest height, he felt his sword aura reach unprecedented power, surpassing any previous moment. Even Xiang Yunhong's countenance shifted dramatically. This aura was alarmingly close to the realm of Qi. Could it be that this young man truly could break through to the realm of Qi? Humph! In the next instant, a low groan escaped Li Mu's lips, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yi Jun's expression changed instantly. What had transpired? Xiang Yunhong laughed maniacally. Boy, if you continue like this, you might very well end up killing yourself. Having seen much in his time, he immediately discerned that Li Mu's physical body was too weak to contain the overwhelming sword aura, resulting in a backlash. A mere mortal dares to tread the path of the extraordinary sword. Prepare to meet your demise. The luminous orb in his hand had expanded to the size of a head, pulsating as if breathing. In mere moments, he would stabilize this strike, and everyone here would perish. Yi Jun, in a state of urgency, disregarded his injuries and drew his sword once more, while Li Yin clenched his teeth and advanced. Yet, neither could even approach Xiang Yunhong, let alone disrupt him. The sphere of light grew ever stronger, emanating a formidable force field that made movement increasingly difficult as they neared Xiang Yunhong. Li Mu, sword raised, felt a fierce determination welling within him. As the three sword auras alternated in a furious dance, Li Mu let out a roar, raising the sword once more. The sword aura that enveloped the heavens and earth surged violently. Akin to a tempestuous sea, blood poured from Li Mu's mouth, yet he paid it no mind. One more time. The sword ascended again, surpassing his brow, nearly reaching above his head. The terrifying pressure coursed through Li Mu's body, a searing pain akin to being sliced by knives. His arms, under the greatest strain, began to bleed profusely. Xiang Yunhong's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated Li Mu's audacity. If this sword continued, who would perish first remained uncertain. How could he act with such resolve? Li Mu's gaze was as solid as reality, fixated unwaveringly on Xiang Yunhong. Unbeknownst to him, his spirit coalesced into a sword in his mind, the sword aura radiating forth. He felt the pressure diminish, his focus ablaze as he exerted strength, raising the sword high above his head. Time seemed to freeze. Countless particles of dust hung suspended in the air. Xiang Yunhong's eyes widened in disbelief. Staring at Li Mu with an incredulous expression, fear etched upon his face, rendering him almost comical. Yi Jun's face bore a fervent excitement, elated at the sight of Li Mu successfully executing this move. Li Yan's momentary flicker of joy had not yet fully blossomed. Time appeared to halt at this moment. Everything ceased to function. Only a silver divine sword stood aloft, descending slowly, like the judgment of the heavens. Seemingly capable of severing all, with each inch it fell, the sword aura in the world contracted accordingly, as the sword descended. The dispersed sword aura throughout the heavens and earth converged into the sword's body. A tangible silver sword energy cleaving through space, slowly slicing forth. The sword energy, seemingly unstoppable, ignored all in the near-static space, heading straight for Xiang Yunhong. A peculiar wave emanated from the space, faintly accompanied by a shattering sound. Crack! Xiang Yunhong moved. The luminous orb in his hand erupted with immeasurable power, shattering the constraints and propelling him into action. Gazing at the imminent sword energy, he executed a singular motion, forcefully thrusting the orb forward. In that instant, a rounded golden sphere enveloped him, and a mirror-like shield appeared before him. The next moment, the sword energy collided with the luminous orb, erupting in a dazzling display of white light. Compelling everyone to shield their eyes in agony, tears streaming down their faces, boom! The resounding blasts reverberated, waves of energy sweeping forth, raising clouds of dust, shrouding the entire residence in chaos. The entire Qingyang town was stirred. Such a commotion could not be overlooked. What has transpired? In Qingyang town, countless people were engulfed in confusion. Such a clamor undoubtedly indicated a fierce battle had erupted, yet who would dare to invade the Li residence? Yi Qin's expression brightened as he laughed heartily. Good. It seems I need not intervene. The Li family is on the brink of self-destruction. He was certain that this uproar could not have been caused by Li Yan alone. It must be some transformation practitioner attacking the Li family. He hoped that Li Mu happened to be present, for if they perished together, it would be even better. Yi Chen cursed. Elder, should we investigate the situation? A servant inquired cautiously. No. Yi Chen's eyes gleamed. I shall go and see for myself. He yearned to witness the demise of the Li family and Li Yin in Qingyang town with his own eyes. If he encountered Li Mu, it would be an opportune moment to dispose of him as well. Chapter 63. Slaying Xiang Yunhong and one more sword. Xiang Yunhong emerged from the pit, a wretched sight. His body in tatters. Yet what of it? He was still alive, and that was sufficient. He erupted into a violent cough, spewing forth mouthfuls of blood. Whether it was he or Li Mu, their strikes had reached the level of transformation. Positioned at the epicenter of their collision, surviving was a testament to his utmost effort. Had he not cultivated his physique and possessed numerous defensive spiritual techniques, another would have been reduced to mere ashes. Before Li Mu, Li Yin stood resolutely, pale-faced and desperately maintaining his defenses. Even the residual waves from the clash nearly overwhelmed him, let alone the fact that Li Mu was merely a mortal. Thus, his first instinct was to shield Li Mu. As he watched Xiang Yunhong crawl out of the pit, despair deepened in Li Yan's eyes. If such an attack failed to slay him, what manner of monster was this? Kid, I must admit, you are indeed formidable. I underestimated you. Xiang Yunhong pondered. He had not anticipated that such a mundane individual could unleash a sword aura. Had he foreseen this, he would have undoubtedly exerted his full strength from the onset. Or perhaps he would have simply seized the spirit stones and fled before Li Mu's return, intending to return only after achieving a breakthrough into the transformation realm. It was merely a moment of carelessness that nearly jeopardized a century-long plan. Over these 100 years, he had accumulated too much pent-up frustration, and upon arriving at the Li residence, he had indulged himself for once. Yet, could he summon forth a second sword strike of such caliber? He gazed at Li Mu, whose hands were stained with blood, and laughed heartily. Based on the effort the latter had displayed during his attack, Xiang Yunhong was convinced that Li Mu would be incapable of executing another sword strike. Amongst those present, only Li Mu was worthy of his attention. As for the others, he could easily subdue them with a mere gesture. Li Mu stood tall, resembling a divine sword pointing towards the heavens, and stepped forward. The crowd's faces lit up with joy. Could it be that Li Mu still possessed the strength to fight? I truly cannot unleash another strike like the previous one. Li Mu shook his head. The crowd's expressions darkened. Indeed, he was but a mortal. To have delivered such a strike was already his limit. How could he possibly produce another? However, Li Mu continued, a weaker one is still within my grasp. He raised his sword once more, the sword's momentum wildly converging upon the blade. This time, the might was significantly less formidable, yet it remained terrifying. Li Yin and the others were ecstatic. This is the genius of the Li family. The elderly Wu, who had been sidelined early on, widened his eyes in astonishment. He had been rendered speechless since Li Mu's entrance, and now was even more flabbergasted. Was this still the Li Mu he knew? Although he had heard rumors of Li Mu's sword aura in Qin City and had been informed of his exploits in Qingyang town by Li Yin, hearing was one thing, but seeing was believing. Until now, he had harbored doubts. Elder Wu never imagined that a mere mortal could possess such strength. This individual had almost single-handedly uprooted the Li residence. In Elder Wu's eyes, Xiang Yunhong was akin to a transformation realm practitioner. Yet, Li Mu not only managed to confront Xiang Yunhong, but had nearly slain him with a single sword aura. Now, he was even capable of unleashing sword energy again. A genius indeed. Elder Wu felt a surge of excitement, as if his own wounds had begun to throb less painfully. Xiang Yunhong's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Li Mu could continue. How is this possible? Even the sword pavilion does not have disciples of such caliber. He had roamed the world for 100 years and had never encountered anyone like Li Mu. It was truly beyond reason. Shaking his head in disbelief, his complexion paled. For a mere mortal to comprehend sword momentum was already unfathomable. To be able to cleave forth sword energy was an impossibility within impossibilities. Yet, the other party still had the strength to deliver a second strike. What rationale remained? Xiang Yunhong could only bitterly smile within. He was but a step away from his goal, and yet this was how it ended. Perhaps this was fate. He gazed at the oncoming sword energy, slowly shaking his head. Though he possessed spiritual power, he did not struggle any further, for it was ultimately meaningless. A sword aura equivalent to a strike from the transformation realm could not be resisted by ordinary means. Had it not been for his own strike mitigating the majority of the sword aura's primary force, he might not have been able to withstand it head-on eye in the final moments of his life. Xiang Yunhong finally felt weary. In the end, it was all for naught. A trace of inexplicable laughter appeared on his face. 100 years of memories flashed before him, dissipating like smoke. Ultimately, it all culminated in the silvery sword energy before him. Everything had come to an end. The silvery sword energy cleaved Xiang Yunhong in two. The remnant of the Xiang family, who had stirred chaos in the Li residence of Qingyang town, was finally vanquished. Li Yin wiped the cold sweat from his brow, revealing a satisfied smile. Well done, Li Mu. You have achieved yet another great feat. Had it not been for Li Mu's timely arrival, the entire family might have been erased from Qingyang town. He could hardly believe that the remnants of the Xiang family had become so formidable. Still harboring thoughts of revenge after a century, Li Yin felt a pang of regret. Yet his gaze upon Li Mu grew even more fervent. Indeed, Xiang Yunhong was impressive, capable of causing such turmoil in the Li residence all by himself. However, Li Mu was even more extraordinary. With nothing but a mortal body, he had slain a practitioner at the 10th level of the transformation realm. Who would believe such a tale if it were told? Yi Jun, with his right hand hanging down, approached Li Mu and nodded. Impressive. Li Mu nodded in response. Thank you for your assistance just now. Yi Jun was not a member of the Li family, and Li Mu was somewhat surprised by his willingness to lend aid. Facing a formidable foe, how could one not draw their sword? Yi Jun remarked nonchalantly. Moreover, I hardly contributed anything. I was heavily injured with just a single strike. This only served to further illuminate the vast chasm between him and Li Mu. The disparity was not trivial. In this battle, Li Mu had nearly single-handedly vanquished Xiang Yunhong. The surviving disciples of the Li family looked upon him with reverence. As if he were a deity, Li Mu exhaled a breath of turbid air, suddenly furrowing his brow and spitting out a mouthful of reversed blood. Li Mu! Li Yin and the others exclaimed in alarm. It is nothing. Li Mu waved his hand. He had been injured by his own sword momentum, and his body had endured immense pressure. Only now did he truly appreciate the limitations of his mortal form in relation to the sword path. He could barely withstand the sword momentum. If he were to enter the realm of Qi, with the might of his sword energy, would he not tear himself apart on the spot? His black attire was nearly soaked in blood, especially his sleeves, which had turned a deep crimson. The injuries were severe, but fortunately, they did not threaten his core. After a period of recuperation, he should be fine. Upon returning, he must find ways to strengthen his physical form. A mortal body was no longer sufficient to support his continued pursuits in the sword path. Chapter 64. Yi Chen's sneak attack. The protective talisman for survival. Yi Chen exited the Yi family and retrieved a yellow-brown talisman from his storage ring, affixing it to his chest. This was a second-tier concealment talisman, valued at 1,000 spirit stones. A thread of spiritual power surged forth, igniting the talisman, which instantly transformed into a mysterious aura enveloping Yi Chen. Qingyang town was not large, and the distance between the Yi residence and the Li residence was likewise short. With his third-tier agility, he could reach the Li residence in mere moments. Oh? It seems there are quite a few spectators. Yi Chen sensed the surroundings and immediately detected no less than 10 distinct auras encircling the Li residence. The two most powerful auras belonged to the elders of the Shao and He families, both at the 10th level of the transformation realm. Unfortunately, they were all too timid, keeping their distance. Yi Chen scoffed inwardly, concealing his figure and slowing his pace as he approached the Li residence. He intended to see for himself, with the concealment talisman to mask his presence. As long as he refrained from deliberately releasing his aura, even a transformation realm expert would likely fail to notice him. Oh? The door plaque has been smashed to pieces? Glancing at the plaque lying on the ground, Yi Chen laughed derisively, cursing their misfortune. Wei Chun carefully sensed the auras nearby, striving to avoid revealing his own. At that moment, a sharp sword aura flickered past. Could it be that a sword cultivator has breached the Li family? Yi Chun felt a surge of curiosity. This aura was significantly stronger than Yi Jun's sword momentum, indicating that the opponent possessed an exceptional mastery of the sword path. Thinking of Yi Jun, his anger flared. That rebellious scoundrel, whom he had held in such high regard. Not only had he lost to Li Mu, but he had also fled with him? To put it bluntly, what difference was there between this and betraying the family? Although his parents had died due to the clan leader's son, the family had not wronged him. Had they not provided for his needs? Why must he stir up familial discord over such matters? Yi Jun continued to stealthily advance, soon detecting numerous auras at the transformation level ahead, numbering over 20. Among them were even 2 at the 10th level of transformation. Yet, these auras felt remarkably weak. Yi Chun found this puzzling. If a transformation realm practitioner were involved, the Li family would not have been able to withstand this situation until now. If it were not a transformation realm practitioner, how could such devastation have been wrought upon the Li family? He decided to approach a bit closer for a more detailed observation. Why is Yi Jun also present? A familiar aura suddenly registered in Yi Chun's perception. Since Yi Jun was there, it meant that Li Mu was likely present as well. A fierce glint appeared in Yi Chun's eyes. He was just about to seek him out when he realized he was already here. You better not let me find an opportunity, Yi Chun vowed inwardly. Although he understood that since Li Mu had been able to defeat Yi Jun, his combat strength was likely formidable, the fact that Li Mu was a mere mortal still caused Yi Chun to look down upon him somewhat. What could sword momentum accomplish? How could a mortal defy the heavens? Although, as an elder of the Yi family, it was against propriety to strike at a junior, who could blame him for wanting revenge for his slain grandson. Li Yin retrieved a bright red storage ring from Xiang Yunhong's remains and handed it to Li Mu. Don't forget your spoils of war, Li Yin said with a smile. His complexion was somewhat pale. The effort to shield Li Mu from the residual force had nearly exhausted his spiritual power. Li Mu accepted the ring without hesitation. He was in urgent need of resources to enhance his physical form. Xiang Yunhong's tactics were formidable, nearly forcing the entire Li family in Qingyang town to the brink of annihilation. He wondered if there existed any method suitable for a mortal to strengthen his body. Embracing such a notion, Li Mu delved into the depths, only to unexpectedly encounter resistance. It was as if an invisible force emanated from the ring, repelling any prying eyes. Observing Li Mu's troubled expression, Yi Jun took the ring and tested it, his brow furrowing in response. There existed a seal upon it. A seal? Li Mu felt a sense of helplessness. This posed a bit of a dilemma. Certain factions, in an effort to prevent the storage rings of their disciples from falling into the hands of nefarious individuals, had devised such sealing techniques. Once a storage ring was sealed, it became nearly impossible for anyone other than the caster to unlock it. Should one attempt to forcefully open it, triggering the array could even lead to the destruction of the ring. Annihilating all treasures within it appeared that he would have to hold on to it for the time being. Li Mu was rather indifferent. If it couldn't be opened, then so be it. After all, his haul from the mining area had been substantial, and upon returning to Qin City, he would also receive rewards from his family. At that time, he could sell off the assorted spoils collected from the mine. By then, he would have at least over 100,000 spirit stones. 100,000 spirit stones would be more than sufficient for his family to cultivate numerous transformation cultivators. Providing enough for a mundane to enhance their physical form would be more than adequate, wouldn't it? Li Mu slipped the ring onto the index finger of his left hand. Regrettably, the inconvenience of not being able to store another storage ring within this one was somewhat bothersome. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that storage rings were already an incredible convenience in themselves. They required no spirit power, making them usable even by the mundane. Such treasures were rare. Currently, he possessed 2 rings, one on each hand. The previously acquired storage rings had been deemed too cumbersome, so he had given them away. Keeping them served little purpose. Although each storage ring was valued at approximately 100 spirit stones, Li Mu found such trifles beneath his notice. Well done, Li Mu, exclaimed Feng Han, who, feeling somewhat drained, approached with the aid of a disciple. The performance displayed by Li Mu had far exceeded Feng Han's initial expectations. In fact, He hadn't anticipated much from Li Mu at all. Yet, not only had he secured the mining point, he had also slain a transformation cultivator and defeated Yi Jun today. Even formidable adversaries like Xiang Yunhong had relied on Li Mu's intervention to navigate through crises. Observing Li Mu in such a state, Feng Han jested, "Perhaps our wager will come to fruition next year." Feng Han laughed heartily at Li Yan. The ability to unleash 2 successive sword qi demonstrated that Li Mu was already well acquainted with how to enter the realm of qi. "Look at you. You might as well be in line for an elder's position." Li Yan chuckled in agreement. If Li Mu truly managed to achieve the realm of qi with his mundane body, relinquishing the elder's position would be no great loss in the disheveled courtyard. Despite their dismay, the joy on everyone's faces was unmistakable. Yi Chun, concealed in the shadows, observed for a while. So, this was Li Mu. He fixed his gaze on the blood-soaked youth clad in black, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. It was this boy who had slain his grandson. To his astonishment, he was indeed just a mundane. Seeing was believing. When he first heard reports that the guardian of the 49th mining point was a mundane, he had been skeptical. Yet now, witnessing it firsthand, he had no choice but to accept the truth. Li Yan's aura was weak, and the other individual, Li Wu, had even lost a hand. Feng Han was similarly diminished in strength. It remained a mystery what sort of formidable adversary could have brought the Li family to such a state. The expansive courtyard lay in ruins, devoid of even a single flat surface. This presented an opportunity. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. Concealed by a breath-holding talisman, none could detect his presence. Although members of the Li family were present, their conditions were dire. If he struck suddenly to eliminate Li Mu, departing swiftly without exposing his aura, who would know it was he? Unless absolutely necessary, Yi Chun preferred to avoid direct conflict with the Li family. Spirit power quietly gathered in his palm, his gaze fixated on Li Mu. Merely a mundane. There was no need to approach. One strike of spirit power would suffice. The crowd engaged in light-hearted banter. Grateful to have survived the ordeal, none noticed Yi Chen, lurking in a corner, poised to strike. Yi Chen's gaze grew increasingly frigid. The spirit power coalescing in his palm became even more terrifying. This strike was potent enough to slay a first-level transformation cultivator with ease. Yet, Yi Chun remained completely focused. He sought absolute certainty. The azure spirit power compressed continuously until it morphed into a deep green hue. With a flick of his finger, the spirit power shot forth, aimed directly at Li Mu. The deep green projectile pierced through all defenses, descending upon the unsuspecting crowd in a sudden onslaught. The highest-ranked cultivator present. Li Yan was the first to react.